Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 430, Volume 5, Chapter 46, Meeting of Guild Members. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. / / equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Even though Twilight is in slumber like his other members due to her trying to keep his pocket world safe, as its true owner, preemies have ways to access its guild feature without any issue. At this time, in other worlds, the 4 people who were chosen also had their system activated. Reinhard van Astria, who was listening to Felt shout with wry smile, widened his eyes at this and excusing himself before returning to his room. Kister Zelrich Schweinorg was having meeting with some members of Clock Tower. Seeing this, he told them to leave for no and focused on the screen. Haruka Uma was relaxing on the sofa while taking the sip of her beer. When the screen lit up, she abruptly sat up and correctly her posture while ignoring the beer can that fell from her hand. Somaya Miroto, who was mostly free in her laboratory ever since the threat of the Gastria was over, also put down her equipment while gazing attentively at the window. They all had the same thoughts. All 4, it's time. A few seconds later, some notifications appeared on their screen. Ding. Guild system has been activated. Ding. 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 Sword Saint has joined the guild. Kaleidoscope has joined the guild. Researcher of Sapphira Genomics has joined the GUID. Sage of New Human Creation Plan has joined the guild. As they all were looking at it, a new notification appeared. Guild Master has invited you all to the guild castle. Accept, yes/no. ***** Note, time ratio in your world and guild will go by 1 to 2. Where 1 day in your world will be 2 days in guild. This conversion may be changed in future. After reading this, they all become silent and started pondering about it for a few moments before finally clicking yes. A light then engulfed them and then they all disappeared from their worlds unknown. Opening their eyes, they found themselves in a mountain area. However, they didn't care about it since their eyes were currently on the huge castle in front of them. The castle was so big and it seemed to have merged with the mountain it was on. What made it more majestic was the tip of that was penetrating and made the hole in the sky. And from that hole, light was coming and engulfing the castle. Pick, Guild Castle. Zelrich, As expected from Guild Master. The castle me made should definitely be something like this. This snapped others out of their thoughts as they turned and looked at this old man. Noticing their gaze, Zelrich turned to them, showed a grandpa-like smile. Zelrich, hello, youngsters. I am Kaleidoscope. My name is Kister Zelrich Schweinorg. I am a mage. It's pleasure to meet you all. Seeing this, other also introduced themselves one by one. Reinhard, I am Sword Saint. My name is Reinhard van Astria. I am also Guild Master's Knight. Hearing Reinhard mentioned himself as Preemie's Knight, Zelrich squinted his eyes as he rose Reinhard position in his heart even higher. Haruka, I am Researcher of Sapphira Genomics. My name is Uma Haruka. I research on genes regarding human evolution. Sumayer, I am Sage of New Human Creation Plan. My name is Sumayer Miroto. I am doctor and also study human biology. At this time, both Haruka and Sumayer looked at each other. It was as if they knew they were going to become best friends in future since their goals somehow aligned with each other. Zelrich, Human evolution and human biology. You both must be quite talented in the fields, that's why Guild Master chose you too, despite of you both being normal humans. Haruka, normal human. Wait a minute. Didn't Sir just say he is a mage? Does this mean, Sir, can you use magic? Zelrich, I can. Though it's somewhat different. Instead of magic, it would be more precise to say magecraft. Reinhard, Haruka, Sumayer, magecraft. Zelrich, yes. Magecraft is the artificial reenactment of mystery, which is ordinarily possible only by inhuman beings. Seeing their dumbfounded expression, the old man explained in more simpler words. Zelrich, magecraft is the ability to bring about what is possible through science with supernatural means. Although the process is considered a miracle, the result is not. The limits of magecraft have changed with time, as science evolved and magic from the past became possible through science. Giving them a time to digest his words, Zelrich continued. Zelrich, There exists no impossibility for modern magecraft within the rules of the world and limits of human intellect. There are limitations, however, where it only appears that something is possible. Because magecraft acts as the reenactment of pre-existing phenomena, it is impossible to use it to create new mysteries. Even with an infinite amount of research, there exists a wall preventing human wisdom from doing so. The realm past this wall is known as magic. Even if Reinhard still didn't understand much, Haruka and Sumair, whose focus mostly on the science, understood somewhat. Sumair, using magic by the means of science. Interesting. I would really like to study about it. Haruka, it may help the human genes to break through their genetic limits and enter the new path. While they were muttering among themselves, Zelrich just smiled. Using magecraft was not as easy as it appeared. Otherwise, there would be many mages back in his world. Zelrich, by the way, you can just call me Old Man Zelrich. Since we are chosen by the guild master himself, we shouldn't be formal with each other. After all, we are the fellow members from now on. Hearing this, others also nodded and relaxed somewhat. They then also agreed to call themselves by their name. Still, there was Reinhard, who not used to such stuff and decided to add Miss at Haruka and Sumair name. Both women didn't force him because they can tell that Reinhard is still younger than them. And can call them however he liked. Zelrich, speaking of magic, it seems your world has that. He said while looking at Reinhard, who nodded and explained. Reinhard, yes. Magic in our world is paranormal power that alters mana passing through a being's gate into a form that has an effect on reality. Oh, by the way, gate is an invisible portal-like apparatus that exists in every living thing. It allows mana to pass through the body and be stored in the OD. Sumair, OD. Reinhard, well, it's a little complicated and long topic, so I will explain more later. Sumair, okay. Reinhard, thank you. So, magic is made up of 6 elements. Fire, water, wind, earth, shadow, and light. It is further classified into 4 categories. Fire covers temperature, water covers life and healing, wind functions outside of the bodies of living things, and earth functions inside of the bodies of living things. As shadow magic is used mostly for debuffs and light magic is used for buffs. Haruka, in other words, fire magic can be used to use both fire and ice moves. Reinhard, yes. After all, fire covers temperature. Haruka, amazing. Zelrich, there should be another power too, isn't it? Because I can see different form of energy compared to magic on you. The Sword Saint was surprised at it and replied. Reinhard, you're right, Old Man Zelrich. That's divine protection. It is power given to people at birth by the world. Some races have a divine protection that is always received by members of that race. Most people are born without any divine protection, and those who are born with it know of their own divine protection without being told. The ratio of divine protection holders is 1 to 100 for useless ones, 1 to 1, 000 for useful ones, 1 to 10, 000 for somewhat rare ones, 1 to 100, 000 for really useful ones, 1 to 1, 000 for unique ones, 1 to 10, 000 for more than one, and the existence of those with more than one divine protection are considered to be strange. It's also worth noting that 2 divine protections that work against each other will cancel each other out. Zelrich, you mean if a person has divine protection of projectile evasion and another person has a made-up divine protection of always hitting your shots, they will be cancelled out. Reinhard, exactly. Zelrich, The old man gazed intensely at Reinhard hearing this. Sumair, in more simpler words, the people with divine protection can be considered as someone loved by the world and hence it bestowed its blessing to them. Reinhard, it's one way to pronounce it. Haruka, wow. You are really something, Reinhard. The red-haired scratching his head in embarrassment hearing this. Reinhard had heard people praising him many times in his world. But he can tell that Sumair and Haruka were more genuine and sincere compared to them. Zelrich, then you must be the strongest person in your world, Reinhard. To be able to have so many blessings. Reinhard, huh? Old Man Zelrich, you can see what blessings are given to me. Zelrich, yes. Sword Saint, swordsmanship maxes out, and become able to draw read, the dragon sword. The blessing of being able to break the unbreakable. Arrow avoidance, cannot be hit by projectiles and long-distance attacks won't hit as the blessing causes thrown weapons such as knives to change their trajectory, effectively making it impossible for anyone hit him. Arrow guarantee, any projectile he uses is guaranteed to hit the target. Magic resistance, no curses, debuffs, or buffs can affect him. Fire avoidance, 80% reduction from fire damage. Wind absorption, 80% of wind magic is absorbed. Earth resistance, earth magic has an 80% reduced effect on him. Water reflection, 80% of water magic is reflected. Darkness immunity, 80% of dark magic is nullified. Light sharing, 80% of light magic is shared to another target. Swiftness, can move at superhuman speed. This affects mounts as well. Riding mastery, can ride any animals. Initiative, cannot be ambushed, and all initial attacks from Reinhard connect. First attack immunity, the first time an attack is performed at him, it always misses. Preceding attack immunity, the second attack and all following attacks miss him. Rain blessing, gains power in rain. Sun blessing, gains power in sunny weather. Night's blessing, gains power during the night. Morning blessing, gains power during the morning. Mind reading, vague understanding of what's on other people's mind. Item mastery, able to know how to use any item he holds. Unarmed mastery, very strong even without any weapons. Can use a swordless style of fighting in which he uses his hand like a sword. Blessing of War God, able to use any weapons masterfully, this extends to even things like iron pipes or disposable chopsticks, can easily use them as weapons to cut through things. Blessing of Lake, can walk on water, can also be used to submerge himself in water if he wishes. Blessing of Mist, mist does not hinder his view. Blessing of Cloud, can walk on clouds. Blessing of Lightning, lightning will never strike him. Sodium knowledge, will never get salt and sugar mixed up. Taste King, no matter how or what he cooks, the food will come out delicious. Blessing of Frying, steaming, boiling, complete mastery of all the cooking methods. Clothes designing, can design fabulous clothes that will surely start a fad. Master Teacher, his students become successful in learning. Training mastery, can train not only his body but also other people, to their maximum potential. Poison immunity, immunity to all poisons. Illness immunity, immunity to all diseases. Power bleeding, bleeding actually makes him stronger. Blessing of the Phoenix, upon death, he is granted a continue, once. While he can't receive the same blessing endlessly after he uses Blessing of the Phoenix, he will acquire Blessing of the Phoenix continued, and so on and so forth. In other words, he can resurrect endlessly. Judgment, enables Reinhard to know of any divine protections his opponents have. Unknown Blessing, if a tactical nuke was used on Reinhard, it wouldn't go off. Wind Evasion, enables Reinhard to be unaffected by the wind and not encounter any wind resistance while running. Telepathy, allows Reinhard to tell other people his thoughts telepathically. While it's normally used to tell close friends certain thoughts, it can be combined with singing to increase the strength and effect range. Precognition, has a super sense which through his intuition alerts him of danger, and distinguishes all attacks in advance. Other blessings, due to Reinhard's nature of obtaining any blessing, he can wish for these blessings for even more power. Reinhard was shocked as Zelrich one by one spoke every one of his divine protections. One should know that other might knew he had many blessings but they didn't know much. However, here Zelrich casually saw through explained every single one of them without any issue. While this was happening, Haruka and Sumire at the side had long gone numb. They were looking at Reinhard with blank eyes while thinking. Haruka and Sumire, what kind of broken cheat character he is. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 431, Volume 5, Chapter 47, Guild. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Reinhard, amazing. You are really something, old man Zelrich. Zelrich, haha. I am just someone with a little more experience than you youngsters, that's all. The red-haired smiled at the old man's humbleness and didn't reveal the truth that he can felt an incredible amount of power inside this old mage. Zelrich, anyway, we shouldn't keep Guildmaster waiting for so long. Shall we? The other nodded and followed the stony path leading to the guild. On the way, they all had a hearty conversation with each other. Haruka was surprised to hear that Sumire world was once devastated by the monsters called Gastria and how Guildmaster was the reason to solve that issue. Even though Sumire didn't know how exactly Premies did so, she was certain that it's him. Haruka also told everyone about that apocalypse virus that was plaguing her world and how Guildmaster absorbed all of it, freeing people from the curse. Reinhard's respect for Premies increased even further hearing that while Zelrich nodded with a look saying, as expected from your majesty. They both then also told Premies' deed in their world. Even though Premies didn't much in Reinhard's world, his one action shocked the entire world. On the other hand, Zelrich told them that Premies had played a very important role in the course of history of his world. As Reinhard, Haruka, and Sumire started wondering how Premies can live for so long, they remembered how Premies told them his real identity when he recruited them. Guildmaster was not a human or any other race, he is a god. This answered almost all of their questions. By now, they had almost made their way to the entrance of the guild. A huge gate made of unknown metal and power appeared in front of their sight. Just when they were almost 10 steps away, the gate made a noise and opened. Creak. HMMN. As they walked inside with nervousness since this was the first time they had seen such majestic palace, mostly the three youngsters, they were greeted by a long bluish hallway leading to the depths of castle. Seeing such a beautiful place without any hint of dirt or dust, for a moment they felt bad walking on it and spoiling it. But then they felt an invisible power which was telling them to come. A bit reluctantly they started following its command. No one initiated the conversation at this point since they were completely in awe while looking at the interior of the castle. They also passed by some gardens in which different color of flowers were blooming. Looking at tranquil and peaceful atmosphere there, they had an impulse to take a rest there. Nevertheless, they suppressed it and continued walking to where that invisible power was leading them to. They kept on walking for some time, from here to 3, ascending and descending many stairs. Yet, none of complained. On top of that, surprisingly Haruka and Sumire didn't feel a slightest fatigue even when they were just normal humans. Finally, they seemed to have reached their destination. The door opened, the nervous Haruka and Sumire along with the excited Reinhard and Zelrich entered. They would finally meet Guild Master again. Next, they all found themselves a beautiful large room. A big chandelier could be seen at the ceiling on the very middle of the room with many lamps and 3 portraits on side walls. These paintings were made by Premies long ago and were placed in his inventory collecting dust. Hence, he decided to take them out. Zelrich and Reinhard were looking at those murals with fascination in their eyes. As a high-reputed people in their world, they often joined many exhibitions. So, they knew right away that Premies' painting was a true piece of art. Nobles will be willing to pay any amount of money and resources to obtain even one of them. There were also 2 doorless doors on both walls leading to the balcony. An extremely thin whitish veil was covering the entrance. Though it didn't prevent the cool and fresh air from entering. Whenever the air entered, the veils flew to the side showing the clouds outside. While they were looking at everything, a voice snapped them out of their thoughts. Premies, you all are here. This voice attracted everyone's attention as they moved their head towards the direction of the furthest door. Moving the veil to the side, Premies who was at the balcony entered the room. Looking at him whose height seemed to have increased, his color changed to bluish black and the way he was standing with his hand in his jacket pocket with of clouds behind made a picture scene. All 4 of them fell into daze. Another reason was because Premies was no longer suppressing his charm and aura, making him look like a divine who had entered the world of mortals. If not because of Premies using his power to protect their mind, they all except for Zelrich would have kneeled and started worshipping him already. Nevertheless, since he had expected this outcome, Premies didn't seem surprised and walked over to them. Premies, let's have a meal first. I am pretty sure you all must be hungry. As they nodded dumbly at this, Premies waved his hand. In the next second, a round table to 5 chairs materialized out of nowhere. Sitting on one of them, Premies gestured others to take their seat and one by one many luxurious foods appeared on it. They all returned back to themselves when the aroma of food entered their nostrils. Feeling embarrassed they took their seat but didn't start right away. Their eyes were at Premies as if waiting for to start first. Noticing this, Premies shook his head and spoke. Premies, this food is for all of you. So, don't wait for me and start. After all, this is a celebration of guild establishment. Zelrich, hee. They don't mind this old man, your majas, guild master. Premies, At this Zelrich started and others also stopped holding themselves back. Upon taking the first bite, all of their eyes lit up since they didn't eat such luscious meal before. Soon, they also started conversation again, talking about whatever they were doing in their world, how they were enjoying their time. Zelrich also told many jokes and told some past things to make sure others didn't get bored. During the whole ordeal, no one brought out any serious topic. Just like that their meal time went pleasantly and harmoniously. After a heartful meal, they all arrived in the balcony. Premies made comfortable sofas for all of them to sit and relax. To make it more enjoyable, he gave them each a glass and wine bottle to all of them. 100 years old wines were given to Haruka and Sumire. 10,000 years old wine was given to Reinhard. 1,000,000 years old wine was given to Zelrich. Haruka and Sumire seemed dissatisfied and wanted more older wines after witnessing the one given to Reinhard and Zelrich. They asked for at least 1,000 years old. However, they felt a chill down their spine when Premies told them that those wine were stronger for ordinary humans. To the point that just a sip from it would make their body explode due to enormous energy contained inside. This made that let go of such thought for now. Anyway, as they started to enjoy the wine, it was the time for serious topic. Premies, brought out your guild system window. I will explain its features. Nodding they did so and a screen appeared in front of them. Premies, the features you have are Guild Castle / Palace Guild Chat Profile Quests Live Stream Guild Shop Inventory Premies, Guild Castle/Palace, featured will let you come here whenever you want. However, only you can arrive. If you try to brought others, it won't work. All 4, Premies, next is Guild Chat. Since you have your own things to do in your own world, you can't be here 24/7. So that time, you can contact or talk with other members using this feature. Haruka, like a messenger app. Premies, yes. Now, Profile. It will let you see your name, title, level, attributes, and skills. We will give more in details later. Reinhard, our strength. Wonder where I will be. Premies, you will know. Quest. Since Haruka, Somayer, and Zelrich are from modern world, they must be quite familiar with game. It's somewhat like that. Now, click on. Once they did so, it expanded. Daily quests, weekly quests, monthly quests, yearly quests, special quest. Somayer, really just like in games. Daily quests, you have completed every day. For weekly quests, monthly quests, and yearly quests, you must complete them in that time period respectively in order to get awarded. Premies, yes. The rewards will be like daily quests. Guild points 1 random equipment box, common. Weekly quests. Guild points 1 random equipment box, common 1 random skill box, uncommon 1 attribute point. Monthly quests. Guild points 1 random equipment box, uncommon 1 random skill box, rare 5 attribute point 1 skill point. Yearly quests. Guild points 1 random guild shop discount voucher, minimum, 20%, maximum, 90%. 1 random equipment box, rare 1 random skill box, epic 1 golden attribute point 1 golden skill point. Premies, as for special quests, this will mostly require you to travel to another world to complete it. Hence, the rewards would be different. Anyway, since there is nothing of that sort right now, it's empty. Reinhard and Somayer and Haruka, traveling to another world. I really want to do that. Premies, I will explain the rewards of other quests once we are done with the remaining features. When they nodded, Premies continued. Premies, live stream. You can use this feature to let other members watch you live completing your quests. This will give you guild points. But remember, you can only use this feature for yearly quests and special quest. Daily, weekly, and monthly won't work. All 4, okay. Premies, now is Guild Shop. The guild points you will earn from completing quests can be used here to buy stuff you want. You can find almost everything here. All 4, everything. Premies, everything. From a garbage to world-destroying weapon. Of course, as you go higher, the cost will increase. All 4 nodded unconsciously at that. Though their hearts were in turmoil. Premies, last feature is inventory. It's a pocket space where you can put your stuff. However, you can only put non-living things. And the things placed inside will have their time stopped. Letting them digest the information he presented, Premies opened his mouth again. Premies, for now, these are the only features. I will add more in future. Now let's go the detailed and more important stuff. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 432, Volume 5, Chapter 48, World of Guild. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or in another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Premies, let's start with profile. Click on it. They did as we're told and their information appeared on it. Premies, come down a little and you will see your stats. There are 9 of them. Strength, endurance, agility, dexterity, sensitivity, perception, vitality, intelligence, energy. Strength refers to as your physical power. Endurance refers to as your constitution. One can also think of it as your defense. Agility refers to your ability to move quickly and easily. Dexterity refers to your ability to perform precise, fine movements. Sensitivity refers to input about the physical world obtained by our sensory receptors. Perception refers to the process by which the brain selects, organizes, and interprets those sensations. Vitality can be referred as your life force. The stronger the vitality, the faster you will recover. Intelligence refers to how fast/easy a person can learn and comprehend something. Like quickly assess situations, make decisions, and innovate under pressure to find the best solutions. Energy, it is type of energy you are using. Can be magic, aura, chi, ki, spirit, psychic, arts, elementals and so on. Premies, average human have the stats between 1 to 10. Then comes level 0, which normal human mostly defined as superhuman. The stats are between 11 to 20. Next is level 1 whose stats are between 21 to 30. Level 2, stats between 31 to 40. Level 3, stats between 41 to 50. This goes all the way to level 8 in which your stats are between 91 to 100. For level 9, those stats are 100 to 120. And finally, level 10, stats between 121 to 150. The two women checked and saw that their stats were between 4 to 5 respectively, clearly indicating they were normal humans or average 1. As for Reinhard, his stats were over 70. Means he was level 6. And let's forget Zelrich for now since he was already beyond level 10. Even his entire stats window was different compared to other three. Good thing that they can't see each other windows, otherwise, they would be shocked to the core after witnessing the kaleidoscope's power. Preemies, these stats can be increased by 4 ways. First, by training. Second, using stat points. Third, increasing your skills level. Fourth, using equipment. Haruka, those are the quest's rewards. Sumair, if we go by this then we will be rewarded 1 attribute point completing weekly quest. And 5 more for completing monthly quest. Then by the end of the year, we will have at least 108 attribute points. In other words, we can reach level 9 in a year. Though in the next second her excitement died down when she noticed that Preemies remained silent, not confirming her words. Sumair, sigh my mistake. How can it be so easy? Preemies, exactly. It like this. Average human 1 attribute point per stat / 1 golden attribute point per stat. Level 0, 2 attribute points per stat / 1 golden attribute point per stat. Level 1, 3 attribute points per stat / 1 golden attribute point per stat. Level 2, 4 attribute points per stat / 1 golden attribute point per stat. Level 3, 5 attribute points per stat / 1 golden attribute point per stat. Level 4, 6 attribute points per stat / 1 golden attribute point per stat. Level 5, 7 attribute points per stat / 1 golden attribute point per stat. Level 6, 8 attribute points per stat / 1 golden attribute point per stat. Level 7, 9 attribute points per stat / 1 golden attribute point per stat. Level 8, 20 attribute points per stat / 1 golden attribute point per stat. Level 9, 50 attribute points per stat / 1 golden attribute point per stat. Level 10, 100 attribute points per stat / 1 golden attribute point per stat. Preemies, that's how it goes. Sumair, Haruka, Reinhard. While the three were showing dumbfounded expression, Zelrich was laughing heartily while looking at them. Zelrich, ha ha ha. If it was that easy to become stronger, then every world was full of such people. Scratching their head in embarrassment, they again went through what Preemies just mentioned. Haruka, so, a single golden attribute point can do the work of either 10 attributes points or 100 of them. Sumair, that must be why we can only obtain 1 per year. It's too unbelievable. Reinhard, you are forgetting one thing. It's a year quest. I am sure this quest must be very difficult to complete since its rewards are so high. Preemies, correct. In case you are thinking that you can become stronger by just sitting or doing nothing, then you are gravely mistaken. Yearly mission will be the most difficult mission. The chances of success are less than 5%. You will already know the consequences of your failure before you even start it, just after reading its description, because this mission will affect your entire world. Hence, only accept it when you are confident. Don't be hasty and take your time since it's not mandatory to complete them. Hearing this, 3 of them nodded and let out a sigh of relief. Preemies, before we proceed further, let's talk about you Sumair and Haruka. Haruka and Sumair, us. Preemies, yes. You see, it's extremely difficult to take all the path and become all-rounder. So, it's obvious you will take a single one. However, my advice is that you should max out your stats till level 0. In other words, all 9 stats at 20. By doing this you have a solid foundation before you will choose your desired path. Whether it's power, speed, mental or magic path. Hearing this, both women agreed right away and accepted their guildmaster's suggestion. They knew he won't do anything to hurt them since he can erase them with a single thought of his. Preemies, still, you should remember the stats that complement each other. Like strength and endurance. In case you have strong raw power but not a strong body, then that very strength will hurt you. Agility and dexterity are same. Even if you have high speed, without dexterity you won't be able to control your fast movements properly and will be clumsy. With this, you get the gist of it. Sumair and Haruka, yes, we do. Preemies, let's come to skills next. The level of skills are divided into amateur, 5 substages basic, 5 substages intermediate, 5 substages advanced, 10 stages expert, 10 stages professional, 10 stages master, 3 stages truth, 2 stages mysterious, 1 stage Preemies, you can increase their levels using skill points and golden skill points. Amateur equals basic equals intermediate, 1 skill point per stage / 1 golden skill point per stage. Advanced equals expert equals professional, 25 skill points per stage / 1 golden skill point per stage. Master equals truth equals mysterious, not applicable. Reinhard, so, last 3 levels can't be reached using any points. Zelrich, it depends solely on your understanding and experience from that point onwards. Preemies, Giving them a few minutes to digest the information, Preemies opened his mouth again. Preemies, next are equipment. As you know that you need a few attribute points to increase your base stats, but equipment can increase them directly. And just like stats and skills, their rarity is also divided into 9 levels. Common +1, 1 random attribute, uncommon +1, 2 random attribute, rare +1, 3 random attribute. Unique +2, 1 chosen attributes, and +1, 1 random skill level, epic +2, 2 chosen attribute, and +1, 2 random skill level, epic set +2, 3 chosen attributes, and +1, 3 random skills level. Set of 5, weapon, chest, legs, hands and feet. Legendary +5, all attributes, and +2, all skill level, legendary set, +10, all attributes, and +3, all skills level. Set of 10, weapon, chest, legs, hands, feet and 4 accessories. Exclusive. Haruka. Sommeier. Reinhard. Zelrich. The entire room turned silent here. They were taking time to process what they just heard. A minute later. All except the old men, the hell. Reinhard, doesn't this mean even with a CC common rarity equipment, I can increase my strength? And we are getting 1 such equipment every day if we complete daily quests. Haruka, why yeah. Though won't it look weird to wear helmet, gauntlet, armor in a modern era like us? Preemies, you can turn on the invisibility feature of your equipment. By doing no one else will be able to see it. Not even you. In case you forget, you just need to check your profile. It will show how many and which equipment you are currently wearing. Looking at each of them one by one, Preemies spoke. Preemies, now, it's your time. As your questions. With this, countless questions were thrown towards Preemies and he started answering them. Like this the rest of the time went by. 2 hours later. Preemies was currently leaning on the railing of the balcony while looking in front. Though there were nothing but clouds in sight. The other 4 were having conversation behind as they were becoming familiar with each other. Still, excitement was visible in their eyes. While he was deep in thoughts, Zelrich separated from them and approached him. Zelrich, by the way, Guild Master. How is your Empress doing? I can't see or sense her near you. Is she back in the world? Guild Master currently is. As Preemies snapped out of his thoughts, a severe ache went through his heart remembering the face of Ophis who was still in deep slumber. Ever since he was able to return to his pocket universe, Preemies always spent an hour or 2 to stay by his Empress' side every day. So, only he knew how much pain he felt seeing her condition. Still, Preemies didn't show any change of expression on his face and nodded. Preemies, yeah. She is doing fine. I will return soon since it doesn't feel good to let her wait for so long. Zelrich, ha ha ha. That's true. And what about your other 3? Preemies, well, they are. Preemies, wait. Other 3. Preemies, what do you mean by other 3? Zelrich, huh? I am talking about your wife, consort and partner. Preemies, partner. Zelrich, well, Eve. Hearing this Preemies narrowed his eyes. Preemies, so, he is talking about Inori. Looks like the Wills of World did some changes again to let the others knows that I have 4 wives now. My Empress, Dragon God. My wife, Goddess of Life. My consort, True Ancestor. And my partner, Eve. Preemies, They are doing good too. Zelrich, glad to hear that. I really wanted to meet them. What about Queen of the Land of Shadows and your daughter? Preemies, she gets some students at my recommendation and is teaching them. As for my daughter, I will let her enjoy 1 more year before starting her education. Zelrich, students recommended by Guild Master must be exceptional. And with Witch of Duinskaith teaching, they will definitely be outstanding in future. As for your daughter, her future will also be brightest compared to what she went through before. Preemies, yeah. After exchanging a few more words, Preemies called. Preemies, you 3 also come here. Stopping their conversation, Sommeier, Haruka, and Reinhard also approached them. Reinhard, what is it, Guild Master? Preemies, Reinhard, in a few days I will post a special mission exclusive to you 1 by 1. In those missions, you will have to travel to other worlds and try to recruit the people I will tell you about. I will be using my means to monitor your entire progress. You will be the one doing the recruiting. In case I think that person is not worthy, I will let you know. When Premies stopped, Reinhard put one hand on his chest and bowed. After all, one way or another, Reinhard was now Premies' knight. And he will definitely follow his own code of conduct. Reinhard, as you command, Guild Master. Premies, One more thing, at minimum 1 minute, at most 30 minutes, you can stay in another world. After that you will be forcefully brought back to your own world. Hence, don't forget that time frame. Reinhard, I understand. Premies, and finally. Instead of continuing, Premies turned his gaze at the clouds in front. Premies, you know, this entire world is created by me. Since our guild is on a mountain, have you ever wondered what is beyond the mountain range? As they were showing a confused expression, the clouds in front of moved away and remaining world appeared. Making everyone's eyes went wide in shock. Pick, World of Guild. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 433, Volume 5, Chapter 49, Meet. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or in another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Every single one of them were fascinated by the world. They still thought that they were in a dream witnessing such a beautiful world in front of them. And this was the world of their guild, means one way or another it's their new home. That's also one of Premies' main intentions while creating this. Giving his members a new home. Since with time, the members of guild will increase and there will definitely be those who didn't like their current world and want to live somewhere else. The place where they can live with their loved ones. By bringing them here, they would also be worry-free for their safety. And they can also live here after their retirement. A suitable place to live and die in peace. Haruka, are those planets and GG galaxies real? The researcher asked in shivering voice. Even though she already knew the answer, she still wanted to confirm. Premies, everything is real. You can even go to those planets yourself if you want. They all gulped in excitement and turned to Premies. Their eyes were filled with reverence, awe, devotion, respect and some other emotions by now. Knowing the person was God is another thing but witnessing his conduct was another. If Premies was not using his power on them right now, then they would have already kneeled to him. Sumayer, we can also find new LL life forms there. Premies, no. Sumayer, why not? Premies, this world is only for guild members. Why should new species or race be there? Even on other planets the only new things you will find are flora, gases, minerals, and stuff. There won't be any fauna or aliens if you are thinking. Reinhard, I see. Though it would still be great if some animals, birds, insects, and fishes will be here. Like rabbits, deer, squirrels, koalas, swans, sparrows, bluebirds, hummingbird, parrots, butterflies, dragonflies, ladybug, jewel beetle, clownfish, seahorse, mandarin fish, cichlid, and many others. Premies, then bring them. Reinhard, Bring them. From our world. Premies, yes. Haruka and Sumayer, really? Premies, Though it would be better to bring them a few days or months before they will be born. Means, while they are still in their eggs or their mother was still pregnant. That passage of time till their birth will be enough for them to adapt to their new home. Haruka and Sumayer, yes. Yes. We will do just that. Reinhard, I will so bring some from my world. Zelrich, I am the same. As humanity evolved, many forests, lands, and rivers are being destroyed and polluted. Even the atmosphere thanks to the harmful gases. As a result, many animals have gone extinct. It would be better to bring the endangered species here so that they wouldn't become extinct too. The two women also nodded their head agreeing with Zelrich and were planning to do the same once returning. Since they were also women of high status, they can do so without much issues. Sumayer, by the way, can we explore the world now, Guild Master? The doctor asked while looking at Premies with smile. Ever since her world got attacked by Gastries, the humans had sealed themselves inside in the cage made of monoliths. Going into nature was dangerous since most of the Gastria resided there. Even though Gastria were no more, nature had mostly been destroyed. Hence, there was not much to see. As a result, the world in front was something she wanted to experience. Knowing her thoughts, Premies nodded. Premies, sure. Saying he waved his hand. In the next instant all four have disappeared and appeared on the grassland in front of lake. Reinhard, it was even faster than blink of an eye. Next, they received the sound transmission. Preemies, don't forget the time ratio of this and your world. After all, your world is also moving. Zelrich, Guild Master, are you not going to join us? Preemies, no. I have some work to do back in my world. So, I am leaving. If you need something, just message me in the guild chat. Zelrich, okay, Guild Master. Have a safe journey. Reinhard and Sumair and Haruka, take care, Guild Master. Preemies, With this Preemies left the guild and returned to Genshin Impact. Opening his eyes, Preemies found himself back in his student Xiangling's room. There was no one else but him. He looked out of the window and saw that it's already night. Standing up from the chair, he walked down the staircase only to be greeted by Xiangling's dad, Chef Mo, who seemed to have sound of stairs creaking and looked back. Seeing Preemies, he was surprised at first before his face turned red with anger as he pointed his finger at him. Chef Mo, why you? If you were upstairs all along, where have you been hiding? After completing her work, Xiangling went to look for you. Because you were not there, she checked every corner of the house before leaving to search for you all over Liyue. Preemies, is that so? Chef Mo, you. I don't know what method you used to make Xiangling worship you as his master, but remember this, I will never let her be near someone like you. So, get out of my house right awa. Preemies, silence. Chef Mo. The chef's closed his mouth hearing Preemies' firm tone. His body got covered in sweat as he noticed Preemies' cold eyes looking down on him as if he was just some pest. Preemies had already tolerated his disrespectful behavior because he was Xiangling's father. Even now, he listening to his words quietly since he was worried for his daughter. But now he was overstepping his boundaries, treating Preemies as nothing but someone who took advantage of Xiangling's innocence and was looking at him as some beggar. Stepping forward, Preemies stopped just in front of him, looked directly his eyes and spoke in icy tone. Preemies, next time you raised your voice at me, it will be your last. Don't think I will show any mercy even if you are Xiangling's father. I have already shown you enough at this point. With this, he walked past him and left the restaurant. Thud. When he was gone, Chef Mo fell on his butt as disgusting, pungent liquid come under from him. He had pissed himself due to fear. Despite the fact that Preemies didn't release any of his aura or pressure, just his stare was enough to dread someone. Not to mention, Chef Mo was just a normal human. Good thing that Wanmin restaurant closed an hour ago, otherwise, customers who have also witnessing the current condition of Chef Mo. Walking out, Preemies started walking around the streets. But one way or another, he was walking towards Xiangling's direction since he already found her location. After strolling for a minute or two he saw her coming out of a shop after checking he was not there. Preemies, Xiangling. Just when she was about to go and check another shop, she heard the familiar voice and turned her head towards it. Seeing him, a sweat smile appeared on her face and rushed towards him before jumping at him. Xiangling, teacher. Catching her, he started patting her head. She then looked up at him and pouted cutely. Xiangling, where you have been, teacher? I told you to wait for me. Preemies, something comes up so I need to leave for a moment. Xiangling, I see. Then it's okay. But please let me know about it next time. I was very worried. Preemies, yes. Yes. Now then, shall we return? Xiangling, Next, they made their way back to Wanmin restaurant. This time, Xiangling hugged his arm between her breast refusing to go. While she was doing so, Guoba hugged Preemies' other leg trying to copy Xiangling. Shaking his head, Preemies sighed and let Xiangling drag him wherever she wanted. Thanks to that, a few minutes back trip turned to more than an hour since his student always pointed at one thing to another and giving him a brief introduction of it. Nevertheless, Preemies didn't mind and enjoyed this peaceful time with his student. Before long, Xiangling got tired and started yawning. Still, she insisted on going. As a result, by the time they returned, Preemies was carrying the sleeping Xiangling in his arms. Inside the restaurant was dark. Preemies' gaze penetrated through all obstacles and saw Chef Mo sleeping his room while shivering occasionally. It seemed that Preemies' fear had been established in his heart. Deciding not to give it much thought, he took Xiangling to her room. Gently placing her on her bed, he removed her shoes, gloves, bow, belts, and some other outer clothes to make her comfortable before covering her with a quilt. He then brought the chair at side of the bed and sat on it while caressing her little head. A smile unconsciously crept on her face as she fell into sweetest dream. Guoba, on the other hand, also fell asleep while leaning on the wall near the door. Preemies then turned in another direction and his gazes passed through all hindrance and fell on the twin sisters who were still at the pavilion and were talking with each other. Let alone Makoto, even Ei was smiling while talking right now. Letting them have their time, Preemies put his attention on his guild. It seems that everyone else had also returned back to their world to complete their work. They also had to complete the daily, monthly, and yearly quests that can only be done in their own world currently. Suddenly, Premies looked at the pigeons who were dozing on the pane of window outside. He thought of something and snapped his finger. Snap. In the next instant, 20% of pigeons in the entire Teyvat disappeared. They all appeared in his guild world. It's true that he told his other members that they should only brought unborn so that they will be able to adapt to new environment, however, it didn't apply on him. He just used his power to make the pigeons he teleported to adapt right away. While the ones that other members will bring won't require Premies' help since they will do so before birth. He then also did some changes in the world so that trees could grow fruits that these birds could eat. By the time he was done, Premies closed his eyes and slumped on the chair while focusing on healing himself. Like this, the entire night passed. Morning. As the light of the sun entered the room and people started their new day, Xiangling woke up while rubbing her sleepy eyes. She had one of the best sleeps of her life. She then raised her body in half-sleepy state and looked around the room. Her eyes then fell on Premies who was sleeping at the chair. At first, she was confused, then she remembered last night and her drowsiness vanished in an instant. Looking at herself and her clothing, she concluded that Premies brought her back. She beamed as her face turned red. Slowly she got up from her bed, trying not to wake Premies up. Without a sound she picked up her clothes and made her way towards the door on her toes. She also picked up Dreaming Guoba before opening the door and leaving silently. When she was gone and the door was closed, Premies who seemed to be napping opened his eyes and looked at the door before closing his eyes again. 4 hours later. Premies walked downstairs and saw Xiangling serving the customers. Once she was done with the plates in her hand, she turned to return to kitchen and saw Premies. Xiangling, you are awake. Good morning, teacher. She said while enthusiastically making his way to him. Premies, morning. He replied while patting her head. At this time, Chef Mo came out of kitchen with a new plate in his hand. Seeing Premies he shivered and lowered his head before trying to walk past Premies. Yet, by the time he was about to, Premies gave a glance to the dish in his hand and his eyes dangerously narrowed. Grabbing Chef Mo's arm, he asked. Premies, stop. Where did you get this meat? Getting surprised, Chef Mo suppressed his fear and replied. Chef Mo, WWE received new supplies of meat every day. That's where it came from. At this time, even Xiangling realized something was wrong. Xiangling, is this meat not fresh or something, teacher? Premies, worse. This is not any animal's meat, it's human. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 434, Volume 5, Chapter 50, In the Dark. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. / / equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Unknown. It was a dark room with 15 people sitting around a huge round table. The people were covered in a dark cloak making it impossible for others to see their appearance. However, their thirsty red eyes could be seen looking in the middle. In very center of the table, there were 2 cages. In the first cage, there was a 16-year-old girl, who was stark naked and extremely beautiful. In the second cage, there was what appeared to be 18-year-old girl, who was also stark naked and extremely beautiful, but what stood out the most were the antlers coming out for her head. Clearly indicating she was half Adeptus. Both were locked in a cage and were looking at these people with fearful gazes after witnessing their crazy eyes that were checking every part of their body. Both girls were trembling uncontrollably as tears fell from their eyes, wondering what fate awaits them. At this time, one of the cloaked figures picked up the wine glass placed in front of him and took a sip before speaking. Cloaked figure 1, everyone helps yourself. This human girl is one of the prettiest girls of Inazuma. I nurtured her with the best food and water. She is educated, dignified and never touched a male before. Not only that, she never even ate any meat before. In other words, her very blood is also very pure. Then he pointed towards the second girl. Cloaked figure 1, as for her, as you all have already guessed looking at her, she is half Adeptus. I found her living in the mountains of Liyue. She is one of the few half Adeptus who have not signed a contract with Rex Lapis. But because she doesn't have any ill intent against the people of Liyue and just wanted to live in peace, Rex Lapis let her be. Cloaked figure 2, so, not only does she receive the same treatment, she also had pure elemental power coursing through her veins. Cloaked figure 1, yes. One of the figures stood up and moved closer before taking a whiff of the girls one by one before his eyes lighting up in delight. Cloaked figure 3, magnificent. Not a single bit of impurity and pure elemental power. Good. 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 Since you are the one who brought them, I will leave the heart of half Adeptus to you, but the heart of this human is mine. The hearts of such top quality products are the best. Hearing this, both girls started shaking even harder. Their eyes were flashing with despair as tears flowed down constantly. The only thing they could do was to pray their respective gods to save them from these beasts. Cloaked figure 4, just do it fast. I am already feeling hungry just by looking at them. By the way, I want her brain. Cloaked figure 5, we shouldn't be hurry. Seeing their frightened look make it more appetizing. And I want her breast, those are the most delicious. Cloaked figure 6, I want the meat of Half-Adeptus with antlers on it. They can be best showcased to decorate my house. Cloaked figure 1, ah. Fine. I will satisfy your carving. Shall we then? Cloaked figure 3, yes. Their face hidden under the cloak turned savage and vicious before they extended their hand that turned into sharp claw and thrust violently, piercing the chests of the girls, before pulling out their hearts. Thrust. Thrust. Splurt. Splurt. Having lost their hearts, both girls twitched slightly as their eyes turned dim and they laid down with life fading away from them. The first and third cloaked figures smiled savagely under their cloak before bringing the hearts to their mouth and took a big bite. Burst. Burst. The blood splattered on their face, but they didn't mind and continued. While they were doing so, others chuckled as one of used its power and chopped the human and Half-Adeptus into pieces and separated onto each other's plates. After finishing eating the human heart, the figure spoke again. Cloaked figure 3, now then, since you brought out such a good quality product to summon us all together, there must be something you want from us. Cloaked figure 1, you're right. Actually, I want all of us to join forces and capture 3 people. Cloaked figure 7, 3 people. Cloaked figure 1, yes. After capturing them, not only will get a share of each of them but we will also become stronger. Cloaked figure 10, who are they? At this, the figure took 3 painting scrolls and placed them in front of him. Next, he opened one of them and passed the painting for others to see. Under the painting were their name and some extra information about them. Then he opened the next painting and let the others to do the same. Once they were done, he opened the last one and showed it them from his seat. Seeing the last one, a tense atmosphere appeared in the room. After a moment of silence, one of them spoke. Cloaked figure 13, I can understand the first 2 but this last one is impossible. Cloaked figure 15, if we join forces, we may have chance of success but more than half of us will definitely die in the process. Others also nodded, fully agreeing with it. Cloaked figure 1, you don't have to worry about it. As you know, I spend a lot of my time going through historical records and ancient runes. Because of that, I get my hands on something that can help us that regard. Cloaked figure 9, is that so? What is it? The figure then explained what he found and how they can proceed. By the time he was done, everyone became excited as the joyous atmosphere returned. They, of course, agreed to join forces. They then continued eating and conversing with each other. Though their hungry eyes were often on the paintings that were laid on the table. They really can't wait to eat such an exquisite food. Liyue Harbor, Wanmin Restaurant. Xiangling had a drastic change in expression after hearing Premi's words. Taking a step back, she covered her mouth in fright while looking at the meat. Premies grabbed her shoulder to calm her somewhat and asked. Premies, have you eaten any? Xiangling, huh? And no. I didn't. I was waiting for teacher to wake up so that we can have breakfast together. Shaking her head hurriedly, Xiangling explained. Shatter. At this time, the sound of the glass breaking was heard. Turning, they saw the broken plate and meat on the floor while Chef Mao dashed into the kitchen. Noticing this, Xiangling followed behind him along with Premies. Inside the kitchen they saw Chef, who was kneeling in front of a dustbin. Barf. Ralph. Hearing this sound, it was enough for them to tell that he was vomiting his stomach out. Realizing the reason right away, Xiangling asked in trembling voice. Xiangling, Dad, don't tell me that you already did. The men didn't respond and kept on puking. Premies, send the other customers away and tell that because of some important reason restaurant need to be closed. Xiangling, but teacher, is it alright? Many of them would have eaten human meat by now. By closing the restaurant, they all will leave. Giving her an eye, he spoke. Premies, do you want them to stay behind and vomit out everything they had eaten? What's the point in that? Right now, the most important thing is to hide this information so that people don't start panicking after realizing what they ate. Xiangling, I understand, teacher. But I don't think customers will like this act. Premies, politely ask them to leave and also refund them for what they had paid. This will cool them down. On top of that, since Wanmin Restaurant is famous throughout Liyue, they will somehow accept it. Xiangling, what if they ask that important reason? Premies, tell them that let alone them, everyone in Liyue will learn about it in an hour or 2. Xiangling, huh? What does that mean, teacher? Premies, you will know. Now, go. Xiangling, oh, okay. She then left the kitchen while dragging Guoba with her, who was patting her dad's back to help him. Once she was gone, Premies turned his attention to Chef Mao and asked, "Premies, how much do you eat?" This made Chef Mao pause of a second before he replied painfully. "Chef Mao, almost 1 kilogram, Premies. Oh, in other words, you ate the portion of 3 to 4 people." Chef Mao, "Yes." "Premies, it's impossible for you to eat so much in the morning." It seems that you started eating since night." He quivered at that and nodded with some difficulty. Chef Mao, "Yes. For some reasons, the vendor who supply us with meat came last night instead of morning. When I asked, he said he will be busy in the morning, hence won't be able to come. So, he was delivering the morning supplies at night for today. Premies, you accepted it right away because he has been delivering you for many years and hence you trusted him." Chef Mao, but before going to bed, I want to check the freshness of the meat since we will be giving it to customers the next day. That's how I found out that not only the meat very fresh but also very juicy. Getting curious, I took a bite. Premies, and you got hooked. Wanting to try how much good it would be after cooking, you did that. Chef Mao, yes. He replied before his face turned pale in disgust and continued throwing up. Premies, how much you have sold till this morning? Chef Mao, 15 to 20 kg, Premies, it's the portion for almost 75 to 80 people. Chef Mao, well. Customers like the meat and order double to eat and some to bring back home. Premies, better not make Xiangling hear this, otherwise, she will blame herself because in one way or another this is her restaurant which sold human meat. Chef Mao, I know, I won't. Hearing this, Premies didn't press forward and disappeared from his spot. A few distance away from Wanmin restaurant, a long blue-haired woman with an appearance of a late teenage girl to her early 20s and black and red horns on her head was standing on top of a roof of a house. Her pink-purple eyes were looking at every person on the street one by one, making sure not to miss anyone. It was as if she was trying to find someone in between the crowd. Failing to find the person she was looking for, she sighed in defeat. She had been trying to locate the person that Ningguang asked her to for the last night. Yet, let alone finding a trace, she didn't see his shadow. If I am having difficulty find him, he must have very good stealth skills. Sighing, she turned to look at another place. Looking for someone, little girl. Suddenly she heard a voice right near her ear. Widening her eyes, she instinctively gathered her power to attack. But then a hand reached her face in an instant. This shocked the woman, realizing that it was too fast and she won't be able to protect herself in time. Though instant of hitting her, the index finger and thumb of the hand grabbed and squeezed her cute little nose. Squish. Eep. Letting out a cute yelp, the girl jumped back and covered her nose. Tears appeared at corner of her eyes as she glared at the person who appeared out of nowhere. Though when she checked his look and appearance, she was stunned and lowered her hands. You are the one I have been looking for. Premies, Seeing Premies unimpressed, the girl hurriedly correctly herself and put a serious front. Hello. I am an emissary of the Liyue Qixing. My name is Ganyu, secretary at the Yuehai Pavilion, and I have come specially to. Premies, tell Ningguang to come to Wanmin restaurant if she wants to meet me. Ganyu, ha. His words caught the woman off guard since she never expected him to know that Ningguang sent her. On top of that, it was first time she had seen someone who blatantly said that Ningguang had to come herself if she wanted to meet him. It was other way around other time. This was in a way stating that Ningguang's position was lower than him. Ganyu, that's. Premies, just deliver the message. The rest is up to her. And. Ganyu. Squish. Ganyu, eep. She yelped again as Premies squeezed her cute nose again. And this time it was too fast for her to even react. By the time she covered her nose again and glared intently in front, she was surprised to see Premies was no longer there. She looked around but failed to find him. Then she received his voice transmission. Premies, if Ningguang agrees to come, I would be happy to see you with her that time. Miss Coco Goat. Hearing the way Premies addressed her, Ganyu's face turned red in embarrassment as she hurriedly left, making sure others wouldn't see her like this. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 435, Volume 5, Chapter 51, Clash of Wills. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or in another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Seeing the embarrassed retreating figure of Ganyu from some distance, Premies decided to return to Wanmin restaurant because he knew he can't leave Xiangling alone for so long. Even though she appeared somewhat calm outside, inside she was very shaken. But then all of a sudden, he stopped himself when he sensed someone approaching. Glancing back, he opened his mouth. Premies, looks like you are done with your reunion. We sure did. Thanks for giving us some time to catch up, my lord, said the first Electro Archon with smile on her face. Nodding, Premies turned his attention to the current Electro Archon who was tagging along. Seeing his gaze, EI bowed and spoke. EI, thank you for reviving, Makoto. I am very happy to meet her again. Hearing this, Premies denied. Premies, your gratitude is not unneeded. I revived her for myself, not for you. EI, I know. But I still want to express my gratitude. Premies. He didn't reply and just looked into her purple eyes which contained genuine sincerity in them. He also noticed that EI was no longer as afraid of him as before. Other time, she started shaking in fear in front of him. It seemed that after talking with Makoto, EI learnt that as long as one didn't do anything like get in his way or overstepped his boundaries, Premies didn't care whatever else she will do. In other words, the decree that she passed through in Izuma that however talk about the Crimson Moon will be executed. Or in case if she killed everyone here except for those who are one or another affiliated with Premies, he didn't care about rest of the masses. Premies, I see. He said and moved his attention back to Makoto. Premies, go to Wanmin restaurant and accompany Xiangling there. She would be very happy seeing you again. Makoto, huh? Did something happen, my lord? Premies, you will know once you will meet her. Makoto, but what about you, my lord? As your maid, it's my duty to stand by your side. I was already away since yesterday. Now that I have returned, I won't leave you alone just after returning. Noticing the determination in her eyes and voice, Premies shook his head and spoke. Premies, you don't need to worry about it. Because in your place, EI will be there. Makoto and EI, This caught both the sisters off guard. They never expected Premies to say such things. Makoto was the first to collect herself and looked at her sister. Noticing different expression appeared on EI's usual cold face, she chuckled and agreed. Makoto, okay, my lord. With EI by your side, I don't need to worry. She said and turned to leave. But then as if she remembered something, a mischievous smile appeared on her face as she looked at Premies and said. Makoto, I forgot to mention, EI sucks at cooking. So, it would be better if Lord don't ask her to brew and make something for you to eat. Premies, oh. He raised one of his brows after hearing that while EI lips twitched at this. EI, oi, Makoto. Stop, can't insult my cooking skills. I learnt a lot while you were away. Makoto, yes, yes. I believe you. Hee hee. Laughing, Makoto walked away leaving the begrudging EI behind. Premies also shook his head and decided to check some more shops to confirm whether they also received human meat. With Makoto by Xiangling's side, she would be able to calm her somewhat for time being. But then, all of a sudden, his movements stopped. Premies, interesting. He then raised his head and looked in a particular direction. His gaze soon penetrated through everything in his way. However, things were different this time. Premies' gaze this time even break through the universe layer, passed through many parallel worlds before reaching a new place. But instead of seeing a beautiful world or advanced civilization, cultivation world, what greeted Premies was an abyss. An abyss that will devour everything. People will lose any hope of survival just by looking at it. No matter where one look, one won't be able to see anything except this endless darkness. Premies, on the other hand, just kept on looking at the center of this abyss with calm expression. It was as if he was looking at something. But there no response. Hence, like this time went by. Seconds turned to minutes. Minutes turned to hours. Hours turned to days. Days turned to months. Months turned to years. Yet, Premies didn't move his attention and kept on looking at same spot. More years passed and finally someone made an appearance in this abyss. It was a creature whose entire body was still hiding. Only a dim light inside its mouth could be seen. However, Premies can see its entire appearance. This creature was enormous. So humongous that it can easily swallow the whole sun in one gulp. Premies, on the hand, was smaller than ant in front of it. Both parties kept on staring at each other without bothering to start any conversation. Though the creature didn't show any / sign or movement, inside it was surprised that Premies not saw it looking at Genshin Impact, world from beyond universe layer, but it also followed its gaze and reached its world. Not only that but all those years, Premies' eyes were on it even when it was hiding in this abyss. In other words, he knew its exact location all this time. This devouring abyss didn't do anything to hinder his sight. Next, both parties kept on staring at each other. Time again went by and there was finally a movement after a few years of staring contest. Boom. Both remained standing on their spot but the space between them exploded all of a sudden. It was not the end, more explosions started occurring in this abyss one by one. Boom. 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 It was not the clash of physical power or energy-type power. It was the clash of their wills. Yes, you heard it right. Both were clashing each other with their wills alone. The shockwave released from their clash was absorbed by the abyss. In case this clash was happening somewhere else, then countless planets, stars, solar systems, galaxies would have been destroyed. That's how strong each of their will was. They kept on going this for who knows how long before finally stopping. Neither party moved from their spot during the whole time. They were still staring at each other like before. At this time, the corner of Premi's lips rose a little as he opened and moved his mouth. There was no sound, but the creature read his lips and knew what Premi spoke. It surprised it even more. Then, without waiting for the creature's response, Premi's cut the connection and returned. The creature on the other hand kept on looking at spot Premi's was a moment ago before decided its next course of action. Premi's returned back to Genshin Impact world. Well, he never left in the first place. He only projected his mind in that world while meeting that creature face to face. There was a slight smile on Premi's face as he thought back to their clash. Why? Because even though it's true that Premi's and creature only fought with each other with their wills, the creature was different. Premi's can tell that he was not fighting with a single but countless will altogether. Yes, that creature had countless wills inside it. At this time, Premi sensed that creature gaze again from its world. Though this time, it was not on anyone on this Genshin Impact world but on him and him alone. He can feel deep curiosity in that gaze this time. Premi's, to think even that world is also part of this planar war. Regardless, it's too bad that creature can't participate in it. After all, it has already reached to the point that. His thoughts were cut short when Premi's heard a sigh near him. I take back my words. I really can't leave you alone, my lord. Deciding to ignore the creature's gaze for now, Premi's moved his head and saw Makoto, who seemed to have returned by his side and was looking at him with wry smile. He also noticed Ei back in front of him as if trying to guard him. Raising one of his brows, Premi's looked around and saw that they were surrounded by the soldiers who were pointing their spears at them with the wary expression on their face. Not minding their actions, Premi's looked past them and saw civilians unconscious on the ground with pale face. Premi's, it seems that a tiny bit of my will was also released and hit Liyue Harbor. Even though Vision Holder will be able to remain conscious somehow, normal people can't. Premi's, how long was I standing still? Makoto, an hour. Premi's, Thanks to time dilution, our years of clash was only an hour here. At this time, guards parted and someone walked out. Do you mind following us for a chat? It will be easy for both of us. It was a woman with long lavender hair that fades into pale blue at the tip, styled in two buns resembling cat ears. Her dress was white at the top with a thick, dark blue piece of fabric around its side adorned by a large gold piece, purple feathers, a single golden feather and white flowers on it. Seeing Premi's lack of response, the woman spoke again. As long as you are innocent, we won't make things difficult for you. I can guarantee that in my name is Keqing, the Yuheng of the Qixing. Even while introducing herself, she didn't let go of the sword which she was holding tightly in her hand. She was ready to resort to force in case he didn't agree. Nevertheless, Premi's disregard her words and checked the situation of people in the whole Liyue. Not a big deal for him while still remaining on this spot. After a fraction of a second, Premi's confirmed that even if the civilians were unconscious, none of them were dead. That must be one of the main reasons why Keqing didn't attack right away. He also noticed Ningguang and Ganyu who were making their way to his location. But then he raised his head and glanced towards the different direction of those who were looking at him from some distance. One of them was a massive deer. Second one was a large crane with black and orange feathers down in front of them with orange eyes. Third one was also a crane in white with blue, gold, and black plumage. Underneath her eyes are red markings, like that of Morax. Fourth one was a guy with dark medium-length hair with teal undertones, which was swept in front of his ears. Fifth one was Madame Ping. And the last one was Geo Archon, Morax. In other words, currently every Adepti, Yaksha, and Archon were looking at scene to see how it will unfold. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 436, Volume 5, Chapter 52, Return of Shadows. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or in another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Premi's had no intention of going where Keqing wanted to take him for investigation or something. He had more important things to do. Like returning back and accompany his student since Makoto was still here. As he had been away from Xiangling for more than an hour when situation was not good at her side, he must make haste. Putting his hand on his chin, he started pondering about something. Premi's, so, How should I tackle this situation? Should I call her Shares of the Thunder? Though I am sure even if I order her to hold back, the entire Liyue harbor will still be rumble with no survivors in the end. As he was murmuring under his breath, Makoto and Ei who were close to him of course heard this and shivered. They had experienced the might of her Shares of the Thunder firsthand. They even felt that she was just playing with them and didn't take that fight seriously. Hence, calling her here would mean, Ei, you don't need to bother yourself with these small matters, the CRI mean your excellency. I will handle it. Coming out of his thoughts, Premies heard Ei and looked at her as something appeared in his mind. He then approached her and brought his mouth near her ear. Ei flushed slightly when she felt his breath on her ear. Then he spoke something which made her widen her eyes as she turned to look at him with incredulous expression. But in the next moment something unexpected happened. Makoto. Kaching. All soldiers. Adepti. Yiksha. Morex. They looked dumbfounded at the kissing Premies and Ei. Yup, heard it right, they were kissing. Premies was still in his thoughts when he said something to Ei while Ei was shocked at his words and turned to confirm what he just said. As a result, their lips met. The hell? I will kill you, bitch. This made Premies retuned back to himself as he gently held Ei's shoulder and made her took a step back from him. Although they kissed just now, Premies remained calm and indifferent like always. As if nothing happened. His attention was at what he heard and sensed. Premies, the first one belonged to System Spirit. It seems that even if it was current absorbing the rewards, it is still aware about what is happening outside. Second was the creature that is looking at me from its world. Our kiss just now made it curious. As for the last one. Pausing, he glanced at his shadow which seemed to have light shade of purple. Premies, looks like you will be first one to recover and awake, Satella. Ei. Raising his head, he looked at Ei whose face had turned red as she covered her mouth with one of her hands. It was her first kiss. Makoto who was standing behind Premies saw all of this and her lips twitched. For the first time, she was feeling envy and jealous of her sister. Not minding this atmosphere, Premies spoke. Premies, take care of what I just said. Ei. The first Electro who was still in daze after what she just experienced nodded her head unconsciously. Next, he gave an eye to Makoto. Premies, you know what to do. Makoto, yes, my lord. Trying to suppress the feelings in her heart, Makoto nodded as Premies walked towards the direction of Wanmin restaurant. Kaching, wait. We are not done yet. The Yuheng of the Liyue Qixing whose face was also slight red after witnessing such scene didn't forget her duty and stepped forward to prevent Premies from leaving. Ei, I am your opponent. Finally, the Electro Archon stepped forward and waved her left hand. Zap. An electric line was created before it exploded into some kind of eye. Kaching, ugh. Soldier 1, ga. Soldier 2, ah. Soldier 3, auh. It not only hit Kaching but also all the soldiers that were standing in Premies' way and were sent flying. By the time Kaching got back on her feet, Premies and Makoto were no longer there. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Ei in front. Kaching, so, that's your answer. Electro Archon didn't bother replying to her as a purple polearm appeared in her hand. Ei, now let me witness the might of Liyue Harbor. Morex, mind giving a proper explanation to me on this, ball. Rex Lapis was witnessing the whole ordeal from distance. He was of course surprised seeing two Raiden Shoguns. Even though he had met the twins in one of the Seven's occasional reunions, it was a long time ago. Then he witnessed how Ei displayed her power and threw those people away who stood in Premies' way and said she wanted to witness Liyue Harbor might. This was a provocation to him for an Archon of another nation to come challenge him in his own. And knowing her might, he decided to show itself and accept this. But then Makoto appeared in front of him and told him not to. As for the reason he agreed with her and decided not to move for now was because she guaranteed no one will die. Makoto, which explanation you need? Zhongli, let's start with why both of you are here. I can ignore it was only you but now even Beelzebul is here. Anyone would be wary thinking there might be a war. Makoto, war. Huh. Then you must already know that war has already begun, Morex. What's happening all around Teviat is just a continuation of past battles. Zhongli. Geo Archon turned silent at this. He also knew that. Ever since Celestial opened the 7 seats and Archon War commenced, it was never in peace. Everyone thought that after the 7 were established, the war came to an end. But the 7 knew it didn't. Behind the scene, in the dark, it was still going on. Makoto, as for the reason we are here, don't you already have the answer? At this, the figure of Premies appeared in his mind. Zhongli, it's him. Huh. Just who is that mortal exactly to be able to make you both sisters follow him? At this Makoto sighed inwardly. Makoto, if someone like Lord can be called mortal, then what should we call ourselves? Makoto, don't ask that question, Morex. Trust me, you don't want to know. This made Zhongli narrowed his eyes but didn't press her since he knew Makoto won't open her mouth. Zhongli, my next question is, why are you still alive, Ball? Makoto, what do you mean? Zhongli, in the Cataclysm 500 years ago, I saw you dying in Beelzebul's arms. That's the question that had been plaguing him ever since he saw her. He heard that Dendro Archon and Hydro Archon also died at that time. But because he was too busy getting rid of those monsters who were attacking Liyue, he didn't have time to confirm it. Sighing, she replied. Makoto, I didn't die that time. A trace of life was still left in me. Beelzebul also realized that and took me back to Inazuma as fast as possible. There I hit something that can be life-saving at a critical moment. Hence, I re-emerged just a few months ago after recovering from my injuries. As expected from First Electro, she came up with a make-up story already. After all, it would be too shocking to hear that she died and revived. In case she would say that, Zhongli will soon point out who was responsible for her resurrection. After all, in this world, there were two beings capable of accomplishing this deed. First was Celestia. Second, the thing that appeared a year ago. The thing that sent terror to every inhabitant of this world even now, the Crimson Moon. Makoto, while I was recuperating, Beelzebul took care of Inazuma in my stead. As for why I am not in Inazuma and with him, I don't want to talk about it. Morex accepted the explanation for now and nodded. Zhongli, fine. Next question, what is Beelzebul's intentions in challenging the people of Liyue Harbor? Makoto, the people of Liyue Harbor are not the only ones. She will make sure that Adepti will also join this fight against her. Zhongli, why? Makoto, they have rested enough in this peace. It's time for them to get up again and be prepared for the upcoming enemy. Hearing this, Morex's expression turned grave. Zhongli, what kind of enemy? Instead of answering, Makoto turned her head towards the direction of sea. Morex also followed to where she was looking and realized it. Zhongli, Ojal. Huh. Then I guess I won't mind if Beelzebul give a beating to these mortals and Adepti. It will wake them up from their laziness. Ball nodded. Though her nod was for the last sentence. She never said that the enemy was Ojal. Next, both turned their head towards the fight that was going on below. Though it seemed that Rex Lapis was not done. Zhongli, one last question. Makoto, go on. Zhongli, ever since you come to Liyue, you and that mortal were close to each other. People even calling you both as couple, and I can also see some feelings inside your eyes. But now instead of you, it was your sister that kissed him. So, I was wondering. He stopped his words in a midway as he saw a vein that appeared on Makoto's forehead before dark aura started coming out of her. At this time, he realized that he had stepped on landmine after witnessing the smile that had appeared on Makoto's face. That smile sent a chill down his spine as he started sweating profusely. Makoto, you know what, Morex? It's been years since I last fought. So, I am feeling somewhat rusty after waking up. Can you join me for a short spar? Taking some steps back, Zhongli answered. Zhongli, can I say no? Makoto, no. While this was going on the other side, Premies was making his way back towards his student place. In the way, he saw many unconscious people lying on the ground or at whatever they were doing before. He saw the guards and vision holders who were helping them back to their home. Though looking at these guards' eyes, it was easy to tell that they were forcing themselves to stay awake. After all, not all guards have visions. It was thanks to their sheer will that prevented them from following the example of civilians. All of a sudden, Premies turned and entered into an alley and slowed down his footsteps. Swoosh. 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 Then when there was no one around, some shadows jumped from one rooftop to another, one wall to another, one house to another and reached Premies. They had something shiny in their hands. From closer look one can see that it was knife or dagger. And from their clothes that covered them from head to toe, it was clear to guess that they were assassins sent to kill him. Now the question, who would send assassin after him? Obviously, it was those young masters who saw the couple before and coveted Makoto for her beauty. At another time, they won't dare to do something like this in the city. However, now that guards were busy with taking care of the residents, they got this opportunity to launch the attack. And with the power of elements that they were using to move was a proof that they were vision holder even if they were hiding it under their clothes. With their swiftness and experience, they reached Premies in an instant and launched their attacks at all of his vital spots altogether. They wanted to end this one go. This was their intention. Though it won't be fulfilled. Why? Because in an instant Premies' shadow turned purple, rose and covered him in all direction. The assassins were surprised at this but they were too late to pull back. Hence, their weapons struck the shadows which absorbed these weapons instantly. This shocked them as their instincts shouting at them to run. Their instincts had saved their lives many times before, so they trusted it and decided to retreat. But it was too late. Before they could even react, the shadows came out and held all of them in the place. Soon, the entire area was engulfed in shadows. Dread soon appeared in the assassins' eyes as they released their elemental power. But it was to no avail. They could look at Premies in despair and regret their decision of accepting this bounty as the shadows swallowed them. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 437, Volume 5, Chapter 53, Might of Raiden Shogun. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Once all the assassins were absorbed into shadows, it retreated and returned to Premies' normal shadow. The alley becomes silent again. Premies, looks like you are already awake. Satella, I do. Just a few minutes ago. Premies, I see. Satella, I really miss you a lot, Prime. And I am sorry, ***. Premies, for what? Satella, I couldn't Sob help you back then hack, the only thing I could do was watch Sob as you three died by that thing's hand, one by one hick hack Sob. Hearing her sorrowful cry, Premies sighed deeply. Even though he cut the connection of his other subordinates, Satella, who was always resided in his shadow, of course watched the whole ordeal from beginning to his death. Satella, Sob, I was just too afraid hick to even move after witness that thing. Hick hack, I had never felt Sob such hopelessness, despair, desperation, despond, anguish, misery hick in my entire life. It was as if hick Sob *** as if hack I have met my maker. Sob. Premies remained silent. He didn't offer any comforting words because he knew Satella didn't want that. She just wanted to vent all of her sorrow and pain in her heart. Hence, he let her. Even though he knew he should rush back to Xiangling, he can't just leave Satella in hanging. So, he waited for her to calm down while hearing her cry. On the other side. Kaching, ha. The Yuheng of the Liu Qixing swung her blade multiple times while using her elemental power, which boosted her speed even further. Humph. Still, Ei simply dodged all of her attacks with hardly any efforts. Inferior. Hearing this caused Kaching to lose some of her composure and her steps stopped. Because of that, Ei moved her polearm and struck at her head. In the last second, Kaching used her electro-element powers again and jumped back to maintain some distance. However, the moment her feet landed on the ground, Ei was already in front of her and thrusted her weapon forward. This made Kaching widen her eyes in shock since it was too fast. Still, she somehow managed to react in time by moving her body to the side. Nevertheless, the polearm still managed to hit her left arm, creating a cut. Kaching, ah. As blood started leaking out of the cut, Kaching gritted her teeth to suppress the pain before gathering her elemental power into her sword. Next, she used her strongest move by unleashing the power of lightning. She moved extremely fast, bent into the shadow of her blade and struck a series of thunderclap blows simultaneously that deal multiple instances of electro-elemental attacks. Shin. 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 Boom. 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 As her signature move, of course, she was confident it was enough to turn the tide of battle. But to her horror, Ei dodged every single one of her strikes without exception. And when her afterimages exploded, Ei disappeared from her sight. In that second when Kaching was shocked and paused, Ei was behind her and slashed. Shin. Splurt. Kaching, ka. A diagonal slash appeared on her back from right shoulder to left waist. Blood started gushing out of it. Not willing to give up yet, Kaching twisted her body and swung her blade. Slash. Clang. Ei easily parried it. Ei, how futile. Kaching. She attacked again with more force. Clang. Ei, disappointing. Kaching, tch. Just who are you? Instead of answering, Ei thrusted forward her polearm. Dang. Bring her sword in front, Kaching blocked it but the force behind it overpowered her and she was thrown back. Kaching, no. Ei, I have seen enough. She spoke in cold voice as she blurred and did one swing at Kaching. Though it seemed to have missed. But then. Slash. 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 Multiple slashed appeared and hit Kaching body from many different spots and angles. Kaching, aaaaah. Her painful scream resounded and she fell on the ground completely unconscious. Thud. She was covered in many deep cuts and blood was leaking out of them non-stop. Nevertheless, Ei didn't care about it and turned away since she knew that Kaching condition wasn't life-threatening. As the soldiers around were looking at her with fear, she ignored them and looked at those in distance. Ei, are you all going to come on your own? Or should I? Once her voice fell, at first there was nothing for a minute but then 5 high-level powers came out of nowhere and landed around Ei. Swoosh. 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 Bang. 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 You really are too arrogant just because you are somewhat stronger than other mortal. The first one to step out was a massive deer. He was one of the Adeptus live in Juayan Karst, Moon Carver. He was also the one who spoke just now. The second one was a large crane with black and orange feathers down in front of them with orange eyes. He was another Adeptus living in Juayan Karst, Moon Shaper. The third one was also a crane in white with blue, gold, and black plumage. Underneath her eyes are red markings, like that of Morax. She was the third Adeptus living in Juayan Karst, Cloud Retainer. Fourth one was a guy with dark medium-length hair with teal undertones, which was swept in front of his ears. He was the last Guardian Yiksha summoned by Rex Lapis to fight the demons that spawned from the remains of defeated gods after the Archon War. He stayed at Wangshu in a Dihua Mars which was built by Liu Qixing to give this Yiksha a place to stay and rest as he carries out his duty. His name was Xiao. The fifth and the last one was none than the elderly lady with her gray hair tucked in a low bun. She was also an Adeptus and the one Premies and Makoto had seen before, Madame Ping. The pressure coming from the 5 Adepti were too much that the soldiers around had their face turned pale. Still, they were excited to see the legendary Adepti who had not made their appearance for years. While they were feeling pressure, Ei was unfazed. In Archon War, she had faced gods far stronger than these 5 Adepti combined. On top of that, recently she had also fought the Hershers of the Thunder. The power she held was still livid in her mind. As for the Crimson Moon, let's not talk about him. It would be an insult to even compare him to them. Moon Shaper, what can we expect from a mere mortal with her minuscule brain? You all stay away. One will give her the satisfying punishment for looking down on us. Madame Ping, ho ho. Youngsters these days are really full of energy. To even dare to challenge the Adepti. Cloud Retainer, yeah. But we shouldn't punish her. Since she is still a child and doesn't mature enough. Let's forgive her if she apologizes. During the whole fight with Kaching, Ei didn't use her elemental or divine power. She defeated her using her martial arts only. Otherwise, Adepti would have sensed her divine power and had realized right away she was not a mortal but god. Hence, right now they were only treating her as some rude child. Xiao, let's get this over with fast. Seeing them having casual conversation with one another, the Yiksha interrupted them. He really wanted to return back to Wangshu into rest. For the last day, the Adepti had been trying to find the source of the power they felt before. But their investigation came to no avail. Therefore, they planned to return to Juayan Karst to talk about this matter. Moon Shaper, humph. One still thinks a punishment is needed. But if this mortal kneeled and asked for forgiveness, one will forgive her folly. At this other agreed and turned to Ei. As if waiting for her to kneel. However, to their bewilderment, she did no such thing. On the contrary, she replied in cold tone. Ei, kneel before you. Are you even worthy? All Adepti. This answer of her surprised not only Adepti but even the soldiers around them. This was the first time that someone talked to Adepti like this. Moon Shaper, enough. One will make her pay for it. This time others didn't try to defend Ei this time and just shook their head in disappointed while looking at her. Just when Moon Shaper stepped forward, she spoke again. Ei, I don't have time to take care of you all one by one. Come together so that it will be over soon. Moon Carver. Moon Shaper. Cloud Retainer. Madame Ping. Xiao. All soldiers. No one expected such words. Challenging a single Adeptus was already too much, yet here someone was challenging all of them together. For a second, they even started wondering whether they were hearing thing. Moon Shaper, foolish mortal. One won't forgive you even if you ask for forgiveness now. Ei, I don't need your forgiveness. You should worry about yourself whether you would still be standing after everything was over. She said and slashed her polearm outward. Slash. Crack. Shatter. The space behind her cracked and the entire area around them started cracking like glass. Cloud Retainer, this is. As they looked around, they saw that the world around them suddenly engulfed in darkness. Madame Ping, a realm. Once Madame Ping muttered those words, everyone's expression turned solemn. As they took a step forward, as the dark ground beneath him suddenly pulsed. Soon after, red sparked underneath him, as it expanded circumference, revealing an ashen ground that stretched for eternity. They noticed the imprints on the ashen ground beneath them were forming some kind of symbol. Boom. Next, multiple towers suddenly forced their way upwards through the earth, with some rising high into the sky, while some stopped shorter. The towers had a visible red hue as they were torii gates used to ward off magic and also be used as protection from evil spirits. Ei, be prepared. Hearing this familiar voice, they turned and saw holding her stance with polearm in her arm. Moonshaper, you are an adeptus like us. That's the conclusion they had reached. Because only adeptus, god, or archon are capable of creating their own realm. And they would never believe that an archon will come to harm Liyue while Rex Lapis was still protecting it. Nevertheless, instead of answering, Ei moved at the speed that far surpassed which she used against Keqing. In an instant she was in front of Madame Ping and slashed. Slash. Clang. But Xiao intercepted her with his spear. Though the force behind Ei's attack made him gritted his teeth as he nearly fell on one of his knees. While it was happening, Ei pointed her free hand behind her right shoulder and released a blast of electro. There was no one there at the beginning. But the moment Cloud Retainer appeared, she was directly hit by that blast. Zap. Bang. Cloud Retainer, arg. Caught off guard, Cloud Retainer took the full blunt of that attack. Ei, predictable. She said and disappeared from her spot. When she did so, in her place many rocks fell. Mooncarver stomped his legs on the ground to launch that attack but Ei dodged it. With her speed, she was already above Mooncarve, and smashed her foot at his head. Bam. Mooncraver, AUH. Bang. Crack. This resulted in its head smashed down on the ground making cracks on it. Next, she let go of her polearm which spun in front of her. Ei, strike dead. Zap. Moonshaper, coup. Madame Ping, ah. Mooncraver, GRGH. There was an electro burst which hit not only the Moonshaper and Madame Ping who tried to lend hand to Mooncraver but it also hit the Mooncraver under her feet. Next, grabbing her polearm, Ei did an upward slash in front. Slash. Ding. It deflected Zhao's attack and pushed him back in air. Putting strength in her legs, Ei jumped and appeared front of him in an instant. Then both started to attack each other with their weapon. Slash. Cling. Thirst. Clang. Shin. Dang. They exchanged countless moves in a matter of seconds before Ei deflected another one of Zhao's attacks before twisting her polearm and used it backside to hit him at his chest. Xiao, ugh. Swoosh. Bang. He then smashed on the ground below as Ei's feet lightly connected with the ground again. She then gathered some power into her polearm and swung in front. Whiz. Bang. Cloud Retainer, AAH. The white crane who covered herself in an ammo to launch her attack was directly hit by Ei attacks. Like this the rest of the battle kept on going. Outside. It's been an hour since Ei and Adepti disappeared. Soldiers had already taken Keqing away for medical treatment while waiting patiently. They knew that Adepti can create their own realm, hence they thought that they took Ei's there so that Liyue won't have to face the destruction due to the battle at Adeptus level. As they were waiting and talking among themselves, all of a sudden, the space wrapped and all of them returned. However, in the next second, all the soldiers' eyes were filled with dread and horror as they witnessed the scene in front of them. Ei was standing with only some pieces of clothes torn while she herself was with barely any injury. On the other hand, the Adepti were lying unconscious on the ground while fully covered in injuries. Clearly means that Ei not only fought all 5 Adepti alone but she even emerged victorious. This is Ei's true might. The might of Electro Archon, Raiden Shogun. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 438, Volume 5, Chapter 54, Bloodlust. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view i.e. POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. An hour ago. Ningguang and Ganyu were hurriedly making their way towards the source of commotion. They, of course, felt a residue fragment of Primeval which made almost all people of Liyue to fall unconscious. By the time they reached their destination, they witnessed how they all Adepti absorbed into Ei's plane of euthymia. Worriedly Ganyu stretched her hand towards Cloud Retainer direction and shouted. Ganyu, Cloud Retainer. However, it was too later since they disappeared from their spot. She could only lower her hand in defeat while looking at the place her parent was a second ago. Ningguang also saw that and was surprised seeing Adepti making their appearance after so many years. At this time, one of soldiers noticed Ningguang and hurriedly approached her. Then he explained what actually transpired here before her arrival. This greatly shocked her as she hastily made her way towards the injured Keqing. Ningguang, Ganyu. Hurry, come here. Snapping out of her thought, Ganyu rushed to her side and saw Keqing condition. Ganyu, Lady Ningguang, this. Ningguang, heal here fast. Her condition is getting worse at each passing second. Ganyu, Right way. Next, she joined her hand and invoked her Adeptus power. She was soon surrounded by golden aura before she pointed towards Keqing. The aura engulfed Keqing and started healing her injuries at the speed of naked eyes. But then... Zap. Bang. Ganyu, NGH. A purple bolt came out of Keqing and pushed Ganyu away as if preventing her from mending Keqing wounds too fast. Ningguang, Ganyu. Ganyu, I am, okay. Hearing this, Tianquan of the Liu Qixing let out a sigh of relief before returning her attention to Keqing, who was only left with light injuries. Ningguang, what was that just now? Ganyu, that thunderbolt was purer and stronger than a normal electro element. The only one who can capable of using such pure elementals are Adepti and gods. Ningguang, what are you trying to say that the woman Keqing faced was an Adeptus? Ganyu, the possibility is high, Lady Ningguang. The atmosphere turned tense at this. Both women had solemn expression on their face. There was one more thing that Ganyu didn't mention. As a half-Adeptus and the one you spent almost 2,000 years with other Adepti in Jueyun Karst, Ganyu recognized right away that it was not the Adepti who pulled EI into a realm but was another way around. Hence, she was having a very bad feeling about it. Ganyu, Cloud Retainer, please be safe. While Ganyu was praying for Cloud Retainer safety, Premies had returned to Wanmin restaurant. Once he entered, Xiangling jumped at him and hugged him tightly while crying her eyes out. She was already in a lot of pressure because of human meat incident, but when her father fell unconsciousness all of a sudden and was not responding to her call, it made her panic even more. Thankfully, just when she was about to have a mental breakdown, Premies returned. He then heard everything his student had to say before making her let go of her worry by promising her that her father was fine and would wake up after some rest. Once she relaxed, all of her mental fatigue hit her right away and she soon fell asleep in his arms. Next, Premies sent Chef Mao back to his room before returning Xiangling's room with her in his embrace. Hence, right now, he was sitting on the bed while the owner was sleeping peacefully with her head lying peacefully on Premies' lap and her hands were hugging her friend Guoba. Guoba also played a big role in keeping Xiangling's sanity insane till Premies' return. While Premies' fingers were passing through his student hairs, his attention was towards the direction where the battle was currently happening. It might be difficult for others to see it since EI took them to her realm, Premies' eyes can easily see it. Witnessing how EI was overpowering them, Premies started talking with Satella to pass some time. Premies, so, even if you are awake, you still don't recover enough to come out yet. Satella, For now, I can only see what is happening outside and order my shadows to protect you. Though you might have already noticed that my power is weaker compared to before. Mostly because I am still recovering. As for the reason I wake up faster. Premies, that because even if you are under me, my guardians are more connected to the world they are guarding. In you, Witches of Sin's case, it's multiverse library. Since multiverse library is fully restored, its energy and essence can now focus on reviving its guardians. That's how I made the relationship between a world and its guardians in the first place. Satella, I see. That explained everything. That's how I wait a minute. Revive. Prime, did you mean resurrection from dead? Premies, yes. Satella. Premies, all those under me are connected with me. In case any of you die, it won't affect me much. However, if I perish, you all will follow along. That's what happened. When I died at that being's hand. Satella, all of us disappeared too. Premies, exactly. And with my return, you are back too. Satella. Premies, are you angry that you died because of me? Satella, no. I am glad. Premies, oh. Satella, when we decided to come with you, we are prepared for it. On top of that, I don't want to live in a world without you, Prime. So, I am more than happy to follow you even in death. Premies. Satella, and to be able to see you the first thing after waking was the best I could ever ask for. Premies. Satella, after all. I love you, Prime. And I will do anything for you and will go where you go. Premies, I see. With this, the rest of time went in silence. An hour later. EI returned triumphant while Adepti were laying on the ground in defeat. As everyone in the scene were looking at the spectator in front with horrified expression, there an anxious shout. Ganyu, Cloud Retainer. The half-Adeptus ran towards the heavy injured Cloud Retainer. As she crouched down near her and checked her, her eyes were soon covered with mist. She had never seen Cloud Retainer in such condition before. Ningguang, it's you. The Tianquan of Liu Qixing was shocked seeing EI. She had seen Makoto with Premies before. And since Ei and Makoto are twins, she thought of her as Makoto. Though before she could say anything else, an angry shout resounded all of a sudden. Master! How dare you? Thrust! An ice spear came out of nowhere and aimed for Ei. Ei, clang. Too bad that such attack was not enough to catch Ei's off guard. She easily parried it and looked at the perpetrator in front. The person who attacked was a young woman with braided silver hair with black hair gradients with a black and white hair accessory on her right side of the head and wore a black bodysuit with a white top and wore red tassels and a red tassel earring. She was wearing red ropes around her that tied into a bow and held her cryovision. Ei, and who might you be? I am Shinha. Cloud Retainer Disciple. Ei, is that so? Even your master can't do anything against me and was lying down there. What can you possibly accomplish on your own? Shinha, you. Not liking the fact how her master was insulted, Shinha started swinging her spear rapidly with her full power. Clearly intending to kill. Slash. Clang. Thrust. Ding. Shin. Kring. Nevertheless, no matter which angle or spot she attacked, Ei casually parried and deflected all of her moves without even bothering moving from her spot. Shinha was one of the strongest mortals in this world due to her long-term years of training and discipline through the Adepti's teachings. Yet, in the end, she was just a mortal who didn't even reach Adeptus level. Hence, how could she possibly be an opponent of an Archon who far surpassed Adepti? As a result, Ei didn't even take her seriously and soon got bored. Ei, what a waste of time. Saying this, she deflected another one of Shinha's attack and zoomed past her. Shin. Boom. Shinha, ARGH. After a bit of silence, Shinha's body burst into electro, causing her to fall on the ground as her vision started fading away in darkness. Ningguang. Ganyu. All soldiers. The people around were looking at the scene in shocked. They of course felt Shinha pressure when she was on offensive. But then in the next instant, Ei defeated her with just one move. They can even see that she didn't even broke a sweat to take care of Shinha. Ningguang and Ganyu who were standing together also aghast witnessing this and the half-adeptus asked in trembling voice. Ganyu, Lady Ningguang. Ningguang, why yes. Ganyu, a moment ago, you said, it's you. Does this mean you know who this WW woman is? Ningguang, I do, you know the man I told you look for. The one who sent you back with a message. Ganyu, I know. What does he have to do with her? Ningguang, from the intel I have gathered, that man and this woman are, couple. Ganyu, wah. Ei. Let alone Ganyu, even Ei who heard it with her sharp hearing was shocked. Though she didn't show it on face. She was barely here in Liyue for a day and there was already a rumor about her like this. Then she remembered a kiss between her and Premies that happened before and a light blush appeared on her face which she hurriedly hid. She then gave it some thought and concluded that the rumor must be about Premies and Makoto. This calmed her somewhat. Then she recalled the look Makoto was giving her once Premies departed. At that time, she was too preoccupied with kiss that she didn't give much thought. But now that she looked back. Ei, could it be that instead of Makoto the one, the Crimson Moon, kissed first was me? Unconsciously, the corner of her lips rose a little and she felt somewhat content inside. Though it was short-lived as she felt a terrifying bloodthirsty feeling behind. Returning to her cold look, Ei looked back and noticed a red aura coming out of her Shinha. Though, Ei only rose one of her brows at it, Ganyu's face turned pale. Ganyu, this is bad, Lady Ningguang. We should retreat from here. Ningguang, huh? Why? Ganyu, I heard of bits and pieces about her from Cloud Retainer. From she told me that, Shinha can be quite ferocious. Whenever her temper gets the better of her, she is likely to start obliterating her surroundings. Ningguang, you are saying that the bloodlust she is releasing right now means she is about to go berserk. Ganyu, I am afraid so. Ningguang, then let's hurry and leave. Though her words were cut short as she saw someone who was approaching Ei. Ningguang and Ganyu, him. Back to the battlefield. Premies, well. What do we have here? A beast who is about to go rampage. Seeing Premies, Ei was a bit surprised but then she recalled what they did again and looked away to hide her slight red face. Premies, well done. You really did show these Adepti their place. Returning to her stoic look, she replied. Ei, but with their high pride, I don't think it will be enough. Premies, I will take care of it and we'll see how long their pride will last. For now. He turned his attention to Shinha who got back on her feet and was now looking at him and Ei's with her now red bloodthirsty eyes. Even the color of her hair started to change. Premies looked at the red ropes that were on the ground. Shinha got these red ropes from Cloud Retainer to suppress her homicidal tendencies. But these ropes were so strong that they even suppressed Shinha's emotions to the point she became cold. And now that these ropes come undone, all of her suppressed emotions will rush out. What are you going to do with her? Of course, Premies had no intention of making Shinha wear those red ropes again. Because. Premies, I am sure Morex will be more than in case I will take this beast for myself for the price of sparing the Adepti. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 439, Volume 5, Chapter 55, Demon and Goat. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or in another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Premies, by the way, you did a good job. Saying, he put his hand on EI's shoulder. And in the next second, she was engulfed in a blue aura which not only healed all of her minor injuries but also recovered her reserve and mental fatigue before returned her disheveled appearance back to her perfect state. As EI and everyone were looking at her astonishment, Premies turned his head towards the direction of Demon, who was glaring menacing at them. Swoosh. Demon then moved and attacked Premies with its new speed. On the other hand, Premies just tilted his head to the side and dodged it. This made the Demon to show an expression of surprise for an instant, but it didn't stop. Moving its hand back, she continued attacking with consecutive stabs. Stab. 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 Too bad, the result remained the same as all of her attacks were dodged by Premies. Just when she was about to continue, Premies' hand moved for the first time and punched her at her gut faster than she could even react. Bam. Shinha, Demon ARGH. The force behind the hit threw Demon away like an artillery. Swoosh. Bang. 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 Boom. She broke tens of buildings on the way before finally smashing on a shore. Ningguang, Ganyu, and the soldiers all felt their scalp turned numb witnessing this. They never expected that a single punch of Premies held this much power. Only EI remained as calm as always. Since she knew that the strength Premies displayed was merely a fraction of his real strength. At the shore. Premies appeared at the edge of the crater that was formed when the Demon fell here and was now looking at her who was in the middle. That punch broke most of her ribs and organs. Normal Shinha would probably have died at the spot after receiving that blow. However, she was not normal but Demon Shinha. Not only she didn't die, the Demon even forced herself back on her feet as blood was dripping down from the corner of her mouth. Other might not be able to see what was happening inside her but Premies do. All of Shinha's internal injuries were healing rapidly, thanks to her demonic power. Though while looking at Premies, more rage appeared in her eyes as she again launched herself towards him without even bothering to recover more. Swish. Bam. Crack. Shinha, Demon GRBH. But the moment she moved again, a fist smashed right into her face. It broke her skull and almost destroyed her brain. In other words, she almost died again. Whoosh. This time she body past the sea surface and smashed on the rock in the distance. Bang. When she was plastered on the rock, Premies appeared on front of her again while standing on the water. Premies, is that it? He asked calmly, but it made the Demon which was about to lose consciousness to be active again. As a result, more demonic aura started coming out. This time, even the area around them started to shake because of her pressure. Shinha, Demon GRRR. Growling, she threw her spear at Premies with full force. Whoosh. Though just when spear was about to touch him, Premies casually grabbed it. But it didn't end there. Just after grabbing, he spun and threw the spear back to the Demon. Whoosh. Stab. Before the Demon could do anything, its own spear thrusted right through her. Bang. 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 Boom. It took her with it and smashed her through many rocks before finally impaling her on a mountain. Another encounter with death. This time, her rage had subsided a lot as she looked at her spear in her chest. Ding. Landing on the spear, Premies looked down at the Demon and asked coldly. Premies, are you going to submit? Shinha, Demon. She didn't answer. She could accept her death, but she won't submit. Noticing the determination still left in her eyes, instead of getting angry, Premies become happy. Premies, yes. That's exactly the thing I want to see. He moved back as his feet left the spear which he pulled out. Thuck. Splurt. Blood gushed out of her chest when the spear was removed. This made her lose consciousness even faster. But it wasn't over. When her vision was about to be swallowed in darkness, Premies landed another punch. Bam. Bang. Shinha, Demon Ka. The mountain she was impaled on broke into pieces, and this time, she smashed on the surface of the sea before she penetrated into water with high speed and finally smashed on the seabed below. Boom. A huge crater appeared on it with a demon laying in the center. This time the damage was on a whole different level. Both inside and outside. It was to the point that even the demon healing failed to restore it. Swish. The demon didn't even get the moment to collect herself as Premies also entered the sea and landed on with his legs around and demon in the middle. And without wasting any time, he punched her again. Bam. Boom. Crack. The sea around them swept away and cracks started appearing underneath the demon body. Shine. Next, blue flames started gathering and condensing into Premies' eyes and he unleashed his zenith vision. Vroom. Thuck. Splurt. Shinha, demon ARGH. The demon screamed loudly as one of her arms was completed severed from her shoulder. And since Premies had no intention of listening to her screaming, he punched again. Bam. Shinha, demon GRBH. Premies, I have my fair share of experience in taming beast. I would love to apply some of those techniques on you. So, don't break soon. Hearing this, for the first time, fear appeared in the demon eyes as dread gripped her heart. She can tell, her nightmare had just begun. A few hours later. EI was meditating at the shore while waiting for Premies' return. She completely ignored all the people in the distance who were looking at her while holding their weapons tightly in their hands. However, anyone can see the fear in their eyes. As their body were trembling and cold sweat covered their back. The person in front of them not only defeated Yuheng of the Liyue Qixing i.e., Kaching but also defeated all the Adepti alone. So, how couldn't they feel fearful in her presence? It was mostly thanks to their will to protect Liyue that they were even able to stood on their ground. At this time, Ei opened her cold purple eyes. Everyone tensed up thinking she was about to attack. Nevertheless, Ei didn't even bother to even give a glance at their direction. Her eyes were only the sea in front. Suddenly, space wrapped and Premies appeared. He was holding unconscious Shinha by her waist at his right. Her hand and foot were dangling down in the air and her long hair also covered her entire face while touching the ground. He was carrying like some rice sack. Looking at Shinha's current condition, the faces of people of Liyue turned pale. Not only Shinha was missing an entire arm and leg, the remaining one were also missing one for 3 RD and February 3 RD. On top of that, many bloody holes were all over her body. One can even see the other side while looking at those holes. She was completely covered in blood head to toe. If not because of her weak breathing, one would have thought she was died. Actually, she would have died countless times. It's because of Premies' mercy and demon vitality that she remained alive till now. Ei didn't care about Shinha's condition one bit. On the contrary, she only gave her a single glance before turning her attention to Premies. Ei, are you okay? She asked so softly that whoever knew Ei heard this would start doubting whether they were having some hearing problem or not. Looking at her, Premies nodded. Premies, yeah. We are done, let's go. Ei, okay. She answered and started following him. Though they didn't even complete 10 steps when someone stopped them from behind. Wait. Please. Pausing their steps, they glanced back at the half-adeptus. Premies, what do you want? Hearing his cold voice, Ganyu shivered but still gathered her courage to spoke. Ganyu, the condition of Shinha is not GGG good. She could die any second. Premies, and... Ganyu, can you let me heal her? Premies, no. Ganyu, WY. Premies, you should better go back to help your fellow Adepti. Since Shinha is mine now, I will take care of her myself. Ganyu, why yours? Premies, this is price for sparing the lives of those Adepti. Ganyu, wah. Without waiting for her response, Premies and Ei continued. Ganyu, what do you want in order to let me heal her? Pausing again, he asked. Premies, why are you so obsessed with this? Ganyu, we both are raised and trained by Cloud Retainer. Even though we didn't meet before and only heard from Cloud Retainer, one way or another we are sisters, hence, I don't want to see like this. Premies, oh. What if I declined? Ganyu. What do you want in order for you to let me? Premies, you have nothing to offer. Ganyu, I have. Premies, and what is it? Ganyu. Myself. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 440, Volume 5, Chapter 56, Recovery. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view i.e. POV. // equals and call. Equal system and when talking to it. Premies, oh. Hearing this Premies raised one of his brows. Premies, it's true that as a half-adeptus, your value is higher than Shinha who is a human. However, there is another reason I want her. And that is her potential. Ganyu, potential. Premies, yes. Her potential far surpassed any adepti let alone a half-adeptus like you. Saying this, he turned his head towards Shinha in his hand. Premies, with my training, she will for sure reach the realms of gods of your world. Ganyu, gods. This even shocked Ganyu. She never expected this human which Cloud Retainer took under her had such a talent. This even attracted Ei's attention as she looked at Shinha in surprise. Ei, So, she can become as strong as those gods who I fought in Archon War. No wonder he is so interested in her. Ganyu, it's impossible. Shinha is just a human. And there is a limit to how strong a mortal can become. Hence, there is no way she can even become Adeptus. Becoming God is just a dream. Premies, we will see that. He didn't bother giving a proper explanation at that. Premies, the point is, in my eyes she is more important than you. That's why if you are thinking of taking her place in her stead then I must decline. Ganyu. Premies, if there is nothing else the. Ganyu, what if, instead of exchanging herself with me, I give myself to you? My only request is that you will let me heal her. Premies, Even though he didn't show any change in expression, Premies' mind went into deep thoughts. Premies, there is no way, Ganyu will say something like this when she should be fully aware of the consequences of her actions. First and foremost. Pausing, his eyes glanced at the direction of Ningguang who was looking at Ganyu with anxious and panic. She would have already stepped forward to stop Ganyu but when she was about to, Ei's cold eyes swept over her, making her stop on her tracks. Those eyes were as if saying, I dare you to step forward. Even Ningguang's own abilities and soldiers around didn't provide her with any sense of security at the moment. Hence, she knew she would be dead before she even got the chance to utter a single word. As a result, she could only grit her teeth and clutched her fists in frustration. She had never felt as powerlessness before. With the rapid development of Liyue Harbor, Liyue Qixing thought that it won't be long before Liyue will separate itself from Adepti and will only be ruled by humans. But now that dream seemed too far-fetched. Premies, Ganyu has served as the non-stopping secretary of the Liyue Qixing for thousands of years. She has a huge work schedule and often work overtime. She is a coordinator of the web of information that moves across Liyue Harbor, and the architect of administrative efficiency. Complex meeting minutes, disorderly report data. Every day piles of documents flow by like water, each one personally compiled by her into clear and concise words in order to assist the Qixing's every decision and negotiation as they flow through various organizational departments. In more simpler words. Returning his gaze to Ganyu, he continued. Premies, with her disappearance, the entire Liyue Harbor will be paralyzed in a way. It will affect it greatly to the point its development will start to dwindle. She knows about it too, then why? Suddenly he narrowed his eyes as Premies saw what's going on. Premies, I see. So, it's your doing, will of the world. You are making Ganyu to surrender herself to me. She will be like my hostage. Because of that Liyue Harbor won't do anything to me, afraid I will do something to her in the fit of rage. On the other hand, I also won't do anything to Liyue either since it will affect Ganyu mentally. Knowing how much pure-hearted she is, she will definitely be blaming herself if I still do something to Liyue believing she didn't fulfill her duty or something that made me attack Liyue. Noticing the determination in her eyes, Premies was certain that that was Ganyu's goal all along. She was giving herself to him in order to protect Liyue. As for why she didn't pray for their Geor Archon to save them, must be because he would have already arrived here a long time ago. Since he didn't, this means he wasn't current on Liyue or something was stopping him to do so. So, she decided to take this step. Premies. She is really smart. Still, I have a feeling that there must be another reason why Will of World want Ganyu to go with me. As if it wants me to. Suddenly a realizing hit Premies as a glint passed through his eyes. Premies, give her protection. But protection from whom? Next, he used his power to contact with Will of the World, but he faced the same disturbance he felt while contacting the Will of Black Bullet World. Sighing, he shook his head and walked away. This surprised Ganyu, thinking Premies rejected her, but just when she was about to try to stop him again, he spoke. Premies, follow me. Hearing this, Ganyu gave out a sigh of relief. She then turned towards the direction of Ningguang and bowed. Ganyu, thank you for taking care of me all these years. I am really grateful and will never forget the kindness people of Liyue Harbor showed me. At her heartful words, soldiers' eyes were soon filled with tears as they could only lower her head in defeat. They knew they were powerless to do anything. Ningguang, on the other hand, realized Ganyu's thoughts right away when their eyes met. Knowing that Ganyu was doing it for Liyue's safety, she could only suppress her helplessness deep inside while trying her best to respond. Ningguang, take care of yourself. And don't forget, Liyue will always be your home if you want to return someday. Ganyu, I will. Thank you for everything, Lady Ningguang. She didn't raise her face while replying, trying her best to hide her tears before turning and follow towards the direction of Premies. How she knew where he went? It's because Ei was still waiting for her at the end of the road, Wanmin restaurant. After returning, Premies made his way to Xiangling room. Creak. The door opened and he saw Makoto sitting on the bed, on his place while his student head was resting on her lap. It's thanks to Makoto's return that Premies decided to leave Xiangling again to confront with the Shinha demon. Raising her head, she greeted Premies and Ei with a smile before turning her head at Shinha in Premies' hand. Seeing her, Makoto couldn't help but let out a sigh of pity for the girl. As a god, if Makoto concentrated her power, she could see what was happening in the Liyue. No wonder her statue back in Inazuma referred as all-seeing eyes of God. Since God was capable of such feast. Hence, she witnessed the entire fight between Premies and Shinha from starting to end. Well, instead of calling it fight, it was one-sided beatdown. And while Ei was meditating at the shore, she was in truth also witnessing everything. Makoto then looked at Ganyu behind Premies who was looking at both her and Ei and bewildered. Chuckling she asked. Makoto, what is it? Little Qilin. If there is something you want to ask then ask away / Ganyu, huh? No, I was just surprised to see two same people. However, since both of your personality is different, should I take it as you are twins? Makoto, you're right. We are twins. Ganyu, then, who was the real lover between you two? Makoto, oh. Ganyu, you see, it's already a rumor that this sir and one of you are couple. So, I was wondering, which one of you is with him? Showing a teasing smile, she answered. Makoto, what if I said it's both of us? Ganyu, wah. Ei, oi, what are you saying? Giving an eye to Ei, she replied. Makoto, am I wrong? While I spent the time walking around with Lord, you kissed him in front of everyone present. There's no point in denying it since that little Qilin had also witnessed it with her own eyes. This made both Ganyu and Ei face turn to red. Premies, on the other hand, didn't bother to take part in their conversation. His attention was his student who was still sleeping. Confirming that everything was fine with air, he turned and left the room. Premies, come, Ganyu. Ganyu, why yes. She then hurriedly followed while hiding her embarrassment. Ei also gave one last glare to her sister before also following Premies. Once they left, Makoto also giggling seeing how both ran away in embarrassment. Outside the room. They all stood in the empty corridor. Since Xiangling and her dad, Chef Mao were sleeping in their room, and the remaining were used to put other stuff, there was no other free room. Hence, Premies waved his hand and the space in front of started to wrap and expand. Before long a new room appeared. Witnessing Premies' conduct, both Ei and Ganyu were shocked. One should know that a deputy and god can make their own realm. However, instead of creating his own, Premies altered the very fabric of reality itself. This means as long as he desired, reality can be whatever he wanted. While they stood on their spot in stupor, Premies entered the room. There was nothing inside. It was completely empty. He walked to the center and placed Shinha there on the floor. Snap. Next, he snapped his fingers and all of Shinha's severed limbs regenerated in an instant. Though the injuries on her body remained. Ganyu, how did you? Premies, start. Little Qilin wanted to ask how Premies returned Shinha's arms and legs just like that but he interrupted her. As he was looking at her, Ganyu understood what he meant. Stepping forward, she kneeled in front of Shinha and joined her hands in prayer. Before long, golden Adeptus power started coming out of her. It then engulfed Shinha and started healing her. Still, because her injuries were very severe, it was taking a lot of Ganyu's power. Premies and Ei were standing behind and looking at spectator in silence. Suddenly a glint passed in Premies' eyes. When it did, Ganyu power which was trying to recover Shinha's injuries changed its direction. They went inside Shinha where her demonic power resided. That demonic power started absorbing Ganyu's power like spouge. HSS. 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 The half-adeptus was startled as demonic aura started coming out of Shinha in the next second. Ganyu, this. Premies, continue. Ganyu, but. Premies, Shinha will be fine. You will see soon. Deciding to trust Premies, she continued giving more and more of her power. This resulted in more demonic aura coming out of Shinha. As Ganyu was getting nervous, she saw that demonic was healing Shinha. It was even faster than Ganyu's own healing. Ei, so, that's how it is. That power of her provides her with very high vitality. That's why she was able to recover and regenerate again and again even after receiving so many life-threatening blows. However, she looked at Premies back in front of her. His every next blow was more powerful than previous one. As a result, even such high recovering failed to keep up with the damage she was receiving. Hence, it failed her in the end, and now after absorbing more energy, her healing power kicked up again. With this she put her thoughts away and returned her attention on Shinha again. Like this time went by. A few hours later. Ganyu was breathing heavy since it consumed a lot of her power. Nevertheless, she didn't care about such thing at the moment since her eyes were on Shinha, who was fully restored to her perfect state. Finally, the demonic power returned back inside her after doing its job. Once it did, Shinha's eyelids flustered and she finally opened her eyes again. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 441, Volume 5, Chapter 57, A Friend. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. The first thing that greeted Shinha was the unfamiliar ceiling. Showing a puzzled expression, she turned her head to the side and was greeted by Ganyu, who let out a sigh of relief seeing she woke up. Taking a moment to think, Shinha remembered her master once told her that before adopting her, she raised a girl in the past. That girl was not human but a half-adeptus. Noticing at Ganyu's horns, Shinha was certain that she was that girl. Raising her head a little, she looked at the other people present in the room. But the moment her eyes met with the Premies, Shinha's body started shivering as fear appeared in her eyes. Even though she was controlled by her demonic impulse, she still remembered their entire fight. To be more specific, the torture she went through by his hand. It was deeply engraved in her soul. Hence, her body moved on her own with instinct. As she stood up and took out her spear from her vision before taking a stance. But her hands that were holding her spear were quivering. Seemed unimpressed, he spoke. Premies, lower your weapon. The girl shuddered hearing his words. But in the end, she bit her lips and reluctantly put her spear away, knowing full well that it won't provide any security against Premies. Premies, good. In case you didn't do that, then I would have no choice but to teach you a proper way about how to behave in front of your master. Shinha, master. A dumbfounded expression appeared on her face hearing that. Premies, yes. You better remember this for the rest of your life. Glancing at Ganyu, who had lowered her head, indicating she had accepted her fate, Premies turned back at Shinha and spoke while looking directly in her eyes. Premies, from now onwards, you both are my properties. Shinha, properties. Both Ganyu and Shinha flinched hearing how Premies was referring to them. This clearly meant that he was not regarding them as people but tools. Premies, that is price for sparing your old master back then along with other adepti. Shinha. Ganyu. Premies, of course, you can disregard it. However, next time when I will face off against Cloud Retainer, not only will there be no mercy, I will personally present her head to you on a silver platter. A tremor passed in their hearts as they didn't dare to look at Premies. Not minding their behavior, he turned and decided to leave. Premies, it will be better if you will accept your new identity or I will make you. At first no one spoke, but when Premies' hand grabbed the handle of the door, Ganyu spoke. Ganyu, just, who are you? This made him pause his steps. Premies, who am I? You both already know that. Ganyu, we do. No, I don't remember ever seeing you before. Shinha, neither do I. In return, Premies shook his head and spoke. Premies, not only you, everyone in this world knows who I am. You might forget yourself, but you can never forget me. As both of them were becoming doubtful, Premies moved his head to the side and glanced back at them. When they were still waiting for his next words, all of a sudden, his bluish-black eyes started to change and turned red. At first it was nothing but then a phantom of blood-red moon appeared behind him. The color of Premies' eyes and moons matched exactly with each other. B.A. dump. B.A. dump. Ganyu. Shinha. All the color drained from the girl's face as they finally realized Premies' real identity. Thud. Shinha fell on her, but while both her and Ganyu's bodies were trembling in sheer dread and despair. They were not only ones. Even Ei was leaning on the wall while hugging her trembling body. Even though she was aware of Premies' identity, standing in its presence was no easy feat. At least she coped up better than the two women and didn't fell on her knees this time. Click. He then turned and left the room, letting Ganyu and Shinha to calm themselves. Click. A second later, Ei also followed. Tap. 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 As Premies was descending from the stairs, he was deep in his thoughts. Preemies, now that they knew my identity, neither of them would dare to even think of betraying me. It's no longer about the safety of just Cloud Retainer or Liyue, it's for the entire Teyvat. I am certain that they dearly wish to never see the crimson moon in the sky, looking over their world again. Hence, they won't do anything stupid that may result in such outcome. He then sensed Ei following behind before continuing his thoughts. Preemies, the next question is that half-adeptus, Ganyu. After trying to contact the will of this world so many times till now, I am certain that the main reason it wants me to have her is so that I can protect her. The enemies must be very strong or cunning to the point that even Rex Lapis will have difficulty finding or killing them. As a result, the best solution is to send her under me. With this, no matter how the situation unfold, Ganyu's safety is guaranteed. By now he was already on the ground floor and entered the restaurant area. Because the shop was closed since morning, there were only empty tables and chairs around. In any case, Preemies made this way towards the table at the corner of the room. He walked over there and took the seat. Once he did, he raised his head and looked at the opposite seat. All of a sudden someone appeared on that seat out of nowhere. Zhongli, it's not even a week since your arrival and you already turned the entire Liyue harbor upside down. Preemies, well, things happened. Zhongli, can't you just resolve it peacefully? Preemies, you mean by apologizing? Zhongli, yes. Instead of answering right away, Preemies pointed towards Ei who was standing behind him and spoke. Preemies, does Raiden Shogun look like someone who will bow her head in front of a deputy and ask for forgiveness? Zhongli. Raising his head, Morex was greeted by Ei's cold eyes. They were as if saying, I dare you to say yes. Knowing nothing good will come out from asking her, he turned back to Preemies. Zhongli, ahem. There are many other ways. Preemies, do you want me to reveal her identity as Electro Archon of Inazuma, Raiden Shogun? Zhongli, no, don't do that. I can already foresee the result. Preemies, then it's fine. On top of that, after such beatdown, it will make them lower their pride and arrogance somewhat. Hearing this, the Geo Archon started pondering about something. Zhongli, I guess, you're right. Zhongli, maybe I should have also resorted to such method now and then. It would have not only prevented them from getting rusted after so much years of laziness but also keep their sanity and pride in check. Putting those thoughts away for now, he spoke. Zhongli, I was already surprised that you were able to tame Baal. But to think, you would even tame Beelzebul. To be honest, I am impressed. Preemies, I think it will be better if you are mindful of your words. Last time it was just Baal, this time both sisters will invite you for a spar. Sensing Ei's gaze, Morex took some fake coughs. Zhongli, in any case, the people of Liyue are afraid now. They are wondering why I didn't show up when Liyue Harbor was in such a peril. There are even some gossips that I have gone somewhere or, looks like I need fast forward my plan. He muttered the last words only to himself. Preemies, of course heard it but pretended not to. Zhongli, if you don't mind. I have a question. Preemies, oh. Zhongli, I want to ask. If Liyue no longer has the protection of the Geo Archon and will encounter a crisis, will you help? Preemies, no. He almost stumbled hearing Preemies' quick response. Zhongli, can I ask why? Preemies, because I have no obligation to. Zhongli, is having my daughter not enough for you? As expected from Rex Lapis. He saw through Ganyu's through in an instant and realized why she surrendered herself to Preemies. Preemies, she gave herself to me so that I myself won't destroy Liyue Harbor. If someone else come to do that, then it's the problem that the people of Liyue have to solve themselves. I will only watch the whole ordeal from the sidelines without any intention of taking part into it. Zhongli. Then, will you let Ganyu and Shinha take part in helping Liyue in the time of need? After all, one way or another, it's their home. I am sure they don't wish to see it getting destroyed without doing anything to help. Preemies, I will. Hearing this, he smiled and nodded. Zhongli, then I am reassured. Preemies, so, he will soon initiate his retirement plan. Zhongli, by the way, who are you exactly? Preemies, what do you think? Zhongli, the strength you displayed is not something a mere mortal is capable of unleashing. It almost reached the border of half-adeptus or adeptus. Even though I didn't sense you using any adeptus power, I came to a conclusion that you are an adeptus who took human form. Preemies, is that so? Zhongli, yeah. So, am I right? Preemies, I wonder. Hearing neither confirmation nor denial, Rex Lapis realized that Preemies had no intention of answering his question and didn't pry on it any further. Next, they spent rest of the time in casual conversation. It was mostly Zhongli who was speaking while Preemies was listening. Geo Archon didn't know long it's been since he happily talked with someone this much. As his identity as Geo Archon, whenever he was with other gods, adepti, half-adepti, or mortals, they were always reserved in his presence. afraid that they would say something that will offend him. He only wanted to talk with them on equally footing and his friend. However, it didn't work out. As a result, he could only hide his identity while trying to hold conversation with them. The same always occurred during the meeting of the seven. Even though all seven have seemed happy on the surface, they were extremely wary of each other inside, making sure that they won't reveal any weakness that can be used by other party against them. They were not wrong in their place. After all, not only will they all survive Archon War, but they also have their nation and people behind them. In case something happened to them, their people would suffer. Hence, they always maintained some distance between each other. But he didn't need to worry about such things while talking with Premies. It's some sort of feeling that he can fully relax in front of Premies and let go of everything in his heart and talk to his heart content. As a result, Morex talked about many things. He told Premies about his time in Archon War. How he was the co-ruler of the prosperous Gili Assembly alongside the god of dust, Guizhong, and the Adepti. How they enjoyed their time there. How their combined forces could not stop the tides of war from taking the life of Guizhong. How Gili Assembly was destroyed. How a massive flood swept through the area 3,700 years ago, that he was forced to move his people south of Mt Tianheng and established Liyue Harbor, where it stood to this day. Rex Lapis kept on talking while Premies kept on listening in silence. Many emotions appeared on Morex's face as he recited the tales of past. It's really been a long time since he showed so many emotions. By the time he was done, sun has risen. Premies opened his mouth at this moment. Premies, war. Even if it came to end, the scars it left behind takes almost forever to heal. Zhongli, Sai, you're right. People revered heroes and gods for their victory, but they don't know how much pain they experienced and went through to accomplish that. Premies, that's the nature of the people. They only see the bright side of the thing. Not the dark one. Zhongli, yeah, anyway, it was fun talking with you. If you don't mind, how about we hang out sometimes? Premies, I am fine with it. Smiling, Rex Lapis nodded. Zhongli, great. It's really a good feeling to have a friend who you can share everything with. Thanks and see you later. With this he disappeared from his spot. Even while he was gone, Premies kept on looking at his seat. Premies, a friend. Huh. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 442, Volume 5, Chapter 58, Stupid Will. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. / / equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals. Sighing, Premies shook his head and put the thought away for now. Though he won't deny that having Zhongli as a friend was not a bad thing. Premies, do you want say anything, EI? Seeing EI deep in thought, he asked the question which returned her back to the land. EI, it's nothing important. It's just. Premies, just. Sighing, she looked at where Rex Lapis was sitting a second ago before nostalgic expression appeared on her face. EI, hearing Morex's words reminded of the time when I also have close friends by my side. Alas, they are gone now. Premies. Cataclysm of 500 years ago. EI, yes. She replied with some difficulty. Those things she saw and lost in past still haunt her if she decided to take a moment to rest. Premies, ignorance is bliss. EI, huh. As the Electro was showing confused expression, Premies didn't try to elaborate. These words were not for her, but for the people of Kenria who met their doom. Not only did they get their hands on knowledge that they shouldn't possess, they even began plotting to rebel against and over the gods. As a result, Celestia showed them their place by destroying their very nation that they considered to be the pride of humankind. Premies, they underestimating their enemies too much and paid the price for it. Premies, how stupid. EI, stupid. Who? Premies, inhabitants of Kenria. EI, why is it? Premies, you will know. EI. Putting an end to the conversation with EI, Premies decided to do something which he wanted to try and it might increase the speed of his recovery. He then closed his eyes and concentrated. When he did so, his zenith started releasing out of his body slowly and slowly. However, this time, it was invisible and controlled to the point that even Electro Archon standing behind him didn't see or sense anything. Zenith was coming out of Premies like a gentle stream of water and was merging with the very world. He could feel the breathing of the world itself. Its flora, fauna, and other people that lived or were living on it. In other words, he felt like he was becoming the world himself. Nevertheless, Premies had no intention of doing so. This path can make his and this world's will to merge and become one. means he would become the will of this Genshin Impact world. It may sound tempting since this way you can have control over the world which other can't, but it would also make the person to be fully attached with the world, unable to leave ever again. This was good for those people or transmigrators or reincarnators who only wished to stay here forever. But Premies was someone who occasionally traveled from one world to another. Hence, this path didn't interest him in any way. Next, was the path of becoming the world as a whole. To put it another way, it was the path was eighth-dimensional God. Destroying one's own consciousness and become the planet itself on which the people will live. Like Gaia of Fate universe. Ignoring this path too, Premies kept on going to the deeper into the world. Before long, he finally sensed destination. It was the very core of the world. The place where everything began and ended. Only the wielder of Zenith, merging of two aspects, or true Zenith, merging of three aspects, can reach here. 2 hours later. Premies finally opened his eyes and let out a breath. But compared to before, his breath now contained the very essence of the world itself. This was the path he wanted to take. The path which can only be taken by someone who had the experience of being a planar lord before. It was the path, pseudo-planar lord. As the name suggested, he was a planar lord but not entirely. In this state, one only possessed 10% power of a true planar lord. But still it was enough to move around the world without any fear. Now, the reason why Premies took this path. You can compare it with the Superman of DC Universe. Superman needed the power of sun to become stronger. Planar lord, on the other hand, needed the very essence of the world to become stronger. Hence, to them their own world was their sun. And just like how Superman felt rejuvenate and calm while walking under sun, Planar Lord experienced the same. So, now even when Premies strolling around the world, he would constantly bath under this world's power. This would speed up his recovery even further even while he was not concentrating. Next, why Premies didn't become Planar Lord right away and instead chose this path. Well, it was not easy to become true Planar Lord. It will be explained later. Standing up from his chair, Premies stretched his body as he felt Zenith moving through every part, spores, and cells of his body making them more active. Premies, not bad. He then walked over to one side of the restaurant and opened the window. Creak. His eyes were looking at the horizon. Premies, now then, it won't be long before Lumen, Jean, and Dialek will wake up after digesting all the memories and experience of their future. Once they will, I will start Lumen's elemental training. I am sure Jean and Dialek will also join in order to become strong faster. Because the way things stand right now, Mondstadt will definitely fall by the hands of those things in a mere 1 to 2 hours in case Barbados and Valen will need more time to recover back to their peak strength. While Premies was deep in these thoughts, he didn't notice EI who was looking at him with a shocked expression on her face. Let's rewind time a bit. Ever since the will of the world got Premies' words that he would let a hand, it became lazy and didn't even bother to check what was happening in its world any longer. It was just using its time to rest or talk with other wills of the worlds who were part of this planar war. The same thing was happening when Premies reached the core part of the world. At that time, the will of the world was dozing around. It, of course, sensed someone trying to connect with its world's essence and woke up. Feeling irritated that someone disturbed its nap, the will didn't even bother checking who was the perpetrator. It thought that it must be the transmigrator who used some kind of artifact or treasure given by its system to reach here. Before Premies agreed to help, the will was keeping an eye on Yuya's every movement. Hence, it knew that Yuya wanted to become the harem king and get his hands on all the waifus. At first, will let the things move at its own pace, but when it noticed Yuya's growing animosity towards Premies, it thought of punishing him in the future. And now that Yuya had come knocking on its door, will decided to make it pay. The reason why the will thought it wasn't Premies was because it knew that he had become Planar Lord before. So, it never came to its mind that Premies would take different approach this time. As a result, it did something that will definitely make Premies beat the crap out of it once he will realize idiocy of this stupid will. Well, it won't make things good or bad for Premies, but it will just make things more complicated and awkward. Back to the present. EI was not the ones looking at Premies with shocked expression. Upstairs, Xiangling, who seemed to wake up and was yawning, was also became dumbfounded as all her drowsing vanished in an instant. Ganyu and Shinha, who seemed to have calmed down, were also bewildered. Makoto, who was walking down the stairs to meet up with Premies and EI, also paused her steps, feeling stunned. While in Jade Chamber, Ningguang, who was thinking about how to handle the current situation of Liyue Harbor, and Keqing, who seemed to have also woke up by now, also stopped their movements and were astonished. Even Yilan, who received the message to no longer investigate Premies, was surprised. There were even more women in Liyue who were facing a variety of emotions. And Liyue was not the only ones. Back at Mondstadt, Lisa, who was having headache while handling the paperwork, Barbara, who was praying for her sister Jean to wake up, Amber and Eula, who were on a mission, all of them appalled. The reason was simple: they all heard those familiar or unfamiliar voice. Yup, you heard it right. To be more precise, they all heard Premi's thoughts. That was the punishment the will of the world decided to impose on Yuya. Thinking it will make it impossible for the waifus to fall for him if they will hear his perverted thoughts. Alas, it would have never imagined that because of its laziness, Premies became the target. Back to Premies. Makoto, my lord. Premies, snapping out of his thoughts, Premies turned and saw Makoto who rushing towards him with panic on her face. Premies, what is it? Makoto, my lord, actually. However, no matter how much she tried, no word came out of her mouth. She aghast at this and tried various methods like telepathy, writing, or even using her power. Yet, the result remained the same. It was as if something was preventing her from doing so. As she was getting more and more alarmed, Premies with this keen sight noticed what was the cause of her failure. It was the power of the world. Whenever Makoto tried to tell him something, the world prevented her from doing so. But Premies remembered that wills of the worlds won't try to hurt him. He can't even sense its enmity towards him. Hence, for now he concluded that will of the world was doing this in order to prevent some mishap from happening to him. Still, this didn't mean he will let his guard down. There's always exception. So, Premies didn't fully believe that all wills of the worlds will be friendly towards him. Premies, no need to force yourself. Makoto, but it may affect you greatly, my lord. Premies, maybe. Though do you think some hurdles will be able to stop me? Makoto, that's true. At this Makoto started pondering about something. Makoto, how do I forget that the person standing in front of me is someone capable of destroying this world, the Crimson Moon? Does he will really care even if everyone will come after him? Relaxing, she glanced back at EI. Their eyes met and they nodded. It enough for them to confirm that they both could not only hear Premies' thoughts but their thoughts were also thinking the same. Makoto and EI, who can go against the Crimson Moon? Maybe the Heavenly Principles. Even though Premies diffused the situation for now, his guard was already up. He had a feeling that things were not as simple as they appeared. Premies, for now, I should focus on the situation of one mean restaurant and think about other things later. Makoto. EI. Makoto and EI, yep. We heard that too. It was definitely not the dream before. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 443, Volume 5, Chapter 59, Unknown Power. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. / / equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Some might be wondering how can a universal level being like Premies be affected by the will of the world that it could read his mind. Well, the reason was, to be accepted by the will of the world and become its planar lord, one must prove various things. The main being, to demonstrate that he or she didn't have any ill thoughts towards the world. To do that, you must let your mind bear for the will of the world to hear your thoughts. After all, it was giving the full control of its world to you. If one declined, then he or she can forget about becoming the planar lord ever again. The same was the case of Premies when he became planar lord before. Even though he hid most of the stuff by using his origin force, his thoughts were open for the will of the world to hear. That's why he was cautious of every word he spoke and thought that time. As for pseudo-planar lord, since they only had 10% of true planar lord power and control, they can't bring much harm to the world. Of course, they would be strongest in that world, but the will of the world could easily erase him or her if it ever wanted to. Hence, pseudo-planar lord wasn't any threat in the will of the world's eyes. So, the wills never bothered to check the intentions of pseudo-planar lord. But they can sense the source of pseudo-planar lord power was also the world's zenith in the end. The same was the occurring here. Since the zenith Premies was using to baptize himself belonged to the world, it's not difficult for that zenith to send Premies' thoughts to will to hear. In case Premies was at his peak, he could have easily realized it, but not this time thanks to his severe mental and soul injuries. On the other hand, instead of hearing the disgusting and perverted thoughts of Yuya itself, the will redirected it for the so-called waifus of its world to hear. This led to the current situation. By the way, this can be stopped if Premies cut his connection with the world's essence. One mean restaurant. Knowing that Xiangling had woken up and was refreshing upstairs, Premies made his way towards the storeroom of the shop accompanied by EI and Makoto. After entering inside, he looked at the stock received by Chef Mo. With a glance, he knew that it's all human meat. Without exception. Premies, no wonder the people who imported and exported products didn't realize something is wrong with the foodstuff. Premies, focus your gaze on this and tell me, what do you see? Hearing that both EI and Makoto concentrated and saw different sort of power around it. Makoto, I have never seen this type of power before. EI, It's neither elemental power nor adeptus nor divine or abyss. Premies, you're right. Thanks to this power that goods were transported to Liyue without anyone realizing. Premies, it's not this power is stronger than divine one. No, on the contrary, it's even weaker than elemental power. It's the nature of the power which make it hard to distinguish. The twin sisters behind Premies nodded inwardly at that. Hearing his thoughts made them learn a lot of new things that they didn't know even after living for thousands of years. Premies, I called Ningguang here before so that I can show this to her. And let her investigate. But with the current situation of Liyue, I don't think she will make time to visit soon. Though the more this matter will be delayed, the more things will become worse for Liyue Harbor. Jade Chamber. When the Tianquan of the Liyue Qixing who busy with her work, she heard Premies' voice in her mind all of a sudden. At first, she was surprised thinking Premies used his telepathy to talk to her about something. But later she realized he was not even aware that his thoughts were being heard by her. She stopped all of her work and concentrated on his voices. She was truly beyond shocked at the mention of Mondstadt fall in mere 1 to 2 hours in case an Mo Archon or the four winds of Mondstadt didn't recover or return fast. The most irritating thing was that Premies never mentioned the exact date or time when Mondstadt will be attacked and leading to its fall. It can be either the next day or week or month or year or even later. But lack of such information would definitely put people on the edge. And that's exactly what those who heard Premies' words in Mondstadt were feeling right now. As Ningguang kept on listening, her face turned pale hearing Premies' recent thoughts. Bang. She abruptly stood up and her chair behind fell with a bang. This shocked her maids as they turned towards her. Maid 1, Lady Ningguang, are you okay? Maid 2, you don't look good. Did something happen? Or is there some unreasonable request written in the paper? Ignoring her maid's worried expression and the papers that scattered on the ground, she spoke. Ningguang, I suddenly remembered something important. So, I need to leave for a while. Maid 3, wait, what? Ningguang, concentrate on your work, I will be back soon. Maid 4, but. Without waiting for their reply, she hurriedly left. Outside she was greeted by the Millilith soldiers who were startled by her rush behavior. Millilith Soldier 1, Lady Ningguang, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Ningguang, there is somewhere I need to be right now. Millilith Soldier 2, but Liyue Harbor is not in good state for you to be there. Millilith Soldier 3, at least wait for us to gather some more soldiers so that we can accompany you. Ningguang, I don't have time to wait. Millilith Soldier 4, then we are sorry, Lady Ningguang. We can't let you go like this. What if something happened to you? Saying this they all stood in front of her way to prevent her from leaving. One can't find fault in their behavior. The loss of Ganyu was already a big blow to Liyue. In case they lose Ningguang too because of their carelessness, it won't be long before Liyue will fall or devoured by those greedy merchants or nobles from different nations. Ningguang. Noticing the determination in the soldier's eyes, Tianquan became silent. She can't possibly say that she was going to meet with Premies. In that case, these soldiers definitely won't agree at all. They would even willing to fight to death to stop her. That's how loyal they were. As she was having a hard time how to convince these soldiers, someone came for her rescue. You all return to your post. I will accompany Ningguang. Hearing this strict and disciplined voice which spoke of authority, they all turned and greeted by those familiar amethyst eyes with oval-shaped pupils backed by a shape resembling a stiletto. Millilith Soldier 2, Miss Kaching. Why are you here? Aren't you resting? Kaching, I am recovered enough to move around. Thus, I am here. Anyway, I will be with Ningguang so can relax. Millilith Soldier 3, but Miss Kaching, you are still not fully recovered yet. Kaching, even if I didn't, I can still take you all on. Wanna give it a try? Millilith Soldier 4, this. At this the soldiers backed off a little. They knew fully well they were not Kaching match even when she didn't use her elemental power. Millilith Soldier 1, but what if you both will become the target of that couple before? Kaching, couple. She got confused a bit and then remembered the kiss scene she saw. It made her blush a little but she then hurriedly put those thoughts away and understood that they were talking about that man and woman. Noticing her silence, the soldiers thought Kaching will agree. Hence, they tried to press forward. Millilith Soldier 1, that's why we should be with Lady Ningguang to protect her from them. Sighing, Kaching shook her head. Kaching, it's pointless. Even I am not that woman match. Do you think you have strength to stop her? Millilith Soldier 3, we can't. But we can still sacrifice ourselves to give Lady Ningguang enough time to escape. Kaching, I heard that woman later took on 5 adepti on her own. Not only did she win, she also came unscathed. Now, tell me, do you think numbers mean anything in front of her? Millilith Soldier 2, that's. Kaching, and don't forget that man. You have seen his strength about how he thrashed Cloud Retainer's disciple. So, do you think you can win against them? All Millilith soldiers. Seeing them becoming silent, she continued. Kaching, the answer is you can't. Even if all the soldiers of Liyue gathered, the result won't change much. Finally, they couldn't help but lower their head in defeat and frustration. Both women could only sigh in sympathy while looking at soldiers. Ningguang, Kaching is right. If it will be our fate to unexpected meet them and die by their hands, then we will accept it. There is no need for pointless sacrifices. The Tianquan of the Liyue Qixing said while making sure that she didn't mention that they indeed were going to meet that couple. Ningguang, for now, you can only pray that such things won't happen. Let's go, Kaching. She nodded her head at Ningguang before both the Tianquan and Yuling left the Jade Chamber to meet with the preemies while leaving the soldiers behind. They never expected they will meet the couple this soon. Ningguang, I was really surprised when you came and said that you will accompany me. And from the looks it seems that you know where I am going. This means. Kaching, I can also hear that man's thoughts and know that the current Liyue is in peril. Ningguang, yeah. If we didn't learn about it, I am sure we would be too late to do anything later. Kaching, we should hurry. Ningguang, I agree. All the other 7 stars of Liyue Qixing knew that both Ningguang and Kaching were opposite personality-wise. They often disagreed on a number of issues. However, when it comes for the safety of Liyue Harbor, they actually found some common ground at that time. One mean restaurant. Xiangling, teacher. Once Premies was done inspecting the rest of the stuffs and left the storeroom, his disciple came down and hugged him. Getting used to it at this point, Premies started patting her head gently. Xiangling, hee. Hearing her giggle, Premies spoke. Premies, looks like you are better than yesterday. Though you seem more excited. Xiangling, well, of course. I am happy to see teacher again. He narrowed his eyes at this as Premies was sure there was another reason for her exciting. And he was right. Xiangling was not only happy seeing him but also excited hearing Premies' thoughts. She really wanted to hear what Premies thought about her. Xiangling, by the way teacher, have you had the breakfast? Premies, no. Saying he looked outside again and can tell it was almost 11 a.m. by now. Because of trauma yesterday, Xiangling slept longer than she mostly did. Upstairs, Ganyu and Shinha seemed to have also collected themselves by now and were making their way downstairs. But they heard something that made them stop on their steps again. Premies, now that I think about it, time really passed fast when me and Morex were busy in our conversation. It wasn't bad. I guess I will invite him for meal like how he invited when I arrive here on the first day. Xiangling. Ganyu. Shenhe. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 444, Volume 5, Chapter 60, Invitation to Jade Chamber. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or in another place. Equals point of view i.e. POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Hearing Premies' thoughts, all the waifus, except for Ei and Makoto, were dumbfounded. It was especially for the case of the ones who lived here in Liyue Harbor. Why? Because they thought Morex were busy with some things or not in Liyue, that's why he didn't come to stop this couple. But now this made them think otherwise. It seemed that their Geo Archon was fully aware of how the people of Liyue and Adepti were getting a beat down from that woman, yet, he didn't even bother to show himself, let alone providing a help. This made them feel sour in their heart, thinking their god was disappointed at the direction where Liyue was going. It was especially for Ningguang and Kaching, who wanted to separate Liyue from any intervention of Adepti and god. And since their god even invited Premies for a meal on the first day and spend the talking with him till recently, it meant that he didn't mind Premies' action, was even a good friend with him. Ganyu and Shinha were the first ones to return back to themselves, though they were still somewhat fearful. They concluded that Morex definitely knew Premies' real identity as the Crimson Moon, that's why he didn't make a move knowing he wasn't his match. On the contrary, he would rather take a friendly approach so that Premies won't do anything to Liyue in the fit of rage. With those thoughts in mind, they soon reached downstairs and meet with the 4 people. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Xiangling turned her head and looked at them in surprise. Xiangling, huh? They are. Premies, with me. I brought them here yesterday and gave them a room to rest. Xiangling, but from what I know, other rooms are filled with some stuffs and hence there is not much free space for even one person to stay, let alone 2. Premies, I moved some of them from one room to another and set them more properly. This made enough space for them to stay for the night. He replied. Though no one noticed a glint that passed in his eyes. When it did, everything upstairs changed. Xiangling, is that so? Deciding not to give it much thought, Xiangling nodded and then she greeted both of them with smile. She was surprised to see Ganyu since everyone knew that she was the general secretary of the Liyue Qixing. Because of her overwork, Ganyu rarely made her appearance in public. And when Shinha told her that she was the disciple of Cloud Retainer, Xiangling became even more excited. Meeting such people face to face were really a dream. Ganyu and Shinha also calmly answered all of Xiangling questions if she had any while trying to make atmosphere as comfortable as possible. Even though they appeared calm on the surface, Premies, Ei, and Makoto notices their eyes that were trembling slight. That fear was of Premies as they had never expected him to have such a terrifying identity. Thus, they are afraid that they won't do something to offend him. Once she was done talking with them, Xiangling remembered something and looked at Premies' direction. Xiangling, whoa. She noticed just now that there were two Makoto standing by her teacher's side. She turned her head from one to another again and again until finally stopping at Makoto. It's not hard for her to distinguish who was her sister Makoto. Not only thanks to her clothes but also her expression which were gentler than the other one. Compared to Makoto, Ei's eyes were colder and sharper. Xiangling, Sister Makoto, is the other one. Makoto, She is my twin sister. Her name is Ei. Xiangling, oh. Nice to meet you, Sister Ei. I am Mao Xiangling. She introduced herself by bowing her head. In return, Ei just nodded. Not mind Ei's behavior, Xiangling returned her attention to Premies. Xiangling, just wait for some time, teacher. I will prepare breakfast for you right away. Premies, okay. Makoto, let's go Xiangling, I also want to make some for Lord. Though just when they were about to leave, Premies spoke. Premies, you three also go with them. Hearing this, Ei, Ganyu, and Shinha were surprised but they still nodded their head and followed them. When he was alone in the room again, Premies sat on one of the chairs while waiting for them. Premies, when one is under extremely high pressure while facing an opponent which can lead to his or her demise, it was the time that they broke through their limit and reach a high level. Lumen experienced the same while fighting Storm Terror. Hence, facing a life-threatening danger is a faster way to become strong. After all, it's a do-or-die situation that time. He then paused for a second and continued. Premies, it's decided. 1 month. Or at most 2 months from now. I will release the seal on Guyun Stone Forest and will reawaken Ojal. The ancient god and sea monster that was defeated by Rex Lapis during the Archon War 2000 years ago. The people of Liyue will have to handle this problem on their own without the help of any Adepti or Morax. In case they succeeded it's good but if they failed, the entire Liyue will succumb under the sea of the ancient god. All main women. Premies, if they can't even handle this issue then Liyue should forget about facing the upcoming threat which will be on the same level as what Mondstadt will face. All main women. With this Premies closed his eyes and went into meditation while completely being unaware of the bombshell he had dropped. 30 minutes later. Xiangling and others brought the breakfast and placed it on the table one by one. They then took their seat with Makoto and Ei sitting on Premies' right left and Xiangling, Ganyu, and Shinha sitting across. The breakfast went by in silence with Ei and Makoto as calm as always while the three girls were completely nervous. Seeing this, Premies couldn't help but raise one of his brows but didn't question their behavior. By the time they were done and Xiangling, Ganyu, and Shinha took their plates in the kitchen to wash them, Premies moved his head towards a particular direction. Premies, oh. I thought Ningguang was busy with her work and would have forget to visit. But she already here. And she only brought Keqing with her. Well, it's not a bad way to get rid of all of the soldiers who must have wanted to follow her, though I am more inclined towards Keqing decided to come with Ningguang instead of other way around. 2 km away from Wanmin restaurant. Hearing Premies' thoughts, both the women were surprised. But then they couldn't have but shudder realizing how sharp Premies was, to be able to deduce everything so naturally. They were already afraid when Premies mentioned that he would soon release Ojal but now this. The opponent who was not only physically but also mentally strong were one of the worst enemy. Putting a serious expression on their face, they increased their pace. Wanmin restaurant. Premies who was looking at them, of course noticed the micro-movements of their face muscles when they put a serious expression. This made him narrow his eyes. At this time, Makoto and Ei had already left their chair and stood behind Premies. Xiangling, Ganyu, and Shinha were also done and returned. Though Xiangling took a seat beside Premies and started talking about her new recipes while Ganyu and Shinha stood behind him like the twins. 5 minutes later. Knock. Knock. Shinha moved and opened the door. Outside Ningguang and Keqing were standing. They wanted to greet Shinha but Ningguang was shocked seeing her fully fine. She still remembered Shinha's condition yesterday. Missing limbs, broken bones, tissues, full of holes. But now, she seemed as if nothing of that sort happened to her in the first time. Ningguang, this. Premies, so, you really did make time to come here. This snapped Ningguang out of her thoughts as she looked at Premies sitting on the chair like a ruler with his guards standing behind him. Ningguang, ahem. It's pleasure to meet you again, Mr. Premies, Hershers. Ningguang, Hershers. Premies, that's my name. Ersta Hershers. Ningguang, that's a very unusual name. I never heard of any family who go my name Hershers. However, he didn't seem to be lying. Is this one of the ancient family from the past? Probability is not low because such family might definitely have some ways to undo the seal that our god place on Ojal. Deciding to think deeper about it later, Ningguang showed a businesswoman smile and spoke. Ningguang, I heard from Ganyu that you wanted to meet me. I am sorry for the delay. Because of some circumstance, I failed to come here sooner. Premies, it's fine. It's not that urgent. Ningguang and Keqing, not urgent, my foot. The danger of Liyue is not urgent. Fine, it won't be that urgent for you since you don't live here but we do. Even though both didn't show any change in expression on the surface, they both were cursing Premies inwardly. Makoto and Ei were same as always while Xiangling, Ganyu, and Shinha were looking at him with weird expression. Ningguang, can I ask how may I help you? Seeing how Ningguang was going to the point, Premies nodded inwardly. He also didn't like to waste time on useless things. Finally, Premies opened his mouth and started talking about human meat. Like how Xiangling's father received it and how many people would have already consumed it by the time he found out. About how there were many chances that the Wanmin restaurant was not the only one. There must be other shops who were still selling it. By the time Premies was done, everyone's expression had turned ugly. One should know that when Premies first found out the human meat, only Xiangling was with him. Hence, neither Makoto nor Ei nor Ganyu nor Shinha were aware of it. Coldness could be seen in the eyes of Makoto, Ei, Shinha, Keqing, and Ningguang. They were wondering how could someone be so cruel to not only kill the humans but even made the other human to devour on their flesh. Xiangling and Ganyu on the other hand looked pale. Suppressing her burning rage, Keqing spoke for the first time. Keqing, is there a way to identify this meat from others? Premies, for now, only the vision holder with an almost perfect control over their elements can do so. Once you cover the meat with your elemental power, you will be able to sense some kind of unusual resistance from it. That's how you can distinguish it. Keqing, that will be enough. Thank you. Ningguang, I also want to thank Mr. Hershers on the behalf of the entire Liyue. Both of them bowed their head towards him. Premies, Ningguang, we should take our leave now since we still need to find and get rid of it. Premies, sure. With this they both left the Wanmin restaurant. Ningguang wanted to talk with Ganyu but she knew what was more important at the moment. When they were gone, Makoto asked. Makoto, my lord, is that the only thing? Ei, I also think there is more to this matter. Premies, must be your imagination. Hearing this, they decided to let go of this matter. However, at that second, they heard Premies' thoughts. Premies, of course, it's not that not simple. I am sure that many of the owners who are currently selling this meat must be aware that it was human meat. The reason why they are still selling it because if a normal human consumes it, his body will start becoming stronger. In this world where getting a vision is not easy, it's not surprising that people will get jealous. Hence, how could they let go such way that can make them stand on the equal standing with vision holders? On top of that. Pausing for a second, he continued. Premies, the more they will consume, the more addicted they will become. Not only of power but also of meat. To the point that they would even start looking at others like some kind of delicacy. Even if they are stranger, friends, relatives, and even their own family members, it won't be surprising that they will become cannibals and start capturing, killing, and feast on their victims. All main women. Shaking his head, Premies decided to put those thoughts away since now it's Liyue Qixing problem not his. Though just when he was about to stand up, the door of the restaurant opened. There he saw Ningguang and Keqing whose expressions weren't so good. Premies, why they are looking so pale? Currently there is no one outside who they can't handle. Ningguang, Mr. Hershers. I was wondering whether you are interested in visiting Jade Chamber. Premies. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 445, Volume 5, Chapter 61, 2 of the 7 Stars of Liyue. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view i.e., POV. / / equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. The Jade Chamber is an airborne structure above the skies of Liyue from which the Qixing monitored all the happenings in the region. It was able to float due to a large chunk of sunset vermilionite inside the base. Sunset vermilionite is a type of large plaustrite, and the unique floating properties of plaustrite allows the chamber to hover. The control compartment of the jade chamber is responsible for allowing aerial movement the chamber. By combining adepti sigils and wonder cores and inserting them into the control compartment, the jade chamber can be controlled. The jade chamber holds a tremendous amount of energy within it and is extremely heavy. If it will fall on someone, then due to the combined effects of its great weight with incredible force and the energy within it will trigger a huge and powerful explosion. One can see many things useful, expensive, and even antiques inside. Jade Chamber Intel Wall. It was a wall full of business intelligence, densely packed with pages of information pulled from countless sources. There are reams of information here: shipping schedules, profit and loss accounts, warehouse inventories, road safety reports, diplomatic intel. The scope is breathtaking, as is the level of detail, and all the information is up to date. Only the sharpest and most meticulous mind would be able to cut through the clutter and discern the connections between all these disparate strands of information. Porcelain Antique. A slender-necked, aquamarine-colored porcelain vase. It has a pristine, glossy finish and is clearly a top-of-the-range item. It does not seem to have come from an official kiln. The faint iridescent shine it gives off, somewhat similar to that of mother of pearl, would seem to suggest that it has had a long history. On the body of this delicate ornament, there are some words written in bold strokes, from the crux. Neatly stacked scrolls. A neatly stacked pile of scrolls. Each sheet of paper is as thin as an insect's wings. One can think of them as calligraphy works. Scale. Though mountains be raised and the ground beneath our feet crumble, never may the contract change. For it alone is the bedrock on which MT Tionhing stands firm against the tides of ingenious machinations. Notebook. The order for 1 copy of Customs of Liyue, receiving God placed 2 days ago has now been fulfilled. Item has been delivered to the Jade Chamber. Could Ms. Ningguang kindly confirm all is in order? A potted plant. The pot contains a very old piece of plaustrite and a scarred green plant. It's something from the first Jade Chamber. That's what Premies can tell by looking at everything here. He never expected Ningguang to invite him to Jade Chamber this soon after what was happening to Liyue Harbor, thanks to him. He planned to decline, but when his disciple started looking at him with puppy eyes and said she never saw what was inside this chamber before, Premies agreed. Hence, currently he was inside the Jade Chamber as his eyes were wandering over everything. While his disciple on the other hand was running from here to there excited like a curious girl. Premies, so, what is the reason for inviting me in such a fancy place? He asked without looking back at Ningguang. Ningguang, please, be at ease. Make yourself at home. Premies, I don't have time to play games with you, girl. State your business or I will leave. Hearing the way Premies was addressing her, Ningguang lips twitched. She really wanted to say that she was older than him in age. But when she saw Makoto and Ei who were looking at her, she swallowed her words and showed a smile. Next, she hurriedly thought of something and spoke. Ningguang, Mr. Hershers, I genuinely wanted to welcome you here. Premies, why? Ningguang, as you know that the current situation of Liyue Harbor is not that good. Premies, of course. Because I am the one responsible for it. Ningguang. Kaching. A vein appeared on both women's forehead, but they didn't let themselves controlled by their emotions. Ignoring Premies' thoughts, she continued. Ningguang, I know that you couple. I am sorry, which among those sisters are your lover? The Tianquan of the Liyue Qixing still remembered that when she met them for the first time, Makoto introduced herself as Premies' maid. After later investigation, she came to know that it was really Premies and Makoto who people of the Liyue were talking about. So, Ningguang thought Makoto lied to her. Then she saw Premies and Ei kissing, which confused her further since her intel never mentioned about Makoto's twin sister. This mean that she came just recently. Yet, no one noticed her. This puzzled her even more. Hence, right now she didn't know which one of them was with Premies. Makoto or Ei. Premies, it doesn't matter. Come to the main point. Seeing that Premies had no intention of explaining, Ningguang could only sigh inwardly before speaking. Ningguang, you see, you three have the power to protect yourself in case of any danger. However, it will be a problem for Xiangling if some many people will start looking at her with hatred-filled eyes and started throwing things at her once the rumor spread that her restaurant sell human meat. Hearing this, Xiangling, who was jumping around, stopped and her face turned pale. She realized that because of this, her and her father will suffer a lot in future. And as those people would be just normal civilians, she won't be able to bring herself to hurt them. Ningguang, so, I thought it will be better if Xiangling can stay here with you. Because of that, in case Mr. Hershers have to leave for something, she will still be safe. Shin. Zap. She didn't get the chance to finish before Ei and Makoto moved and pointed their weapon at her. Ei's polearm was just 0.1 millimeters away from severing her neck, while the tip of Makoto's parasol was also 0.1 millimeters away from penetrating her heart. They were looking at Ningguang with extremely cold eyes. For someone who have lived for so many years, how can they not understand what Ningguang was aiming at? That was not the only thing. No one noticed that Premi's shadow now had a shade of purple, and a thread of that shadow had already moved from Premi's and connected with Ningguang's. In case the Tianquan of the Liyue Qixing had not stopped at her last word, then Satella would have impaled her on countless spikes. Other people in the chamber were also shocked because of Ei and Makoto's behavior. It was too fast for them to even understand or react. As they were baffled what was going on, they heard Premi's thoughts. Premies, so, you want to use Xiangling in order to keep me locked here, and also so that you can keep an eye on me all the time. And even if I will leave, you are sure that I will definitely return since my student is here under your protection. In other words, Xiangling can act as some kind of restraint for me and also hostage to you. Ningguang. The white-haired never expected for Premies to see through her thoughts in an instant. In case someone will provide protection to your loved ones, you started to think that you are in debt with that person and started feeling guilty. As a result, you ask that person if you can help in some way so that you can repay them. Because of that, not only that person gets you who will work for him or her, that person also becomes certain that you won't betray him or her since you are protecting their loved one. But in truth, your loved one become that person's hostage in a way. This girl tried to use the same at Premi's, thinking when the time came, she can ask for something from him since she gave protection to Xiangling by bringing in the Jade Chamber. Too bad, such tricks were child play in Premi's eyes as he saw through them easily. Shenhe, Ganyu, and Xiangling were shocked hearing that Ningguang had such plan for Xiangling and Premi's. Since Ganyu knew Ningguang's sharpness when she was doing business, she didn't react much. But Shenhe and Xiangling, on the other hand, raised their guards. They now knew that in case they even show a slight weakness, there were high chances that Ningguang could use that in her schemes. Beads of sweat appeared on Ningguang's forehead as she tried her best to show her same signature smile. Ningguang, and Mr. Hershers, can you please ask them to lower their weapons? Premies, I have a feeling that you are being insincere here. They think so too. That's why they took out their weapon. Ningguang, you must be mistaken. I am sure Xiangling will like it here. There is a big kitchen here. And the ingredients that arrived here are all top-notch and rare. Since Xiangling loves cooking, I am certain she will enjoy herself here. Hearing this, Xiangling's eyes started to twinkle. Saying she was not tempted would be a lie. Premies, oh. Nevertheless, Premies didn't buy it and seemed unimpressed. Seeing this, Ningguang could only bit her lips and ask. Ningguang, then how does Mr. Hershers want me to show her sincerity? The moment those words left her mouth, the corner of Premies' lips rose a little. Seeing this, instead of becoming dazed, Ningguang had a bad feeling. She realized that she did a big blunder by saying those words. Though before she could say anything, Premies didn't give her the opportunity and spoke. Premies, if you really want to show your sincerity, then it's very simple. You see, when we entered the chamber just now, the guards outside were looking at us with worry and hostility. I won't feel at ease if such guards will be keeping an eye of us every second. I am afraid they will try to attack me or Xiangling in order to release their anger on us. Kaching, the soldiers of Liyue would do no such thing. Premies, silence. Thud. Kaching couldn't react in time before finding herself touching the ground. Everyone in the Jade Chamber were horrified. This was the first time they had heard Premies spoke in such cold tone. Kaching still felt that this was dream. Premies didn't exclude any aura or pressure. This was his cold stare alone that made her kneel. Letting her remain like this, Premies returned his attention to Ningguang, who was sweating profusely. She was now regretting her decision of bringing Premies here. Premies, so, where were we? Oh, I remember. Since I am afraid that the soldiers will try to attack me or Xiangling in order to release their anger on us, what I want you is to dismiss all of them from guarding Jade Chamber from now onwards. Ningguang, wah. Premies, not only them but also dismiss all the servants. From now on, the only one who will stay on the Jade Chamber will be me and my group along with you. Us being here can provide the protection that even all the soldiers in the Liyue can't. What do you say? Ningguang, but that's. Premies, let's add Kaching too. I am sure with her around you will be more at ease. With this, step by step, Premies approached Ningguang. Premies, you want to cage me, don't you? I am sure you would have not expected such reversal. The moment you will accept this, it will be you who will caged here. After all, there will be only you and my group here. This Jade Chamber is some sort of prestige, isn't it? Now how does it feel knowing this place in which you spent blood, sweat, and money to build would someday become a cage that will hold you inside? In case you decline, this means you didn't care about the safety of Xiangling. So, what will you choose, Ningguang? Ningguang. Step. 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 Every step of Premies resounded in not only hall but also in Ningguang's heart. She knew that she had been thoroughly defeated. If she agrees, then she and Keqing will both become Premies hostages. Just like Premies thought, it was a reversal. Instead of getting a hostage in her hand, she herself became one along with Keqing. Step. With the last step, Premies was already in front of her. Extending his hand, he gently held her face and started caressing it. Yet, as the texture of his glove touched her face, Ningguang felt a chill down her spine. After a while, he spoke. Premies, so, what's your answer? Ningguang, I understand. She replied and lowered her head. With this, not only Premies got his hand on 2 more hostage, but now he also had 2 of the 7 stars of Liyue. Hence, in a way, more than half of the Liyue harbor had fallen in his hands. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 446, Volume 5, Chapter 62, Man-Eaters. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Darkness. Total darkness. No matter where one's eyes go, the only thing that will greet them will the darkness that desired to swallow you whole. When one started to think that there was nothing here, sound of footsteps resounded. Tap. 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 It was as if someone was trying to run away from something as fast as possible. Desperation, anxiety, despair, discomfort, grief, sorrow, and many more emotions could be felt from those steps somehow. With each passing second, the sound of the footsteps started becoming louder and louder. Soon the appearance of the person could be seen. It was a tall woman with fair skin, red eyes, and straight, knee-length, white-beige hair that fades into an ashy color at the ends. She was wearing white, high-neck sleeveless qipao dress with side slits that reach up to the thigh, unveiling black shorts with diamond-cut patterns. The woman stopped and started panting heavily to catch her breath. Her face was pale in fear as distress could be seen visible in her eyes. Rattle. Clatter. However, her time of relief was short-lived as she heard that face-familiar sound behind. Looking back, she was countless ominous chains coming for her from the deeper part of the darkness. Ignoring the pain and tiredness of her body, she forced herself to run again. However, because of physical and mental fatigue, her speed was slow compared to before. As a result, in a matter of few seconds, the chains reached her. They coiled around her arms, legs, chest, neck, head and even covered her mouth. The woman didn't even get the chance to even scream or resist before the chains pulled her in the depth of darkness. Opening her eyes, the woman found herself in the same darkness like before. She was no longer bounded by those ominous chains. However, before she could relax, one of her hands raised on its own. Then the another one. Next, it was her legs. She was horrified to realize that her body was not listening to her commands and was acting on its own. Then she started dancing. Yes, you heard it right. She was really dancing. Every move was full of elegance which caught the eyes of onlookers and made them difficult to look. Too bad that there was neither the audience to watch such performance nor the dancer herself was happy. This dance kept on going for no one knew how long. Yet, for some reason, the dancer didn't feel tired. By the time she was about to give up, her eyes wandered at ground below. In the next second, her eyes opened wide in shock, realizing that the platform she was dancing on was a huge hand covered in black glove. It was also the time she noticed some kind of strings attached to her. As she tried to find where these strings were going, she raised her head and saw another huge hand, same as below. All the strings were coming from that hand. The fingers of that hand above were moving, and whenever they did, the strings attached to it get pulled, and so did the woman. Finally, the woman understood that she was dancing on the palm of someone's hand that was pulling her strings. But she didn't have any strength, power, or will to resist that person. As if the person had complete control over her. Still, she wanted to see who it was. Hence, she tried her best to raise her head even more. And finally, she saw something. A pair of an emotionless bluish-black eyes that seemed to looking and controlling her as if some kind of puppet. Dread gripped the woman's heart as she finally realized who it was. At that time, she heard a voice. There is no escape. Jade Chamber. Ningguang. The Tianquan of the Liyue Qixing abruptly rose up of her sleep and raised her upper body. She was fully covered in sweat and was breathing heavy. She noticed the quilt that was covering her and realized that she was sleeping on her bed. She moved her gaze around and confirmed that she was in her room in the Jade Chamber. As she put her hand on her forehead to calm herself, there was a knock on the door. Knock. Knock. Lady Ningguang, please wake up. It's already past 4 hours than you usually get up. Ningguang, this voice. Ningguang, by sure, huh? You are awake, Lady Nin. Ningguang, come inside. Oh. Okay. Click. The door opened and a woman entered. Looking at her, Ningguang widened her eyes because the woman was none other than one of 3 private maids, Baisher. Ningguang, be Baisher, what are doing H here? Hearing Ningguang words, the maid showed a confused expression. Baisher, what are you talking about, Lady Ningguang? Don't me, Baiwen, and Baixiao stay here together and be your side most of the time in case you require anything. Ningguang, that's true. But didn't I dismiss 3 of you along with all the servants and soldiers from the Jade Chamber yesterday? The maid showed a dumbfounded expression at this. Baisher, Lady Ningguang, I think you should rest some more. It's not your fault either. Ever since Miss Ganyu left, all the workload fell on your shoulder. That's why that you have accumulated so much mental fatigue that you think you are still in dream. Ningguang, yeah. Are you saying I didn't? Baisher, no. You never gave some orders. Ningguang, I didn't. She muttered under her breath and started ponder about something. Seeing her like this, a worried expression appeared on Baisher's face as she approached. Baisher, Lady Ningguang, you don't look good. Even your face is somewhat pale. I think you should rest for today. We, your servants will handle today's work somehow. Ningguang. Baisher, do you still remember the time I left yesterday? Baishan, of course, I do. You said there is an important matter you need to attend to so you hurriedly left. However, the soldiers didn't want you to go, thinking your life might be in danger. If it was not because of Miss Keqing who came forward and said she will accompany you, the soldiers won't have let you go. Ningguang, what happened afterward? Baisher, well, after a few hours you and Miss Keqing came back unharmed. That made us relax. Next, you went to do your work as usual before night came and you dismissed yourself back in your quarters. Ningguang, wait. Are you saying only me and Keqing returned? There was no one else with us. Baisher, huh? No. Ningguang. Ningguang, does that mean everything was just a dream? Yet, the dream she saw was still vivid in her mind. Especially those cold emotionless eyes who seemed to looking and controlling her however they desired. Baisher, Lady Ningguang. Ningguang, what is Keqing doing at the moment? Baisher, Miss Keqing took some soldiers with her in the morning to check on some shops who sell meat. Ningguang, I see. Ningguang, she must have started looking for those who are selling human meat. Baisher, by the way, there is good news, Lady Ningguang. Seeing her maid excited expression, the white-haired woman raised one of her brows. Ningguang, oh. What is it? Baisher, the people of Liyue who had fallen unconscious due to some reason has started waking up one by one. Ningguang, I see. That's really good news. Still, we must make sure that there isn't any problem with their health. Hence, spread the order that whoever wake up must visit a doctor as soon as possible so that they can do a full checkup on them. Baisher, right away, Lady Ningguang. With this the maid hurriedly left. The white-haired looked at the back of her maid with smile for a while before a serious expression appeared on her face again. Lowering her legs from the bed, she stood up and made her way towards the window of her room. From here she could see the entire Liyue harbor. It was truly a beautiful sight. Too bad, Ningguang didn't appreciate this view right now since her mind was preoccupied with other stuff. Ningguang, I am still having a hard time believing that it was just a dream. In any case, it still didn't change the fact that you are going to release Ojal. And since you want to see the might of Liyue harbor, we will show you. Liyue harbor. When Ningguang had decided her goal, Premies moved his head and looked at the direction of Jade Chamber. Though no one noticed his bluish-black eyes who changed and become reddish-black with 3 commas in them for a moment before returned to bluish-black again. Currently Premies was standing on a rooftop of a house with Makoto, Ei, Ganyu, and Shina standing behind him. Retracting his eyes, he looked at what was going on down below. 2 fights were happening in front of a shop. Xiangling, ha. Thrust. She shouted and thrusted her spear forwards towards a boy who appeared to be a normal human. Only if the boy's eyes were not bloodshot. He neither had hard skin nor claws, and now have high vitality. It was a boy with the same age as Xiangling. Though not only he was creating cannibalism now, he was also looking at Xiangling as if he wanted to taste her flesh. In another fight, Keqing was facing the boy's parents. They were also creating cannibalism. Knowing that Xiangling still had hard time fighting other humans, especially when it came to killing them. Premies told her to accompany Keqing who had been checking one meat shop after another since morning. This was the first shop they found who were doing so. While Keqing was ready to take down the family, Xiangling hesitated seeing the boy like her thinking he must not be aware of what his parents were feeding him. But when they checked the boy's room, the girl face turned pale when she saw many human parts like fingers, eyes, livers, brain, hearts, and many more there. Some of them were even half-eaten. And to put the final nail on the coffin, after checking the room some more, they found a notebook which was well hidden. On the notebook, the boy had written the names of his friends. And how every single one of them tasted different when he ate them. He had also written how he had many girlfriends. Why many? Because the boy had some knowledge of sex thanks to his friends. They said it was something like a ritual by which the man and woman become one for some time. But the boy thought instead of become one for some time, won't it be good to become one for forever? So, he dated a girl and made her his girlfriend. After dating for some time, he killed and ate her. As he became stronger, he thought that his girlfriend had become permanently one with him. So, he kept on making more girlfriends and continued the same. Why no one heard about it till now? That's because when it was time for hunt, they made a plan with the girl's family to visit some other nations. Next, they took the girl family in a forest and killed them. And to make it less suspicious, they didn't hesitate to kill some more humans and put the blame on Hilly Churls. That's why no one caught them till now. On top of that, since this hunt happened away from Liyue Harbor, the authorities can't send additional manpower for the investigation. Hence, the result. Xiangling was definitely shocked at this before Fury took over. Seeing the dark side of humanity, her trust on it was broken. Now, she wanted nothing more but to slay this boy with her own hand. Though how could parents let someone who had ill will towards their son? So, they attacked but were intercepted by Keqing. That's why the battle was going on. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 447, Volume 5, Chapter 63, Flag. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Thirst. Stab. Slash. Xiangling was attacking the man-eating boy with her polearm from different angles and force. The boy on the other side only tried to protect and dodge in case the attack was coming for his vitals. Else he kept on striking even when injuries appeared on his body. This made things difficult for the girl because her weapon barely did any serious damage thanks to the boy's hard muscles. On top that, those minor injuries got full healed in a matter of few seconds. Frowning, she gathered her prio element in her polearm and stabbed again. The man-eating boy seemed to have sensed the danger, so he hurriedly dodged. Stab. Still, Xiangling didn't stop and keeping on stabbing. Stab. 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 Shin. Hiss. Man-eating boy, ah. It hurts. MOM. The boy screamed in pain as fire covered the boy's wounds. Its burning speed was faster than his regeneration. That was one of the main weaknesses of these man-eaters. They had zero resistance against elemental power. That's why they preferred to hit till now, knowing they were at disadvantages against vision holders. If not for these people came knocking to their door in order to eliminate them, they didn't plan to show themselves in the open. Man-eating woman, my son. The boy's mother on the other battlefield of course heard her son's painful cry and rushed towards his location. Zap. However, too bad, she was intercepted by Keqing. Keqing, where do you think you are going? The woman face turned ugly as at this. Man-eating woman, *TCH, get out of my way. Shouting, she attacked with her claws. Shin. Clang. Deflecting them, Keqing started swinging her sword, which put the woman into disadvantage in a matter of seconds. Swoo. Bam. A punch came for her from another direction. But before it could touch her, Keqing jumped out of the way. Crack. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground, as Yuheng of the Liyue Qixing looked at the men in front. Man-eating woman, dear. We must hurry and reach our son. Otherwise, they will kill him. Man-eating men, I know. Let's attack with our full power. With this, both the men and woman launched themselves towards Keqing. The girl on the other hand only became more solemn before electric power started gathering around her. Crackle. Next, she also charged towards them. 30 minutes later. Xiangling was looking down the burning corpse of the boy with complicated expression. Even though she had fought many bandits before, she never killed them. But this time, she not only killed a human but the human was also a kid. Hence, some kind of odd feeling engulfed her. She felt disgusted of it and tried to suppress it. Turning her head to the side, she saw that Keqing was also done. 2 headless corpses were lying near her feet. Compared to the boy who didn't have much experience in fighting, his parents not only had that but their strength were also higher. Yet, they were killed by Keqing faster than Xiangling killed the boy. Keqing gestured the soldiers who were guarding from the sidelines. Since she knew that there will be needless death in case the soldiers joined, she took care of these man-eating humans herself. Approaching, the soldiers did a salute before a sergeant stepped forward. Keqing, take away these corpses to research. Maybe we would find something useful. Sergeant, right away, Miss Keqing. Saying, the sergeant ordered the soldiers to do as instructed while Keqing walked over to Xiangling. Keqing, are you all right? Xiangling, why yeah. Though I still need some time to calm myself. Keqing, I understand. You know, you don't need to follow us any longer. We can take care of rest ourselves. Xiangling, no, I will join. She interrupted Keqing and spoke with some determination in her tone. This startled Keqing as she looked at the chef whose eyes now had a tint of sharpness. Keqing knew such gaze since she also appeared like this when killing her enemies. Her gaze was of course much sharper thanks to longer experience. But now she saw the same thing was happening with Xiangling. At the morning when Xiangling approached and said she wanted to join, Keqing was skeptic. In case it was another person, she would have declined. But since she knew that Xiangling was someone close to preemies, she reluctantly agreed. Though she thought Xiangling won't be able to kill another human that easily. In case she did, she would be traumatized at what she had done. But now seeing the determination, her impression of Xiangling increased several points. Keqing, okay. But let's rest for a bit before continuing. Xiangling, While this was going on, preemies and others were looking from the top of the building. Preemies, not bad. Makoto, yes. I must say that her heart and will is stronger than other humans. Yeah. But still, the first kill definitely affected her to her core. Though if she will keep on killing, the sense of disgust she was feeling will soon disappear. Shinha, first kill is most difficult one. Ganyu, won't it be cruel for her if she will continue like this? Preemies, it is. But she must. As the four behind him became silent, they heard his thoughts. Preemies, these man-eaters won't show any mercy just because you are a fellow human. In case Xiangling will hesitate, it will her end. And that's not the only thing. In the upcoming crisis, there will be many such people. They would be a lot stronger than these man-eaters. Hence, instead of showing mercy and letting your guard down that time, it will be better if Xiangling will get used to killing now. This surprised all the women, even Xiangling, who was feeling down. Raising her head, she looked around but failed to even see the shadow of preemies. Still, knowing that her teacher was keeping an eye of her from the shadows, her mood improved somewhat. Taking a deep breath, she held her polearm tightly and stood up before approaching Keqing. Xiangling, I am fine now, Miss Keqing. Let's continue. Keqing, okay. With this they continued their investigation and soon found even more such man-eaters. Once they killed them, they would move to next one. By the time Xiangling was done killing the 10th one, all of her hesitation disappeared. Keqing, on the other hand, killed more than 30. The soldiers at the side could only look at these women with reverence and respect in their eyes. Preemies, on the other hand, checked their current strength. Xiangling, level. Keqing, level. Preemies, these fighting really helped Xiangling to raise her level by 3. As for Keqing, since she already completed her second ascension and is halfway done, she needs a lot more experience. That's why these fights can't help her to reach next level. The waifus. All the women who heard Preemie's words opened their eyes wide in shock. This was especially for the case of Xiangling and Keqing. None of them revealed their levels to Preemies. In case of Xiangling, she would have told her level to Preemies he had asked. But didn't. And now with his thoughts, they knew that Preemies had a way to see their true level. This made them shudder. If one didn't know your true level, this can be used for their advantage against your enemies. But now such things were useless in front of Preemies. And in case he told this knowledge to others, then their enemies could use them for their own advantages. On top of that, Preemies directly said Xiangling level was increased by 3. With further confirmed that he can see their level accurately instead of predicting it after seeing their strength. Preemies, anyway, in order to face the upcoming crisis, the normal soldiers of Mondstadt must complete their first ascension and reach above level 90. As for the higher members like Jean, Lisa, Dialek, Amber, Eula, Kia, and others, they must complete their second ascension and must reach max. In other words, level 200. Only then do they any chance to survive. As for Liyue Harbor. Here Preemies glanced back at Shinha and Ganyu. Shinha, level. Ganyu, level. Preemies, since they have the protection of Adepti and Geo Archon both, the enemies they will be facing will also be stronger. Hence, Keqing and other elites must complete their third ascension. The waifus. Preemies, side point is the way things are right now, they won't be able to accomplish that in the limited time they have. Looks like I have no choice but to make my move to further the speed of their leveling. Hearing this, all of the waifus were surprised. At this Premies looked at particular direction before opening his mouth. Premies, Makoto. Ei. Saying, he gestured down below. As if understanding what he meant, the twin moved, leaving a spark of electric behind. Down when Xiangling and Keqing were still processing what they heard, the twins appeared behind them and grabbed their collar. Xiangling and Keqing, eh. Before they could do anything, the twins took them away in front of the shocking eyes of soldiers. When the twin Electro-Archons left Premies' side, he did the same for Ganyu and Shinha and took them away on no. When Xiangling, Keqing, Ganyu, and Shinha opened their eyes, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. The atmosphere was eerie as they felt someone looking at them. Though when they looked around, they found nothing. This sent a chill down their spine. Ganyu, I know this place. Keqing, I also remembered, this is Wuwang Hill. It's a place in Bishui Plain. The area is known for its eerie atmosphere, as the skies will always be dark gray regardless of whether it is daytime or nighttime. Xiangling, I have heard that many supernatural things happened here. Some people even said they saw ghosts here. Shinha, this means that there are high chances the gaze we felt belongs to those ghosts. Saying, she took out a talisman in order to prepare herself. Ganyu, it appears so. Keqing, before that, what are we doing here? Xiangling, teacher. Wait for me. This snapped others out of their thoughts as they looked at Premies, Makoto, and Ei, who were going somewhere while leaving them behind. Other also hurried their steps and caught up to them. Keqing, minding telling why you bring us here, all of a sudden. The Yuheng of the Liu Qixing already knew why Premies brought her here after hearing his thoughts. But still pretend she didn't know. At first, the girl had some dissatisfaction with Premies when she learned that he planned to release Ojal. But after knowing that he was doing that so that they can be prepared for an even bigger threat, her dissatisfaction somewhat diminished. And now, he brought them here to become stronger, that feeling disappeared completely. For now. Premies, you will know. Hearing this, none of them asked. Still, by being his side, they all felt a strange sense of security. This made them relaxed as they were no longer afraid of the ghosts and started talking among themselves. Even Makoto and Ei were talking with each other about the trivial stuffs. Though when other girls joined them, Ei closed her mouth and let Makoto do the talking. Getting bored and not interested in taking part in the girls' talking, she stepped forward and walked closer to Premies and spoke in low voice. Ei, since we are here, could it be that one of those man-eaters' base of operation here? Premies, Ei, if I am not overstepping my boundaries, can I ask how many of them will be there? Premies, 100 something. Ei. The Electro-Archon's forehead twitched as she continued. Ei, are there any kids or all are adult? Premies, all of them are adult. They even had more strength and experience than the ones they fought back in Liyue. Ei, must be because they got rid of many intruders who trespassed their territory. Premies, yes. Ei, and, you are planning to let these mortals face all of them? Premies, yes. Ei, are we allowed to interfere in case their life will be in danger? Premies, no. Ei. The shogun becoming silent hearing this. And since they kept their conversating in low voice, except of Makoto, other girls didn't hear that. Even though Makoto was talking with them with smile, the corner of her lips twitched hearing that Premies planned to throw these girls in a group of those man-eaters. She couldn't help but take a deep sigh inwardly. Makoto, as expected, Lord's method of training is really very cold and ruthless. Though I won't deny that after it's over, they will get huge boost in strength. Lumen was a prime example of it. Xiangling, the atmosphere reminds of the scary stories I have heard and read of before. Ganyu, really? Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Shin. Suddenly all the women around Premies drew out their weapon and pointed at the perpetrator. Hey. The person let out a terrifying yelp and raised his hands, showing it had no intention of harming them. Turning his head, Premies looked at the person. He was a middle-aged man with black hair and brown eyes with facial hair on his chin. He was wearing black clothes which one wore at someone's funeral. Who are you people? Keqing, that's something we should ask. Who are you? Speak or be prepared to have a talk in my office, Iya. Please don't hurt me. Keqing, then speak who you are. My name is Meng. I am an undertaker at the Wangxing Funeral Parlor. Ganyu, Wangxing Funeral Parlor. I know about them. They are the people who perform funeral rites for the dead so that their soul can pass on to the other side in peace. Meng, why yes. Yes. That's who we are. The man hurriedly nodded his head confirming Ganyu's words. Meng, now that I have introduced myself, don't you think it's you guys' turn now? Kaching, you're right. I am Kek. Preemies, there is no need to waste any more time here. Let's continue on our way. Interrupting Kaching, Preemies turned and walked away. Kaching could only look at his back with wary smile while others also lowered their weapon and followed. Kaching, anyway, this place is not good for someone like you to be here. So, you better leave. Meng, actually I am here for a funeral. Hence, I can't leave before completing it. As Kaching looked at him pensively, the men got scared and took some steps back. Meng, I don't mean to offend. There is no need for any ill will between us. The Yuheng of the Liu Qixing couldn't help but let out a deep sigh facing such a scaredy cat. Kaching, all right. Stop freaking out and stand still. Relax. Meng, relax. Yes, whatever you say. Please, stay your hand. Don't come any closer. I mean no harm. Don't touch me. With that he ran away fear. As Kaching looked at his disappearing back in dumbfounded expression, he heard Preemies behind. Preemies, as expected from a cat girl. She can scare a poor man just by hissing. Kaching, wahoo are you calling cat? Instead of answering, Preemies looked at her cat ears. Kaching, they are not ears. This is a hairstyle. Preemies, yeah, right. I believe you. Even though he said it neutrally, Kaching sensed some sarcasm in his words. This made her grit her teeth in frustration. Ignoring her gaze, Preemies pat Ganyu's shoulder and moved past her. Preemies, Coco Goat and a cat. Liu Qixing really is filled with special people. Hearing this, Ganyu's face turned as red as tomato. She then noticed other girls who were looking at her with confused expression while muttering Coco Goat under their breath. With this she became so embarrassed that steam came out of her head. Before long, they finally seemed to have reached their destination. However, no matter where they looked, they can't see anything unusual. It's the same eerie atmosphere around. Xiangling, teacher, are you sure we are in the right place? Preemies, yes. Xiangling, but I don't see anyone here. Instead of answering, Preemies lightly stomped his foot on the ground. Crack. 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 Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the land before it broke. Bang. Xiangling. Kaching. Shenhe. The three girls fell in the deep hole below. Preemies, Makoto, and Ei were standing at the edge while looking at them falling into darkness. He also grabbed Ganyu so that she won't join them. Preemies, the rest is up to you. Let's hope you can survive this. With this, he sat there and closed his eyes in meditation. The twin Electro-Archons stood behind him in silence while looking at the abyss below. Their eyes could easily see what was going on down below. Only Ganyu was showing a dumbfounded expression as she was still shocked at what just transpired underground. By now, the three girls had been falling down for quite some time. In case it was someone else, then that person would have started panicking, since at this point, he or she could only fall to their death. Yet, none of the girls showed such expression. As a vision holder, they were of course stronger than normal people. On the contrary, they would have already thought of a way to stop their fall in case they didn't hear Preemie's thoughts. Hence, currently they were just waiting to reach the ground soon. A few seconds later, they finally saw the end. Next, they used their elemental power to slow down the speed of their fall and landed gently. They saw the other broken rocks that had fell along with them. As their eyes were looking at the surrounding, a strong smell assaulted their nostrils. This made them frown as they all were fully familiar of the smell. It was of blood. Their eyes met and they nodded before started taking out their weapons. Deciding a direction, they cautiously made their way towards it. The smell kept on becoming stronger and they soon saw a light. After making their way out, they reached a huge area and got horrified after looking at the spectator in front. Xiangling. Kaching. Shenhe. There were a colony of man-eaters here. Many of which were swimming in the pool of blood while eating pieces of flesh which were placed on the plates that was floating on the blood. They were initiating in the happy conversation while completely ignoring the other humans who were placed on the hooks around. One by one drops of blood were leaking out from the bodies of these humans and was flowing into the pool. There were also cages around. Inside, one can see many naked men, women, children, elderly. One thing that was common among them were their empty eyes. They had long given up all hope and had accepted their fate. You can see man-eaters are *ping women at the side while laughing. However, once they were done, instead of letting them go, they used their sharp claws to dug out their hearts, lungs, brains, liver, kidney, lungs, and started feasting on them right there with an elated expression on their faces. In the eyes of these man-eaters, the humans were just a mere livestock. It was truly heaven for these man-eaters and hell for the humans. Xiangling and Kaching, grgh. Both girls started vomiting witnessing this. Even Shinha was having hard time controlling herself from doing so. None of them had witnessed anything such crude, cruel, and bizarre in their life. Though they didn't get the chance to calm themselves as Shinha sensed some danger and stabbed her polearm to the right without looking. Stab. Splurt. Guh. Turning her head, she saw her weapon had penetrated into the chest of one of man-eaters who planned to ambush them. The woman's expression turned cold as her pulled back her polearm upward. Shin. Thuck. This severed the man-eater in two as his remains fell. Xiangling and Keqing also collected themselves at this point and knew that their location had been exposed. And just like they expected, other man-eaters also realized that an unexpected guest had arrived at their heaven. They left whatever they were doing and soon surrounded the three girls. Witnessing this, even Shinha's expression turned solemn. The man-eaters were looking at the women with savage expression and were licking their lips as if looking at the delicacy. Man-eater 88, before we ate you, why don't you tell us how you come here? At this time, one of them opened their mouth and asked. Nevertheless, the girls had no intention of answering and held the handle of their weapons even more tightly. Seeing their lack of response didn't anger any of these man-eaters. This time, another one spoke. Man-eater 41, well, it doesn't matter. Before eating you, I would love to spend some quality time with you. By the time I am done, all of your secrets will be revealed. Keqing, are you not worried that the soldiers of Liyue will be making their way here as we are talking? Hearing this, one of them snored and replied. Man-eater 13, humph. Like we will be afraid of some weak humans like you. Once they arrive, they will also become our meal. Shinha, what if a deputy or Geo Archon make his move? As if she made a big joke, the man-eaters all started laughing. Man-eater 9, ha 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 ha. Do you really think we don't know that a deputy and Geo Archon no longer involve themselves in the matter of mortals? Even if you have the information, they won't bother showing themselves in front of you. Let alone taking part in it. So, what's the point? Shinha. The disciple of Cloud Retainer turned silent. If her master was not currently recuperating herself, then she would have contacted here by now. Getting impatient, one of them spoke. Man-eater 57, what are we waiting for? Let's attack. With this, all of the man-eaters charged towards the three women who were standing back to back with each other. They knew that they must protect each other's back, otherwise, their chances of survival will drop drastically. And hence the battle commenced. Outside. Premies was in deep meditation with Makoto and Ei guarding him. Ganyu, on the other hand, walking back and forth in anxiousness. She was really worried about what was happening down below. If not of Premies stopping her, she would have definitely jumped down by now in order to lend some hand. Finally, she couldn't help herself but walked over to Premies. Ganyu, my lord, please let me accompany them. I promise that the only thing I will do is to heal their injuries and won't take part in any fighting. Hearing this, Premies opened his eyes and glanced at her. Premies, no need. Ganyu, why? Premies, because only under pressure can one break through their limit and reach higher level. Ganyu, I understand that. But most people can't handle such pressure and meet their end. Premies, true. Saying, Premies looked down as the entire battle of visible in front of his eyes. Premies, but do you think those three will break? Ganyu, that's. The half-adeptus became silent. Since she had met with Keqing before, she knew that Keqing was not the one to break easily. But she was not certain about Xiangling and Shinha. In case of Shinha, she had only heard about her from Cloud Retainer. As for Xiangling, she didn't know her much. Seeing that she was still concerned, Premies let out a sigh. Premies, come here. Ganyu, eh? Premies, come here. Ganyu. Knowing she can't refuse him, the half-adeptus approached Premies, who grabbed her little hand and pulled her on his lap. The girl started blushing since she had never expected this. As her mind was going through various things, Premies put his hand on her head and started patting her gently. His hand also brushed off her horns occasionally. Yet, instead of getting embarrassed, Ganyu felt that her head become lighter as all the worries and concern disappeared with a puff. Premies, don't underestimate them. You will know why soon. Ganyu, nodding gently, she lowered her head. Though she was more leaning towards the hand who was patting her head. Premies, still, to put your mind in ease, I guess I will let someone else to go down and be of their assistance. Saying, Premies looked back from the corner of his eyes. Meng, director. Director. They're the ghosts we're trying to kill. At this time, the man who was scared away by Keqing returned. And this time, he was accompanied by someone. Oh. The person looked at Premies and others and chuckled. Ha, don't get too excited. They will be our future clients, not some ghosts. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 449, Volume 5, Chapter 65, Hu Tao. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. The person was 18 to 20 years old girl. Her long brown hair tied in a pair of pigtails that faded into red at the tips and a black hat adorned by a yellow emblem along with red blossoms and blue ribbons tied to said flowers at the side of the hat. Her eyes are red with pale gold pupils resembling stars. She wore dark coat and black shorts with a pair of low-heeled shoes. She also had a few rings with skulls on her hands along with black nails. While Premies and his group was looking at her, the girl showed a smile and waved her hand towards them. Hello. It's rare for people to come here at Wuang Hill. Can I ask who you are? Premies, just some wanderers, is that so? The girl, of course, didn't believe it and decided to go with the flow. EI, we are not your clients either. Premies, for now. EI. Hearing his thoughts, EI gave a side-eye to Premies. Makoto and Ganyu could only show a wry smile. On the other hand, the girl showed a thoughtful look to Premies and finally realized whose voice she was hearing in her head. But then her eyes started sparkling when she remembered his thoughts. Still, she didn't speak about it right away. Aya, forgive me. This is one of our new undertakers, Meng. It's his first time working a funeral, so of course, he's afraid of his own shadow. Premies, I see. By the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Hu Tao, the current director of the Wangxing Parlor. Premies, Premies, not many people know about it, but Wangxing Funeral Parlor was originally founded during or after the Archon War, when the fallen gods manifested demons that prompted Rex Lapis to send the Yaksha to protect Liyue. Since then, it has existed for 77 generations. Over time, the Yaksha accumulated massive amounts of negative karma, some of which manifested into a plague that swept through Liyue, killing many in its path. Paranoid people believed it to be a curse from the gods, but a few realized that the plague could be contained by purifying the air and burning infected corpses. These people pioneered a new path and eventually founded the parlor. They and their successors would tirelessly maintain the balance between life and death. The Hu family currently owns and operates the parlor. All waifus. All of them become silent since most of them heard it for the first time that a funeral parlor had existed for so long and had such a history. It really came surprising to them. The director now had stars in her eyes since even she never expected for the Premies to know so much about them. Premies, still, we are not your clients. Seeing that Premies was still not speaking his true thoughts, the girl didn't mind and continued. Hu Tao, but you see, I wasn't referring to clients in the business sense. Everyone who enters this mortal realm will be a client of mine. Sooner or later. Premies, oh. Premies, sorry girl, but such things won't apply to me. Because I am not a mortal. All waifus. Except for Makoto and EI who were aware of his identity, other women all were shocked at this. Too bad, Premies didn't say what he was. Hence, they can only conclude that he must be either Adeptus or some old god. Though the god they meant was the one who participated in Archon War in the past and lost. The hat girl narrowed her eyes as she looked at Premies with curiosity clearly visible in her eyes. He also noticed that and spoke. Premies, why don't you stop looking at me like this? Haven't you heard the saying, curiosity killed the cat? Hu Tao, that's true though I like the other one. Showing a radiant smile, she continued. Hu Tao, a cat has 9 lives. Hearing this Premies chuckled in amusement. Premies, then let me show you an example. Come here for a bit. Showing a confused expression, the girl approached. He told her to stand at his side, or to be more precise at the edge of the hole and pointed downwards. Doing as told, Hu Tao of course failed to see anything. Though just when she was about to ask Premies, she finally sensed something. In the next second, she knitted her brows. Hu Tao, how can I sense so many deathly auras coming out of this hole? Just how many have died there? Is there a graveyard or something down below? Premies, why don't you go down and take a look? Hu Tao. Premies, what happened? Didn't you say, a cat has 9 lives? Getting cold feet already. Hu Tao. Premies, on top of that, isn't it duty of Wangxing Funeral Parlor to purify the souls so that they can pass to the other side? Don't tell me it was all a lie. Hu Tao. Even though the girl didn't reply, the corner of her lips was twitching. She had of course heard Premies' thoughts just when they were about to meet. So, she knew that he was tricking her to go down and provide help to the people below. Yet, even after knowing this, she can't say anything to decline. After all, she can't just ignore someone who required her help. Her consciences won't let her. On top of that, Premies not only used her own words against her about the cat having 9 lives but also put the duty of Wangxing Funeral Parlor on the table in front of her. So, in a way, he broke through all of her defenses and hit her where it hurt the most. It's like he knew how she did her utmost to flawlessly carry out her duties. For the first time, a trace of dread appeared in Hu Tao's heart. She felt completely naked in front of preemies who can read her like an open book. It's like he knew about her more than she herself. He knew all of her weakness and even now how to use them against her during the perfect moment. Now she was even regretting her decision to counter preemies' words before. She thought she attained a victory in their verbal talk but never accepted him to turn the whole thing upside down. Taking a deep breath, she calmed her throbbing heart. She really wanted to say, "Why didn't you go?" But since he never said there were people fighting down, she can't do so. After all, she only heard it from his thoughts. And she even had a bad feeling that in case this information will be known to him, something devastating will happen to their world. Putting those thoughts away, she smiled. "Hu Tao, don't worry. The director of Wangxing Funeral Parlor will go down right away and take care of all the evil spirits." Meng, but directo. Preemies, as expected from the head Wangxing Funeral Parlor, you really have a humble heart. Hu Tao, if only someone else also has the same. Preemies, how about this? If you really succeeded in purifying all the spirits, I will become one of your biggest clients and will buy more than 100 coffins with double the market price. Hu Tao, really? Preemies, of course. I never go back on my words. Preemies, well, all the 7 nations will require these coffins in the near future. I am just doing them the favor by buying it for them in advance. I think I should also buy some flowers alongside. The excitement that had appeared on Hu Tao's face faded away in the next second after hearing this. Noticing this, Preemies raised of his brows and asked. Preemies, what happened? Taking a deep sigh, the girl shook her head. Hu Tao, it's nothing. Next, she turned her attention to Meng. Hu Tao, no need to follow me. I will go down myself and purifying the scourge. You better wait here. Then without waiting for his response, Hu Tao jumped into the abyss below. Meng, director. Ei, be quiet. Hearing this cold voice, Meng shivered and covered his mouth while looking at Ei with fear. Seeing his reaction, Ei just snorted and started looking at the fighting that was going on below. None of them bother speaking again. Even Ganyu, who was sitting on Preemie's lap, relaxed and lowered her guard completely while enjoying his hand which was patting her head. Nevertheless, it was not even a minute that Meng started pacing here and there with scared and worried face. Since he was coming and going forth after reaching the edge of the hole again and again. In a few minutes, both the twin archons started getting irritated because he was distracting them and making it difficult for them to concentrate on the fight. Still, before Ei could scare him even more, Makoto opened her mouth this time. Makoto, by the way, Meng. What is Wangxing Funeral Parlor doing here in the first place? Meng, huh? Oh. Well. Actually, we heard that there'd been some supernatural activity at Wuang Hill. To restore calm here, we performed a funeral ceremony. Makoto, so, you people are already done with the ceremony? Meng, yes. It went very smoothly. And according to the director, we shouldn't be expecting any more issues in the near future. Makoto, I see. Meng, actually, you people have no business coming to Wuang Hill. You being here is not normal. That's why. Makoto, that's why you thought of us as some ghosts and ran away. Meng, yeah. Sorry about it. He apologized while scratching his head in embarrassment. While this was going on, Preemies, who had heard everything, raised his head and looked at the horizon. 3 hours later. After sending Meng back to Wangxing Funeral Parlor, Preemies and others descended into the hole since the battle was over by now. They were passing through a deep tunnel with the scent of blood so strong that it could make any normal human to lose their mind. Finally, they saw the light and reached the bloody hall. No matter where one looked, ground, wall, or ceiling, everything was dyed red in blood and flesh. Mountains of corpses, river of bloods, organs, tissues, vessels, bones were scattering all over the place. So much that there was not even a space to place your foot. Preemies, Makoto, and Ei were indifferent to this since they had seen things a lot. Ganyu, on the other hand, turned pale witnessing this and unconsciously moved closer to Preemies. He then waved his hand and all the things were separated by an unknown power and made 3 ways. Preemies and Ganyu took one. Makoto took the second one. Ei took the third. He kept on walking with Ganyu for a minute before stopping. In front of him was lying his student. She was covered in severe injuries from head to toe. The injuries were so heavy that even her broken bones and destroyed organs could be seen. Ganyu covered her mouth witnessing this because such injuries were enough to kill a person 100 times. Yet, even after seeing her student's condition, Preemies remained calm. As he knew that his student was still alive. She was still holding onto her last trace of life. While he was looking at Xiangling, Makoto and Ei also returned while carrying a person. Makoto brought Hu Tao and Ei brought Keqing. The condition of both the girls were same as Xiangling. Preemies, you know what to do. As he said that, both the girls were put on front. Ganyu stepped forward and joined her hands as her Adeptus power burst out and soon engulfed all three of them. Confirming that they were no longer in danger, Preemies turned and walked in another direction. Preemies, stay here. These words were for Makoto and Ei, who were about to follow. Hearing this, they stopped their steps and nodded. Leaving the group behind, he made his way towards the bloodiest place. A minute later, he reached his destination as the corpses parted. He saw Shinha, who was still standing as tall and brave as always in the center of the blood pool. Even though her back was towards him, he can easily see her hair, whose color were different, and the dark bloody aura coming from her, clearly indicating that currently she was in her demonic form. Unfazed by her aura, Preemies approached her. Hearing the sound behind her, Shinha turned and glared towards his direction with her bloodthirsty eyes. However, the moment she saw him, it was as if she could finally relax. So, her demonic disappeared as she fell. Thud. Preemies caught her in Princess Carrie and looked at her sleeping face. Shinha was the main reason that he knew that in case something happens, she will handle it somehow. Preemies, rest for now. You all have done a great job. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 450, Volume 5, Chapter 66, Onwards to Inazuma. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals in call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Crackle. A huge fire was burning on top of a long rock. Many offerings were placed on it and were also becoming the part of the flame one by one. There were many hangings on the wooden poles around with some strange words written on them. Hu Tao was standing in front of this fire with her eyes closed and hands joined in prayer. Behind her stood Ningguang, Keqing, Xiangling, Ganyu, and Shinha. They were also praying just like her. Even though because of Hu Tao's help Keqing, Xiangling, and Shinha succeeded in killing all the man-eaters, her duty didn't end there. As the director of Wangxing Funeral Parlor, she still needed to guide the pitiful souls of the humans to pass to the other side. Other women also decided to join. And while they were preparing the materials for the ceremony, Ningguang came while bringing some more offering. From Preemie's thoughts, she already had some idea what was going on here. And since this happened in the Liyue and with its people, she also thought of it as her responsibility to do something for the departed since she failed to protect them. Hence, she was here. Some times ago. By the time Hu Tao, Keqing, Xiangling, and Shinha fully recovered and woke up, they were happy to know that some humans captured by those man-eaters were still alive. However, their happiness was short-lived because all of those people had already lost all hope and had no more desire of living. Even when they tried to help them by saying there was more to life or their family must still be out there worried about them, it was useless. These people's heart and mind was already dead. They only wanted one thing, that was release. Hence, they asked or begged for only one thing, to kill them. The girls were shocked at this and refused outright. They even tried various methods to persuade them again without giving up. In the end, Preemies decided to step forward. He knew that making these people live more was in a way torturing. After all, at this point, they were nothing more than some walking corpses. Hence, in front of the horrified eyes of the women, he ended their misery. That's how it came to be. Present time. Preemies was looking at the funeral from a distance while leaning on a tree and with his hands crossed in front of his chest. Makoto and Ei were sitting on the branches of the same tree and was also looking at the funeral. Ever since Preemies killed those humans, he could see some distance in the eyes of the girls. Even his student was looking at him somewhat warily. The fear which had diminished a lot in the hearts of Ganyu and Shinha also returned as they looked at him with somewhat fearful eyes. This act of Preemies reminded them again that the person in front of them was the very Crimson Moon who destroyed their world more than a year ago. So, a crack seemed to have formed between their relationships. The only one who still stayed with him and were indifferent to his actions were Makoto and Ei. Nevertheless, it didn't matter to Preemies since he was about to leave for the next nation. He will only return after Liyue will succeed at defeating Ojal, which will attack in 2 months. He also left some clues that will help the woman to find other establishments of man-eaters like the one they destroyed, as well as some hints which will warn Ningguang about the weakening of seal placed on Ojal. And by the time Ojal will attack, all of them would have become stronger after fighting with the man-eaters for 2 months. That's all he could for now. The rest was up to Liyue. Xiangling, level 91, 18. Keqing, level 160, 9. Shinha, level 300, 4. Hu Tao, level 149, 7. As all of them waiting for the ceremony to end, suddenly something unexpected occurred. This attracted the attention of everyone including preemies. Slowly and slowly people started to peer around. And soon the entire area was filled of them. Even though the girls were surprised at this, but when they noticed that their body were somewhat transparent, they understood that they were the souls of the deceased. So, they relaxed. All of them bowed at the girls with smiles showing their gratitude. The girls on the other hand became emotional as their eyes turned misty. They then started waving their hands at them saying goodbye. However, instead of disappearing right away, all of them turned their head and looked behind. This surprised them as they saw all of the deceased were looking at preemies. But then even more shocking thing happened. Thud. All of them kneeled towards him, joined their hands, and lowered their heads. Noticing the sincerity, respect, reverence, worship in their eyes, preemies understood that they knew his truly identity. Since they were now leaving for the afterlife, they must have seen some of the truth of the world. Like he was, the Crimson Moon. They should be fearful of him, shouldn't they? But they weren't. Why? Because current preemies was not only the Crimson Moon but also pseudo-planar lord. He was the world and the world was him. Hence, in these people's eyes, he was a god of their entire world. Higher than even the seven. As if knowing their thoughts, preemies spoke. Preemies, be on your way. At this, they all lowered head even further as if happy receiving his permission. Then one by one their bodies shone. Next, they started dispersing in the particles of lights. Sighing preemies looked at them until all of them finally dispersed. Then he waved his hand slowly. Whiz. In the next second, a bluish gust of wind gently carried all of those particles of light and took them to the other side. Once they were no longer visible, preemies stood up. Seeing that Makoto and Ei also jumped down and stood by his side again. Preemies, it's time to leave. All the women near the fire who were still processing at what they witnessed, snapped out of their thoughts hearing this. But before they could speak anything. Boom. There was a roar of thunder whose shine blinded them for a second. And when they opened their eyes, preemies, Makoto, and Ei were no longer present. Zap. Roar. Bang. The sea of thunderstorm. That's how one can describe it. The sea surrounding Inazuma, the land of eternity, was engulfed by storm and tempest. This thunderstorm was even more devastating than the one Raiden Shogun created in the plot. If before to break through the thunderstorms, one must rely on a fleet of experienced sailors and the strongest ships, then now even Adeptus can't pass through it. Let alone a mere human. So, you can saw that current Inazuma was completely closed. Neither can one enter or can one leave. The Electro Archon did that to prevent leaking of the real identity of the Crimson Moon. Swoosh. 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 Suddenly, preemies who was passing through this storm along with Makoto and Ei stopped in the midair. This storm, which can be devastating to anyone except the seven, didn't affect the three in the slightest. As Makoto and Ei were wondering why preemies stopped, the man raised his head and looked at the horizon. As if sensing something, a glint passed through his eyes. Preemies, the wheels of fate that had been stopped all this time has started moving again, this means. Turning his head, he looked at a particular direction. To be more precise, Mondstadt. The corner of his lips rose a little before he turned and continued his journey towards Inazuma, City of Freedom, Mondstadt. The Favonius Cathedral, also referred to as the Mondstadt Cathedral. It's a cathedral run by the Church of Favonius and is used in worshipping the Anemo Archon Barbados. At the back of the cathedral lies a basement in which the Holy Lyre or Himmel is kept guarded. It's a holy place managed by the devoted adherents of the Anemo Archon. It was once a palatial estate from which the aristocracy flaunted their authority. The spectacular statue of the Anemo Archon and the Favonius Cathedral are wonders to behold, but one is left to wonder whether it is necessary for the city, which has been taught the idea of freedom by the Anemo Archon himself, to exhaust its wealth on a cathedral so grandiose. Currently, in of the rooms of the Favonius Cathedral, 3 people were laying on separate bed. 2 women and 1 man. Both the women had blonde hair while the men had red. All 3 of them had been in coma for a few days. At this time, one of women with short hair showed some movements. Her body twitched a little before her eyes fluttered open. The first thing her golden eyes saw were the white ceilings. Raising her body, she grabbed her head with one hand as many complicated emotions flashed through her eyes. She had finally digested all of her memories and experience of the future. Hence, she knew how hard she fought and also died in the end. But there was something else that made her ponder about something. And that was preemies. According her memories, in future, she never met preemies. Neither did she spend years training with him, nor did she see or heard of the blue flames that preemies used. On top of that, Lumen, Yuya. I also met him in the future. Even though he was weaker in the beginning, but then he improved rapidly. I also remembered how I got interested in him as we fight side by side. And with his act of saving me again and again, I fell in love with him. It was to the point that I was even thinking of giving myself to him after coming back from Dragon Spine. But that's where I met my end. Even when she thought about that, Lumen knew that she no longer had any feeling for Yuya anymore. Why? Because now she was no longer under the effect of Yuya's protagonist halo, which lowered one's intelligence. So, now that she recalled her future memories more carefully, she realized that Yuya had many opportunities to save her. But he only did so when she was at her wit's end. Saving at that time was like a prince coming for the rescue of princess in a shiny armor. It affects a maiden's heart more than other time. By using such tactics on her again and again, Lumen fell for him. But now it's useless. The person she fell for this time was not Yuya but someone else. That person was opposite of Yuya. He never used such cheap methods of saving the damsel. On the contrary, he just let the damsel solve her problem on her own while looking at it from the sidelines. As for Yuya, Lumen had nothing but disgust for him. She then removed her quilt and left her bed. Currently she had only thing in her mind. Lumen, I want to see Mr. Ersta. While completely unaware that Mondstadt was no longer what it was before. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 451, Volume 5, Chapter 67, Changed Mondstadt. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or in another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. / equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Lumen. A light shot out of Blonde and a small body tackled Lumen back to the bed. Bam. Lumen, ouch, sniff sniff, you are finally awake. Sniff. Paimon was so worried. Sniff. Looking at the small fairy which was crying while hugging her, a slight anger that appeared in Lumen's heart vanished. She then gently hugged Paimon back and started rubbing her back. Lumen, I am sorry for making you worry, Paimon. It won't happen again. Paimon, really? Lumen, of course. Though her words trailed off as she remembered Preemie's hellish training. After every session, she fell unconscious for a day or two. Hence, she knew it's impossible to promise such thing. Paimon, Lumen. Lumen, ahem. I mean, I will try my best so that it won't occur again. Paimon, Seeing that Paimon had calmed down now, she asked. Lumen, by the way, where is Mr. Ersta? Paimon don't know. Shaking her head in denial, the little fairy continued. Paimon, once we succeeded in taking care of the blood clot on Dvalin, we all fell into the abyss. However, Dvalin saved us in the next second and took us away from its realm. That's when Paimon saw Mr. Ersta again. Hearing this, Lumen was surprised. She knew that she had fallen unconscious after her last attack but never expected for Preemies to come. Paimon, he then healed all of you and told Paimon to back into Lumen and rest. A warmth appeared in the travelers as she smiled. Lumen, so, you really were looking at us from the distance. Mr. Ersta, you are such a tsundere. Chuckling at her thoughts, she thought about something. Lumen, but why am I having a feeling that you are all four of them? Tsundere, Yandere, Kaderi, and Dandere, I wonder why. As she was thinking about it, Paimon's next word snapped the girl out of her thoughts. Paimon, by the way, Paimon don't know why but Mr. Ersta told Paimon something weird. Lumen, how weird? Paimon, he told Paimon not to come out until Lumen is back. No matter who came. Even if they are our friends, Paimon must not come out. Sensing that it was not as simple as it appeared, she inquired. Lumen, don't you ask why. Paimon did. But he said it was for both Paimon's and Lumen's safety. So, as a good girl, Paimon was obedient and didn't come out even when Amber, Kia, Lisa, Eula, and Yuya came to visit. Lumen, is that so? Did they give you a call? Paimon, they did many times. But Paimon still obeyed Mr. Ersta words and didn't come even when Paimon feels sad about it. Lumen, it's okay, Paimon. Don't worry, I will go together with you to apologize. I am sure they will forgive us. Paimon, they will. Lumen, I am sure they will. But then she realized something as she remembered Paimon's few words back. Lumen, Paimon, can you tell me who came to visit the most? Paimon, huh? Well, it was Yuya. Becoming silent for a moment, she asked. Lumen, how many times did he come? Paimon, well, he come 5 to 6 times every day. Lumen, every day, huh? And how many times Mr. Ersta came? Paimon, well. Lumen, Paimon. Seeing the girl's gaze, the fairy lowered her head. Paimon, not even once. Ever since the day we were rescued Dvalin, Mr. Ersta never came visit us. Thinking that Lumen will be sad, Paimon raised her head to comfort her, but she noticed something else. Instead of feeling sad, Lumen's eyes dangerous narrowed as her demeanor had changed to that of cold one. Compared to Paimon, Lumen had spent much more time with preemies. Hence, she knew preemies won't do something like not visiting her even once. In their years of traveling together, she got injured many times. But preemies remained by her side all the time. So, it was very unusual for him not to come. Lumen, does something happen to Mr. Ersta while I was unconscious? Panic and anxiety gripped her heart, but Lumen tried her best not to show it on her face. Getting off from the bed, she decided to go to Knights of Favonius headquarters as soon as possible. Lumen, I hope you know something, Lisa. Paimon, Lumen, what about them? Asked the fairy while pointing at the sleeping Jean and Dialek. Lumen, are they also the same like me since that day? Paimon, Lumen, if their condition is just like me, could it be that they are also recovering their future memories and experience? In that case, it would be good for all of us. Lumen, I think they will be waking up soon too. So, let's not disturb them for now. Paimon, oh, that's good. Lumen, yeah. Let's go. Then she opened the door of the room and hurriedly left. Lumen, Mr. Ersta, please be safe. There was a saying that once a woman fell in love, her IQ fell to 0 or in minus. That's the same case here. Because of her love for preemies, Lumen completely forget preemies' really identity. If she didn't, she knew that there was no one in this world who can harm him. Neither humans nor vision holders nor adepti nor gods nor the seven and nor even the Celestia. Mondstadt. The city of freedom. A place where all the people lived happily without the intervention of their god. On the contrary, their god also want their people to live however they wanted. Yet, now the same city was now engulfed in a gloomy aura. Despair, pain, sorrow, helplessness, despondency, and many more emotions could be seen on the face of the people. Lumen and Paimon, who had came out of the Favonius Cathedral, witnessed all of this and covered their mouth in shock. They were having hard time believing that it was the same Mondstadt whose people had smile on their face almost all the time. Lumen, just what happened to Mondstadt while we were away? Paimon doesn't like it. Paimon feel afraid just by looking at all of this. In fear, Paimon floated more closer to Lumen. Turning her head, the traveler saw some guards who, instead of showing brave front, were now crouching down at the side and were looking down with a desolated expression on their faces. It was as if they no longer had any desire or ambition and just wanted to return home and do nothing. Lumen approached them and tried to talk to them. But let alone opening their mouths, they didn't even raise their head to see who it was. Frowning, Lumen left them be and decided to talk with some others, but with no results. What Lumen didn't know was that the same thing happened in the future. Though when the casualties were still minor, Lisa found about it and notified it to Jean. And after some investigation, they found a clue that the source the thing was Dragon Spine. The place where they asked Lumen to investigate. And that's where Lumen died, and causalities kept on increasing until it covered the entire Mondstadt. Descending down from the staircase, Lumen and Paimon reached the plaza where the statue of a Nemo god was. But the next thing made her open her eyes wide. There were hundreds or thousands of people kneeling around the statue of a Nemo Archon with their head lowered and hands joined, clearly indicating that they were praying their god. And for the population, it was not hard to guess that almost all of the people of Mondstadt were gathered here. She looked around to find any familiar face but saw no one. Lumen, they must still be in Knights of Favonius headquarters. Thinking, she moved her head around to find any way out of the plaza. Finally, she found one and made her way towards it while making sure not to hit or disturb the people. By the time she reached the stairs leading downwards, her ears perked up and she halted. Before, she was completely focused on finding the way out, that she didn't give much attention to these people's words. But now that she did, she was shocked to the core. These people were not praying their god to protect them. They were instead pleading their god to kill someone. And that was none other than Lumen. Mr. Ersta, how could this be? These words struck Lumen like a lightning. All of her movements stopped as she was hard time believing what she just heard. Paimon, hic sniff Lumen. Lumen. Look. Hic sniff. Hearing Paimon's cry, she turned her head towards where she was pointing, and her heart almost beating for a second. At the wall on the side, she saw a wanted poster. Even though the drawing was not much well made, Lumen knew it was Preemie's face. Down it was even specifically mentioned, the most wanted criminal. Notify, capture, or kill on sight. The reward was 100 billion moras and some rare materials. With her trembling hand, she tore the poster off the wall and looked at it. After checking it some more, she moved her head and saw even more of such posters. Most of the wall was filled with them. Destroying the one in her hand, she continued walking down. But she would have never expected things were even worse down. This time many red crosses were made on Preemie's wanted poster. There were even abusive words written on it. though the most common ones were, "Why don't you just die? You are the reason for our suffering. Do yourself a favor and kill yourself." With one every word, a knife stabbed into Lumen's heart. She even saw some children who were holding some kind of voodoo doll in their hands and hammering nails into it as if transferring all their suffering, hatred, pain to preemies. There were even many burning puppets on the ground which had a face of preemies on it. By now even Lumen can tell that preemies had become the most hated person in the entire Mondstadt. Paimon had already retreated back into Lumen as she could no longer see how these people were treating preemies. Lumen. Hearing her name called out, she turned to look at the person. A light fair skin, long hair, golden eyes, red bow that was shaped like a bunny ears, brown pilot goggles, 2 small bags with leather belts, a red and brown glove, a pyro sigil emblazoned on the red and orange ribbon, red jacket with long sleeves, a dark brown jumper outfit, and red stock on the white boots had symbols on it. Lumen recognized the person right away since she was one who Lumen met after seeing Dvalin in the forest talking with Venti. Lumen, Amber. Swoosh. Thud. The Outrider hurriedly moved and hugged Lumen. "Amber, I am so happy that you are finally awake." Sensing her worry, Lumen also hugged her back. "Lumen, I am back, Amber." "Amber, welcome back." Separating from her, Amber looked at Lumen who seemed somewhat different than before. Though she can't point out how. "Amber, does this have something to do with her recovering her future memories?" Lumen, "Amber, what happened to Mondstadt? And, where is Mr. Erste?" Amber, "That's." The girl becomes silent as she didn't know how to answer. Seeing this, Lumen started getting more anxious. "Lumen, does Mr. Erste did something that make everyone hate him?" Amber. "Lumen, please tell me, Amber. I am sure there must be some way we can resolve it. So, please tell me what Mr. Erste did." Seeing how Lumen was panicking with worry, Amber let out a sigh and spoke. Amber, "Nothing. Mr. Erste do nothing." Lumen, "Nothing. Then why are people?" Biting her lips, Amber looked around before dragging the blonde to a secluded area and slowly explained what happened at her absence. Lumen listened everything without uttering a single word, but with each second, her heart broke even more. By the time Amber was done, Lumen's eyes were already covered by her hair, making it difficult for others to see her expression. Though the tears that were streaming down her cheeks were visible. Those tears that contained her agony and sorrow slowly dripped down on the ground. Seeing this, Amber can tell Lumen was currently in too much pain. So, she tried to comfort her. "Amber, Lumen, actually we can." Burst. Amber, arg. Suddenly a burst of anemo was released from Lumen and it even threw Amber away. As the Outrider stabilized herself and raised her head, she noticed something different. Along with anemo, a dark blue power was also surrounding Lumen. Seeing that, Amber pupils contrasted as her skin crawled. "Amber, impossible. That's abyssal power. How can Lumen use the power of abyss?" "Lumen, how dare you?" Hearing such icy tone, Amber met with Lumen's cold eyes and a chill went down her spine. "Lumen, not only did Mr. Erste not do any harm to Mondstadt, but he even helped Mondstadt to return back their 4 winds. Yet, instead of showing their gratitude, the people putting all the blame on him for their predicament. If this is what the City of Freedom is, then after getting rid of Yuya." She paused as dark blue flames appeared in one of her golden eyes. "Lumen, I will destroy Mondstadt. *A/N, please throw some power stones." Chapter 452, Volume 5, Chapter 68, Lumen's Rage. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or in another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. A few minutes ago. Just when Preemies was making his way to Inazuma, he noticed a ship struggling to pass through the fierce storm. It was not a normal ship that was taking passengers but an armed fleet. Not only that, every material used to create it and its weapon all were top-notch. In case if the storm was only as strong as the one EI created in the plot, then this ship would have passed through it without much difficulty. But too bad that it was several times stronger this time. Hence the ship will meet its doom sooner or later. Heck, almost 30% of it was already lost, 60% of it was badly broken and only 10% of it was perfectly intact. And the ship had just barely covered the distance after leaving Inazuma. So, there was still a long way to go. In simpler words, they were already F***ed. Anyway, another time Preemies would have ignored it. But then he noticed something. Looking at the fate, he realized that the world was trying to help them. Means the lives of people on board were important for the world. He gave it even more gaze and finally realized why it was. Sighing, he flew toward its direction along with Makoto and Ei. Even though they were confused why he wanted to help them, they didn't say anything. Thud. Reaching it, all three lightly landed on the deck of the ship. This shocked everyone on it because the moment they landed on the ship, the storm around calmed down all of a sudden. As the crew were looking at the uninvited guests, someone recognized them and spoke in shaky tone. Aya Almighty S. Shogun. Premies heard a voice behind them but didn't turn since he knew who it was. Though the same can't be said for the twins as they looked at the person. It was 25 to 27 years old boy who had platinum blonde hair tied into a low ponytail with a red streak and red eyes. His outfit was a black, red, orange and white kimono with a red and black scarf, gloves, sandals, and wielded a Amino vision from Inazuma. The boy had already taken out his sword by now and took his stance. Not only him, the other crew members also held their weapons in the hands after hearing the boy's words. Though fear was visible in their eyes. Seemingly unimpressed, Ei gave the boy a deep look and spoke. Ei, oh, aren't you Kitahara Kazuha? The boy gulped nervously and nodded. Kazuha, to think that the almighty shogun knows someone as lowly as me. I am truly honored. Hearing this, the Electro Archon snorted coldly and spoke. Ei, humph. Of course, I know the wanted fugitive on my Inazuma. I have your name and picture on my desk. Makoto, you know him? Her sister asked casually while ignoring the people around them. Ei, a friend of this fool challenged me in front of the throne and wanted to face my strongest move. Even when everyone know. Kazuha, the Muzu no Hitotachi is the pinnacle of the Raiden Shogun's skill. A symbol of ultimate power. Ei, next time if you interrupted me, I will let you experience it yourself. Kazuha. Shivering, the boy took some steps back as he knew he overstepped his boundaries. Kazuha, I apologize. Hearing him apologize sincerely, Ei didn't continue with the matter. Makoto, on the other hand, just smiled and shook her head. She didn't bother asking what happened after since she already knew the result. Premies, HM. Just when Premies also decided to turn, he sensed something. Moving his head, he looked towards the direction of Mondstadt and muttered under his breath. Premies, interesting. Not bad, Lumen. Mondstadt. Fwoosh. 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 Number of arrows were shot by Amber as she tried to stop Lumen from doing something that she will regret. Yet, Lumen ignored Amber's words as she moved swiftly and dodged all of them without much efforts. The Anemo increased her speed even further as the dark blue abyss flames covered her silver sword. Appearing in front of Amber, she attacked. Slash. The Outrider backflipped in the last second and dodged it. As if expected this, Lumen continued with a follow-up attack at her weak point. This caught Amber off guard as Lumen swung her sword. Shin. Cling. But in the last moment, Amber brought her bow above her head and blocked the blonde sword. Crack. Still, the power behind Lumen's strike was too much that Amber fell on one of her knees and ground under her cracked. Even if the Amber succeeded in stopping her, the blade was already near her shoulder resulting in abyss flames showing their power. Hiss. The pain of burning was too much for the Outrider but she still gritted her teeth, not to scream. Amber, please Lumen, stop. We can, talk this out. Lumen, talk this out, you say. Then what are you Knights of Favonius doing all this time when I was away? You could have prevented the things from escalating to such extent. Amber, that's. Hearing Traveler's cold tone, Amber turned silent. They really could have stopped it but there were many other things they must took care of first. Like calming the people, handling the Knights of Favonius after disappearance of Jean, helping the church to look for the materials so that they could make something which will wake them soon and many more. Because of all these things, they decided to put the matter of Premies away for the time being. And that was their mistake. By the time they wanted to clear Premies' name, it was too late. Why? Because Yuya's influence on the people of Mondstadt had reached to the point that they won't believe what they said. Not only the people but even most of the soldiers were on Yuya's side by then. Hence, whatever they did by then was useless. Amber also knew that the Knights of Favonius were also responsible for this, hence, she didn't try to defend herself. Lumen, on the other hand, witnessed Amber's expressions got even more infuriated. This was enough for her to know that her words hit the marks. As if sensing her rage, the abyss flames become even more stronger and hotter. This time, Amber couldn't suppress her screams. Amber, arg. Bam. But just as she was about to scream, Lumen kicked her right on the gut and threw her away. Amber rolled on the ground for some distance before getting back on her feet. She then opened her mouth again to say something but stopped when she noticed that Lumen was no longer in front of her. Bam. In the next moment, she felt an attack at the back of her head. Thud. Her mind shook as she fell. As she was losing consciousness, she moved her head to look behind at the last second. There she saw Lumen holding the sword in a way that one could tell that she hit Amber with the back of her sword. But the thing that drew the most attention was her cold and disappointed eyes looking down on her. Then the traveler turned and left Amber on their own accord. Lumen was currently standing on a road while looking at the inn in front of her. This was the place where Yuya was living right now. How did she know? Well, everyone in Mondstadt knew about it. Hence, just ask anyone. Lowering her head a little, she saw a number of knights guarding the hotel. She then took a deep breath before an ammo gathered around her and covered her. Next, she charged. Swoosh. Soldiers, of course, saw her rushing towards them and hurriedly pointed their weapons at her. Soldier 1, halt. You're trespassing. Nevertheless, Lumen ignored him and charged into their encirclement. Boom. There was a wind explosion and all the knights were blown away. Disregarding their painful groaning while they were laying on the ground, Lumen reached in front of the hotel door and swung her sword. Shin. Crack. Thud. Thud. The door was cut in two as she entered. The receptionist, waiters, and other staff members had already hidden themselves behind their desk. Not minding them, she made her way towards the room where Yuya was staying. Reaching there, she kicked the door open. Bang. Inside she saw Yuya, who had woken up thanks to the commotion she created and was looking at her with surprised expression. But in the next second, that expression morphed into excitement. Yuya, Lumen. You are awake. Paying no heed to his overenthusiasms, her gaze wandered over the entire room. It was a deluxe room with a huge king-size bed. On it she saw naked women sleeping with a flushed face as white liquid was leaking from their two holes. Seeing where the traveler was looking, Yuya started panicking and opened his mouth. Yuya, I can explain, Lumen. You see, these women came to me on their own and said they wanted to help me relax. You see, ever since you fell unconscious I have been on the edge and can't fall asleep since I have been worried about you. Hence, they came last night and we. By the end of his sentence, he was already sweating bullets. Pretending to not hear his words, she looked around the room and saw many signs of debauchery. But even after seeing all of this, Lumen didn't feel anything. As if Yuya's personal life matters were none of her concern. Yuya, that's why they are here, Lumen. Knowing you, I am sure you will understand. Smiling, he walked closer to her as if intended to hug her. But then. Lumen, of course, I understand. Bam. After finishing her words, Lumen kicked him without holding back. Yuya, arg. Yuya screamed from the force behind the kick and was thrown away. Crack. Shatter. Outside, as the knights were getting back on their feet, they heard sound of glass shattering and looked at it. There they saw a naked man thrown out of the window before smashing on the ground. Recognizing who it was right away, they shouted. All knights, Mr. Yuya. Boom. Though before they could approach him, a windstorm came of that very room and landed in front of Yuya. Yuya was holding his chest in pain as blood was leaking out from the corner of his mouth. That kick caught him off guard and broken some of his ribs. Not only that, he can tell some of his organs were also injured severely. Raising his head, he saw Lumens looking down on him with a cold expression. Anemo were gathering around her and her sword was covered in some sort of dark blue flames. Those flames sent a chill down his spine. He can tell that fire was very dangerous. Unconsciously, his eyes started glowing as he activated his appraisal. And then. Yuya, the F***CK. Lumen, level. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 453, Volume 5, Chapter 69, Revenge. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. / / equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Yuya, F***CK. How can she become this much stronger in just a few days? The transmigrator still remembered that by the time Lumen went into slumber after facing Storm Terror, her level was somewhat near reaching 70. He, on the other hand, was only level 61. Hence, in the last few days, he had been grinding to increase his level. And thanks to the system, he was now level 67 in such a short amount of time. Very close to reaching Lumen's level. But now everything changed. Lumen's level rose more than doubled in such a short period of time. He was so dumbfounded that he even started wondering whether Lumen faced the same cliché he had read before in many of the novels in his old world. About how in some scenarios protagonist got severely injured but at the last moment a master found him or her saying you have talent and passed their knowledge and experience to them so that they can keep their legacy going. Or something along the lines. Anyway, Yuya decided to put those thoughts away for now because after sensing the killing intent from her, he can tell that she was out for blood. His blood, to be more exact. Next, he hurriedly took out a potion from his inventory and drank it all in one gulp. Once he felt that his injuries had started healing, he gave a sigh of relief before getting up. But then he realized that he was completely naked. So, in embarrassment he hurriedly took out some clothes to wear. Too bad, Lumen didn't want to waste her time waiting for him to be dressed up. She moved. Swoosh. She appeared in front of Yuya in a second and swung her sword. Slash. Clang. Yuya, at least give me some time to wear my clothes, he said while feeling glad that he hurriedly took out his claymore and blocked it at the last moment. Even though he succeeded in blocking it, he still had to grit his teeth because the force behind the attack numbed his hands. Grind. Grind. As their weapons grinding with each other, sparks started coming out from where their weapons were touching. Yuya, Lumen, why are you doing this? Lumen, Mr. Ersta. Yuya, huh? There was a pause once he heard that name. And that was his mistake. The traveler suddenly moved her body and took a clockwise turn before appearing behind the transmigrator. Without any hesitation, she swung her sword at his unguarded back. Shin. Splurt. Yuya, arg. A huge gush of blood came out as Yuya screamed in pain. It happened too fast for him to even react before a deep cut appeared on his back. Slash. Splurt. Yuya, arg. As Yuya was wasting his time screaming instead of protecting himself, Lumen decided to give him one more slash, making a bloody red cross on his back. Yuya, you be *tch. In anger, Yuya turned and swung his claymore with his full might. Slash. But the blonde easily dodged it by doing a backflip. Though it was not just that. Because of her perfect timing, not only did she dodge the claymore easily but while backflipping, she also kicked Yuya at his chin. Bam. Yuya, guh. The man's head rose upward as the red liquid started tipping down before the corner on his lips. It seemed as if he bit his tongue a little. This was something she was taught by preemies. He told her that some defensive moves also packed offensive power. But you must reach the requirement to execute them perfectly. Like the backflip just now. It can't be too early or too late. The timing should be perfectly so that not only will she succeed in dodging but also in inflicting damage. Landing on her feet, she swung her sword horizontally. Shin. Splurt. Another fountain of blood sprouted out. Though from Yuya's chest this time. And it was not the end. Lumen charged while pointing the tip of her sword in front and then. Stab. Yuya and all the people around opened their eyes wide as Lumen's silver sword stabbed right into Yuya's chest and came out from behind. Everything happened so fast for others to process what just happened. Not that surprising since Lumen not only had high level but also high experience. Yuya, on the other hand, lacked both. After all, he was just a normal man in his previous world and had no knowledge of fighting. He only started that after arriving in this world just a few days ago. Hence their fight was like a new trainee fighting against a veteran. So, the result was obvious. In just a matter of a second, Lumen successfully launched 5 attacks and all of them hit him. The people around can't believe what they were witnessing since Yuya was already some sort of hero in the eyes of people of Mondstadt. Seeing how their hero was easily overpowered like this really blowed up their mind. The man in question, on the other hand, was also shocked seeing that Lumen didn't even hesitate to kill him. There was no mercy in her eyes. Jealousy and hatred increased in Yuya's heart since he knew that all of this was because of only one person, preemies. Lumen, tch. Lumen clicked her lips in annoyance. She was clearly planning to kill Yuya by stabbing his heart, but at the last moment, the man's survival instinct kicked in and he moved his body a little, which made her miss the target. Shaking her head, Lumen decided to not think about it since the man's face clearly filled with hatred at this point. Yuya, just what is so great about him that you willing to go such length? He is clearly deceiving yo. Hiss. Yuya, aahhhhhhhhhhhhhh. The sound of burning flesh was heard as Yuya shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone forgot that Lumen's silver sword was coated in dark blue flames of abyss. So, now those flames were burning him from outside where the wounds were and also from inside since the sword of still in his chest. Yuya was experiencing excruciating pain as the flames inside were burning his organs, veins, tissues, bones, and many more. It was so much he was even thinking that death would be a release from all the pain. Too bad, Lumen had no intention of letting it end this soon. She wanted to make him suffer even more. It was also the moment she sensed that she can control her flames better than her NMO. Hence, she decreased the speed at which Yuya's inward were burning but increased the power of the ones on his back and chest. This increased his suffering even more as the traveler sometime increased the intensity of flames outside or something she decreased it and increased the intensity of flames inside. Again, and again. Again, and again. Again, and again. Again and again. Again and again. Again and again. She kept on doing so and didn't stop even when Yuya started begging her TP. The people around already had their face turned pale in fright and horror. They never expected that their honorable knight would torture their hero like this someday. When it seemed that Yuya's suffering will show no sign of ending, it seemed that luck was on his side. Swoosh. The blonde pulled her sword out all of a sudden and jumped back. Crackle. The place she was standing was now covered in ice as two people were now standing in front of Yuya as if protecting him. One of them was 25 to 27 years old man with tan complexion and navy blue hair with streaks of lighter blue, accompanied by a waist-length lock of hair that began at the base of his scalp on the back of his head at the left. The second one was 20 to 22 years old woman with pale complexion and eyes that appeared to exhibit sectoral heterochromia, fading from dark purple to pale yellow. She had choppy, unevenly cut light blue hair. Seeing them, Lumens narrowed her eyes since she knew who they were. Lumen, are you really going to protect him, Kia, Eula? The men sighed before speaking. Kia, I understand what he did was wrong and needs to be punished. However, since he is now my brother, I can't see him suffer like this. Eula, as a knight, I can't let you torturing him any longer. After all, knight's duty is to protect people even if they are someone like him. The Spindrift Knight spoke the last line with disgust evident in her tone. She also hated Yuya a lot because he was the reason that Mondstadt had become like this. Still, as a knight, she can't turn her back and let him suffer like this. Lumen. As the blonde turned silent, Kia spoke. Kia, let's put Yuya's matter away for the time being. And talk about something else. Like, how can you use those flames? He asked while his gaze was on Lumen's sword which was covered in dark blue flames of abyss. Kia was no stranger to abyss order. He had even fought them in many occasions. So, he knew right away that that's the power of abyss. Still, he can't say it outright since the things will bad turn in case people learned that the new honorable knight of Mondstadt had some connections with the abyss. Eula also knew that and chose to remain silent. The transmigrator who was catching his breath currently, heard his and opened his mouth. Yuya, Kia. Don't tell that those flames. Kia, yes. The knight cut Yuya off short since he didn't want him to blurt it out something that he shouldn't. The transmigrator didn't mind Kia doing so as he was too frightened at this point. Yuya, just what is going on? It was the other sibling that became the prince or princess of Abyss Order and gained the power of Abyss. In this world, it should be Ether. Then how could Lumen use the power of Abyss? Lumen, I have no obligation to answer your question, Kia. What I want to know is whether you are going to stand in my way to prevent me from killing him. Kia, I am sorry, Lumen, but yes. I can't let you do that. Lumen, I see. Then from now on, you both are also my enemy. Kia, enemy. This caught both the knights off guard as they never expected Lumen to directly put them in her enemy list right away instead of talking things out. Eula, does your revenge so important that you are even willing to fight against us for it? Lumen, yes. The girl replied in an instant as if she didn't need to even think about it. This really astonished them. Lumen, and he is not the only one. After killing him, I will make sure that everyone who wronged Mr. Ersta will pay the price. Kia, you. Do you know what you are saying? Eula, are you planning on killing all the people here since they didn't step forward to speak for him? Lumen, exactly. Kia, you're lunatic. Doing a mass murder means becoming the enemy of every nations. Lumen, I know. Eula, then. Lumen, but I don't care. Here, she paused and smiled. Lumen, because Mr. Ersta is all I need in this world. And I know that he won't hate me for what I am about to commit. Everyone aghast at this. Never in their dream they thought Lumen would say something like this. This was the city of freedom. The city under Anemo god protection. Yet, Lumen didn't care. Now that she had already decided what she will do, there was no stopping it. Lumen, why don't you come out too? I am sure you must also want to say something to me. She spoke while looking at the alley from the corner of her eyes. A second later, someone walked out. She was 25 to 27 years old woman with fair skin, green eyes, and wavy, shoulder-length light honey brown hair tied in a side ponytail by a hair tie with a blue rose. Her outfit was largely many shades of purple. Lisa, sweetie, are really willing to become the enemy of entire Mondstadt? The Grand Mage asked slowly. She also never expected that their reunion after waking up will be like this. Lumen, my mind is set, Lisa. Sighing deeply, she spoke. Lisa, then I have no choice but to stop you. Once she said that, a grimoire appeared in her hand. Kia and Eula also took out their weapons. They knew that none of them were going to step back at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Lumen also took her stance. She was also not backing out even if the number was against her. Hence, the battle between Traveler and Knights of Favonius was about to commence. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 454, Volume 5, Chapter 70, Lumen vs. Knights of Favonius. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. / / equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Zap. Crackle. Thush. Whiz. Many Electros, Cryos, and Anemos attacks could be seen flying here and there in the plaza. It even started attracting the attention of the people who were praying at an Nemo Archon statue. Swoosh. With her swift movements, thanks to the boost provided by her Anemo element, Lumen easily dodged all of Lisa's lightning attacks. While her abyss flames easily melted away and evaporated all the cryo attacks that were thrown at her by Kia and Eula. Dodging them, Lumen reached Yuya and swung her sword. Cling. But Kia intercepted her. Not feeling surprised, Lumen punched with her free hand. Moving his head to the side, Kia dodged it in the last second. But what he didn't notice was the Anemo element that the blonde had gathered in her hand. Hence, the moment he dodged, Lumen opened her and a blast of Anemo was shot towards Yuya behind. Kia. This really startled Kia as he never expected it. In case he hadn't dodged that, then he would be the one to take the blast, but now that he had dodged it, Yuya became its target. Kia, so, she punched while putting both scenario in mind. Huh. He thought while calming down. If he was the only one protecting Yuya, then he would be worried. But he was not. Dang. Before the Anemo blast could hit Yuya, Eula appeared in front of him and blocked it with the back of her claymore. Then Lumen used some residue form from her blast to do an upward twist and jumped over Kia before attacking Yuya again. Clang. Though a veteran knight was still standing on the way. She just moved her claymore up and blocked it. But then Lumen moved again. Instead of landing on the ground, moved her body and her feet stepped on Eula's claymore. Next, she bent her legs and jumped high in the air. Zap. With this she also near missed the electro attack launched by Lisa. Looking at Lumen in the air, they all ready themselves for her next move. Though at this point, Yuya, who was trying to catch his breath, noticed something. He saw some Anemo element revolving under Lumen's feet. Others also saw that and thought it was so that Lumen can decrease her falling speed. But then Lumen started moving herself clockwise. While she was doing so, she gathered an Anemo element in her sword. Yuya, not good. That move. The transmigrator who had played Genshin Impact in his previous world realized what was Traveler up to right away. Yuya, dodge. It's her elemental burst. Lisa. Eula. Kia. All of them heard his shout, but at this point, it was too late. The blonde swung her sword while in air and all the Anemo gathered in her sword was released before forming a huge wind tornado. Whiz. Wail. Because Kia and Eula were the closest, they were the first one to get hit by it. Next was Yuya. He also didn't have the chance to protect himself as the tornado took all three of them with it and smashed on the in behind. Bang. The walls of hotels started to crack and the soldiers near it were also started getting pulled in by the tornado. As the people who had arrived to see what was going on along with Lisa, the wizard suddenly sensed something and raised her head. There she saw Lumen plunging towards her while pointing the tip of the sword at her. As her instincts started screaming danger, Lisa launched Electro Blast at her. And since Lumen was in midair, the chances of her dodging were even less. Zap. Thuck. Though at the last moment, the blonde gathered an Anemo around her which dissolved the Grand Mage's attack after it hit her. Dark blue abyss flames coated Lumen's silver sword as she reached Lisa. Thuck. Stab. Lisa, arg. The mage screamed in pain as the silver sword thrusted inside her left shoulder. Lisa was confident that even if her attack was blocked, the electro power around her will still be able to protect her. However, the abyss flames easily penetrated through her defenses and reached her. Thud. She fell on one of her knees while both her hands held the sword, preventing it from going deeper. Her gaze fell on Lumen, who was standing in front while looking at her with cold eyes. Hiss. One can't grab abyssal flames just like that. Those flames were not only very hot but also had corrupting properties. As a result, in a matter of seconds, Lisa's gloves turned to ashes and her hands started burning. If not because she was still using her elemental power to protect herself, then she would have also started getting corrupted by them. Looking at the blonde, the brown-haired showed a painful and sad smile. When Lumen attacked just now, there was not even a slightest hesitation in her eyes, clearly indicating that she had severed all ties with them. Still, she wanted to ask. Lisa, sweetie, do you hate us? Hearing this, the traveler replied almost instantly. Lumen, I do. At this, Lisa became even more sad but knew it was their fault in the first time. Lisa, I see, even though it's too late, I still want to say this. I am sorry. Lumen. The blonde turned silent for a second and held the handle of her sword. Instead of pushing or pulling it out, she moved it downwards. Shin. Splurt. A diagonal cut appeared on Lisa from her left shoulder to her right stomach and blood gushed out of it. Lumen then pulled back her sword and turned and walking away. Thud. Lisa fell on the ground completely covered in blood as the ground underneath her also started dyeing red. Her eyes were at the traveler's back who was walking away. Even after what Lumen did, Lisa didn't hate her. She knew that she deserved this. And just when darkness swallowed her consciousness, she heard her words. Lumen, you're right. It's too late. At this time, Lumen's anemo tornado had dispersed. She could see many soldiers who seemed to be sucked by tornado and were laying around in odd positions. Not knowing whether they were dead or alive like Lisa. The traveler only gave them a glance before looking at the inn in front. The front part of hotel was already destroyed at this point. One can also see of a person's arm out while the rest of the body was buried under debris. Yes, this move of Lumen killed most of the staff members that were still inside the hotel. She also saw the room where Yuya was living, completely destroyed. The women sleeping inside were also dead as one can see the huge chandelier that had fallen on one of them while others were buried under the rubble. Red liquid could also be seen coming out from a tiny gap there. It was so cold-blooded and cruel. If it was previous Lumen then she would have started feeling guilty, remorseful, self-blame, pain, sorrow and many more. But now, she didn't feel a thing. She was completely indifferent. As if she did something trivial. DRRR. Suddenly there was a moment as two pieces moved and Kia and Eula came out. Currently, they were covered in injuries. Though the more painful ones were the burning wounds. In her tornado, Lumen also mixed abyssal flames. Those flames did more damage than her elemental power. The blonde didn't seem surprised seeing them back on their feet. She knew that move of her was not enough to defeat them. Let alone kill. Kia, Lisa. The men suddenly noticed Lisa behind Lumen covered in blood. Kia, honorable knight. What have you done to her? Lumen, don't worry, you will know soon. Swoosh. With this she dashed towards them. The two knights also readied their weapon and charged at her. Slash. Cling. Shin. Clang. Both parties engaged themselves in the confrontation. Even when facing two veteran knights head-on, Lumen was not in any disadvantage. On the contrary, she was pushing them back instead. And thanks to their current conditions, they were getting sluggish, showing Lumen even more openings. As a result, with time, more injuries started to appear on their bodies. Even their reserve was depleting at faster pace. After all, not only did they need to use their elemental power to attack but also to protect themselves from the corruption of the abyssal flames. Like this, time went by. A few minutes later. Drip. Drip. Drops of blood were falling from two people. They were Kia and Eula. After all this fighting, their entire bodies were filled with injuries. Lumen's silver sword was currently penetrating through Eula's chest and coming out from her back. While her other hand was holding Kia's sword which was penetrating through his back and coming out from his chest. The result was obvious, Lumen's win. After fighting for so long, both Kia and Eula were tired. Hence, in the last attack, Lumen grabbed Kia's wrist, twisted it, grabbed his sword before moving behind him and stabbing him with it. While she used her other hand that was holding silver sword to deflect Eula's attack and moved his sword in such a way that the blue hair didn't get the opportunity to protect herself before the sword stabbed through her chest. The two knights also knew it was over for them. Hence, they opened their mouth to say something. Kia, honorable Nig. Eula, Lumi. Thuck. Thuck. Too bad, Lumen had no interest in hearing their words as pulled out the swords. Splurt. Splurt. A fountain of blood came out from them and fell on Lumen before both knights also fell while being covered in their own blood. Thud. Thud. Current Lumen looked like a demon covered in the blood of her enemies. All the soldiers and people around were looking at her with pale face. As Lumen's cold eye swept over them, they all stepped back in horror. Lumen, your turn will come later. This sent a chill down all of their spines. Next, Lumen made her towards the broken inn. Her main target Yuya is still there. Without his death, her revenge won't complete. Step. 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 After walking a few seconds, and blowing away the debris in the way, she saw Yuya who was also covered in injuries and was resting while leaning on a broken wall. When he heard a sound, he raised his head and was met with Lumen's cold eyes. Lumen, any last words? Yuya, you will pay for it. he spoke with hatred evident in his tone. Lumen, I see. Seemed unimpressed, the girl replied and held the handle of her sword tightly. Next, she swung it at Yuya's neck with the full intention of severing his head off. Clang. But the next second, Blonde was shocked when her sword was blocked. And this time it was not by someone else. Some kind of black armor came out of nowhere and protected Yuya's neck. Soon, his entire body also got covered in the same ominous black armor. Yuya, I will show you my true strength this time. Once he said that, a helmet in the shape of dog also covered his head with only two red eyes which were staring menacing at Lumen. Yuya, this is my berserker armor. And this. His hoarse voice came out of his helmet before a massive, thick, heavy sword appeared in his right hand. Yuya, this is Dragon Slayer. Slash. Shouting, he swung his massive sword at Lumen. The traveler brought her own silver sword to block it. Clang. Lumen, ugh. But the force behind Dragon Slayer was too much as it easily overpowered Lumen and flung her away. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Boom. The attack threw Lumen like some kind of artillery as she crashed through countless buildings in the way before finally smashing on the wall of city. A second later, she fell from the wall to the ground completely knocked out. Thud. Just one attack from Dragon Slayer defeated Lumen. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 455, Volume 5, Chapter 71, he he he. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Night. With a light breeze, the leaves of the trees were moving gently. All the animals, birds had fallen asleep by now. Only the sound of insects could be heard. Trill. Lisp. Zit. At this time, the light of the moon fell on the face of an unconscious blonde. The girl covered her eyes in irritation before opening them slowly. She moved her head around and realized that she was in the middle of forest. This puzzled the girl as she tried to recall what happened before. A few seconds later, she remembered everything and opened her eyes wide before raising her body. Lumen, Yuya, he is not here. Suddenly an unfamiliar voice attracted her attention as she turned her head towards the direction of the source. At her left, she saw a small bonfire. Across it she saw a person sitting on a log of tree while looking at her with curious expression. The person had light teal eyes with 3 dots in each iris, pale skin, and pale blonde hair reaching below his shoulders. A gold diamond marking can be found on his neck. Narrowing her eyes, Lumen cautiously asked. Lumen, who are you? I am Albedo, chief alchemist of the Knights of Favonius. Hearing that he was from Knights of Favonius, Lumen raised her guard to the limit and drew out her sword. By now the relation between her and Knights had become irreparable ever since she took care of Lisa, Eula, and Kia. Hence, she won't be surprised in case others came for revenge. Albedo, relax. If I want to hurt you, I won't have rescued you in the first place and let you have found you. Lumen, is that so? She replied but didn't let her guard down. On the contrary, her eyes started glowing as she used appraisal to check his level so that she can be prepared in case something unexpected happened. Though the moment she checked his strength, her expressions turned solemn. Albedo, level. Lumen, he is not like other Knights of Favonius who have only finished their first ascension. He is even stronger than the current me. She thought while looking at her own level. Albedo, level 151, 1. Lumen, my level only increased by 1 after fighting Lisa and others. Must be because I was already stronger than them. Lumen, there must be reason why you saved me, don't you? She asked. Albedo, I won't deny that. Lumen, what is it? Not minding her tone, he spoke. Albedo, someone told me to rescue you. That's why I did. Lumen, and who is that person? Albedo, I think you already know. After all, that's the person you care about the most right now. Lumen, the person I care about the most. Her voice trailed off as a figure of a person appeared in her mind. Lumen, Mr. Ersta. Albedo, yes. Once the alchemist nodded, the blonde put her sword away and started looking at him with excited expression as a smile appeared on her face. Lumen, what did Mr. Ersta said? And where he is right now? Seeing her behaving enthusiastically like a girl in love, Albedo for a second started wondering whether she was the same person who not only nearly killed 3 Knights of Favonius but also planning to killing everyone else living in Mondstadt. Shaking his head, he put those thoughts at the back of his head for now and continued. Albedo, first one, is the message. Lumen, a message. Albedo, yes. The message is don't go back to Mondstadt anymore. Now that Yuya has donned that armor and has taken out that sword, you are no longer his match. Hearing this, the traveler frowned. Her beloved was currently not in Mondstadt. Yet, he knew what was going on here. She even had a suspicion that Premies was the one responsible for making her recover her future memories. On top of that, he knew her strength better than she herself. Lumen, did he say what kind of armor that was? Albedo, he didn't. Lumen, I see. She then nodded her head, not questioning Premies' words anymore. Lumen, okay, I will follow as he said. Anything else? Albedo, yes. He wants me to give something to you. The alchemist said, though inwardly he was hesitating. Why? Because the thing Premies told him to give to Lumen can bring destruction to the world if it fell into wrong hands. That's why he was very reluctant. Still, he knew if the traveler succeeded in controlling it, then it can play a decisive role in the upcoming war. Sighing, he took out a small box which can fit in one's hand and showed it to the girl. The box seemed ordinary without anything special about it. But seeing it, Lumen's body shivered as she felt some kind of temptation from the thing inside. She wanted the one thing inside that box at all cost. That's how strong her desire was. Still, she tried her best to suppress that feeling in her heart and asked. Lumen, what is this? Albedo. Instead of answering, the boy opened the box. Inside she saw a broken purple stone. The stone may not appear much in the eyes of others, but Lumen can sense dense power of abyss within. Albedo, now for his next message. No matter what circumstances, you must never absorb the power inside it. Right now, it will bring more harm to you than good. Hence, you must complete it. Lumen, complete it. How so? Albedo, I don't know. He said you will know yourself. Lumen. Albedo, and the last message was. By the time you are done with its completion, you will be strong enough to take on Yuya. That's all. Saying, he put the box in Lumen's hand. The girl gave a deep look to the stone and started thinking about her next course of action. She then closed her eyes and concentrated. Soon, she started seeing the power of the abyss inside the purple stone. If she wanted, she can try to absorb them. Still, she listened to Premies' advice and didn't do that. As she was trying to pry deeper and deeper into it, she noticed something different inside. Snapping her eyes open, she looked at Albedo. Lumen, thank for saving me and giving this to me, Albedo. I know what to do now. Albedo, if you say so. Smiling, she asked. Lumen, though, I feel kind of bad if I don't do something in return. So, is there something I can help you with? Albedo, well. The alchemist gave it some thoughts and opened his mouth. Albedo, you see, I see that you carry aura of the stars. So, if you don't mind, I would like to study you. Of course, not in a weird way. I want to see how you harness its power, their movements, their effect and so on, and there is also no hurry. We can do this in later date. Lumen, in that case, I don't mind. By the time, I'm done with my stuff and I will show you. Albedo, I would appreciate it. Thank you. They talked for a few more minutes before Traveler left while waving her hands towards him. The boy also waved her goodbye, as her departing figure disappeared. He really wanted to ask Lumen to let go of her revenge against Mondstadt. But he knew it would be pointless. Hence, he asked for something else. Still, he was sure that Mondstadt won't perish by Lumen's hand. Why? Because of Premies. If Premies really wanted the destruction of Mondstadt, then he won't have bothered to help Albedo recover his future memories. And from what he had heard, it seemed that currently Jean and Dialek were going through the same. Hence, what's the point of saving a city if there were no inhabitants in the first place? So, he was 100% certain that Premies would stop Lumen from doing so. On top of that, Albedo then took out a Serenitea pot that Premies sent to him. It was not a genuine one but one that can put a lot of resources and materials in it. Albedo, the people of Mondstadt are also needed to fight the upcoming calamity. Otherwise, I won't have wasted time to create so many weapons and items. He then put the Serenitea pot away, destroyed the bonfire and erased all the traces and left. Currently, what Mondstadt lacked the most is time. So, he must hurry. See. A huge armed fleet could be seen sailing towards the direction of Inazuma. Even if there was a strong thunderstorm was happening in the sea, the ship was sailing peacefully. As if the storm didn't dare to hinder them. Premies was currently standing on the bow of the ship while looking in the front. Makoto and Ei were leaning on the side deck completely relaxed. It was a piece of cake for them to make the ship turn and made their way back to Inazuma. After all, no one dared to go against Raiden Shogun. Premies, good luck, Lumen. Without its completion, you stand no chance against Yuya, who has finally taken out his trump card, Berserker Armor and Dragon Slayer. At this time, all the waifus heard Preemi's thoughts again. Especially Lumen, who stopped on her tracks and started looking around for him. Back on the ship, Makoto, EI, and one more person hurried put their attention in his thoughts. Preemi's, first is Dragon Slayer. This weapon was built with the singular purpose of being able to slay a dragon. Its creator made it oversized and crude, as a means of criticizing and mocking the ridiculous demand of its commission, and put it in his shed to rust after it was rejected in disgust by the king who ordered it. Years later, it was found by someone who wielded it just as he could any other sword. And ironically enough, the weapon has come close to fulfilling its purpose. He used the weapon to defeat, albeit not kill, the dragon apostle, Grunbeld. Aside from its absurd size and its subsequent ability to deal equally absurd damage, what makes the Dragon Slayer special is that due to it being tempered in the blood and malice of thousands of the monsters and malicious spirits inhabiting the interstice, it has gained the ability to attack the ethereal body. It's a very dangerous weapon. Except for Makoto and EI, all others who heard this felt a chill down their spine. Even though they didn't understand some words like Dragon Apostle or Grunbeld, they somehow understood that it was a very dangerous weapon. Completely unaware that others were listening to him, Preemi's continued. Preemi's, next, is Berserker Armor. It's a cursed suit of incredibly durable armor that removes the body's subconscious limiters, allowing the wearer to achieve incredible feats of strength, speed, and agility that are far beyond what they're normally capable of, at the cost of causing heavy strain and damage to the body in the process. It also keeps wounds from slowing ones down, forcibly relocating joints, reinforcing broken bones, and binding flesh to the bone with barbs. However, it does not mend wounds, meaning that one will still be bleeding out from particularly severe wounds. Additionally, it strips the user of whatever sanity they once had put them into a constant state of bloodlust. The bloodlust is so powerful that it makes a normal person to die in case they took full blunt of it. In other words, Berserker Armor is both a blessing and a curse. Sighing inwardly, Preemi's shook his head. Preemi's, the armor and sword complement each other. And with Yuya in possession of both, Lumen sadly stands no chance against him. From the people that I have met so far, if we put Archons and Adepti to the side, then only Shinha will be Yuya's match. That was also if she will go all out and use her demonic power. With this, Preemi's decided to close his eyes and meditate until they will reach Inazuma. Back to Lumen. The blonde, of course, heard all of Preemi's words and finally understood why he told her not to go back. But then she recalled something in his words. In the next second, her eyes turned dull, dark aura started coming out of her and an eerie smile made its way on her face. Lumen, hee Mr. Ersta, who is this, Shinha? I hope she is not some another woman or I will. Hee. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 456, Volume 5, Chapter 72, Inazuma. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. / equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Inazuma. An isolated archipelago far east of Teyvat. Overcome endless thunderstorms and set foot on the islands of red maple and cherry blossoms. On winding shores and towering cliffs, and in forests and mountains full of secrets, witness the eternity pursued by Her Excellency, the almighty Narukami Ogasho. Inazuma City is Inazuma's most lively and prosperous area, where most of Inazuma's population lives. From Hanamazaka to the streets of the city, you can follow the trail to visit local traditional shops and sample Inazuma specialties. The Tenryu Commission is also located in the city, governing matters concerning public order and security, as well as the shogunate's military affairs. At the top of Inazuma City is Tenshukaku, where the Raiden Shogun resides and rules over Inazuma. But everything in Inazuma changes prior to the EI's Vision Hunt and Sakoku Decree. After EI issued her decrees, life in the region took a drastic turn for the worse for all, as available resources in the nation dropped and very few goods were imported in, forcing many businesses to look for alternate methods. The atmosphere in the nation when the two decrees are active is implied to be tense and dangerous, with some smugglers even refusing to bring in items from the nation. Crime is particularly rampant in Inazuma's wilderness, with large numbers of treasure hoarders, Thunderstorm Sea. The flagship was making its way to Inazuma. It won't be long before the Inazuma will come in sight. Preemi's, Makoto, and EI were still standing at the bow of the ship. The crew on the other hand had already went to do their work. Even though they were still afraid that Raiden Shogun would destroy their fleet in case of some dissatisfaction, they knew that they must put their hands on the ship, otherwise, it will sink on its own thanks to the damage it received. Makoto seemed to be more excited among the three. After all, she really wanted to see what Inazuma had become after 500 years. Even if EI had already given her the gist of current situation of the nation, she still wanted to see it with her own eyes. Makoto, you should abolish the Vision Hunt decree after returning, EI. It will affect not only the people but also the entire Inazuma in a long run. Hearing this, Ei nodded her head. Ei, you don't have to worry about it, Makoto. I plan to do the same. Makoto, good to hear that. Ei, by the way, Makoto. Now that you have returned, you should be the one to lead Inazuma instead of me. Makoto, huh? What are you saying, Ei? You are Electro Archon. So, it's your responsibility now. Ei, I don't think I am a suitable person. I am only good at solving things which require force. You are the best one to handle general affairs. I knew all along that I can't be a good leader, only a good general. That's why even before your death, I had never thought of ruling over it. Makoto, Ei. Ei, in the first place, Inazuma was not ruled by a single person. It was ruled by two persons as one. We together are Raiden Shogun. Not one. Makoto. The first Electro Archon didn't reply right away. After becoming Premi's battle maid, she learned some of the secrets. One of them being Premi's as god from another world. Second being instead of staying in one world, he traveled from one to another then another then another and so on. Third being as his battle maid she would also follow him. Hence, she can't stay at Inazuma to rule it like before. She wanted to say that but she can't without Premi's consent. So, she remained silent about it for now. But just when she was about to change the topic, Premi's who had been meditating all this time, snapped opened his eyes. This, of course attracted the attention of the twins. Makoto, my lord, you are awake at the right time. We are just about to reach Inazuma. Premi's. The men didn't reply and kept on looking in front with narrowed eyes. Premi's, it seems that during the absence of Electro Archon for a few days, Inazuma faced an invasion. Makoto. Ei. The twin had a drastic change of expression hearing that. And then as if to prove his words, the nation also appeared in the distance. However, it was no longer how it was before. The entire island seemed beyond burning. The broken structures, destroyed mountain, charred trees and vegetation, and so on. The three can even hear the cry of people from the island due to their sharp hearing. Makoto couldn't help but cover her mouth. As for Ei, rage could be seen in her eyes. She never thought that someone will dare to attack her city in her absence. Crackle. Electro power started gathering around her as she charged towards her nation. Or was about to, but Premi's grabbed her hand and stopped her. As she looked back, he asked. Premi's, where do you think you are going? Ei, my people there are suffering right now. They need my help. Premi's, if it was before then true, not only would they pray you for their safety but they would also be grateful to you. However, things are different now. Go there right now and instead of feeling happy, they will hate you even more. Ei, hate me. But why? Premi's, you will know when we will reach there. So, for now stay put. His voice depends no rejection. Hence, Ei could only bite her lips in frustration and comply. Still, Premi's didn't let go of her hand. Because he knew the moment he did, Ei will rush towards Inazuma without a second thought. Even though Ei had strong will and heart, Inazuma was still something that both she and Makoto built together. Hence, it had very big significance to her. So, how could she leave her nation in this condition? The same was the case for Makoto. If Premi's was not using his other hand to hold hers then she would have done the same. Since he won't them go, they could only grit their teeth while deciding to make sure that the one who did this to their nation pay a hefty price. At this time, Premi's pose a question. Premi's, tell me something, Ei. Ever since Vision Hunt Decree, how many visions have been taken? Taking a moment to think, she replied. Ei, once you left, I felt a need to hurry to reach eternity. So, this time, I myself stepped forward for the hunt. In the end, I succeeded in taking the visions of almost everyone in Inazuma. Premi's, even your own subjects. Ei, yes. Premi's, I see. He replied monotone. Premi's, that must be one of the reasons why the damage is such devastating. Because of the lost vision or elemental power, the people lost a large degree of their power to fight and protect themselves from the enemy. Ei. Makoto, my lord, don't you think by delaying here, there will more causalities? Premi's, there won't be. The enemy has already left. Squinted her eyes, she muttered. Makoto, so, they left. Huh. Premi's, yeah. But they will return. Ei, next time, I will make sure that they will stay here for forever. Makoto, While both sisters agreed with each other, Premi's turned his head in another direction. Premi's, that's unexpected. I thought Inazuma would only have to face the creature but it seems like their enemies have multiplied all of a sudden. Courtesy of, at $% $, caret and asterisk, planar war, it's full of surprises. When Primi said planar war, the others didn't understand that word. It was because of world's interference. To make sure that people won't learn about the thing they shouldn't, the world had a defense mechanism that would prevent them from learning about it. Think of it like some kind of antivirus that was protecting all its files, people. Words like planar war are viruses. So, the antivirus made sure it won't be able to infect its files, people. That's why those things were redundant. Creature. What creature? The Electro Archon really wanted to ask what kind of creature Primis was talking about, but her voice just won't come out. Finally, the ship reached the dock of Narukami Island called Ritu. Ritu is a sub-area located in Narukami Island, Inazuma. It is the area for central processing of all non-Inazuma nationals entering and leaving the nation. In case you don't have an official document, then the Kenju Commission Ishiguro will stop you from leaving Ritu on foot. On the other hand, in case you have the official permit, you won't be stopped by Kenju Commission guards from leaving. Or, it would have been if there were such guards here. The dock was no longer what it appeared to be. It was thoroughly destroyed along with the other ships that were docked there and were sinking. There was no sign of human around. To think it will become like this after our departure. The one who spoke was a tall woman with a brown long hair, red eye, and pale skin. She wore on her head with a red left eye patch, gold big clip, and single gold earring. She was wearing a red and black cloths cover with fur on her shoulders, a black long wrist gloves, a long socks with, and her high heels. She was Beidou, the captain of the ship they were traveling on just now, the Crux. She was a renowned crew in Liyue. Besides her capabilities as a fleet captain and her immense strength, many in Liyue knew her for her lack of fear towards the Tianquan of the Liyue Qixing, Ningguang, a trait that the other appreciates, yet grew irritated by. Kazuha, just what happened in a few days that Inazuma become like this? Beidou, I also want to know that. Crack. Bang. Primis, I guess this is as far as this ship goes. Saying, he jumped along with Makoto and Ei and landed on the ground which was leading to the city ahead. Of course, they didn't forget to take others with him by using their power. By the time all of them landed, they looked back and saw the Crux fully destroyed and sinking in the sea. Beidou, ah. My ship. The captain and others lament about it. After all, many of their adventures were thanks to their ship. But now it's gone. Primis only gave it a glance before ascending the stairs. He knew in case Beidou decided to lend hand to Inazuma right now, Ei will definitely provide her the best materials and workers to build a new one. Hence, he didn't need to think much about it. After ascending that, they were greeted by the spectator which clenched the hearts of the twins. Broken houses, destroyed shops, shattered roads, torn trees, even blood-covered roads. As he moved his gaze around, Primi saw a man hiding behind a fallen tree. He was sitting on the ground and hugging his trembling body. The twins also saw him and decided to ask about the situation. However, Primis didn't let go of their hands. As they looked at him, he shook his head and glanced back at Beidou and Kazuha who were following them. When their gaze met, Primis pointed towards the men using his chin. Even though they were wondering why Primis and the twins didn't go and ask on their own, they didn't dare question and approach the men. When they tried to talk to him, the men didn't even bother to raise his head and muttered in trembling tone. Men, it's a retribution. Retribution. Kazuha, retribution. Men, why yes. Because of Almighty Shogun, all the Inazuma is suffering his rage. Beidou, whose rage? Men, TTT the Crimson Moon. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 457, Volume 5, Chapter 73, Miasma. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. / / equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Beidou. Kazuha. Both opened their eyes wide and a chill went down their spine. They even took few steps back in fear. The Crimson Moon. Every person living in this world knew what that name signifies. Apocalypse. Annihilation. Armageddon. Cataclysm. Catastrophe. Devastation. Decimation. The end of the world. That's how it was described now. It appeared more than a year ago. Yet, its fear was already deep-rooted in everyone's heart. Hence, just its mere name gripped their heart in dread. Still, Beidou tried her best to suppress that fear and asked. Beidou, can you explain more specifically? However, the man just shook his head and refused to say anything else. The captain couldn't help but let out a sigh before glancing back towards Primi's direction. She really wanted to know what did this man meant by saying Almighty Shogun incur the Crimson Moon, wrath. To be honest, she really wanted to take her crew and left Inazuma as soon as possible. Too bad, their ship was no more. On top of that, swimming through that raging thunderstorm sea was as equal to as a suicide. Premies, Beidou, why don't you and Kazuha go somewhere else to find the survivors? We go to another direction to do the same. As for this man, leave him with your crew. Hearing this, the captain gave it some thought and nodded. Beidou, that would better. Though. Slowly she approached them before glancing back at the men which was currently being comforted by Kazuha. Beidou, I am afraid that I won't meet him on the way. The him here means the Crimson Moon. She really didn't want to speak its name. As for why she referred to the Crimson Moon as him, because that's what people all over Teviat was calling it now. Premies, is that so? Beidou, yeah. Premies, Everyone in this world knows of him and saw the glimpse of his power. No, to be more specific, it was just his mere presence that almost put this entire world to an end. Now, let me ask you this, if such entity want to destroy Inazuma, would it still be standing right now? Beidou. This question caught her off guard as gave it some thought. Beidou, he's right. If he wants, then he could erase the entire Inazuma with just one blow or something. Why would he bother destroying it piece by piece? A solemn expression appeared on her face as she asked. Beidou, so, the enemy is not him but someone else. Who is pretending to be him? Premies, The possibility is high. Beidou, I get it. At this, Beidou let out a sigh of relief. It was as if a huge boulder had been lifted off her chest. Smiling, she looked at Premies spoke. Beidou, thanks. If what you said is true, then after everything is over, the drinks will be on me. What do you say? Premies, fine. Seeing that Premies accepted her offer, the captain's smile got bigger. She then called over some of her crew members and told them to take care of the men before leaving with Kazuha to look for some survivors. Premies and others also left the scene and went to another direction. After separating from others, Premies and others were walking the streets of now destroyed Ritu. Premies was silent while Ei was looking down. She now understood why Premies stopped her before. Right now, everyone in Inazuma thought the Crimson Moon was attacking them due to their god angering him. So, if she would have talked to them, they would have directly put the blame on her and jumped at her with the full intention of killing her. Other time they won't dare to, but now, who's more dangerous, the Crimson Moon or Raiden Shogun? The answer's obvious. Deciding to break the awkward silence, Makoto spoke. Makoto, my lord, there are no more survivors in Ritu. So why did you tell Beidou and Kazuha to search there instead of any other places like Kondo Village, Byako Plain, Amakani Island, or Inazuma City? Premies, that's because after such an arduous journey they all are hungry and tired. However, now that their ship has sunk, they lost their food supplies. As an experienced captain, Beidou must have noticed that too. Hence, she will also look for any ration for her crew while searching for survivors. Makoto, so, that's how it is. Ei, are we directly going to Inazuma City? Premies, no. There is somewhere else we have to stop by. The person there might give us clear explanation of what happened during your absence. Makoto, oh. Who was that person? Premies, well, you both knows that person a lot better than anyone else in Inazuma. Saying, he moved his head and looked at particular direction. The other two also followed his gaze, looked at the huge destroyed mountain. Makoto and Ei, MT Yogo. Yes, MT Yogo. The mountain where Premies got Makoto's consciousness and revived her. It was also where Ei and his Hershers of Thunder fought. The place where Hershers of Thunder easily overpowered and defeated Ei, telling her who was the real ruler of Thunder. Grand Narukami Shrine. The largest shrine in Inazuma, located at the peak of MT Yogo. It is dedicated to Her Excellency, the Almighty Narukami Ogasho. For those who have wishes, they can climb to the top of the mountain one step at a time. For those who have gained the favor of Electro, they can use the thunder spheres to fly up and reach the shrine surrounded by the huge sacred sakura tree. The sacred sakura is in constant bloom, symbolizing the eternity of Narukami. After passing through the many torii gates, find the shrine maiden to draw a fortune slip and ask for Narukami's blessing. However, the current shrine was devastated thanks to the battle between Electro Archon and Hershers of the Thunder. Only a partial part of shrine was left. The pond around it was also no more. All the sakura trees around it had fallen. There were also drops of blood at some places. Thud. The three landed on the top of the MT Yogo and witnessed all of this. Both Makoto and Ei let out a deep sigh as they already knew the reason for it. However, Premies begged to differ. He was here and witnessed the whole fight that time. So, he was fully aware how much damage this range had taken. Premies, it seems that this mountain also took blunt of enemies' attacks. Makoto and Ei, huh? Both flabbergasted at this and saw Premies walking to the edge of the cliff. The twins also followed and looked down. After a few seconds they finally realized what he meant. One should know that when the Electro Archon and Hershers of the Thunder fought, they were in the inner part of the peak. Hence, their residue power destroys the peak from inside out. But now they noticed that there were many destroyed spots which were pushed inward. In other words, it was the result of attacking from outside rather than inside. Preemies, let's think it later. For now, go and find Yamiko. What about you? Preemies, I will stay here for a few more minutes. Okay. With this both the sisters started looking around for the whereabouts of Yamiko. They also believed she would answer many of their questions. While they were doing so, Preemie's gaze was moving around all of Narukami Island. Not only that, he was also looking at other islands that were far away. Namely Tsurumi Island, Watatsumi Island, Yoshiori Island, Sairai Island, Kanazuka. He can see that every single one of them took a lot of hits. Narukami Island was not the only one that got attacked. Every one of them were attacked simultaneously. At this time, he narrowed his eyes as he sensed something. Preemies, Preemies, I think I have a rough idea about who's the one that attacked Inazuma. Makoto. Both sisters had drastic change of expression when they heard his thoughts. Makoto, my lord. Snapping out of his thoughts, he looked back. Preemies, Do you find her? Makoto, not yet. We just. Preemies, then you should focus on finding her for now. Other things come later. Makoto, I understand. With this they both returned back to what they were doing while Preemies started looking in front again. After pondering about the issue some more, he moved his head and towards the direction of Inazuma City. His eyes fell on the statue of the omnipresent god. The statue was also somewhat destroyed and had fallen on the ground. And there were no longer any visions on them. Looked like everyone took the advantage of the invasion to take their visions back. But Preemies knew it's useless even if they did so. Why? Because all the ambitions and wills of the people that give them their visions were in actuality sealed within the statue itself. So, as long as the very statue was not fully demolished, the people won't get back their elemental powers. Shaking his head, Preemies started walking around the edge of the cliff. Some time later he stopped and looked down. There he saw a large pool of electrified water. Compared to game, in case someone fell into that pool then that person would be burnt to nothing. Even the vision holder sensed that electrified water contained some divine power within. Preemies then stepped forward and fell. Swoosh. Splash. Once he entered the pool, the electro power attacked him. Nevertheless, it did anything to him as Preemies dived deeper into the pool. The pool was not as deeper as it appeared. After reaching its end, Preemies fell again. The pool was actually stagnated in the air, preventing others from going down. Whoosh. He fell deeper and saw many roots of the trees down there. Soon he saw the land and landed lightly on it. He can sense the ominous power in his surroundings. Raising his head, he saw a huge tumor made of abyss power which was currently being suppressed by the roots of the trees. However, the roots were getting weaker at each passing second while the tumor was becoming stronger. Preemies, looks like the tree also took a lot of damage thanks to the bombarding of the enemies. And this tumor is absorbing all the abyssal power which is currently being suppressed by the tree all over Inazuma. Making itself more stronger so that it can break free. He muttered under his breath and started making his way towards it. As if sensing an uninvited guest, the tumor started struggling fiercely before the power of abyss started condensing around Preemies. Soon, many creatures of abyss were created by the tumor and they surrounded him. Preemies ignored them as his attention was only on the miasmic tumor in front. Abyss Creature 1, GRRR. Abyss Creature 2, Roar. Abyss Creature 3, Groan. But it seems that these creatures didn't like being ignored by him. Hence, they charged at him. Even then Preemies didn't bother giving them a glance. Just when those creatures reached him, Preemies' shadow turned purple all of a sudden and spikes came out of it. Shin. 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 Stab. 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 All the creatures got stabbed by countless spikes. They all were looking at Preemies who was only at the arm reach before dispersing and turning into miasma. But then that miasma blew some distance away and again turned to those creatures. So, you can't be killed like this. Huh. A woman voice came from Preemies' shadow before the spikes retracted back. The creatures as if had not heard anything charged at him again. Though this time, instead of attacking right away, the shadow expanded and covered most of the area except the one where tumor was being held by the roots. The creatures paused and looked at the shadow underneath their feet. But then, they all started getting absorbed into the shadow. They started screaming and struggling to set themselves free. Yet, it was too late. Soon, they all disappeared from the battlefield. At this time, Premies raised one of his brows as he sensed that the miasmic tumor had gotten angry. It was condensing and concentrating more miasma inside itself. Premies, oh. Understanding what it was planning to do, Premies showed an amused smile as zenith power also started condensing and concentrating in his eyes. Next, a beam of miasma was shot by the tumor. Vroom. Premies also released his zenith vision. ZZZTT. Boom. Both attacks met and a powerful shockwave was released which shook the entire area. Nevertheless, Premies didn't feel like dragging it. Hence, he overpowered miasmic beam easily and hit the miasmic tumor. Hiss. The sound of burning resounded. Though it seemed more like the scream of the tumor which was struggling to protect itself. But in its end, it was all in vain. Finally, the entire tumor was purified into nothing and Premies slowly closed his eyes as if he did something trivial. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 458, Volume 5, Chapter 74, Ye Miko. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or in another place. Equals point of view i.e. POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. The purple shadow retreated back and became normal shadow under Premies when he was done. Next, he approached the roots that were suppressing that miasmic tumor and extended his hand. When he did so, those roots moved and gently coiled around his hand. It may appear that they were thanking him but Premies knew that they were instead pleading for help. After all, the tree was dying. The reason why they were not afraid him after seeing his shadow was because of two things. First being his wife, Sheng Ming. As a goddess of life, her aura of life was on him. Second being his life-death incantation symbol inside him. That's why life power could be sensed by the tree from both outside and inside. He then gently caressed the stems before separating his hand from them. Then he turned and left. Splash. Coming out of the electrified pool, Premies flew and returned back to the peak of Mt. Yogo again. Thud. The moment his feet touched the ground, Makoto walked over to him. Makoto, my lord, we found her. Premies, is that so? Next, he followed Makoto and reached a broken section of Grand Narukami Shrine. In front of normal people, it looked like there was nothing. However, Premies can see some kind of barrier which will prevent others from approaching it. He and Makoto then stepped forward and easily passed through that barrier. The scenery in front of them changed. Well, not really. Everything was same except now there a couch on which a person was lying. The person was woman with fair skin and thigh-length pink hair. She also had pink fox ears that point downward. She was none other than the head shrine maiden in charge of Grand Narukami Shrine and a descendant of Kitsune lineage, Ye Miko. Currently the woman's face was pale and her eyes were closed. Her lips were also shivering slightly. She was very weak right now. Ei was standing near her and was looking at her with worried expression. Premies decided to stay behind for now and gestured Makoto to go on. Nodding her head, Makoto walked over and stood up her sister's side. Knowing what they need to do next, they both pointed their hands at Kitsune. Soon, the divine power came out of them and started flowing into Ye Miko's. While they were doing so, Premies moved his head and looked at the huge tree behind the shrine. It was Sacred Sakura Tree. Sacred Sakura Tree. The sacred tree that protects Inazuma proudly over the Grand Narukami Shrine is a tree that represents the power of the Electro Archon. Its roots have spread extensively throughout Inazuma, and the Thunder Sakura were grafted from its side branches. The Sacred Sakura and the Thunder Sakura remove evil and purify the land by absorbing filth into its roots. In the past, the Inazumans believed that the Sacred Sakura would cleanse the land, defending the safety of earth and water alike. The roots of the tree that Premies found beneath Mt. Yogo, that were suppressing that miasmic tumor belonged to this very Sacred Sakura tree. Looking at it for some more, Premies turned his attention back in front. As the divine power of two Electro Archons were flowing into the woman, the shrine maiden face started relaxing and some color returned on her face. Seeing that it was enough, the twins lowered their hands and Ye Miko finally opened her beautiful purple eyes. Though the first feeling that appeared in her eyes was confusion. Why? Because she was fully aware of her injuries and knew it will take weeks or months to be fully healed. Hence, since she was wondering why she woke up this soon. Turning her head, she saw the one that must be responsible for her awakening. In the next second, she opened her eyes wide. Ye Miko, Ei and Makoto. She still can't believe she was seeing Makoto again after 500 years. For a second, she was even thought that she was still in dream. Hearing her words, Makoto showed a smile before opening her mouth. Makoto, it's been a long time, Miko. The kitsune's body shivered before she finally calmed herself and responded back with the same smile. "Yay Miko, yeah. It's really been too long." But then her eyes went past them and looked behind them. "Yay Miko." However, in the next moment, all the color drained of her face as she horrified. Even though she was not fully healed, she still forced her body to move and fell from the couch. Thud. Makoto and Miko. Ignoring the twins' worried voice, she got down on her knees and pressed her head down on the ground hard. Bam. "Yay Miko, I hope this poor kitsune had not done something to offend your excellency. For him to take his time and visit this one's humble adobe." Seeing what she was doing, the twins became silent and didn't try to stop her or anything. After all, even they kneeled in front of him, let alone someone like Yay Miko. Premies, on the other hand, didn't seem surprised as his gaze wandered around. "Premies, humble. Huh," he said while looking at the place which could barely be considered as living ground. Hearing his words, Yay Miko trembled and opened her mouth. "Yay Miko, I was planning on cleaning this place later on. But if I knew your excellency is coming, then I would have done so a long ago," she answered in shivering tone. As a kitsune and yokai, Yay Miko was very mischievous. She loved to tease and play pranks, tricks on others out of enjoyment, as she loved watching people squirm. But she didn't dare to show such behavior in front of the Crimson Moon. "Premies, forget it. I have some questions for you. And I hope you answer everything truthfully." Gulping, she spoke. "Yay Miko, oh of course. Please ask." Instead of asking, he gave a glance at Ei. Understanding his signal, she spoke. Miko. What happened when I was away?" At this the kitsune raised her head, looked at Ei before started recounting her memories. Yay Miko described how after the Crimson Moon left the Inazuma and Ei sped up the vision hunt by getting involved on her own, she, herself decided to focus on healing her injuries. Hence, after clearing all the dead bodies on Mtu Ogwo, she built a space to hide and heal herself there. Though after the lose of visions, many people started losing their ambitions and goals and started to become crazy. And since they can't go against Ei, they decided to ask the other person who might be able to help them. It was her. The head of the Grand Narukami Shrine. Yay Miko. But since she was focused on healing herself, she can't provide any help to them. Hence, to make sure that people won't come and disturb her rest, she closed all the paths that were leading to here. It gave her some moment peace. But only for time being. One day, she sensed some kind of movements on the Narukami Island. At first, she decided to ignore it, thinking Ei must be fighting, no, killing the resistance organization. But then the entire Mt Yogwa trembled. It shook so violently that even her concentration broke and she opened her eyes. When she got up to check what was going on, she was shocked to see that the Inazuma was surrounded by a great number of armed fleets. Because they were in the far distance and were covered in fog, she could only vaguely see their outline. But the thing which grabbed the attention of not only hers but also all inhabitants of Inazuma were some kinds of crimson symbol all over those ships. Next, many of the cannon shots were shot at Inazuma by those ships. The power behind those artillery was so much that every shot led to a huge explosion which destroyed Inazuma. And because of the lack of help of elemental power and the unstable mines, thanks to the lose of visions, people had hard time protecting themselves. Causalities were piling up, but the only thing they could do was run and hide. Realizing that Ei was not currently in Inazuma and the nation will perish if this kept on going, Yay Miko made her move. She used her power to create some kind of protective dome around the Narukami Island. And since she was not at her peak, she could only protect this place while the other islands took a lot more damage. By the time the bombarding stopped and she thought they would leave, a high-energy crimson beam was shot by one of the fleets. The beam hit Miko's protective dome and shattered it. Yay Miko took a lot of backlashes from it and her condition worsened. However, she knew she can't fall here as she used her remaining strength to create the protective dome again. But then the same high-energy crimson beams were shot by other ships on the other islands. Miko was powerless to save them, so she could only grit her teeth in frustration. By the time she thought they will attack Narukami Island again, those ships decided to retreat and disappeared in the fog. Even though they left, those crimson ships and crimson beams were what made people concluded that it was the wrath of the Crimson Moon. Hence, the current situation. Premies was currently standing in front of the sacred sakura tree, was pondering about something. Makoto, Ei, and Yay Miko were standing behind him with their mouth shut. Hearing Miko's words, Premies became certain of the enemies. Premies, so, it's them. Huh. The three women behind widened their eyes hearing that. Makoto and Ei and Yay Miko, so, Lord/Your Excellency know the identity of the enemy. Next, Premies extended his hand and touched the sacred sakura tree. Shine. Once he did so, the tree started shining so brightly that the women had to cover their eyes. By the time the light faded away and they opened their eyes, they were shocked to see that the sacred sakura tree was no longer there. Preemies, the tree already received a lot of damage, so it would die soon. Hence, there is no point in keeping it here any longer. As for its birth, I have already recovered the seed of tree when I took out Makoto's consciousness from Yuzu Ishin. And just now I have already planted it in the past. So, it won't affect the timeline in any way. Makoto. Ei. Ye Miko. Preemies, now it's time to focus on the situation of Inazuma. Preemies, for this enemy, Inazuma must unite and stand together. Inazuma can't have both Shogun army and resistance army. They must combine and become a single army to stand against the enemy. So, I think you know what you have to do, Ei. Ei, I know. Ye Miko, but after all this, there will be even more people who will join resistance army to stand against Raiden Shogun. After all, to them she is responsible for their current predicament. Makoto, yeah. I don't think it will be easy either. There will be many objections, and even if they joined, they will definitely demand that it should be resistance army that should be the one to lead. Ei, even then there will be many voices against it. Preemies, oh. This problem is quite easy to resolve, anyone who is against it. Here he glanced back at them and looked at them with his eyes which now had some shade of red in them. Preemies, kill without mercy. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 459, Volume 5, Chapter 75, Promotion. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or in another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Tricommission. It is a collective term for 3 organizations which oversee every matter in Inazuma. It is roughly equivalent to the Liyue Qixing and the 8 trades in Liyue as well as the Knights of Favonius in Mondstadt. These 3 commissions are Tenryu Commission, Kenju Commission, and Yashiro Commission. Tenryu Commission. It is the executive arm of the Raiden Shogun. It is led by the Kuju clan and is responsible for managing security and military affairs, including enforcement of the Vision Hunt Decree, enforcement of the Sokoku Decree, illegal entry and exit. Compared to the Kenju Commission and Yashiro Commission, the Tenryu Commission sees a higher desertion rate due to the reality and horrors of war plaguing them as a result of the Vision Hunt Decree in which the soldiers fight and kill other people, contrary to the expectations of some who had expected to fight ancient monsters and denizens of the abyss. Kenju Commission. This is the authority who manages Inazuma's finances, customs, and borders. It is led by the Hiragi clan, who are based in Ritu. The Kenju Commission have been said to conduct very difficult assessments to any who wish to leave or enter Inazuma. They have a strong and authoritarian grip over Inazuma's border. One can call the Inazuma border simply impenetrable because of the Vision Hunt Decree and the Sokoku Decree. They are also abusive towards the foreigners that reside in Ritu, legal entry and exit. Yashiro Commission. This commission is in charge of managing shrines, festivals, and cultural events. Due to this, they do not have as much influence compared to the Kenju and Tenryu commissions. All 3 commissions, however, share the same authority as they are able to keep the other commissions in check. Finally, the organization that stand on top of all, Inazuma Shogunate. The Inazuma Shogunate, also simply called the Shogunate, is the entity that rules Inazuma. It is led by the Electro Archon, who is also known as the Raiden Shogun. Under the Inazuma Shogunate is the Tri-Commission, the group of 3 commissions that oversee every matter in Inazuma. That's how Inazuma operated till now. The Electro Archon said while passing another document to Preemies who just hummed and started reading it. By now, EI had already given the overall situation of Inazuma before it was attacked by those invaders. By the way, right now, they were in Tenchukaku. The residence of the most exalted one in all of Inazuma. Standing tall on the highest point in the city, it watches over all under the Electro Archon's dominion. Though this time, the one sitting on the throne was none other than Preemies instead of EI. Makoto and EI, on the other hand, were standing at the side passing him one document after another and also providing him as much information as possible. None of them mind one bit that he was the one sitting on their throne. They even felt that it was a natural thing for him to be sitting there. Preemies, give me the report on Shogun's army. Nodding her head, EI spoke while passing another file to him. EI, the Shogun's army is my own army. As a whole, the army primarily maintains peace and order throughout Inazuma. Members of the army are split up to help serve the Tri-Commission. Preemies, then they must be assigned with different tasks. EI, MN. Those of the Tenryu Commission are the predominant fighting force of the military, whereas the Kenju Commission focuses on border security and the Yashiro Commission's role in the army focuses on protecting shrines, festivals, and public events. Makoto, and there is an ongoing military draft. A post on the commercial street bulletin board in Inazuma City from the Tenryu Commission orders all families who've received a draft order to send at least one adult to join the military. Premies, I see. Makoto, what should be our first step, my lord? Premies, to take back the Shogun's army under a single banner again. Because of the invaders' attack, we must have lost a lot of the soldiers. Hence, we can't afford to have remaining ones further split into 3 groups. If we call them back then, even though the military force will concentrate on a single thing, the borders and public will be without much protection. Makoto, on top of that, it basically means Tenryu Commission will become the strongest among the 3. Kenju Commission and Yashiro Commission will definitely be against it. I also think so. Premies, first thing. After the invasion, the population of Inazuma has decreased drastically. And because of the fear of enemy attack again, we can forget about doing any festivals and public events. Hence, we can order the remaining ones to settle down and live in Inazuma City from now on. Hearing this, both started pondering about it. Makoto, this can work. After all, with this not only will they be under the watchful eyes of all the soldiers that will be stationed here but also, they will be under EI's gaze. Premies, yes. In other time, people might be afraid of Raiden Shogun might, but in this dangerous time, that very might will be the one that will give them the sense of protection. What about the objection from other 2 commission? Premies, with the low population, the use of commissions has decreased by a huge margin. Understanding what he meant, narrowed her eyes and spoke. You want me to dissolve the Tri-Commission? Premies, that will be the best course of action. From now on there will be only one power in entire Inazuma, i.e., Inazuma Shogunate. Makoto, I don't think it would be that simple. After all, the Kuju clan, head of Tenryu, Hiragi clan, head of Kenju, and Kamisato clan, head of Yashiro, have been working as Tri-Commission for generations. They won't accept this. Lowering the document in his hand, Premies gave an eye to Makoto and asked. Premies, do you think I even give a damn about their opinions? In Inazuma, the words of Raiden Shogun are the final. The approval and recognition of the mortals are unnecessary. Makoto, that's... Getting surprised at Premies' words, Makoto looked at her twin sister, thinking she will say something on this. But too bad, just closed her eyes and remained silent. Clearly indicating that she agreed with Premies. In the end, Makoto could only let out a deep sigh and decided to go along with it. What about the resistance? Premies, they are not currently in Narukami Island. We can focus on them once we solve the situation of Tri-Commission here. Alright. Makoto, but are the heads of 3 clans still alive after the enemy attack? Premies, they are. That's all he said. Even though they were wondering how Premies was so sure, they didn't question since they can tell that he had no intention of explaining it. Knowing what they have to do next, the twins left the room to call the 3 clans. Once they left, Premies leaned back on the throne and was looking at the ceiling. As he went deep into his thoughts, his shadow turned purple and engulfed the entire area behind. Then a pair of arms came out of the shadow and hugged his neck from behind. Snapping out of his thoughts, Premies glanced at the Witch of Envy who was looking at him with purple eyes full of love. Premies, so, you are healed enough to move now. Satella, But I can't go more than 1 meters away from you. Premies, I see. Satella, Premies, is there anything you want? Satella, just a question with no importance. But for now, let me remain like this for some time. It's really been a long time since I feel your warmth. Premies, fine. With this both the place became silent again. After a few minutes, Satella finally opened her mouth. Satella, Prime, is there something you want from the resistance? Premies, Why do you ask? Satella, just a feeling. So, I got curious. Premies, isn't it because you want to spend more time like this? So, you are just asking random questions. Satella, hee. Busted. You're right, I am not that interested in it. It's just something I come up with to have conversation with you. Because in other free time, you are always busy with your own thoughts. So, please tell me. Hearing this, Premies couldn't help but sigh and shook his head. In any case, it won't matter even if Satella will know about it, so Premies told her what he wants from the resistance. They then keep on talking with some other stuffs before Satella retreated back. The moment she left, Makoto and EI also returned. Premies, it's done. Huh. EI, I have already sent the decree to the 3 clans and ordered them to gather in Tenshikaku right away. Premies, Then I leave the rest to you. With this he closed his eyes and hid his presence to the point that even Makoto and Ei had to use their divine sense to see him. Well, it was also because he let them. Both got astonished at this. Still, they knew what was important at the moment. Hence, Makoto approached Premies and stood behind him while hiding her own presence too. Now, only Ei could be seen, the only person in the Tenshikaku. She then crossed her arms, closed her eyes and waited. After some time, the leaders of the clans finally arrived in Tenshikaku. The first one to arrive was a tall and slim old man that was wearing an olive-green kimono under a red haori with a yellow ribbon, a black hakama and a pair of white socks and wooden sandals. He was the current head of the Tenryu Commission, Kujutaka Yuki. Behind him stood some soldiers of Shogun's army. Other time these soldiers' eyes were always filled with determination and reverence towards the Raiden Shogun, but this time, most of them were showing anger and hatred. Just like Premies and others had heard, almost everyone thought that Ei was the responsible for the current situation of Inazuma. That's why they had made her their target of hatred. Opening her eyes, Ei looked down on them with her usual cold and indifferent eyes. For a second, a trace of fear appeared in the soldiers' eyes as they again realized who they were standing in front of. Kujutaka Yuki, you are finally back, almighty Shogun. Now with you here, the Inazuma is saved. The old man spoke, but Ei can sense sarcasm in his words. His words also faded away the little fear that appeared in Soldier's heart as they again gave her the same expression. By now it was obvious that the prestige of Raiden Shogun had already hit rock bottom in the whole Inazuma. Pretending as if she didn't realize that he was mocking her, Ei opened her mouth. Ei, I have heard that you did a very good job of not only saving the people of Tenryu Commission but also provide shelter to the surviving people of Inazuma. Kujutaka Yuki, haha. I am honored to hear that from almighty Shogun's mouth. As an Inazuman, it's my duty to save my fellow people. After all, I am not like someone who not only make an enemy of someone she shouldn't but also ran away when Inazuma required her the most. By now his voice no longer contained any respect for Ei as he was openly mocking her on the face. The soldiers behind him also smiled while looking at her. Still, Ei didn't show any change in expression. On the contrary, she nodded and continued. Ei, you are right. Inazuma really needs people with same courage as you. Therefore, I have decided to award your bravery. Kujutaka Yuki, haha. There is no need for that, Shogun. But if you insist, I will accept it. Ei, good. Nodding her head, Ei continued. Ei, you see, I have seen that it was too much of hassle being a head of a commission. After all, you need to spend most of your time in one room doing paperwork all day long. As a result, you don't have time to go outside and see how people are doing and in case they need some help. Kujutaka Yuki, well, that's true. But the old man didn't know why, but he was suddenly having a very bad feeling. But before he could open his mouth, Ei interrupted him and continued. Ei, that's why you are promoted now. Kujutaka Yuki, be promoted. Is there even a rank higher than the head of the commission? Ei, of course, there isn't. You have reached it. At this time, the corner of Ei's lips rose a little and spoke. Ei, from now on, you are no longer the head of Tenryu Commission. You have now a foot soldier of Shogun's army which worked directly under the very Inazuma Shogunate. So, now it's time to charge forward at the enemy along with your fellow soldiers and become a symbol which will be remembered by both the soldiers and people of Inazuma for generations to come. Showing a cold smile to the old man, she continued. Ei, so, congratulations on your promotion. Foot soldier, Kujutaka Yuki. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 460, Volume 5, Chapter 76, Ei's Domination. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or in another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Silence. Total silence. Electro Archon's words put the entire Tenshikaku into such state. Both the Kujutaka Yuki and the soldiers with him all opened their eyes wide as they were having hard time processing what they just heard. From head of Tenryu Commission to a mere foot soldier. How can it be considered a promotion? As they were lost in thoughts, Ei ignored them and turned her head at the door in front. Ei, enter. At this, another person entered the room followed by a group of soldiers like before. The person was wearing a gray kimono with a black hakama and a red haori. Just like Kujutaka Yuki, this old man also had the arrogant expression on his face. He was not only the head of Hiragi clan but also of the Kenju Commissioner. Hiragi Shinsuke. The old man gave a glance to Kujutaka Yuki and got confused seeing him lost in thoughts. Still, he knew that he can ask him later and decided to focus on the one who summoned him. Turning his attention to the purple-haired, he bowed and spoke. Hiragi Shinsuke, welcome back, Raiden Shogun. It's good to see you fine. We thought some mishap happened to you along the way. Glad to see you back. This old man was also as cunning Kuja Takayuki. Even though he said that he was glad at her return, he also cursed her right on the face by saying his true thoughts. Without showing any changing in expression, Ei nodded and spoke. Ei, I am back and fine as thanks to you people who always pray for me all the time. Then in the next second, the Electro Archon twisted Hiragi's words into her own advantage. After all, while cursing or not, the people still had to think about the one they were cursing. Hence, basically, they were thinking about him or her. Being the old fox, Hiragi obviously understood the meaning behind her words and his lips twitched since he can't deny that. Hiragi Shinsuke, ahem. So, Shogun, can I ask why do you summon me? Ei, I have heard of the deeds you did when Inazuma was in dire state. You didn't even hesitate to let go your hard-earned money, just to help people so that they won't not panic and retreated to a safe place. Your action really moved me. Hiragi Shinsuke, haha. Your praise is unworthy, almighty Shogun. I just did what anyone would have done in my place. Even though he spoke with a smile, inwardly he was shouting and cursing loudly. The reason why he did that was not because he wanted to but because he had no other choice. Why? Well, most of Kenju Commission economy came from the borders by making non-Inazumans travelers to pay hefty prices. Thanks to their strong and authoritarian grip over Inazuma's border, most of their properties were at the port. And when the enemies that, their first targets were the very ports itself. As a result, before he could take any precautions or something, all his properties were destroyed. Hence, he had no choice to lend hand to the people since his money had already turned to ashes and blew away. So, Ei's words were like knives that stabbed through his heart. And if not because he thought that Raiden Shogun would reward him in case he helped the people, he won't have bothered doing so. Therefore, among the three commissions, he was the one who was looking forward to this summon the most. As if waiting for the reward of his efforts. Ei, Because of your some efforts, I have decided to award you. Pausing for a second, she continued. Ei, you see, I have heard a lot about how it was because of you that the economy and finances of Kenju Commission kept on increasing more and more at each passing day. This is a proof that you are the best person to handle the whole Inazuma economy. Giving him a deep gaze, she finally gave him his head. Ei, so, as of today, you are dismissed from the position of head of Kenju Commission. From now on, you are the finance head of the whole Inazuma. And the account of every person, buildings, lands, the commissions, and even this very Tenchukaku will first go through you to be accepted. Hiragi Shinsuke. Ei, in other words, if you said that this Tenchukaku here is illegal property and showed concrete evidence along with it, then even I will leave this place without uttering a single word of against it. Hiragi Shinsuke. The old man's brain short-circuited hearing that. He was only planning on getting some benefits, but never had he imagined that Raiden Shogun will give a huge gift to him. For a second, he thought it was a dream and pinched his own leg. Hiragi Shinsuke, OW. But then the pain confirmed him that he was not sleeping or something. His shout also snapped Kuja Takayuki out of his thoughts as he gave him an envious look. He was getting demoted while his friend of getting promoted. Where is the justice? At this time, Hiragi Shinsuke started breathing heavily with ecstasy of his face. By getting the whole finance of Inazuma meant, he had full control over the economy of not only this Narukami city but also other islands of Inazuma. Namely Kanazuka, Sairai Island, Tsurumi Island, Watatsumi Island, and even Yoshiori Island. Means his economy will increase several folds. It was not something he would be able to acquire in his whole lifetime even while all the ports were still intact. Calming himself, he looked at Ei and knew what to say next. Hiragi Shinsuke, I am really honored to know that Almighty Shogun thinks such highly of me. However, I think this position is too much for me. After all, an old man like me won't be able to shoulder so much responsibility. So, can I decline? Saying this, he bowed his head a little. All the soldiers in the room were looking at him with surprise for declining such an offer. But on the other hand, their respect for Hiragi Shinsuke rose a whole different level. While soldiers were having such thoughts, Kuja Takayuki smirked while looking at Hiragi Shinsuke. Kuja Takayuki, this fox really knows how to put such a false front. Inwardly he must be laughing loudly. Just like the head of Tenryu Commission said, Hiragi Shinsuke was really laughing happily inside. How could he let go of such opportunity like this? The words he said just now were just formalities. So, now he will spoke his true words. Hiragi Shinsuke, still, if Almighty Shogun insists, I will reluctantly. Ei, as expected, you are a great person who thought of Inazuma above everything else. Hiragi Shinsuke, huh? Ei, you know that you are getting old, hence, even if you accept this role and make Inazuma rise, it will mostly be thanks to you. In other words, when you die of old age, there will be no one who can take your place and Inazuma economy will start crumbling from then on, right? Hiragi Shinsuke, right. I am very glad that you have already seen that far ahead. Good. 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 She nodded her repeatedly while praising him for some time before looking at him again. Since you are doing this for Inazuma, it would be rude if I don't follow your wish and force you against your will. Hence, let's cancel the reward I was about to give you. Hiragi Shinsuke, wait. I know. I know. It won't be possible to make you head of Kenju Commissioner again, now that position has been stripped away from you. What to do? What to do? Crossing her arms, started tapping her finger while going deep into her thoughts. Just as Hiragi Shinsuke was about to open his mouth again, gaze fell on Kuju Takayuki as her eyes lit up. Oh. I know. I have heard that both Kuju Takayuki and Hiragi Shinsuke are good friends and meet with each other a lot. I even heard that you both have such a bonding that you understand the thought process of each other and did your work in a way that you can help the other party with great benefits. So, it's perfect. Clap. Clapping her hands, spoke while smile at Hiragi Shinsuke. Though for the old man, it was a cold smile that sent a chill down his spine. It's decided. From now, Hiragi Shinsuke will join his friend Kuju Takayuki as foot soldier of Inazuma Shogunate. However, instead of going on the front lines Kuju Takayuki, he will stay in the same room with Kuju Takayuki and take care of his weapons, armors, clothes, money, and other needs. Showing both of them a gaze as if looking down on them, she continued. It will be the best. One will become the symbol of strength for all soldiers and people of Inazuma while the other will take care of such symbol. You both really are made for each other. Both the old men can't believe what was happening in front of their eyes. Before coming here, they both were the head of their clans and commission, but now they had been left as some kind of foot soldiers. On top of that, instead of giving a servant, maid, or woman, they both were ordered to live together under the same roof. And what does she mean by taking care of each other needs? That's all. You both are dismissed. Kuju Takayuki and Hiragi Shinsuke, Shogun, listening to you. Oh. I almost forget. There is one more thing. Interrupting them halfway, gaze fell on the soldiers standing behind the two old men. There were at least 30-50 soldiers. I want to ask, are these soldiers yours? Kuju Takayuki and Hiragi Shinsuke, huh? Of course, they are OU. However, they cut their words in short since they realized the blunder they were about to make. Even though both the old men had gained the absolute loyalty from these soldiers, one way or another, they still belonged to Shogun army. Saying they were theirs was clearly indicating that they were taking over her army. Hence, they can't say that. Kuju Takayuki, haha. We can say that, but they are the part of Shogun's army. Hiragi Shinsuke, yes. Yes. After it's thanks to Shogun that we even get the opportunity to be protected by them. Hence, we are very grateful to you. Hearing this, nodded. You're right. And since they are the soldiers of my army, it's my responsibility to take care of them. All of a sudden, both old men started having a bad feeling as they straightened up. Gulping nervously, one of them asked. Kuju Takayuki, what do you, as Shogun? Ever since they have come to Tenchikaku, they were looking at me with rage, hatred, and bloodlust. If they can even look at me, the ruler of Inazuma, the Electro Archon, Raiden Shogun, like this, they won't hesitate to backstab you both in case they find an opportunity. Hence, it's my duty to make sure it won't happen. The moment she said that, a purple polearm appeared in her hand. Everyone in the room tensed up as they realized what was about to happen. And before any one of them could open their mouth or do something, moved. Zap. There is sound of electric and then shin. Plat. 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 Tens of heads rose in the air before falling. Thud. 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 The old men can only look in horror as their soldiers were decapitated without even getting the chance to resist. The fountain of blood came out of their headless bodies, dyeing both the old men and Tenchikaku in red. There is only one ruler of Inazuma, and that is me, Raiden Shogun. In case someone is against it and want to take my place, then there will be no mercy. Kuju Takayuki. Hiragi Shinsuke. Both the old men turned pale as they heard Ei's extremely cold voice from behind. And then shin. Plat. Plat. There was a purple flash before two more heads rose in the air. As the heads of Kujutaka Yuki and Hiragi Shinsuke were rolling in the air, they witnessed their headless bodies and EI who were looking at them as if they were just some insects before darkness swallowed their consciousness. The reason why EI even bothered talking to them instead of killing them right away in the first place was because Premies told her to. He wanted to check something. When he was done with it, he gave her the sound transmission to do whatever she wanted now. And EI wanted to kill. Hence, she did. EI, humph. She then snorted coldly while looking at the heads of Kujutaka Yuki and Hiragi Shinsuke. Once she did so, all the headless bodies fell. Thud. 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 *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 461, Volume 5, Chapter 77, Dissolving of Tricommission. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. As EI was looking at the dead bodies at her feet, Preemie's gaze was completely on her. He even glanced at Makoto and confirmed the lack of any expression on her face. As if she didn't mind that her sister killed them. While the twin sisters were aloof, none of them realized that they were changing. They were becoming more cold, cruel, and indifferent compared to before. Just now, Preemies told EI to do whatever she wanted. He never said anything about kill them. Yet, without a second of hesitation she slayed them. Even Makoto didn't try to reason with her sister to stop her. In case if she was the old EI then just like the plot, she would have spared them and took them under custody to punish them for their crimes later. But here she acted completely different. More cold-hearted and ruthless. Now if you ask if Preemies didn't like it or against it then you were wrong. On the contrary, he loved his change. After all, that's exactly what he wants, cruel and cold-blooded machines who listened and carry out his order without objection and hesitation. Preemies, well. Now this is getting interesting. Hearing his thoughts, both Makoto and EI looked at him with confusing visible in their eyes since they didn't understand what he meant. Nevertheless, Preemies remained silent. At this moment, someone else entered the room. Compared to before when bunch of people came together with the head of Tenryu Commission and Kenju Commission, this time only 2 people came. The one of them was man around the age of 22 to 24. He had long pale blue asymmetrical shoulder-length hair, pale skin, and light purple eyes. He also had a small mole under the left corner of his mouth. Another one was the girl almost same age as Keqing. She had pale skin, light silver blue eyes with sky blue pupils, and very light waist-length pale blue hair styled in a harem cut in front. She also had a small mole under her left eye. The man was none other than the current commissioner of Yashiro Commission, Kamisato Ayato. While the girl with her was her younger sister, Kamisato Ayaka. As for the reason why Ayato didn't bring soldiers along with him was because his instincts were warning him not to do so. In this entire life till now, his instincts had saved his life many times. Hence, he trusted them fully. And behold, he was right. The moment he took 2 steps in the Tenshikaku, he smelled the scent of blood and stopped. When he tried to find the source, his eyes widened when he the blood-stained floor with number of heads and corpses at Raiden Shogun's feet. He got tensed up and moved his hand towards his sword at his waist. But then he paused for a second and lowered his hand. He also put his other hand at her sister's shoulder and shook his head as if telling her not to do the same. Ayaka was of course surprised at this but decided to believe her brother and put her sword away. Taking a deep breath, both brother and sister walked over to Raiden Shogun. During this whole process, EI eyes were on them, looking at their every action. Seeing them approaching her, she couldn't help raise one of her brows. EI, oh. I thought after witnessing this bloody scene, you will either prepare to fight or ran as fast as you can. Gulping nervously, Ayato showed a wry smile and spoke. Ayato, I don't think it will be of any use though. EI, is that so? Ayato, First, if the almighty Shogun wants to kill us then no matter where we run off to, we will still die. As for the second reason. Pausing here, he looked at the corpses and saw the heads of Kujutaka Yuki and Hiragi Shinsuke along with others. Seeing them, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he continued. Ayato, in case Raiden Shogun really wanted to kill all the heads of Tricommission then she would have waited for all 3 of us to gather before doing so. Instead of only killing 2 of them. EI, She took a long hum making both the brother and sister more agitated at each passing second. She then started walking towards them while her feet left the blood steps on her wake. EI, what if that's exactly I planned to do? But it's just that they both started getting on my nerves so decided to end them later before taking care of Kamisato clan. She said that with a smile on her face. Yet, instead of getting mesmerized or dazed, both started shivering. "Ei, so, what are you going to do now? Fight me?" "Ayato, that's... Ei, even before when you have vision, I can easily execute you. And now that I have taken them, you are even more powerless." "Yes. You heard it, right?" Ei had already taken away their vision before. Even now when they took back their vision during the time of invasion, the visions were still useless in their hand. So, everyone thought that Raiden Shogun had did something so that even if they recover their vision, they won't be able to use them. And her words just now put a nail in the coffin, clearly indicating she was responsible for it somehow. "Ayato, Ei, you what? Where is your confidence coming from? From the Kamisato clan behind you, or Shumatsuban, the assassin organization that works under you?" The head of Kamisato clan couldn't help but flinched hearing that Raiden Shogun knew about this secret organization that he created. Letting him remain in his thoughts, Ei turned her attention to the Ayaka. Raising her polearm, she put it blade under Ayaka's chin and raised her head, forcing her to look directly at her. "Ei, and what should I do with her? Compared to you, Ayato, your sister even has the audacity to pull out her weapon. In case you didn't stop her on time, I am afraid she would have charged at me. So, what about take her head and display it as a trophy in my Tenchukaku? It will be a reminder for all those who will visit me to see what will happen to them if they go against me." By now Ayaka's face had already turned pale in fright and she was trembling. Ayato also had the same expression. As a result, he couldn't help but open his mouth. "Ayato, please wait a moment, Shogun." However, at this Ei's smile disappeared and she looked at him with extremely cold eyes. Realizing his blunder, the man fell on his knees with his head lowered. Thud. "Ayato, please forgive my outburst just now, almighty Shogun. Not only is Ayaka my younger sister, but she also doesn't have much experience in life. That's why she is still naive. Hence, I will be grateful if you find it in your heart to forgive her." "Ei, The Electro Archon didn't reply, though her gaze returned to Ayaka, who was shaking even more violently. Noticing Raiden Shogun's lack of response, Ayato smashed his head hard on the ground. Bang. "Ayato, please, almighty Shogun. No, entire Kamisato clan is willing to do anything in order to gain your forgiveness. Ayaka, big brother." The girl couldn't help but murmur while looking at her brother on his knees, pleading for her mercy. This was the first time he had seen her always brave, calm, and collected brother to show such weakness. All to save her life. As a result, her eyes turned watery as tears streamed down her face. "Ei, Snorted coldly, the Electro Archon lowered her polearm and Ayaka fell on her knees. Thud. The girl was still looking down as she didn't dare to raise her head and look at Raiden Shogun. Good thing. Because in case she did, she would be sacred shitless. Why? Because currently Ei was looking down on both the brothers with a chilling smile on her face. She then turned and walked towards her throne. "Ei, now that the heads of Tenryu Commission and Kenju Commission are dead, it won't be good if Yashiro Commission still exists, since there will be objections, as many will think that Yashiro Commission is the one responsible for the death of two heads. Hence, from now onward, there will be no Tri-Commission, only in Azuma Shogunate. Do you understand?" "Ayato, why yes, almighty Shogun." "Ei, good. Now leave and gather every remaining Inazumans in front of Tenchukaku. While doing so, also spread the news that Kuju Takayuki and Hiragi Shinsuke tried to do coup d'état hereby bring the soldiers of Shogun's army that they turned to their side. Hence, Raiden Shogun eliminated them. And also said that you both witnessed everything with your own eyes." Ayato, but that's... However, his words trailed off as Ei gave him a side eye. "Ei, what were you saying?" Ayato, we understand. When the Electro Archon nodded, Ayato took Ayaka and hurriedly left. And by the time they left the vicinity of Tenchukaku, he found himself turned in sweat, clearly indicating how tense he was in Raiden Shogun's presence. He then glanced back at the huge building for a second before leaving. Now, neither of them had any intention or thought of going against Raiden Shogun. There was only one thing that deeply rooted in their hearts: fear. Back in Tenchukaku, Premies was looking at Ei, who was walking towards him after she was done dissolving the Tri-Commission. Even though he seemed indifferent on the surface, his mind was deep in thought. Premies, the way she solved this, that pressure and smile. Ei is becoming not only more dominating but also sadist, and you know what? I like it. Ei, ahem. Snapping out of his thoughts, Premies looked at her and asked. "Premies, what is it?" "Ei, nothing." She replied almost instantly with a stern expression. Though Premies could see a tint of red on face. Shaking his head, he decided not to give it much thought. "Premies, it will take time for people to gather. So, instead of waiting, let's check how Yamiko is doing. Nodding, they both touched his arm, and in the next second, the space wrapped and they disappeared, leaving the room in silence again. At the top of MT Yogo, the space wrapped and 3 people walked out. Looking around, they saw the place was already clean with just a small shrine in the middle. Zap. Hearing this sound, they turned their head and saw an electric totem in the shape of fox at the edge of the cliff. And it was not the only one. There were more. All of them were at the edge with the distance of 1 meter between each of them. There are Miko's summon. Yes. They are called Sesshu Sakura. At this time, Yamiko came out of the shrine. Looking at them, she first bowed to Premies before started explaining her summons. Yamiko, these Sesshu Sakura periodically strikes the enemies with lightning. And with other Sesshu Sakuras nearby, it boosts the power of the lightning strikes. Premies' eyes swept through all these Sesshu Sakuras on the mountain before he opened his mouth. Premies, if there are multiple enemies, will they focus on striking one of them or random? Yamiko, well, that's random. But if you want, I can change it. Premies, then set them in a way that in case of multiple enemies appear, 5 of them focus on one opponent before moving on to the next one. Yamiko, okay. Premies, Makoto. Put a wisp of your divinity in them. It will make them stronger. Makoto, yes, my lord. As they got busy in their work, Premies again disappeared from his spot. In Azuma City. Returning back to the city, Premies stood in front of the fallen and somewhat destroyed statue of the omnipresent god. Stepping forward, he put his hand on the statue and heard countless voices. These ambitions and wills belong to the people who lost their visions. These voices can easily overwhelm anyone's mind. However, who's Premies? He's the ruler of Guilty Crown. As a result, he absorbed all of them and sealed them in the crystals in his Guilty Crown. Once he did so and removed his hand, cracks started appearing on the statue. Crack. 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 Not giving it much thought, he disappeared and returned back to MT Uogwo again. Mondstadt. At the same time, Premies absorbed all the ambitions. Lumen also reached her destination. Currently she was standing in front of the once frozen mountain, which had changed greatly compared to the last time she visited. Lumen, to think, I will come back here again, a place where I fought the creature for the first time and also the place where I died in future. Sighing, she shook her head. Lumen, let's see what more secrets you hold, Dragon Spine. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 462, Volume 5, Chapter 78, Dragon Spine again. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. / / equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. As Lumen was looking at the dragon spine and was about to step forward, an unfamiliar voice stopped her on her tracks. Another rogue. Is the Abyss Order hold over their members are decreasing that more of them are getting rogue? Lumen. Never expecting someone to sneak behind her without her realizing. The blonde took out her sword and slashed back. Slash. But in the next second, she widened her eyes as there was no one there. Nice reflexes. Hearing the voice behind again, Lumen realized that the person was not as simple as it appeared. Hence, she decided to go all out. Whiz. Wail. A Nemo power started gathering around her and the sword got covered in dark blue abyss flames. Then she disappeared from her spot and this time appeared behind the assailant instead, thanks to her huge boost in her speed. Next, she thrusted her sword forward. However, the person casually sidestepped, making Lumen missed again. Before the traveler can continue, the person made its move as its palm hit Lumen faster than she could react. Bam. Lumen, GUH. The force behind the palm was so much that it threw the blonde away before she smashed on the boulder. Crack. Bang. The boulder exploded into pieces and Lumen rolled on the ground for some distance before stabilizing herself by planting her sword in the ground. She was on one of her knees and was also using her silver sword as a support. The attack just now really did some numbers of her as she can tell that a few of her ribs broke. Wiping out the blood from the corner of her mouth, Lumen's eyes started glowing as she used the appraisal at the person who walked out of the dust. Though in the next moment, a dumbfounded expression appeared on the blonde's face before she fell into daze. This person was an extremely beautiful woman with tall, voluptuous, and perfect figure. The most striking thing was her violet eyes and her silver hair that swept all the way to her ankles. Moon level. The woman named Moon of course realized that Lumen was trying to see through her. Hence, she frowned and spoke in icy tone. Moon, can you put your prying gaze away? Snapping out of her thoughts, the traveler stood up and started patting the dust off her while staring intensely at her. It will not be wrong to say that Lumen was very jealous of Moon's beauty. In the end, she took a deep breath and put her sword away. Not feeling surprised at her action, the woman nodded. Moon, good decision. Lumen, well, I am not stupid to challenge an adeptus with my current strength. The woman could not help but narrow her eyes hearing that. Moon, so, you already figured out my identity. Ha, you are not as simple as you appear. Lumen, thanks for the praise, I guess. Moon. Becoming silent, the woman kept on staring at Lumen. The girl also had no intention of backing down as she met eye to eye with her. As the staring contest was going on, beads of sweat started appearing on Lumen's forehead as her legs started shaking due to the pressure that woman was pressing on her slowly by slowly. Soon, even her face turned red and now her entire body was trembling. Regardless, just when Lumen was about to reach her limit and was about to kneel, the pressure disappeared. Feeling relieved, the girl started panting heaving. Lumen, huff 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 huff. Moon, think of it as the punishment for attacking and looking down on a divine. Lumen. The traveler remained quiet. Though she also did not hate the woman either. Why? Well, ever since Lumen started traveling with preemies, she no longer gave any thought and respect to these so-called adeptus and gods of this world since they were nothing in front of him. However, this woman just now gave a wake-up slap to her, making her realize that these beings still stood on top of hierarchy of this world. Hence, she should be mindful of words and behavior in front of them. Because in case she faced the same situation again in future and neither was preemies with her nor they were as lenient as this woman, then she would pay a hefty price for her actions. Taking a deep breath, Lumen bowed her head. Lumen, please forgive me for my rude behavior just now. Honesty, I have too many enemies. Hence, I must be on guard almost all the time. And when you sneaked behind me silently, I thought you were one of them. Because of that, I attacked. Hearing the girl's sincere apologize, the woman's brows relaxed somewhat. Moon, I see. Then it can't be helped. Seeing that the woman was no longer stuck to it, the traveler sighed in relief. The silver-haired was noticing all her action before turning her head towards the direction of Dragon Spine. The blonde also followed her gaze before concluding. Lumen, is your appearance here also somewhat related to the dragon's pone? Moon, maybe. The woman didn't give a definite answer to her question. Though it was enough of the girl to thought of something. Lumen, if you don't mind, why don't we check it out together? It will much faster with two people looking together. Looking at her, the woman replied flatly. Moon, you think I don't know that you want to take advantage of my presence here? After all, having an adeptus by your side make things a lot easier. Lumen, no. 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 You are mistaken. I just thought it would be too boring for you to be looking around the mountain all alone. Having some company will keep things lively. The blonde spoke while bringing her hand in front and shaking her head in denial. Moon. Thanks for your kind words, but I will be fine. Saying this, the woman turned to leave. Lumen, wait. Can you at least please tell me your name? Oh, I am Lumen. A traveler. The woman paused for a second before opening her mouth. Moon, I am Moon. With this, there was a silver flash and the woman disappeared. Gleam. Lumen could only stay at her place while looking at where the woman was a second ago. Sighing, she shook her head. Lumen, at least I tried. Once those words left her mouth, a light shot out of her. Paimon, what do you mean by that? You were really thinking of such things. Hearing this, Lumen averted her eyes. Paimon, seriously. Lumen, well, it would have made our journey much easier. Paimon. The little fairy couldn't help but being speechless. She never expected Lumen to such bold. Lumen, let's forget about it for now and focus of you. Paimon, focus on Paimon. Why? Lumen, because you finally decided to come out and show yourself. You have been silent ever since I took care of Amber, Lisa, Kia, and Eula back in Mondstadt. Hearing this, Paimon expression turned sad and she spoke. Paimon, Lumen, they are our friends. Lumen, were. They were our friends but not anymore. Paimon, no. They are still our friends. Lumen, even Yuya. Paimon. Lumen, you knew what they did to Mr. Ersta. Not only Yuya but also everyone else in Mondstadt. So, can you still think of them as friends? Paimon, that's. Letting her remain in her thoughts, Lumen took out a potion and drank it in one go. She relaxed after sensing that her injuries were healing rapidly. After seeing Lumen behavior till now, almost anyone can see how obsessed she was with preemies. Even preemies realized that too but decided not to do anything against it. After all, he knew the reason of her growing tendency. Ever since Lumen had come to this world with her brother, Ether, nothing but misfortune struck her. First, when they arrived here and lived in Kenria, the kingdom got destroyed by the heavenly principles. Even though she was unconscious most of the time, she still had some fragments of those memories. Second, when they were about to leave, their path was blocked by the sustainer of heavenly principles. Third, not only did they both lost but the sustainer of heavenly principles also took away her powers and brother. Fourth, by the time she woke up, she was all alone in this world with everyone stranger and no one by her side. Fifth, she didn't know what to do, where to go to find her brother. Even the very thought that her brother might be dead, haunted her. Fortunately, just when her mind was at the breaking point, she met Premies and he became her pillar of support. That is the reason she was so obsessed with him, because she knew if Premies left her someday or someone stole him from her, then she will lose that pillar of hers, will broke and turn crazy. Premies was also aware of that, for that reason he remained by her side all this time, since he can't leave her by her own. Even now when he left her, he made sure that Paimon was by Lumen's side. After all, in the plot, it was also Paimon who prevented the breakdown of Traveler. After confirming that she recovered, Lumen knew it was time to enter the dragon spine. Lumen, let's go, Paimon. We will think about other things later. Paimon, eh? Wait for Paimon. Shouting, the little fairy started following behind the rushing Lumen. While Lumen was looking for a way to enter the dragon spine, the woman, Moon, appeared in one part of the dragon spine. The Wormrest Valley. This was the final resting place of the black dragon. Skull and ribcage of the vile dragon, Durin, can be seen here. Lowering her head, the woman's eyes gazed through the very depth of the mountain and saw a place where the very heart of Durin was still beating. The life force exuding from the dragon's core had dyed the steep valley's silvery snow in scarlet red. Nevertheless, the woman showed no interest in the dragon's core, as her gaze were something else entirely. It was the fang of the dragon which was buried close to the dragon's heart. Because of that, it was no wonder a mere tooth. That dragon tooth had absorbed vitality and exuded a warmth that can made one uneasy. When the dragon fell to ruin in a silver valley, it painted the bone-white snow an ominous crimson. Hence, if that beating heart contained dragon's vitality and poison, then that tooth contained its might. But instead of going and grabbing it, Moon Eyes moved to the corner and she saw the monsters that made their way towards her. These monsters were exactly like the very creatures who destroyed Mondstadt in the future and the one who Premies slayed there too. Heck, they were almost identical to the one Lumen and others faced during their previous trip here. There were 5 of them and they were very strong. To the point that if 3 of them attacked together, then even the current Lumen will die by their hands. Moon, on the other hand, didn't show any change in expressions. She then raised her hand and power started gathering inside. The most shocking thing was that it was not the elemental power like other Adeptus. It was dark blue abyss flames. The same one that Lumen and Abyss Order use. On top of that, these abyss flames seemed even more powerful and purer than Lumen's. Moon, die. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 463, Volume 5, Chapter 79, Things have taken an unexpected turn. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Lumen, TCH. It is such a pain. The traveler said in irritated tone while looking at the rocks and gravel in front of her which were blocking her way. She no longer knew how many times she faced the same situation and had to take a detour every time. She even had a feeling that the entire world was against her because almost every other path she took were all closed off. And the appropriate one had crude curves, difficult footing, and were even longer. Paimon, why don't Lumen just blow these obstacles away? The fairy asked a question that had been bugging her all this time. After all, with Lumen's current strength, doing it won't be a problem. Hearing this question, the blonde shook her head before replying. Lumen, I am not doing it because I don't want to attract their attention. Paimon, who's? Lumen. The creature that we fought last time. Paimon, Lumen doesn't mean. As Paimon recalled what they faced last time, fear appeared on her face and she hurriedly hid behind Lumen. Raising her little head above Lumen's shoulder, Paimon started looking around before speaking. Paimon, but didn't Mr. H. Hersher kill it last time? Lumen, he did. But who said there is only one of them? Paimon, there's more. Lumen, I have a feeling there are because my instincts are warning me the same way they did back then when I fought it. Paimon, but Lumen is a lot stronger compared to before. Nodding she spoke. Lumen, I am. That's why I have a confidence to win while facing one of them. However, if more showed up then even, I have no choice but to turn and run. Gulping nervously, the fairy nodded. Paimon, In that case, there is no need to hurry. Let us take our time to arrive our destination. Completely agreeing with her, the traveler became even more cautious while continuing. On the other side. Crackle. Moon was still standing in front of Wormrest Valley while the dark blue flames of abyss were covering her surroundings. She was completely unscathed while those creatures around her burning to ashes without exception. After taking care of these creatures who came after her, the woman disappeared from her spot and appeared in front of Dragon's core. Looking at the crimson beating heart, Moon couldn't help but show slight sadness. She then calmed herself before turning her attention to the dragon tooth buried near the core. Crouching down, she extending her hand forward, grabbed the tooth and pulled it out. Bang. The ground it was buried in broke, but Moon didn't care. Next, she put the tooth away before a silver flash appeared and she disappeared again. Sew. Appearing in the sky of the dragon spine, her gaze fell on every corner of the dragon spine. She also saw Lumen, who was currently fighting against one of the creatures. Slash. Cling. Swish. Ding. Swing her sword, Lumen deflected two of the creature's claw and dodged the other two by sliding between the creature's legs before slashing at his back. Shin. Pust. A tear appeared on its back as blood started leaking from it. The creature flinched for a moment because of pain, giving Lumen opportunity to attack again. She then extended her hand forward and grabbed the wind's might to form a vortex of vacuum in her palm before it exploded. Boom. Burst. The blow not only made the creature's injury worse but also threw it away. The dark blue abyss flames were burning on its wounds, making them difficult to regenerate. Yet, the creature slowly got up on its feet. Lumen couldn't help but frown at this. Even though she didn't have the same problem facing it like before, on the contrary she even had some advantage, the creature had very strong vitality. Taking a deep breath, the blonde took a stance while holding her abyss flames-covered sword and charged, reaching the creature in a second. The creature, on the other hand, slashed with its four claws. Still, because of loss of blood and pain of burning on its back, made its movements sluggish. Narrowing her eyes, the traveler moved a little to dodge all of them before unleashing 7 rapid sword strikes. Slash. 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 7 deep cuts appeared on the creatures as Lumen pulled back her sword before stabbing forward. Lumen, ha. Stab. The sword thrusted into the creature's body with some difficulty thanks to its hard exoskeleton. Still. The girl didn't stop, put her strength behind her strike and pushing the sword deeper. Once it entered the creature's body enough, she released more of abyss flames, burning the creature from inside. Hiss. Creature, GAH. The creature screamed in pain, but the blonde didn't stop. After some time, she pulled back her sword and jumped back before throwing a compressed anemo that she had been gathering and holding in her other hand all this time. Whoosh. That compressed anemo entered the hole in creature chest created by Lumen and exploded a second later. Boom. There was an anemo explosion and the creature blew into pieces. From some distance away, when she confirmed the creature's death, the blonde ran the area as fast as possible. She knew this explosion will attract the others. Hence, she must run far away and hid to recover her strength. After covering some distance, she found a hole which must have created when the boulders fell on Dragon's spine from sky and hid there. The hole was only big enough to conceal her body, but Lumen didn't mind since she only planned to stay here enough to recover back at peak before continuing. In the fight just now, even though Lumen won, she still used by 90% of her reserve. This showed how challenging it was to face the creature. While resting, she took out 2 vials out of her inventory. One of them had light blue color liquid in it while second one had turquoise color liquid in it. Name, Frost Shield Potion. Rarity. Description, a miraculous potion that boosts cryo resistance and makes one able to withstand extreme cold. Induces a chilling sensation when drank, but once this sensation spreads throughout the body, the feeling of being cold disappears. Effect, increases cryo resistance by 10% for 30 minutes. Name, Gushing Essential Oil. Rarity. Description, grants greater affinity for anemo, boosting anemo damage. It has a fragrant smell. It is said that using it during your travels will make you walk as if you're riding on the wind. Effect, increases anemo damage by 10% for 30 minutes. Looking at the 2 portion in her hand, Lumen decided to drink them before she was about to continue. She also took the moment to check her strength. Lumen, level 152, 1. Seeing that her level increase again, Lumen smiled. After all, almost everyone knows that the higher the level, the more difficult it's to increase further. Hence, this really came surprising to her. She planned to slowly make her way towards her destination while taking care of creatures that will get in her way. But now she decided to change it. She will now take a longer route and will find and kill every rogue creature she could see. Deciding her next course of action, Lumen closed her eyes and meditate in order to recover faster. While she was doing so, she didn't realize that the black stone which Albedo gave to her and was in inventory, was releasing a dim light. That light was being absorbed into her body and was increasing, and recovering her abyss power too. It was also making her abyss power purer but at a very slow pace. Outside the hole where Lumen was resting, Moon was currently sitting on top of a broken boulder and was swinging her legs. Her eyes were at Lumen, as if trying to see through her secrets. Moon, a human, being able to use elemental power without vision, and is also able to use abyss power without getting corrupted by it. Should I say as expect from the fourth descender or? She then moved her mouth but didn't let out any word. After that, she leaned back a little and looked at the cloudy sky, deep in thoughts. Inazuma. A crowd of people had gathered in front of Tenchukaku as people were talking loudly with each other. They were wondering why Raiden Shogun had gathered all of them here. Some thought she did so in order to apologize for not being here to help in time of need, while others thought it was so that she can recruit more people in the Shogun's army since more than half of it killed during the enemy's attack. By now the news of coup d'état led by the former heads of Tenryu Commission and Kenju Commission as well as their death at the hands of Raiden Shogun had spread throughout the city. Many people were astonished at this. They never expected the former heads to take such a bold action against Raiden Shogun. Even though they were shocked, many of them were depressed since they also thought that the Inazuma should be ruled by its people instead of incompetent god who only knew how to run during the dire situation. Of course, they didn't dare to voice out their words in open. While this was going on, a group of soldiers led by a woman were trying to calm the people. The woman seemed to have aged between 22 to 24. She had indigo hair cut into an uneven bob, pale skin, and golden eyes. On the side of her head lied a red tengu mask that resembles a crow's face with white accents, a black crest, and a hexagonal piece resembling a token. The name of the woman was Kujusera. She was a member and adopted daughter of the Kuju clan, who serves the Raiden Shogun. Currently the expressions of the woman frosty as she let out orders in cold tone. Why? Because as a loyal supporter of Raiden Shogun, when she learnt that head of Kuju clan planned to dethrone Shogun, she was filled with rage. Too bad, he was killed by Raiden Shogun, otherwise she would have done so by her own hand. Because of that, the reputation of Kuju clan had fallen rock bottom in the eyes of not only Inazumans but also even Raiden Shogun. While the crowd was calming down, there were only two people among them that remained silent from beginning till now. They were none other than the Kamisato Ayato and Kamisato Ayaka. Ever since their last meeting with EI, they were deeply afraid of her and dare not to say anything against her. Zap. Boom. Suddenly thunder exploded in front of the crowd, making everyone quiet. When it disappeared, they finally saw the current ruler of Inazuma, Raiden Shogun, standing before everyone's eyes. All of them couldn't help but swallow nervously while feeling the pressure from her gaze. And the polearm she was holding in her hand made people felt a chill down her spine. EI, I see that everyone is here. Good, I summoned all of you to announce two things. Not bothering to give any explanation of not helping during the invasion or the details of the coup d'état, EI went directly to the point. EI, first is from now on there won't be any tri-commission. There will be only one force in Inazuma Shogunate, because of shortage of soldiers in the army, all of you here will join the army, right at this moment. Boom. It was as if everyone got struck by lightning as they widened their eyes in shock. They never expected Shogun to give such an absurd order. EI, and the second is, you have 1 hour from now to prepare yourself. After that you all will leave for Watsumi Island and capture all the members of Resistance Organization and bring them here. And if you fail... Pausing her, she raised her spear and a pillar of thunder formed in the sky before she struck down. Boom. Looking at the Narukami city which cut in two, continued. EI, if you fail, then be ready to pay the price. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 464, Volume 5, Chapter 80, Cruel. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Looking at deeply gash that split the city in two, the people on either side felt their legies weaken and fell on their butt. Some weak ones even wet their paths as pungent liquid appeared underneath them. This move of EI's just now was enough for them to know that she was not joking, making them sacred even more as they gulped nervously. EI didn't care about what they were feeling as her eyes swept over every single one of them. No one dared to meet her eyes and lowered their heads. The first one to collect her was Kujusera. She hurriedly got back on one of knees and spoke. Kujusera, by your command, Almighty Shogun. She really wanted to correct the current image of Kuju clan in Almighty Shogun's eyes and showed her that Kuju clan was still loyal to her. Hence, she stepped forward. When one moved, other followed. So, one by one everyone replicated Kujusera action and said the same thing. Well, it's not like they had a choice in the first place. Either they could decline and face the wrath of Raiden Shogun or agree and launch the attack on the resistance organization on Watatsumi Island. Either way there will be casualties. However, if they accepted the later, they would have some possibility of surviving. So, they picked that one. The Electro Archon, of course, saw through their thoughts. But she didn't care. Because she only cared about results. Nothing more. Nothing less. Next, she turned and a pillar of thunder appeared. Zap. Boom. By the time it disappeared, she was no longer there. Seeing that, they all feel relieved and got up. They knew that Shogun only gave them an hour to prepare. So, after exchanging glances, they hurriedly left. Soon, the entire place got empty. After giving the order to Inazumans, EI returned to the peak of Mt. Yugu and walked over to Premi's side. EI, even though they are ready, the problem is that we don't have any ships at the moment that can take them to Watatsumi Island. Makoto, yeah. On top of that, Watatsumi Island is located the farthest and on the opposite end of Narukami Island. It's not possible to go there by swimming either. The first Electro Archon who was standing at his other side added. Premies, are you both sure? EI, huh? Makoto, well. Before speaking, the twins moved their head to look at every corner of the Narukami Island but failed to find any. Yay Miko, there isn't. The kitsune who behind them and was placing a table with chairs around it, also moved her gaze around the island and spoke. Premies, Look again. He replied while his eyes were still looking at the sea. The three women got confused but decided to follow his words. In the next second, they dumbfounded. EI. Makoto. Yay Miko. Not surprising since some boats had appeared in sea behind Tenchikaku all of a sudden. The three women can even swear that those things were not there a moment ago. But now they appeared. Well, not difficult for them to guess who was responsible for it. As they were staring at him, Premies remained silent. Makoto, ahem. Still there is no port behind Tenchikaku. EI, because of that the land is 40 to 50 meters above sea level. How should they reach the boats? Putting a finger on her chin, Miko titled her head while in thoughts. Yay Miko, in case the Crimson Moon wants he can also turn the land behind Tenchikaku into port in an instant like he did with those boats. Then why he didn't? Her thoughts trailed off before a glint appeared in her eyes. A mysterious smile appeared on her face as she realized what was his attention. Yay Miko, ho. So, that's how it is. Showing a confused expression, the twins asked. EI, what happened, Miko? Yay Miko, hee hee. You will know soon. Even though they wanted to ask further, they knew she won't give them a definite answer. Hence, remained silent. Time went by. An hour later. People gathered in front of Tenchikaku again. The soldiers and people like Ayaka were in their armor and holding tightly to their weapons. Since the others were mere civilians, they can only carry things like stick, kitchen knife, rolling pin, pan, forks and some more. Still, the former Tri-Commission knew the difficulty of this mission. Hence, they distributed some armors and weapons with the people to increase their chance of survival. As people were wondering how they would reach Watatsumi Island, there was a loud sound. DRR. Looking towards the direction of the sound, they saw the gate of Tenchikaku which led to the backward of tower opening. Feeling surprised, they looked at each other before walking there. They knew it was definitely the work of their god. So, they didn't show any suspicious. Though, by the time they reached the other side, the gate behind them closed. Bang. The people got shocked seeing that their retreat path blocked. So, they hurriedly ran towards it and started punching and shaking. Civilian 1, Raiden Shogun, please open the gate. I forgot something back. Civilian 2, please open it, Almighty Shogun. I left my child behind in the house and want to see him one last again. Civilian 3, Raiden Shogun, please help. I need to take my medicine which I left in my shop. Civilian 4, I beg you, Raiden Shogun. I want to pray in front of my parents' photo before going. Civilian 5, please. I still want to water my plants, otherwise they will die. Just like that many kept on saying one thing after another thinking their god will listen to them. But too bad. The path behind remained closed. After shouting for a few minutes, people turned quiet. They knew that the only thing they can now do was continue. With the heavy heart, they could only proceed. When they reached the end, they looked around and failed to find anything around. As everyone started wondering why Raiden Shogun called them here when there was nothing in sight, one of them walked to the edge and looked down. Soldier 1, there are boats. Everyone, what? The people were shocked and hurriedly walked to the edge. Looking down, they really saw several boats waiting for them to sail. Kamisato Ayaka, so, these boats are what we should take to reach the Watatsumi Island. Kamisato Ayato, yeah. That's why Raiden Shogun want us to come here. Kamisato Ayaka, but how can we reach them? They are too far. Kamisato Ayato, I am also thinking the same, if our visions are still working, we would have found some way but now. The only way is to Kujusera, jump down and swim to the boats. The leader of the former Tenryu Commission's forces stepped forward and continued Ayato's words. Ayaka, jump. Are you kidding? The distance from here to sea is almost 50 meters. If someone didn't know how to find the correct place to dive, there is high they will reach where the water is shallow and jump to their death. Kujusera, I know. But that's the only way. Kamisato Ayaka, no. There must be another one. If we look some more, we will definitely find one. Kujusera, maybe. However, giving the young girl of Kamisato clan a deep stare, she continued. Kujusera, time is the only thing we don't have. Kamisato Ayaka, wah brother. The girl turned to her brother to ask for his help. But Ayato remained silent. He also agreed with Kujusera. The girl of course stood the meaning of his silence. In the end, she could only lower her head and clenched her fists in frustration. It's not that she hated her brother but she rather hated her own weakness. Civilian 42, no. I don't want to die. I won't jump. Civilian 51, I won't either. I still need to take care of my children. I can't die here. Civilian 75, I can't too. I don't even know how to swim. Civilian 93, yeah. I think we should beg to Raiden Shogun one more time. Maybe she will show some mercy and tell us easier path. Civilian 126, I agree. We should do so. Seeing that more and more people are joining them, Kujusera asked. Kujusera, so, you want to go against Almighty Shogun order? Civilian 32, we are not. We just want to find the alternative. Kujusera, what if Almighty Shogun doesn't answer? Civilian 68, then we will just stay here and wait till she replies. The group also nodded their heads. Kujusera, I see. Then it can't be helped. Suddenly her eyes turned cold and she ordered. Kujusera, apprehend them. Once her words fell, the place turned quiet for a second before the soldiers moved and retrained these people. Civilian 12, what are you doing? While looking down on them, she spoke. Kujusera, did you forget what Almighty Shogun said? If you decide to stay here then Shogun will eliminate you. In other words, you all are already dead. Everyone opposed people shivered at that. Kujusera, since you are already dead. I am sure Almighty Shogun won't mind if I will use dead bodies to the measures the depth of sea. Saying she turned before giving another order. Kujusera, throw them down. But make sure to throw them in different direction and distance. Once she said that, the place turned silent again. Neither the soldiers nor the people moved or spoke. Frowning she looked at the soldiers and spoke. Kujusera, don't you understand what I just said? Soldier 11, but. Kujusera, do you want to go against Raiden Shogun's orders too? The moment she asked that, soldiers trembled. Gritting their teeth, they dragged the people towards the edge. Civilian 49, wait. You can't do this to us. Civilian 73, forgive me. I promise that I won't go against Shogun's words ever again. Civilian 101, spare me. Civilian 25, I beg you. Please let me go. People started begging for their lives but soldiers turned deaf ears to it and finally throw them. Dead bodies, NOOO. Fwoosh. 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 Splash. 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 Kujusera looked at everything below with indifferent expression. After a second or two she confirmed that except for one, everyone else were dead as the water around the dead ones turned red. Kujusera, that's where we need to jump and we will be safe. She said while looking at the people. By now, all of them were also looking at the bodies below. Many of the weak ones even started vomiting on the spot. This was the second time they had witnessed such scene. First one was during the invasion. That time they had seen the bodies blasted into pieces. This scene made them remember it again and they started vomiting even more. Kujusera ignored them and ordered some soldiers to jump down and reach the boats. The soldiers agreed naturally and jumped down without any word. Fwoosh. 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 Splash. Splash. Neither of them died nor injured. Then they successfully made their way towards the boats. Seeing that Kujusera nodded and turned to people. Kujusera, are you all going to jump on your own or you want me to throw you down? Looking at her with fear, the people walked to the edge and started jumping one by one. MT Yogwa. Premies, Ei, Makoto, and Yamiko were looking at everything that was happening down below. Premies, everything went just as I expected. Premies POV. I know that even though the people listen to Ei's order, many of them will still think of saving their lives the first thing if they will see an opportunity. It won't be surprising if they even backstab some in order to escape. Hence, a thorough cleanup was required to prevent it from happening. Hence, the first thing was prevention. To stop them from having any thought of escaping. So, the closing of the gate after they walked through to the trick. This put them on the edge. Second was find. To separate the one who will betray, they must be put under a do-or-die situation. This was accomplished by making them think that the only path to reach the boat was by jumping down. As a result, the people who are more worried about their lives and have the attention of backstabbing and escaping separated themselves from the rest of the group. Third was the elimination. Kujusera is the most loyal person of Raiden Shogun. Hence, seeing how people are standing against the Electro Archon, she will definitely take this as a treason and won't hesitate to eliminate them. Fourth was path and fear. When Kujusera used those people who want to stand against Raiden Shogun as dead bodies to check the Department of Water, not only she succeeds in finding the safest spot to jump but also succeed in putting even greater fear the heart of people, letting them what will happen to them if they also have the same thought. Fifth was numb heart. The war is full of bloodshed. Hence, if the ordinary people see bodies for the first time, they will most likely faint on the spot. The best way is to make them witness it before the battle start. As a result, when they saw the bloodied scene again after the invasion, even though they vomit out, their hearts started becoming numb to it. Even if it's not enough, at least they won't faint in the middle of fight after seeing dead bodies. Sixth was comradeship. By now, most of the Inazumans are dead. The remaining ones will find the sense of comradeship among each other since now, they're their family who will fight side by side with each other. Seventh was loyalty. After everything that happened till now, they know that the betrayal means death. Hence, the only path they can take now will be loyalty. And by the time they will return after the expenditure, their loyalty will be further increased. All women. Premies' thought were, of course, heard by the waifus. And they trembled violently. Even though they understood what was his goal, only one word came to their mind as thought of the process. Letting them know that in order to accomplish his goal, Premies became very cruel. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 465, Volume 5, Chapter 81, New Battle. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Mondstadt, Dragon Spine. In one part of the mountain, Lumen was stepping on a creature body while her sword embedded deep inside it. The creature had long died but the girl remained on her spot without moving. It was not because she wanted to be certain of the creature's death, but because she was pondering about something deeply. Just now she had heard Premies' thoughts and shocked because of his cruelty. To get some perfect loyal people, he didn't mind sacrificing the majority. This made her question a lot of things. As she realized that she didn't know much of Premies even after spending years traveling with him. Thuck. Pulling out her sword, she couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. She must admit that even though this method was ruthless, the outcome was great. Lumen, the method of fear. Huh. She murmured while looking at the vast body of white in front. Even if the curse on the dragon spine was gone after Premies burnt away the divine nail, it will still take a lot of time for the snow to melt. And as she went deeper and deeper in the mountain, the temperature started to fall. She was glad that she had Frost Shield potion with her which increased her frost resistance. After drinking one more potion, she brought her sword in front and looked at her own reflection. Now that she looked back, wasn't she the same? She knew that the Yuya was the reason for directing people's hate towards Premies. Yet, she didn't care about any of it and want every one of them to pay. She didn't even hesitate to fight the Knights of Favonius whom she once considered friends, with now their life and death unknown. Many things came to her mind as she closed her eyes and let the flat side of her sword touch her forehead. A cold sensation spread through her head but to Lumen it felt refreshing. Letting out a deep breath, she lowered her sword and opened her eyes. A resolute expression appeared on her face as she no longer had any confusion. Holding the handle of her sword tightly, she continued. Liyue Harbor, Wanmin Restaurant. Mao Xiangling who was making something to eat in the kitchen halted her movements all of a sudden. She can't believe what she just heard. This really shocked her to her very core. Guoba who was spitting fire and keeping it check also paused and looked at Xiangling in confusion, wondering why she stopped. Putting the plate which was in her hand aside, the girl hugged herself as her body started shivering. Mao Xiangling, teacher, how can you be so cold? She spoke in trembling voice. In a minute, her eyes turned watered as tears started streaming down her cheeks. The image of her silent, kind, and caring teacher started to change into something which made the girl fear him. Mao Xiangling, will you also get rid of me if I try to stop or reason with you on your methods? Drip. 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 She then crouched down as her tears fell on the ground. Seeing this, Guoba tried to cheer her but to no avail. While the girl was crying, the other two women who were helping Xiangling remained silent. Even when they can tell how much Xiangling was hurting, they can't do anything except lowering their head in defeat. After all, they both were helpless and powerless in this regard. These women were none other than Ganyu and Shinha. Ever since Premies left for Inazuma, instead of returning to Liyue Qixing and Jueyun Karst, both decided to stay with Xiangling. Why? Well, to keep Liyue Harbor safe from Premies, Ganyu already surrendered herself to him. And same was the case for Shinha. She surrendered herself to save the life of her teacher and other adepti. Hence, they both knew that they were now his and can't do anything against his order. In case it was before then they would have done so. But now that they knew his real identity, they didn't dare to. As a result, the thought of returning never even entered their mind. Still, hearing her heart-wrenching cry, they couldn't help but move. Putting down whatever they were doing, they walked over to Xiangling, crouched down, and hugged her. That was all they could do while hoping it will provide Xiangling even a little comfort if possible. And like this, time went by. A week later. Inazuma, Narukami Island. Two lights could be seen moving and colliding with each other at a speed that can't be followed by naked eyes. Zap. Sew. One of them was purple thunder while other was blue aura. They were on one spot for a moment then another. Cling. Clang. Slash. Dang. Shin. Ding. Sounds of blades clashed resounded. Whenever they did, a gorge appeared in the ground. E-I-H-A. The Electro Archon shouted before swung her purple thunder sword, Muzu Ishin, which contained her divine might. Clang. Yet, the divine might of the sword easily blocked by a pitch-black saber which had some kind of marking on it. Grind. The swords grinded with each other of a moment before the saber parried the Muzu Ishin. When it did, the force that the saber directed to the side blew away the entire mountain. Boom. Cling. Boom. Clang. Boom. Each blow was destroying the landscape. Not that surprising since EI was going all out. Cling. Splash. Since they were near the sea now, Premies directed the force towards it. By now except for the Inazuma City and MT Yogo, the entire Narukami Island had turned upside down due to their clash. After all, Premies and EI had been fighting every day here for a week. The main reason Premies commenced this training was to help EI grasp the full control over the power, Muzu Ishin, after it was upgrading by him back in Liyue Harbor. The power of the current, Muzu Ishin, had increased so much that every single sash of it now contained the power, Muzu no Hitotachi. Yes, you heard it right. Muzu no Hitotachi, the technique which was once considered EI's strongest move can now be used with every swung of Muzu Ishin. That's how stronger it had gotten. Thanks to that, EI also lost the grip of it. Hence, Premies was helping her in that regard. Ding. Swish. This time Premies directed the force upward. Boom. There was a huge explosion in the sky and clouds blew away. It was really a battle that no mere human can take part in. At this moment, EI narrowed her eyes and gathered all her remaining strength before dashing behind Premies and sliced through a point in space with the Muzu Ishin, briefly freezing time. An electro symbol mark appeared on him before 6 lightning bolts surrounded him in the frozen time. Those lightning bolts then all simultaneously slashed him before engulfing him in a beam of lightning. Shin. 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 Sew. As the lightning behind her died down, EI turned. Shin. Then she opened her eyes wide as Premies flashed past him. But, in the next instant. Shin. 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 An illusion of 3 slashes appeared on EI making Arabic number 4. Thuck. Splurt. Thud. EI then fell on the ground completely defeated. Still, instead of turning to look at her, Premies raised the saber and looked at it. The blade in his hand resembled Excalibur Morgan but in truth it was not. Because the marking on it were piercing blue in color instead of evil red. Sighing he put the demonic blade away. MT Yogo. The top of the mountain had completely changed compared to before. The entire place had turned into a grassland with a small shrine in the middle and pond at the side. There was also a table with 4 chairs around it, with 2 of them occupied. Makoto, it's been a long time since I have drunken such a good tea. The first Electro Archon praised while taking the sip of tea. Yay Miko, well, thank you. Ever since EI went into deep meditation while letting her puppet rule the Inazuma in her stead, I don't have people whom I can speak with on equal standing. The one come here are for prayer or some help. Hence, I have plenty of free time, other time. I use that time and do many other things like making tea. Mikoto, and writing novels. Yay Miko, era do you like it? Sighing Mikoto put down the book in her hand. Mikoto, well, it's good. After all, instead of imagination, you shared your very own experience. Yay Miko, hee hee. So, you can tell. Mikoto, nodded. She took another sip while turning her head in another direction. There, Preemy seemed to lying and taking a rest on a grass with his hands behind his head. Though what attracted her attention was her twin sister. EI was also sleeping beside Preemy's and distance between them was too close. They were mere a few centimeters apart. And from the look of it, she was certain that EI was not pretending but genuine sleeping. It's really been a long time since she had seen her sister showing such venerable and unguarded side of hers. Right now, if a low-tier god wanted, then even he or she can kill her. Still, Makoto knew it was a wishful thinking with Preemy's at EI's side. After all, even if he also seemed asleep, she can tell that his guard was still up as usual. That's also what provided EI a sense of security that she fully lowered her guard. Suddenly there was a breeze of air. Yay Miko, this breeze feels good. And, the weather. You know what, looking at the two of them, even I feel somewhat lazy. Hearing this, Mikoto raised her head and looked at sun whose light was falling on them. This resulted in a smile appeared on her face. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she replied. Makoto, you're right. I also feel the same. Night came. At this time, Makoto and EI was sleeping at Preemy's side while Yay Miko was sleeping above his head. All of them sleeping without any care in the world. Anyone wish for harmonious atmosphere to be go on forever. But everyone also knew that all good things came to an end. Suddenly Preemy's opened his eyes and raised his body. As his eyes were looking at sea in distance, he felt a movement in space before mist started appearing, making it difficult for others to look at the other side. Standing up, he walked to the edge of the MT Yogwa with his eyes looking at same. At this point, he saw numbers of fleets that appeared out of nowhere. The most striking things of these fleets were some kind of red symbol on them. Looking at them, Preemy's confirmed their identity. Preemy's, so, it's really you, Fleet of Fog. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 466, Volume 5, Chapter 82, Return of Invaders. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. / / equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. The Fleet of Fog. It is composed of a great number of unmanned AI-controlled vessels that appear as replicas of World War II battleships and submarines in 21st century modern world. All Fog ships revealed to date are replicas of ships that were operational during World War II. These vessels, however, are equipped with technology far exceeding anything that humanity had achieved at that time. Preemies, at $% arpeggio of blue steel. That world is also part of this carat at $, planar war. This explains the spatial disturbance in some places when they attacked last time. As a master of space, Preemies, of course, sensed the changes in space when he returned to Inazuma a few days ago. Seeing the type of destruction it caused without the involvement of elemental powers, but with the power that shouldn't exist in this world, he was certain who was the culprit. Still, he decided to wait and let the enemy come since he had plans for them. After looking at front for some time, he moved his gaze and saw that let alone Narukami Island, the entire Inazuma was surrounded by a thick mist with number of fleets inside. They were in hundreds. Preemies, they really want to sink this nation. Miko said last time she blocked their supergraviton cannon, which would have destroyed this island. That must be what made them more caution. After all, in their world, humans don't possess the means to block it. Finding such thing here definitely shocked them. As he was pondering about it, EI walked over to his side. EI, so, they're the ones who attacked Inazuma while I was away. Preemies, yes. Her expressions turned colder as a polearm appeared in her hand. Makoto, should we wait for them to act first or? Asked the first Electro Archon as she stood to his other side. Preemies, no need to wait. Glancing back at Miko standing behind them, he spoke. Preemies, attack. Yay Miko, Roger. She replied with smile as a gohei appeared in her hand. It was 2 pieces of zigzagging papers clamped onto a pole made from wood or bamboo. Once she took it out, many Sesshu Sakura started showing themselves around them one by one. Next, a glint passed in EI's eyes and the entire Inazuma sky got covered in thick black clouds. "Yay Miko, with this, let's start." Saying, the divine Kitsune waved her Gohei and 5 of the totems started shining and released 5 thunders in the sky. Rumble. Rumble. Zap. Boom. There was rumbling in the sky before a powerful thunder fell on one of the fleets. Bang. However, before it could touch the ship, some kind of shield and blocked it. RRR. Once the thunder disappeared, the ship remained unscathed. "Yay Miko, this." Witnessing this, the 3 women narrowed their eyes. "Mikoto, it has a protective layer." "Huh. Preemies, that's the main defense of the fleets." "Wave force armor." "Mikoto, wave force armor." "Preemies, yes. For humans, it is like an impenetrable shield. This is a very powerful defensive mechanism that can protect a vessel from ridiculous amounts of damage. To the point that it completely shields a vessel even from a point-blank explosion. Another advantage of wave force armor is the Klein field that can be deployed in specific areas of the vessel, thus not only also protecting the vital components but also increasing its overall efficiency. "Mikoto, Klein field." "Huh. So, that's what blocked the attack." "Preemies, yeah. Klein field creates a dimensional fold topologically. Whenever a direct attack touches the edge of this Klein field, the energy of this attack is siphoned in the dimensional fold. But there must be limit to how much it can absorb." "Preemies, you're right. The absorbing capacity of this dimensional fold is not unlimited. The wave force armor will reach saturation and collapse if it absorbs a great enough number of attacks. Preemies, though the saturation point of the Klein field depends on one factor, the computational processing power of the ship. If the ship has a powerful processing power, then it can use both offensive weaponry and defensive Klein field in tandem with efficiency." Looking at him, the 3 women got confused, not understanding his thoughts. Still, deciding not to think about it for now, Miko spoke. "Yay Miko, so, if I do this then?" Saying, she ordered her, Sesshu Sakura, to attack again. Zap. Rumbly. Boom. Another rumble and thunder fell on the same fleet again. Drrrr. Crack. Shatter. Yay Miko, it will destroy. By the time thunder died out, the Klein field protecting it also shattered. The Kitsune waved her Gohei again and unleashed next attack. Zap. Rumbly. Boom. Bang. Kaboom. This time the ship failed to protect itself and took the blunt of it before exploding. Yay Miko, so, I need to attack one of them at least 3 times to destroy it. Preemies, yes. Showing a wry smile, she turned her head and looked around. Yay Miko, they are too many of them. I just hope I won't die from exhaustion in the end. Preemies, here they come. Once Preemie said so, numbers of missiles were launched by the fleet of fog, and it soon covered the entire sky. Narrowing her eyes, EI raised her polearm to stop them, but Preemie shook his head. Preemies, you should use your strength to destroy those fleets. Miko will handle the protection. Yay Miko, eh. While Miko showed a dumbfounded expression, EI nodded her head and lowered her spear. Yay Miko, you're kidding, right? My hands are already full with controlling all my Sesshu Sakura. How can I divert my attention on something else? She questioned. Nevertheless, she was only greeted by silence. Clearly indicating that neither Mikoto nor EI had any intention of taking her side. In the end, she could only grit her teeth in frustration before taking out a talisman. Yay Miko, you really want to work this old woman to her bone. Preemies, by the way, only focus on protecting this Narukami island. Yay Miko, huh? What about other islands then? Preemies, leave them be. After all, the enemy's main target is this island. Hence, they won't give much attention to other islands. We'll focus here soon. Yay Miko, okay. The moment she agreed and casted her talisman, the missiles also reached them. Fwoosh. 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 Bang. 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 But they were met by some kind of dome which protected the whole island. While Narukami Island remained safe, same can't be said for the other islands on which many explosions started occurring. Boom. 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 Fire could be seen engulfing the islands even from far distance. Seeing this, a stake of pain flashed past through the Kitsune eyes while the other 3 remained unfazed. By the time it stopped, and Miko was about to release a sigh of relief, more missiles were launched in the next second. Seeing this, the Kitsune eyes twitched. Yay Miko, can't you even take a minute to rest? She cursed inwardly before focusing on putting her energy in the dome. Fwoosh. 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 Bang. 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 Once this bombarding stopped, another started right away. Fwoosh. 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 Bang. 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 At this point, Premies, Mikoto, and EI looked at Miko with a questionable expression. Yay Miko, what? EI, why are you only defending? Start attacking already. Yay Miko, attacking. You expect me not only protect this island with countless bombarding but also go on offensive at the same time. Premies, yes. Mikoto, yes. EI, yes. Yay Miko. Hearing this, she got flabbergasted. Premies, start attacking already. If they become certain that the only thing we can do is to protect ourselves and no longer have any means to fight back, then they won't hesitate to end this stalemate by using their main weaponry. Corrosive Warhead and Super Graviton Cannon. Mikoto and EI and Yay Miko, Super Graviton Cannon. Wasn't that what Lord /E/ the Crimson Moon said in this thought before that it was the one that Miko /I stopped? Yay Miko, that beam that shattered this dome last time. Mikoto, so, what is this Corrosive Warhead and Super Graviton Cannon, my lord? Premies, Corrosive Warhead is a torpedo which when hit decomposes into gravitons. At detonation it creates a spatial anomaly that corrodes surrounding space with gravitational waves, freezing and destroying any matter within this anomaly. Mikoto. EI. Yay Miko. Premies, on top of that, these torpedoes use a technology called supercavitation technology which allow these things to move at high speed underwater. It can also cover long distances by flying through the air. Additionally, smaller ones can be used for maneuvering while seeking the target or even to decrease the shock when the torpedo is dropped from significant heights. Hearing the explanation, the corner of Miko's lips twitched. Miko, now that's a problem. Mikoto, it sure does. EI, what about Super Graviton Cannon? Premies, it is one of the most powerful weapons within the arsenal of this fleet of fog. This weapon condensed gravitational waves into a narrow beam before launching it towards its target. Taking a moment to digest this information, Mikoto spoke. Mikoto, how much stronger is this cannon, my lord? Premies, strong enough to almost sink this Narukami island in one shot. Mikoto. EI. Yay Miko. All of them widened their eyes at this. EI, the strength of this cannon almost reached the strength of those strong gods which I fought during Archon War. Mikoto, this means we are in trouble. Premies, well, not really. Yay Miko, oh. Premies, not all fleets can be equipped this cannon. Especially not the ones in front of us. And from what I have checked, only 2 of them have it right now. Hearing this, they gave out a sigh of relief. Premies, anyway, start attacking Miko. And EI be prepared. I will let you know when to move. After nodding their head, Miko waved Gohei in her hand and started dancing. Anyone would get mesmerized at her dance. But as she did so, all the Sesshu Sakura started attacking. Zap. 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 At first all the thunder disappeared in the clouds. But then, they started failing on the fleets in succession. Rumbly. Boom. Bang. Rumbly. Boom. Bang. Rumbly. Boom. Bang. Crack. Shatter. Kaboom. Finally, another Klein field was shattered before the thunder destroyed the fleet. And it was not the end, one by one more of them started getting destroyed. Still, none of them on the MTU Ogwo showed any happy expression. After all, even though Miko destroyed some of them, their numbers were too much. Still, she kept on going, destroying as much as she can. Time went by. By the time Yay Miko was done destroying 50 of them, her entire body was covered in sweat as her shrine priestess clothes were sticking to her body. In case someone saw her, they will start drooling from their mouth as the full proportion of her body could be seen. During this whole time Mikoto and EI kept on looking around to see if there were any reinforcement or something. And just like Preemy said, the fleet of fog main target was this island. Because after they were certain that other islands were not threat, all the vessels swam towards here and surrounded Narukami Island before started bombarding at them. Some more time later. Now when all the fleets were targeting this island, Premies finally opened his mouth. Premies, stopping attacking, Miko. Now, focus only on defense. Pausing for a second, he spoke. Premies, now, it's time for both of you to take the stage. Makoto and EI. A glint passed through his eyes and he continued. Premies, show them the might of the first and current Electro Archon of Inazuma. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 467, Volume 5, Chapter 83, Thunder Roar. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. / / equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Zap. Zap. Once Preemie said that, 2 stakes of lights flew from his side and charged towards the fleets. One in front. The other behind. The moment they reached one of them, they were blocked by the Klein field. DRR. DRR. Though, in less than a second, the field was destroyed before the fleet followed the same. Shatter. Bang. Boom. All the fleets came to halt at such turn of events. As one by one they stopped bombarding the Narukami Island and turned to the destroyed vessels to confirm what just transpired. At this time, EI flew up from the burning remains of the ship while a purple thunder chakram could be seen behind her. Next, she slowly raised her polearm strike at the right. Slash. Shatter. Shatter. The slash of contained the true might of thunder. This resulted in breaking the Klein field of the 2 ships which were at her right. Not stopping there, she then struck at the left. Slash. Shatter. Shatter. And finally, she ended with a circular swung. Slash. Boom. 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 All 4 warships exploded altogether. Not just that, but the explosion of the 4 ships also hit those who were near it. DRR. 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 They hurried deployed their Klein field to protect themselves while the force behind it still pushed them back somewhat. EI, humph. The purple-haired snorted coldly at this point and let go of her polearm. When she did so, the polearm started spinning on its own. While it was doing so, the chakram behind her also started shinning. And the moment she grabbed it again. Rumble. 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 The clouds started rumbling before lightning fall from the sky in the radius of 5 kilometers with EI in the center. Bang. 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 Shatter. 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 It fell on all the fleets in the area, leveling their Klein field. Shin. Next, she swung her spear down with some force and even more powerful lightning fell this time. And the range also doubled. Rumble. Rumble. Zap. Zap. Boom. Boom. Bang. Bang. The fleets that lost their protection before were annihilated. And the new ones in the range lost their defenses. On the other side. Makoto pointed her parasol forwards as its tip started condensing thunder in it. Once it condensed enough, she released it in a form of thunder blast. Zap. Sew. Bang. Shatter. Boom. Shatter. Boom. Shatter. Boom. Shatter. Boom. This move of hers not only penetrated through Fleet's Klein field but also demolished them along with it. Yes, you heard it right. Compared to EI, who used 2 hits to overwhelm the ship's defense before destroying them, Makoto did it 1 move. Still, this didn't mean Makoto was stronger than EI. After all, she attacked only in one direction while EI was attacking everything around her. Next, Makoto charged towards another fleet. Elemental power gathered at the tip again and turned it into some kind of sword point which she stabbed forward. Crackle. Shatter. The electric sword point easily stabbed through the fleet defense and penetrated through it. Boom. Like a piercing light, she moved from one fleet to another, destroying them in less than a second. Fwoosh. 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 Makoto, After wrecking one more of the warships, she stopped and saw countless missiles coming for her. Remaining unfazed, she raised her free hand and released some waves of electricity. VRR. The moment missiles touched these waves, they stopped moving forward. No, to be more specific, some kind of power was preventing them from continuing. Then the force started turning the direction of the missiles. By the time the wave disappeared, all the missiles flew towards where they came. Fwoosh. 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 DRRR. 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 They then landed on the very fleets who shot them. Though their Klein field nullified the damage. Not minding it, Makoto raised her parasol again and released a blast of electric. Sew. Bang. The blast hit the fleet but was blocked. Not minding it, Makoto released another one. Sew. Bang. Shatter. This time Klein field was lost. Then another blast came and blew the ship away. Boom. Makoto, 3 shots. Huh. She murmured as more electric started gathering again. This time she took a few seconds to gather it. And once it was done, she threw the condensed electric ball. Not at the fleets but in the sky. VMMM. Once that elemental ball reached a desired height, it exploded. Boom. Then the electric blasts fell all around like rain. Sew. 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 Bang. Bang. Shatter. Bang. Boom. Bang. Bang. Shatter. Bang. Boom. Bang. Bang. Shatter. Bang. Boom. Like this in a matter of seconds many of the fleets were either destroyed or completely used up their Klein field. Now many wreckages of the ships could be seen floating in the sea. Makoto was looking at everything without any change in expression. By the time this electric rain stopped, she moved again and continued this destruction. Back at Mt. Yogwa. Premies was looking at everything that the twin Electro sisters were doing while nodding inwardly. Premies, as expected from Electro Archons. To them, handling the fleet of fog is hardly any challenge. While he was thinking that, Yae Miko was looking intently at him. Sensing her gaze, he asked while his attention was still on Makoto and Ei. Premies, what is it? Yae Miko, you know, it took half an hour to destroy 50 of them. Yet, Makoto and Ei accomplished that feat in less than 5 minutes. Don't you think it will be a lot better if they entered the fray before? Premies, no. In case they do, then those fleet who were far away that time would definitely have retreated after witnessing their might to report about it. Yae Miko, but you, the Crimson Moon, is here. It's impossible for them to retreat it in case you make your move. Premies, true. However, that is only if I made my move. Here, he paused and glanced back at the Kitsune. Premies, just because I am lending hand a little, don't expect me to solve all your problems. Inazuma problem should be resolved by Inazuma itself. At this Yae Miko becoming silent since just like he said, he had no obligation to save this country. Inazuma should already be grateful that the Crimson Moon even bother helping them. Premies, Turning his head in front again, he muttered. Premies, so, they finally decided to take the heavy weapons. Once he said so, the turrets of the warships moved and pointed it towards the twins. Energy started gathering in it before they shot in a form of laser. Sew. E-I-O. The current Electro Archon also sensed an incoming attack. This attack was a lot faster than others since she only succeeded in raising her spear to intercept it before it hit her. Bam. On the other side, Makoto also raised her parasol to do the same. Bam. However, they made a mistake of underestimating it. The impact behind those hits threw the twins away before smashing them on the surface of water. Fwoosh. Fwooz. Splash. Splash. Showing an astonished expression, the Kitsune widened her eyes. Yae Miko, now what was that? She asked. But this time Premies remained silent. Though, his thoughts gave the answer to her question. Premies, those are photon cannons. These cannons behave more like particle cannons, because photon-based weaponry, lasers, masers, etc., do not cause explosions. Just like the supergraviton cannon, these cannons use gravitational waves condensed into a narrow beam to deal damage. Yae Miko. A dumbfounded expression appeared on the shrine priestess' face since she didn't understand most of this. Premies, photon cannons are much less powerful than the supergraviton cannon. While they still can deal a lot of damage to human-made structures or vessels, even moderately powerful wave force armor can take many hits from high-caliber photon cannons before reaching saturation. In more simpler words, even the walls of Mondstadt won't be able to withstand them. Yae Miko's lips started twitching hearing this. Premies, depending on their purpose, photon cannons can fire very quickly with a low charge per shot or fire more powerful shots, with a longer recharge period. And the one they shot just now was the strongest shot they can muster. Still. Zap. Zap. 2 pillars of thunder rose from the sea. Premies, it's mistake if they think it was enough to take them down. On the contrary, except throwing them away, these photon cannons didn't do any damage to them at lot. The light died down and the twins could be seen hovering in the sky. And just like Premies said, both of them were unscathed. Though looking at their expressions, one can tell that we're quite angry right now as they never expected some kind of metal could humiliate them like this. As the archons or gods of this world, who people worship, they of course had their pride. Hence, this act of blowing them away was some kind slap on their face. And knowing that the Crimson Moon was looking at their battle, it angered them even more. Next, as if understanding each other's thoughts, both sisters raised their weapon in the sky. Rumble. Rumble. Zap. Zap. Thunder started gathering at the tip of their weapons. Knowing that they were doing something good, all the fleets shot at them using their photocannons. Sew. 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 Bam. 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 All the attacks fell on them. But this time, neither of them even flinched as some kind of electric shield surrounded them. And then all of a sudden, some kind of orbs which had accumulated intense electro-energy started appearing between the fleets. Those things were Magatsu Electroculus. It contained the divine might of the Electro-Archons. Realizing the upcoming doom because of gathering of high amount of energy, fleets knew that they could no longer hold back. Hence, they opened their launchers and decided to launch a corrosive warhead. However, by this point, it was too late. Makoto and EI fall. The voices of the Electro-Archons resounded and those Electroculus exploded violently. Boom. 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 *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 468, Volume 5, Chapter 84, Battle Over. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Yay Miko, it's finally over. Muttered the kitsune while letting out a sigh of relief. Preemies, I guess. He replied while looking at the thunderstorm that all around the sea. The water was electrocuted so violently by that explosion that if someone dared to touch it now, that person will definitely die on the spot. Those Magatsu Electroculus not only contained very concentrated electro-element in them but also the divine power. So, the fleet's Klein fields failed to absorb that energy and dispersed, resulting in them taking the hit and getting destroyed. Right now, in the whole Inazuma, only two things were attracting everyone's attention. That were the two purple light which was being emitted by two Electro-Archons. Makoto and EI. Yay Miko, you said that among all those fleets, only two of them were equipped with super graviton cannon. Did they also? Preemies, got destroyed? Yes. Hearing this, Yay Miko let out a sigh of relief. Yay Miko, at least we survived this ordeal. Preemies. Yay Miko, can I now lift this protective dome around Narukami Island? Preemies, go on. Getting his approval, the kitsune stopped pouring into the barrier and removed it. Currently at the very bottom of the sea where even light had difficulty reaching, two fleets could be seen. These were not like the ones which were destroyed. They were submarines. To be more specific, surveillance submarines whose work was to enter the enemy territory and gather intel. These submarines were not as big as the fleets on the surface as their length were only 122 m, resulting in having comparably small arsenal inboard. They looked almost the same with only the difference of color scheme. One of them were pinkish while other was teal. The bridge of both submarines was also the same. Roughly spherical room with light gray walls. The lighting was toned down, and it appeared to be much darker. In front of the entrance hatch, there was a raised platform with seats for the first mate, right, and the captain, left. Between these two seats, there was an elevation on which a person could be seen standing on each of the submarines. They appeared to be girls in her late preteens, with one of them having long pinkish hair and green eyes while the other having greenish hair and green eyes. Their clothing was also the same color as their hair. With one look, one can see that they were twins. And they seemed to be the one controlling the submarine since they were no one else were present in the whole submarine. Currently, some kind of network seemed to be revolving around them as it was providing them with the information. There was also some kind of screen which can showing the face of the sister who was on another submarine. It was so that they can communicate with each other. Pinkish-haired girl confirmed the annihilation of all the fleets. None of the survived. Greenish-haired girl, even if some did, I don't that those two would have let them. The moment she said that, two more screens appeared on which Makoto and EI covered in electricity could be seen. Greenish-haired girl, confirming the energy output being released by them. As she said that, information started gathering before a graph was shown. Witnessing that, the green-haired turned silent. Pinkish-haired girl, it should be at the level of super graviton cannon. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to take down so many of the fleets altogether. Still, silence was the only answer she received. Pinkish-haired girl, is something wrong? Greenish-haired girl. Things are more complicated than we expected. At this, she sent the information she gathered to the pink-haired girl. After reading this, for the first time, pink-haired girl showed a surprised expression. Pinkish-haired girl, all the parameters are off the charts. This statistic far surpassed the energy of super graviton cannon. But how can someone carry so much energy? Unless, she is. Greenish-haired girl, no, they are not like us. I have already checked the composition of their bodies. It's just like human. Pinkish-haired girl, then it's even more absurd. If humanity really have a way to harness such power, we fleet of fog won't be able to drive humanity entirely out of the seas. Greenish-haired girl. The green-haired girl didn't spoke since she also agreed with it. After a moment of silence, the pink-haired spoke. Pinkish-haired girl, this island is really very dangerous. If there are more of such humans, then it would put an end to our rule. Hence, we must return and report it back to mobilize all of our force to get rid of it as soon as possible. Greenish-haired girl, affirmative. Still, if such strong humans were present in the island, why didn't they show up last time when we attacked? What if they were away and returned just now? Pinkish-haired girl, it's unthinkable. After retreating last time, we were keeping an eye on this island from afar. That time our sensors didn't detect any brave fools that tried to set sails in the open seas. In case it did, we would have destroyed them. Greenish-haired girl, true. Anyway, we should leave. This electrolyzed water is eating up our Klein field. We can't afford to stay here much longer. At this, a holographic image of Bar came in front of them, showing how their Klein field was saturating at each passing second. What if the other forces of fleet met the same fate as those were on the surface? Greenish-haired girl, out of question. Wherever our main force goes, only destruction left behind. Pinkish-haired girl, yes. Humanity stands no chance once the super battleship Musashi come knockin'. However, her words trailed off as she realized something was wrong. The greenish one also realized it and started looked around. Seeing no one, they both hurriedly expanded their range to check if someone near them. And then... Godo. Greenish-haired girl, ugh. The green-haired one almost lost her footing when her fleet came to a halt all of a sudden. Next, a screen appeared in front of her as a shocking spectator appeared. Right in front of Fleet, there was a man with dark hair and bluish-black eyes. He was not in any underwater suit or machine. He was standing there like how humans walk on the land, completely ineffective by the lack of breathing air and water pressure. On top of that, he was putting one of his hands on the frontal part of submarine, stopping it from moving forward. Premies, superclass flagship, Musashi. Huh. If she is one leading the fleet of fog right now, this means super battleship flagship, Yamato has already sunk. Greenish-haired girl, you, how do you know that? Premies, I wonder. He replied and squeezed his hand. Crack. Shatter. Greenish-haired girl, how could this be? The Klein field has saturated, he did it with his bare hand. Pinkish-haired girl, I-402, run. Returning back to the situation in hand, greenish-haired made her move. Greenish-haired girl, thrusters full power. Once she gave the order, the thrusters behind the submarine open busted forward. Thuck. Thuck. Yet, it was all to no avail, since Premies didn't even budge. Premies, I guess that's it. Then he dug his fingers into the submarine. Thump. Next, he slowly raised it above his head, making it vertical before throwing it towards the surface. Whoosh. Greenish-haired girl, AAHH. The submarine was spinning vertically and reaching the surface while the greenish-haired girl inside was also spinning, making it difficult for her to control herself. Pinkish-haired girl, I-402. Premies, you should worry about yourself first, I-400. Crack. Shatter. Once his words fell, the Klein field of pink-haired girl also saturated. Pinkish-haired girl, you, how do you know my name? She asked and was surprised to notice that Premies was no longer in front. Premies, I wonder. He replied. Appearing behind the submarine and dug his fingers into it. Next, he did the same and threw it towards the surface. This time it was spinning horizontally. Whoosh. Pinkish-haired girl, AAHHHH. At the surface. By now the electro-radiance coming from Makoto and EI finally died down. Though just when they were about to fly towards MT Yogo, they sensed something and turned their gaze towards a particular part of the sea. Splash. In the next second, a column of water rose and they witnessing a fleet spinning towards the direction of Narukami Island. Splash. Then another column of water rose and another fleet again, spinning differently. As they were wondering what was going on, they heard a sound transmission. Premies, end it. Hearing this, both raised their weapons high in the sky. When they did, roaring of thunder could be heard from the clouds. Rumble. 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 It was at this moment when the second submarine, which was moving faster than the first one, reached it and smashed with it. Bang. Seeing this, Makoto and EI lowered their weapons. Rumble. Rumble. Roar. Then a huge pillar of lightning burst out of the dark clouds and fell on the two submarines. Boom. And they exploded. Kaboom. The explosion covered the sky in fire. It remained like this for a few seconds before dispersing. Though, by the time the fire was gone, a hole seemed to have opened in the clouds, mostly thanks to the force behind the explosion. From that hole, a ray of light was falling down. And there was something that made it difficult for others to avert their eyes. There, right under that hole, Premies could be seen flying and bathing in the light while looking down on the whole world like a god. It was such a picturesque scene that Makoto, Ei, and Yaemiko can't look away getting fascinated by it. It was also because as pseudo-planar lord, Premies can't suppress all of his charm and aura, making him look divine. A few seconds later, he gazed at Makoto and Ei's direction before flying towards Mtu Ogwo. Seeing this, the twin Electro Archons also followed. With this, the fight with Fleet of Fog came to an end. For the time being. 1 month later. Mt Yogo. Premies was sitting near the pond looking at fishes while throwing their food into it. Glub. Whenever he did so, a school of fishes rushed over and hurriedly devoured it in matter of a second. Seeing that they had eaten everything, he threw another one and the same thing occurred again. Glub. This peaceful time kept on going. Back to the topic. There was no response or reinforcement from the Fleet of Fog for the last month. Either they were busy with some other stuffs or making plans on who they should send. After all, a mere group of light cruiser vessels were wiped out without any of them able to return to deliver the news. Premies, I am more inclined towards the later. This means, the next one who come will be heavy cruiser. And there won't be one of them. Thinking, he stood up and started walking around while playing with 2 balls in his hands. These balls appeared to be a flattened metallic sphere about 3 inches in diameter with several smaller spheres merged into it. And there were not some mere balls since they had a Fleet of Fog insignia on its top side. They were Union Core. Union Core was the heart of Fleet of Fog vessels. Inside it contained a powerful quantum computer that was capable of self-awareness, quantum communication devices and conventional communication systems. These 2 Union Core belonged to I-400 and I-402. Even though Union Core were quite durable, they were unable to manifest a wave force armor on their own. This requires a construction of needed hardware with nanomaterials. Thus, they can be destroyed with conventional weapons. So, logical they should also be destroyed along with their vessels. But Premies saved them and put them away since they will be quite useful for him in the future. While he was deep in thoughts, Makoto and Ei, who were taking care of some work back in Tenchukaku, arrived. And from their expressions, it seemed another problem had come. As he glanced at them, Ei spoke. Ei, Shogun army has returned victorious. There is no longer any resistance organization in Watatsumi Island. Some of them died, the remaining surrendered and captured as the prisoners of war. After bringing them back, they are all thrown in Inazuma's prison. Premies, what was the casualties? Ei, 60%. And from the remaining 40%, 10% have heavy injuries, 20% light injuries, 5% minor injuries and the last 5% are completely fine. Premies, so, what's the issue? Makoto, we are thinking of adding those rebels into the Shogun's army since we don't have much soldiers left. Hence, we talk to them and tell them the benefits of joining us. But Premies, they refused. Makoto, well, not really refused. But the leader of the resistance put down a condition. Premies, her. Huh. Premies, I guess the condition is what makes you both come here. Makoto, Premies, so, what is it? After remaining silent for a second, Ei spoke. Ei, she wants to meet you, the Crimson Moon. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 469, Volume 5, Chapter 85, Mine. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Premies, oh. He replied while raising one of his brows. Makoto, when Lord appeared in sky after the destruction of those 2 fleets, not only us but everyone in Inazuma somehow saw you. And that time one of the people who left Narukami Island recognized you. Ei, next, they saw both me and Makoto flying towards you. Noticing that there didn't seem any enmity between us, they calmed down. But the sharp one noticed how close we appeared and concluded that we are connected somehow. Makoto, still, the fear of the Crimson Moon didn't dissipate. This was also one of the reasons why the resistance organization decided to surrender instead of fighting to their bitter end. Ei, Even if they were fighting against me, to them it was for the people of Inazuma. In the end, they still love their country. But if the Crimson Moon entered the frail then. Makoto, the entire Inazuma is doom. Ei, that's why they surrendered. Because of your fear. Makoto, as for the reason the leader wants to meet you, is mostly to confirm whether the Raiden Shogun and the Crimson Moon are really on the same side or not. Premies, Makoto, so. What now, my lord? After giving it some thoughts, he opened his mouth. Premies, let her be. I don't feel like meeting her right now. EI, okay. Nodding, just when Makoto and EI were about to leave, Premies stopped them. Premies, by the way, tell her that I will meet her when I have time. So, be prepared since it can be any time. Hearing such a weird request, both showed a confused expression but still nodded before leaving. Once they left, Miko walked out of the shrine and walked over to his side. While looking at the direction Makoto and EI left off to, she spoke slowly. Miko, the more I spent time near you, the more I realized how vicious you are. Premies, what? You thought of me as some kind-hearted person. Miko, no. It's just. As she was having hard time putting out her words, Premies shook his head. Premies, forget it. With this, he walked away while playing with Union Core in his hands. Like this, time went by. 10 days later. Premies finally decided to meet up with the leader of Resistance Organization. During the last days, he was received message from Makoto and EI that the leader wanted to meet you and won't take much of your time. Still, he didn't reply. Next time he received the message saying the leader mentioned that she only wanted a minute of his time, she promised. Premies remained silent. And the last message he received was what he was waiting for. In that message, she was practically begging to meet him. She also agreed to accept all of the demands if he had any, but the only thing she wanted was to meet him face to face. Makoto, EI, and Miko still remembered how they felt a chill down their spine seeing the cold smile that crept on Premies' face hearing that. So, currently he was walking through the long hallway while following Kujusera, who was leading the way, and with EI following behind. Still, even though Kujusera was walking in front, the shivering of her body gave her out, letting people know fearful she was that the Crimson Moon was just behind her. As they went past multiple rooms, the guards stationed there lowered their head, not daring to meet eye to eye with the Crimson Moon. And with their trembling bodies and sweat clothes which were sticking with their skin, it was not hard to guess how tense they were. After walking for some more, they reached in front of the room which was holding the leader of the resistance. And surprising, the two people who were standing guard in front of the room were none other than Kamisato Ayato and Kamisato Ayaka. Yes, you heard that right. The siblings, which were once the head of Kamisato clan and handle most of their affairs, were now reduced to mere guards. Seeing the approaching Kujusera, both the siblings straightened up and saluted. But when their gaze moved behind her, they both lost any color on their face as their bodies started trembling. Pretending not to notice that, Premies spoke. Premies, open the door. Hearing this, they replied instinctively. Ayato and Ayaka, why yes, your excellency. Saying they opened the door and Premies entered with EI in tow. But then he spoke again. Premies, you three also follow. Then without waiting for their reply, he continued. The three of them exchanged glances before deciding to follow. Entering the room, Premies saw the person lying on the ground. She was a woman of 22 to 24 years of age with long, pale salmon pink hair styled in a high ponytail that divides itself in two at the top. Her attire consisted of an off-the-shoulder navy blue kimono-like coat with paler blue swirling accents that resemble waves at the bottom of her Tomoto sleeves. On her chest was attached large indigo bow with her vision mounted at the center alongside two purple ribbons. Though there was no element power in that vision. In other words, currently it was nothing more than accessory. The woman's face was pale and black circles could be seen under her eyes, clearly indicating she was sleep-deprived. At this time, she seemed to have heard the sound of door opening and opened her eyes. Her eyes were indigo in color with no pupil and a large white highlight at the top of her iris. Other time those eyes contained wisdom and radiance, but right now they seemed lackluster. Even though it was not needed, the woman's hands and legs were tied as a precaution. After all, one way or another she was still the leader of the resistance organization. They can't afford that, let their guard down. At this time, the woman raised her head with some difficulty and saw Premies. Woman, you are the Crimson Moon. Premies, I am. Woman, I see. I am. Sangonomiya Kokomi. The divine priestess of Watatsumi Island and a descendant of the Sangonomiya clan. And also, the leader. Premies, former. Kokomi, the former leader of the resistance. Seeing her like this, everyone can tell that every word that Kokomi was uttering took her full power. Not surprising since she was facing many issues right now. Namely drowsiness, impaired concentration, brain fog, extreme fatigue, tremors, impaired memory, impaired decision-making, difficulty learning new information, slow reaction time, depersonalization, anxiety, heightened stress levels, illusions, delusions, disordered thinking, and even depersonalization. These were the issues one faced if they didn't sleep for days. And Sangonomiya Kokomi was facing all of them. Unbeknownst to others, the one responsible for her current condition was none other than Premies. Premies knew that Sangonomiya Kokomi was in charge of most of Watatsumi's affairs, shouldering heavy responsibilities alone in hopes for giving Watatsumi Island's people the hopes and happiness that they desired. Hence, she was very good at politics. Not only that, as a skilled strategist, she thought of all potential scenarios and how to handle them. So, if Premies did met her before, then even if she found it risky, she would still try to use various schemes, stratagem, deals in order for her people to get as much benefits as she can. Premies can of course see through them and decline, but he knew she will then think of a way to delay it, in order to try different methods next time. For him it was not only a waste of time but also a hassle. So, he decided to give her a glimpse of what a true scheme really was. Thus, he said by the way, tell her that I will meet her when I have time. So, be prepared since it can be any time. In normal scenario, these words seemed simple without any suspicious behind them. But in case someone sharp-minded like Sangonomiya Kokomi gave it deeper thought, then the thing which resounded the most was any time. This means it can be any moment or second or minute or day. Something common, right? However, don't forget that the dread of the Crimson Moon was deeply rooted in the heart of every inhabitant of Teyvat. And since Sangonomiya Kokomi hadn't met Premies before and didn't know what kind of person he was, she can't afford to sleep thinking the Crimson Moon could get furious seeing how she dozed off when he came to visit. After all, he specifically mentioned to be prepared. As a result, she started remaining alert all this time while waiting for him. Yet, with each passing day, let alone seeing his shadow, Kokomi didn't even receive any message from him. And as days went by, she started getting anxious due to her rapid decline of brain activity, which made it difficult to have rational thinking. So, she sent another message to meet him. Nevertheless, she was only met by silence. Finally, when her mind deteriorated to the point that it was having slow processing and reaction time. She was even having illusions of her people suffering due to her wrong decision. So, in the end, she had no choice to beg to meet him. In case Sangonomiya Kokomi had her vision, she would be fine somewhat, but without it she was just a mere human. Therefore, Premies also decided to make her experience what happened to a normal person if they didn't get sleep for days. Hence, the current situation. Right now, Premies was looking down on her while being completely unfazed at her current sorry condition. Ye Miko realized what he was planning, that's why that time she said he was very heartless. The other reason Premies decided to meet Sangonomiya Kokomi now was not of pity, but because if he didn't then she would have died by tomorrow. After all, due to lack of rest, her brain was at the breaking point. Premies, since you don't have much time left, let's directly come to the chase. What do you want? Because of her weakened state, it took a while for her to register what Premies said. Then she spoke slowly. Sangonomiya Kokomi, I agree with Watatsumi army merging with Shogun's army. The only thing I want is that they won't be mistreated and persecuted. Just because they were once part of the resistance. Premies, That's all. Sangonomiya Kokomi. That's all. She nodded with some difficulty. Premies, I agree. Just she was about to let out a sigh of relief, Premies interrupted her. Premies, however. Sangonomiya Kokomi. Giving her a deep look, he spoke. Premies, you are also part of the resistance. This means I also want you. As the pupilless girl widened her eyes, Premies crouched down, looked directly into her eyes and spoke. Premies, you will also join Shogun's army as one of its commanders. You will not favor the people of once Watatsumi army over the other soldiers and will treat every one of them equally. Not only that, you won't get your feelings get the better of you and will follow every order without question. And finally, grabbing her hair, he raised her head to his eye level while ignoring the painful grunt she was releasing. Premies, even if the enemy is from your Sangonomiya clan or Watatsumi Island or someone you know, you won't hesitate to execute them if they stand in the way. Looking at his cold bluish-black eyes, the girl gulped before speaking. Sangonomiya Kokomi, I understand. Thud. Hearing her confirmation, Premies let go of her, making her fall before standing up. Then without even bothering looking at her, he turned to leave. Sangonomiya Kokomi, if you don't mind. Can I ask something? Hearing this, Premies paused his steps but remained silent. Understanding his silent approval, she asked. Sangonomiya Kokomi, why do you want us to become part of Shogun's army? Why do you want to make Shogun's army more powerful? How does it benefits Your Excellency? That's the thing that not only Sangonomiya Kokomi but also other three, namely Kujusera, Kamisato Ayato, and Kamisato Ayaka wanted to you. Ei, on the other side, remained silent since she was already aware of it. Premies, benefits, you say? Sangonomiya Kokomi. Yes. Premies, isn't it obvious? It benefits me the most. After all. Glancing back at her, he spoke. Premies, Shogun army is mine. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 470, Volume 5, Chapter 86, Time moved on. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Now that Sangonomiya Kokomi had the conversation with the Crimson Moon and prevented the persecution of her people, she finally let go the burden on her shoulder and relaxed. Because of that, all her fatigue came rushing in and she fell asleep. Seeing that, Premies paused for a moment before he lowered and touched her forehead with his index finger. Glow. A blue light appeared from their contact and in the next second, Kokomi's expressions eased up as a smile unconscious appeared on her face. Sangonomiya Kokomi, so warm. She muttered in sleep and subconsciously moved herself towards his finger. Premies. The man remained silent, and after confirming that her life was no longer in danger, he stood up again and snapped his fingers. Crackle. Hiss. In the next instant, blue flames appeared out of nowhere and burnt all the ropes tying her up. Then, he turned and left with others. Creak. The sound of door closing behind resounded as Premies and others slowly made their way out of the prison. During the whole way, everyone remained silent. It was especially for the case of Kujusera, Kamisato Ayato, and Kamisato Ayaka Shogun. After all, they were still shocked at the revelation that the very Shogun army belonged to him. In other words, even the Raiden Shogun, the leader of the army, also belonged to him. Didn't this basically mean that the entire Inazuma was now in the hands of the Crimson Moon? This very thought made their skin crawl. At this time, Premies, who was silent, opened his mouth. Premies, Ayato, after Sangonomiya Kokomi wakes up, take her to meet up with the rebels. With her persuading them, they will agree to merge with Shogun's army without much objection. Kamisato Ayato, I understand, why your excellency. Premies, You can leave. Looking at her sister worriedly, Ayato did a salute and left. His departure made Kamisato Ayaka even more nervous. Though Premies' next words were like someone who provided her water in a desert. Premies, Ayaka, you go and prepare a decent room for her. Now that Sangonomiya Kokomi is not only the part of Shogun's army but also one of its commanders, we can't have her stay in prison or some cramped room. Letting out a sigh of relief, she then did a military salute before responding. Kamisato Ayaka, I will arrange it right away, your excellency. When Premies nodded, she also hurriedly left. Now the only person left were Premies, Ei, and Kujusera. Ei, can we really trust her? The current Electro Archon asked. Though she was not talking about Kamisato Ayaka but Sangonomiya Kokomi. Well, her question was legit. After all, one way or another Sangonomiya Kokomi was still once their enemy. Ei refused to believe that there won't be enmity between them, after how many of her people got killed back in Watatsumi Island. Premies, don't worry. Even if there is some hate, she won't dare to show it openly or plot any revenge. Because she knows what will be the consequences. Ei, then it's good. Soon, they reached the end and Premies finally decided to address the last person. Premies, Kujusera. Kujusera, yes. Premies, I am happy of your performance in getting rid of the resistance. You really are a good commander. Kujusera, I only did what Almighty Shogun ordered. So, I am not worthy of your praise since I did it for. Premies, don't forget that Raiden Shogun is under me. This means you are also under me. Kujusera, that's. Ei, indeed. Feeling surprise, Kujusera looked at Ei, who also agreed with Premies' words. So, in the end, she accepted it. Kujusera, I am honored to be praised by you. Premies, But the thing I like about you the most is your loyalty. Stopping his steps, he continued. Premies, when Raiden Shogun sped up the vision hunt, you stay by her side. And even when all inhabitants of the Inazuma stood up against her, blaming her for incurring by wrath, you still took her side. Kujusera, how did you know? Premies, I wonder. He didn't give her any answer. On the other hand, the eyes of Raiden Shogun, which were on Kujusera all this time, turned slightly gentle. Premies, so, you can take it back. Saying, he took out something out of nowhere and threw it towards her. Unconsciously, Kujusera caught it and was surprised to see what it was. Kujusera, a vision. Premies, to be more specific, this is your vision. Kujusera, huh? But, how? Premies, that's why I said you are very loyal. When the invaders attacked first time, the statue of the omnipresent god, on which all the stolen visions were embedded, also fell. People took the advantage of it and took back what's theirs. Glancing back at her, he continued. Premies, but because of your faith in Raiden Shogun, you didn't. That's how I found it there. Kujusera. Premies, so, keep doing your good work as always, Kujusera. Once he said so, a glint passed in his eyes. And when it did, the vision in Kujusera's hand started releasing purple electrolyte. Shine. As she was looking at it in fascination, the slight cloudiness that was in eyes due to the loss of vision disappeared and a more confident expression appeared on her face. With the return of her vision, Kujusera felt as a missing part of her returning, making her whole again. Soon the light died down and she looked in front. Though in the next second, she got surprised seeing how Premies and EI were no longer there. As she started looking around, she received a sound transmission. EI, I have high expectation of you, Kujusera. So, don't disappoint me. 2 months went by. In this period of time, the situation of Inazuma had calmed down somewhat. At first there was some dissatisfaction between the people since they were enemy once, but as they spent time training together, that hate started to dissipate. With each passing day as their bonds started forming, they started to open up with each other slowly and slowly. Thanks to that, the once enemies started to question themselves whether they were really right or the other party was really wrong. In the end, they concluded that neither of them right or wrong. They were just people who stood on different sides due to different circumstances. As a result, soon a sense of comradeship started forming between them. After the day's drill or in free time, they went to hunt for food together. Some even created farm and took care of their plants since they can't eat meat all the time. At night, they sat together while forming a group around a bonfire and talked with each other happily. With time, they learnt many things about each other and also started sharing things about themselves, making their bond stronger. The once 3 big clans also opened their so-called treasures to took out their rare things, like money, weapons, rare plant seeds, and even years-old wine. Not many Inazumans were left at this point, so what's the point in hiding it? On the contrary, it will make them closer. Though, the one who the people of Inazuma's loved to hear the most from Beidou. She recited about her adventures as the captain of the Crux. How she and her crew sailed through many terrible weathers, places, all in order to find and unravel new discoveries. It was full of hardship. But the feeling of reaching their goal after all the ordeal was something she can't describe with words. That feeling was something one must experience it themselves. Almost everyone including Kujusera, Kamisato Ayato, Kamisato Ayaka, Sangonomiya Kokomi, and even more got fascinated hearing this. Not surprising since all of her stories were true. Since she experienced it herself, it was not hard for her to describe those feelings again. As for why Beidou was still here, well, when she learnt about Preemie's real identity, she along with her crew and Kazuha were scared shitless to the point she wanted to run away from Inazuma as soon as possible. They were even willing to make a raft to leave this country. However, because of Makoto and EI's move that destroyed all the fleet of the fogs, the water was thoroughly electrified. Hence, it delayed their departure. But just when the water turned normal and they were about to sail again, they learnt that the storm around the Inazuma had turned even more stronger. So, in the end, they had no choice but to stay on this island with tears in their eyes, praying that neither Raiden Shogun nor the Crimson Moon found them dissatisfied. Fortunately, such thing didn't come play since Preemies and EI just ignored their presence since didn't amount to much. As for the reason why, the storm had gotten more stronger and violent, it was as per Preemie's instructions. He can see that the space between Inazuma and the storm had somehow connected with Arpeggio of Blue Steel World. That's how those fleets were able to bypass the storm without any issue. But this also means that instead of coming to Inazuma, they can take a U-turn and go to another nation if they want. Hence, to prevent them from doing so, he told EI and Makoto to join their strength, making this storm stronger. Still, the passage between the worlds was still extremely unstable. Even the 7 will meet their doom in case they try to go there. As for how the fleet of fog was able to come and go as it pleased was thanks to their wave force armor. Anyway, knowing that they can't leave, Beidou, Kazuha, and others could only try and mix up with the Inazumans for now, hoping they will find their way out someday. That's how it went. Tenchikaku. In one of the rooms of Tenchikaku, Preemies could be seen sitting on a chair with a pile of paper on the table in front of him. Currently, he was going through one of them in his hand. After confirming everything was right, he passed it to Makoto standing at his side. The first Electro Archon took the paper and put the stamp of approval on it before placing it on another pile of paper at the side. These documents contained all the general affairs of Inazuma, like food supply, materials, buildings, equipment, training regime, moras, and so on. Other time, this was something the ruler of the nation had to complete. But now, Preemies was doing it. Why? Isn't it obvious? He was now the ruler of Inazuma. Hence, it's his duty now. At first, he had no such interest. But the entire Inazuma was in scramble blaming EI for their predicament. And the attack of Fleet of Fog made it worse. Even if she showed her might and established her dominance again later, except for someone like Kujusera, no one will be willing to live in a nation which could be erased at any moment by the Crimson Moon. It was like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads all the time. And even if EI would have tried to defuse the situation saying the Crimson Moon won't attack, they won't believe her. And in case Premies himself would step forward and promise that he won't harm Inazuma and let EI rule, people would have concluded that their Raiden Shogun was now just a puppet who was being controlled by the Crimson Moon. So, nothing would have changed. Hence, in the end, Premies agreed after being persuaded by Makoto and EI as they started saying that since both them and Shogun Army belonged to him now, what's wrong in accepting the fact in open? So, in the end, he agreed. At this time, Makoto asked. Makoto, by the way, I have a question, my lord. After done with the document in hand, he asked while picking the next one. Premies, what is it? Though his gaze never left the paper in his hand. Makoto, I was wondering when will we do your coronation ceremony as the Emperor of Inazuma? Premies. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 471, Volume 5, Chapter 87, Reunion. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or again another place. Equals point of view i.e. POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Moving his gaze away from the paper in his hand, Premies gave Makoto a deep look as if saying, are you kidding me? Understanding what he was implying, Makoto hurriedly spoke. Makoto, I am not joking, my lord. I really think it should be best thing to do, I also agree with Makoto. Click. At this time, the door opened and EI walked in while chiming her twin sister words. Turning his attention at her, he spoke. Premies, it's nothing more than a waste of time. And in the first place, as a god, I don't need to go through such tedious process of mortals in order to rule them. I can rule them whenever I want. EI, I won't deny that. As a god, such things are of no importance to us, but for mortals these things mean a lot. Makoto, Currently, even though Inazuma is yours, there will still a thought in people's mind that the Crimson Moon is here only for the time being and will leave eventually. EI, or before leaving, he might kill everyone here. The news of Shogun's army being his might just be facade to hide his true intentions or something. Makoto, that's why if Lord does a coronation ceremony and declare yourself as the ruler of Inazuma, such thought will vanish. EI, on the contrary, they will be elated knowing that Inazuma is now not only under the protection of Raiden Shogun but also the Crimson Moon who no one in this world can go against. Premies didn't reply and remained silent. Premies, my coronation ceremony to ascend as the new ruler of Inazuma. Huh. All women, wait. What? Satella, I agree too. I also want to witness the process of Prime becoming ruler. Premies, seriously. You too. Satella, yes. So, hurry up and accept it, Prime. Premies. Premies, putting the paper done, he leaned back on his seat and went deep into his thoughts. Premies, I guess I need to change my plans a bit, I was thinking of doing it later but I guess I will do it sooner. All women, what is he planning now? As he was looking at the ceiling a profound feeling started emitting in his eyes. Premies, my $+ equals at #_#, template 1, the Black Swordsman, made my body, soul, and mind reach the limit of, at *, second level existence, my, equals lip sealed face, / template 2, planar lord, merge them into one and make it even more purer, now it's time to create / at end. Template 3. And it will also be the last one. Once it will reach the limit, I will ready to start my ascension to become, / and, third level existence. Even though Premies was thinking about it, he knew it won't be easy. Because the difference between second and third level existence were akin to a grain of sand versus a whole planet. There's no comparison to begin with. Hence, taking that step would be a difficulty. If before his chances of becoming third level existence were almost null, then with after reaching the limit of all three of his templates, the chances reached 1 billionth. That's as far as it can increase. Adding any more templates would be pointless. Anyway, as he was thinking about it, Makoto and EI countenance changed drastically. Even though many important words were redundant, they knew what Premies was thinking was earth-shattering. And especially after hearing the word Ascension. Makoto and EI, are you saying Lord / he can become even stronger than he already is? Such thoughts made their blood turn cold. Not surprisingly, since if the Crimson Moon, already had the power to destroy the world, where would he stood once he ascended to even higher level? Such thing, they didn't dare to imagine. Hence, they hurriedly stopped thinking about it since it won't be good for their health. Fortunately, at this moment, Premies lowered his head and looked at them before speaking. Premies, I accept. Hearing this, both gave a sigh of relief as a beautiful smile appeared on both their faces. He then picked up the document and put his attention on it. Premies, I will leave all the preparation and the day of coronation for you both to decide. Makoto and Ei, yes. Premies, You both are dismissed. Hearing this, they nodded and left. Since they had to plan everything from the beginning to end, Makoto also left to talk with others about it. After all, this wasn't some small event which happened in Inazuma time by time before. This was a major one. And since it's the Crimson Moon coronation, they wanted to make it as grand as they can. While the sisters were talking among themselves and making their way out of the Tenchikaku, back in the room, Premies moved to the side and started looking outside from the window behind him. Premies, I should also start making the final arrangement. After that, the only way forward is by ascending. He mumbled under his breath. Premies, and the source power of this template will be Mondstadt, Dragon Spine. Shin. Thuck. Thud. With the final swung of Lumen's sword, creature fell on the ground devoid of life. This creature was not the only one. Many more corpses of such creatures could be around the feet of Traveler. For the last months, Lumen was moving from one part of the mountain to another, killing these creatures while slowly making her way towards the center of the mountain. And it wasn't easy. As she went deeper, not only the numbers of these creatures increased but also their strength, making it difficult for her to speed up her journey. Looking at the corpse of the creature, Lumen's eyes glowed a bit. Spider Monster, Stage I. Level. Seeing the level of the monster, she couldn't help but groan inwardly. Next, she checked her own level. Lumen, level 199, 47. After 3 months of fighting, Lumen was finally close to reaching level 200. Once attaining it, she can start her third ascension. And she also checked and confirmed that she had enough materials to do so. Putting her sword away, she decided to return back to her hideout to recover her reserve. Even though fighting these monsters can help her get a lot of experience, it was still taxing for her. Slowly and cautiously, she made her way back and reached her destination after some time. It's a small cave enough for 2 people. There was nothing special about it, except it was near some broken debris making it difficult for others to find. The blonde also found this cave by luck while running away from a group of these spider monsters who found and started chasing her. Entering inside, she moved some rocks and closed the entrance of the cave. There was only enough space for the light to come in. With this, she lowered her guard and relaxed. Even though it was just a mere cave, it still provided her with some sense of protection. She then took out some dry ration from her inventory and started eating it. It tasted terrible, but she still swallowed it with some water. In truth, she had some delicacies in inventory. However, she can't afford to take them out. Why? Well, her inventory stopped the time of everything that was placed in it. So, the piping hot food was still the same as when it was prepared. As a result, if she took it out, their smell of the food will travel in the atmosphere and those creatures with their sharp noses will definitely be attracted to her location. That's why she didn't take them out. Paimon also had been complaining she wanted to eat something good instead of this garbage. But after some persuading, she calmed down and stopped bothering Lumen about it since she also knew that danger lurked every corner of his place. Another time, the blonde would have called Paimon out to have some useless talk before taking a nap. But this time, she sighed and she went into her thoughts. Lumen, so, Mr. Ersta is going to become the emperor of one of the 7 nations. The nation which was once ruled, the Electro-Archon, Raiden Shogun. But why? That's the question of every woman who could Premies' thoughts but were not in Inazuma. Hence, they lacked the complete knowledge. From his thoughts, they can conclude some things like, Inazuma was invaded during the absence of Raiden Shogun and suffered greatly. In rage, Raiden Shogun destroyed these invaders when they came next time. Hence, now situation had calmed down there somewhat. That's all they could conclude, as they lacked many small pieces to make a full picture of the true situation of Inazuma. Just what could have transpired that led such thing to happen. And why Raiden Shogun was not saying anything about it. Thinking about it made Lumen's head hurt. So, she just relaxed on the wall behind, she mumbled. Lumen, no matter what circumstances let it happen, the point is, I want to see Mr. Ersta coronation ceremony. So, I must hurry up with my work here in Mondstadt and make my way to Inazuma. Let's just hope it won't be over by then. Saying, she closed her eyes and decided to take a rest. 30 minutes later. The girl's eyes snapped open as she heard some sound outside. She raising her guard and she stopped her breathing to prevent any voice from leaking out. Other time, she would have left the cave to confront this uninvited guest. But since she can't see what's outside, she didn't want to take the risking of charging stupidly, when there's a high possibility that there can be more than one enemy. On top of that, with her current reserve, she will have hard time confronting 3 of those creatures, let alone more. She also can't forget that the fighting can attract others, resulting in revealing her hiding spot and making it difficult for her to return here. Hence, she waited for the time to pass while hoping those outside would leave. It seemed that her prayers were heard, as after some time, there was no sound. Still, the blonde didn't let her guard down and waited. After a few minutes, when there was no change in situation, Traveler finally gave a sigh of relief. But to sure, she still decided to check. Hence, she slowly and silently moved the rocks blocking the entrance of the cave and walked out. She moved her gaze to everything around her to not net by some surprise attack. Next, she checked a kilometer of area around her cave to be sure. Finally, when she affirmed that there was nothing unusual, she decided to return to rest. Though when she was about to jump over the boulder, a hand came out of the ground and grabbed her ankle. Thuck. Lumen. This really caught her off guard. Since the entire place was covered snow, it made it difficult for her to see what's under her feet. Slush. The creature came out of the snow, raised Lumen, and smashed her at the boulder. Bam. Lumen, arg. Crack. It bashed her with such a force that even the rock cracked and then it swung her away. Swoo. Roll. The blonde rolled on the ground for a few meters before stopping. Drip. Blood was leaking from the corner of her mouth as she forced herself to stand up while glaring at the monster in front. She never expected the monster to wait patiently for her, in order to ambush her in the most unexpected time. Wiping the red liquid from her mouth, she took the stance. Her eyes then glowed. Lumen, TCH. What kind of bad luck is this? Spider monster, stage I. Level. She needed to be wary of such a high-level creature even when she was at her peak. Yet, now when her reserve had only recovered 40% and she already got injured because of the surprise attack. And she was damn sure that this monster won't give her time to take out and drink the healing portion. Letting out a frost breath, she started releasing her anemo. Whiz. Then her sword also got coated with dark blue flames of abyss. Hiss. Noticing that the human in front of it wanted to struggle before becoming food, the creature moved. Swoosh. In less than a second, it covered the distance between them. Lumen, fast. The traveler barely had the time to move her sword to the side to block the incoming claw. She also braced herself for the force behind the attack. Fwoosh. 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 Bang. Bang. But then suddenly a barrage of attacks came out of nowhere and hit the creature, engulfing it in flames. Hiss. As Lumen was bewildered by this, she heard a familiar voice behind. Lumen. Hearing this, the girl looked back and spoke in shock. Lumen, Amber. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 472, Volume 5, Chapter 88, Help. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or in another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Looking at the red bandana girl running over, Lumen didn't know how to face her. Even Amber who approached had wry expression of her face. After how they parted last time, they thought if they will meet each other again, it will be as enemy. But it would still be in future, not this soon. So, an awkward silence occurred between them with neither party understanding what to say. Spider monster, growling. Though the groaning of creature attracted their attention and both girls turned their gaze at him. While Lumen didn't seem surprised, Amber widened her eyes in shock. The barrage of arrows that she shot, all were charged ones and contained prio element. Yet, even after taking all of them, the creature only a minor for burn. Holding her bow tightly, she was prepared to attack again. But this time, Lumen charged instead. Swoosh. Appearing in front of it, she slashed with her abyss flames-covered sword. Cling. The creature blocked it with one of its claws. Wail. Power of Anemo burst under her feet, launching Lumen high in the sky. By doing so, she also dodged the other claw coming for her. Swish. Now, while in the air, Anemo started gathering around her as she threw an Anemo blast at the creature. Fwoosh. 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 Bang. 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 While the creature was taking full blunt of the attacks, Lumen landed on the ground and charged again. Swoosh. When the blast stopped, Lumen was already in front of the creature. She then swung her sword. Shin. Thuck. Splurt. Splurt. Two of creature's arms got severed as blood started leaking out of it. Amber, whoa. The outrider murmured from behind witnessing this. Everything happened so fast for her to even register. She couldn't help but gulp at this. Amber, just how much stronger Lumen has become after our confrontation in Mondstadt. As she was amazed by Lumen's strength, the blonde didn't seem happy. The traveler clearly intended to sever the creature's head in just now. Hence, she put all of her strength into that strike. But in the last moment, the creature brought its arms forward and protected itself. So, now, she must think of another way to kill it. The monster was currently glaring menacingly at Lumen. Even though the blood stopped leaking thanks to its regeneration, it still didn't change the fact that it had lost 2 left arms. Now it only had 2 right arms left, which decreased its battle capabilities from a large margin. So, right now it didn't want to do anything except tearing this human apart and feast in her blood. The traveler remained unfazed even after noticing the killing intent being emitted by the monster. She prepared herself for the next skirmish. Though by now she mere had less than 5% of her reserve left. This made the situation even more dire. At this moment the monster stepped forward, ready to charge at the blonde. But then it titled its head in confusing and looked down, only to notice that its legs were covered in ice, stopping it from moving forward. It didn't even realize when it happened. Even Lumen was surprised at that, as she didn't notice it till now. "Miss Honorable Knight. You won't mind if I also join the fray too, do you?" Hearing this familiar voice, the girl looked at the direction of the person. "Lumen, Kia." The man walked from a distance and responded while smiling. "Kia, yo. Always at your service." Before the blonde could say anything, something else happened. Zap. 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 Some streaks of electro appeared and started attacking the monster, who was trying to break free its legs. "What are you talking about?" "Of course, sweetie wouldn't mind if we join in the fun." Saying, a purple-clothed woman also showed herself. "Lumen, you are here too, Lisa. She is not the only one." Swoosh. Then someone rushed from the distance and reached the monster. The creature only had the time to turn and looked back, only to see a woman in long blue tailcoat, holding a sword coated in enamel, who without any hesitation stabbed her sword forward. Stab. Bang. The force behind it not only broke the ice holding the creature on the ground, but also threw it in the sky. Screech. Then out of nowhere a phoenix made of prio element came and smashed at the creature. Boom. The entire sky got covered in flames. A moment later, the flame died down and the burnt creature fell. Swoosh. Though just when it was about to touch the ground, another figure came and reached the monster before swinging a greatsword made of cryo. Shin. Crackle. Thud. The whole creature froze and fell on the ground. Standing up, Lumen moved her gaze around. Lumen, Jean. Dilek. Eula. The acting grandmaster looked at the blonde and smiled. "Jean, it's been a long time, Honorable Knight." As she greeted her, they approached the traveler along with others. The librarian looked at her with a teasing smile and spoke. "Lisa, so, do you miss me, sweetie?" Eula, "Sigh, you started again, Lisa. At least let her have some breather." Lisa, Era, I am just making the atmosphere light." Kia, "Well, it's not that bad." I also agree with Lisa in this regard. Dilek, "We are in battle right now. There is no need to make it appear that we are in picnic." Kia, "You really are a party pooper." Dilek, "What do you say?" Jean, all right. All right. Let's calm down. There's no need to fight among ourselves. Amber, Jean is right." She then turned to Lumen and spoke. Amber, "Hey, Lumen. I am sure you would have never expected to meet us here, right? So, is there something you want to say?" Lumen, "Idiots." Amber. Jean. Dilek. Lisa. Kia. Eula. The harmonious atmosphere turned awkward again at the blonde's words. Instead of having some happy or sad reunion, they just got a remark from her. Seeing them turn silent, Lumen let out a sigh and shook her head before walking towards the frozen monster. As they were looking at her action, she spoke. "Lumen, that was a very good, well-planned moves, tactics, and cooperation, however." Stopping in front of the monster, the blonde without hesitation stabbed her sword its head. Thuck. A few moments later, when she confirmed that the creature was dead, the girl pulled out her sword. As for how she was certain of its death, well, that's because she leveled up. "Lumen, now that I have reached level 200, I can start my 3rd ascension." With these thoughts, she turned and looked behind. "Lumen, because you used such big and loud moves, the other creatures are definitely making their way here to check the cause of commotion. In other words, in a matter of minutes, no, a few seconds, we will be surrounded by almost thousands of them." Hearing this, all of their countenance changed. When they saw the battle between their Honorable Knight and Spider Monster, they knew right away that they were not its match. Hence, they made a plan to caught it off guard and attacked it with their strongest moves. They didn't think that far ahead that it will attract more of these monsters, as their mind was only occupied in lending a hand to their honorable knight. Seeing their expressions, Traveler confirmed that they really didn't think about it. Sighing again, she looked at direction of the cave where she had been resting after every day of fighting. Lumen, what a loss. Knowing she won't be able to hide there anymore, she shook her head. Lumen, follow me. Saying, she dashed towards another direction without waiting their reply. Seeing that, others exchanged glances before following. And a minute after they left, hordes of spider monster appeared from every corner of the mountain and saw the frozen corpse of their brethren. In case Lumen and others would have stayed, they would have also become like such corpse. A few miles away. After running around the dragon spine while hiding themselves in case they saw some spider monster in the way, they finally made their way to another hideout. It was not some cave like before but an abandoned camp. While Jean and others were looking around, they saw a dirty flag on the ground. Looking at the image on it, they realized right away who it belonged to. Jean, Sneznaya. Dilek, TCH, Eula, so, this is Fatui camp. Lumen, used to be. By now, they are all killed by those monsters. Kia, I see. This explains why their camp is abandoned. Fatui always cleared everything before leaving, making sure that there won't be any traces of their conduct left. Lisa, they are also wary that due to some negligence, someone might find something that can interfere or thwart their plans. Amber, still, won't it attract the attention of those monsters more? Lumen, no. Those monsters had thoroughly checked this place for any survivor before leaving. Hence, it will be safe to stay here for the time being. Jean, I am very surprised that our honorable knight finds such a good place. Lumen, I am no longer honorable knight of Mondstadt. So, don't call me that. Lumen, on top of that, along with this place I have a few more hiding spots all over the Dragon Pine, in order to ready for the situation in which the cave got discovered. Even though they are not as secured as that cave, it's still possible to hide there for 1 or 2 days without any issue. Sighing inwardly, she thought. Lumen, just like Mr. Ersta said. Do not put all your eggs in one basket. While traveling in danger zone, make sure to have as many safe places as possible so that in dire times, you can use them to recover and plan your next course of action. Jean, I only remember giving the title, not taking it back. Hence, you are still the Honorable Knight of Mondstadt. Pausing her steps, Lumen glanced back at the acting Grandmaster and said. Lumen, I am sure you must have heard it from Amber and others that I hate Mondstadt after what they did to Mr. Ersta. Because of that I almost nearly killed Lisa, Eula, and Kia when they stood in my way. So, are you sure you still wanted to address me as such? Showing a sad expression, Dandelion Knight spoke. Jean, I truly apologize on behalf of the entire Mondstadt for wronging Mr. Herschers. If not because of my absence, I won't let this happen since I knew that without the help of Mr. Herschers, Mondstadt won't be able to quell the wrath and return one of Mondstadt's 4 wins. Stopping, the acting Grandmaster bowed her head to Lumen. Lumen. Becoming silent for a moment, the blonde starting walking again. Lumen, the one you should apologize to is not me but Mr. Ersta. Jean, don't worry, I will. Raising her head, the woman smiled before continue. Jean, you know what, at first, I was wondering how should I persuade you to forgive the people of Mondstadt for their folly. But now, I think it's no longer necessary. Lumen, HM. How so? Lisa, I will answer that. You see, sweetie, when we fought a few months ago, your killing intent and desire to kill everyone from Mondstadt was visible. But now when Jean apologizes and talk about those people, you no longer showed any such intent. Kia, in other words, you no longer have any intention of killing them. Lumen. Seeing that she had no intention of speaking, they didn't press her. Soon, they reached the depth part of the camp and entered the largest hut, which was also somewhat destroyed. They hurriedly covered those broken parts with cryo element before entering and closing it. Once they were inside, Lumen turned and looked at them. Lumen, from our talk just now, it's certain that you are not here to arrest me or something. Hence, let's directly come to the chase. How did you find me and what do you want? All of their expressions turned ugly as they thought about something before Eula stepped forward and spoke. Eula, we need your help, Honorable Knight. Lumen, my help? Feeling surprised for a second, the blonde chuckled and spoke. Lumen, why do you need my help? Don't you have Yuya? Amber, we need your help to face him, Lumen. Lumen, face him. Why? Lisa, that's because something happened to him. Kia, he turned berserk and started killing and eating people while dapped in that black armor. Dilek, we tried to stop him but we're not his match. Amber, even when we try to reason with him, he won't listen. Eula, we are powerless to stop him. Jean, that's why, I need your help. We need your help. Mondstadt need your help, Honorable Knight. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 473, Volume 5, Chapter 89, asterisk title at the end asterisk. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. / / equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. The room fell into silence. The traveler didn't reply right away as her mind went deep into thoughts. Lumen, why? Why does Yuya started behaving like this? I clearly remember, last time, he was enjoying his time in some orgy. On top of that, after their Anemo god, the one people of Mondstadt trusted the most is none other than him. So, why is he killing those who are standing by his side? Thinking, her gaze never left Jean and others in front. Seeing their expression, she can tell they were not lying. Lumen, wait a minute. Looking at Kia, she asked. Lumen, you are saying that Yuya is wearing a black armor. Is that the very armor he wore when I pushed him too far? Kia, I think so. Since I was unconscious that time and didn't witness Honorable Knight and Yuya fight. However, from the information I gathered from the people around that time, it's that very armor he wore and defeated you. He spoke the last words quietly, hoping Lumen won't get mad. Fortunately, the girl didn't show any expressions and take it naturally. Seeing this, Kia gave a sigh of relief. Lumen, why did he wear that armor again? Did some strong enemy come to Mondstadt, which forces him to wear it again? Eula, well, from what we have heard, Yuya never removed that armor ever since fighting you. Lumen, what? Why? Lisa, no one knows. He remains in that armor all this time. Lumen, after hearing Mr. Erste's thoughts I know that that armor is not as simple. So, there's high possibility that it's the one responsible for Yuya's current behavior, Berserker's armor. Looks like there is more to it than what I learnt. At this moment, something struck in Lumen's mind as she realized something. Lumen, could it be that Mr. Erste is also aware about it? That's why he told me to come here. As Traveler started giving it more and more thoughts, her eyes couldn't help but wide as more and more pieces of puzzle started to fit together. She wrapped her arms around herself as her body started shivering. Lumen, Mr. Erste used me. I was a fool to think that he spared people of Mondstadt out of goodwill. There's no way a higher being like him will tolerate being looked down upon by mere mortals which he can kill with just his thoughts. She crouched down on the floor with her body trembling more violently. Lumen, he knew all along that Yuya have that armor. Next, he took the advantage of my feelings for him, knowing fully well I will definitely try to kill Yuya for what he did to him. As a result, being overwhelmed by me, Yuya had no choice except to wear Berserker armor. And now because of the curse of that armor, Yuya is slaughtering the very people who once put their blind trust on him. In other words, not only did Mr. Erste succeed in breaking people's trust in Yuya, turning him from hero to villain, but also succeed in taking revenge on all those people who once mocked him and told him to leave their nation. Yes. Everything that Lumen thought just now were truth. Every one single thing was part of Premi's scheme. Still, there's even more. Albeit Lumen won't be able to see through it yet. As her face turned paler, someone shook her, breaking her out of her stupor. Amber, Lumen. Lumen, Raising her head, she saw the worried face of Amber. When she looked around, she saw that others were also showing the same expression. Lisa, sweetie, are you okay? You are sweating profusely. Lumen. Hearing this, the blonde girl looked at herself and realized that she was indeed covered in sweat. Her clothes were even sticking with her skin. She then took a deep breath before finally getting back on her feet. During this, Amber also helped her up, but Lumen didn't push her away. Amber, are you really fine? Lumen, I am. Thank you. Saying, she took out a water bottle from her inventory and drank it all in one go. Her throat and body felt cold, thanks to the cold environment. Nonetheless, this still calmed her down. After putting the empty bottle away, she addressed them. Lumen, I understand why you come looking for me. But sorry. I can't help you. Jean, why? If apologize is not enough, tell me how you want us to compensate you. I will try my best to fulfill on your demands. Shaking her head, the traveler denied. Lumen, that's not the case. Eula, then what is it? Lumen, I am still not Yuya's match. Even if I join forces with you, we still won't win. Dilek, you are joking, aren't why? Kia, wait a minute. Suddenly Kia interrupted Dilek and got everyone's attention. With his gaze still at Lumen, he asked. Kia, Honorable Knight, could it be that the reason you come to Dragonspine is not to hide from pursuers but to find way to face Yuya? Amber, what? Eula, really? Lumen, The girl nodded, feeling no need to hide it from others. Lumen, I must find my way to the depth of the dragon spine. That's where I will find it. Jean, are you sure that it can help in defeating Yuya? Lumen, I am certain. This made the orders relaxed as they smiled. Finally, they can stop Yuya. Jean, let us lend a hand. I am sure this will help us reach our goal fast. Becoming silent for a second, Lumen looked at everyone before nodding. Lumen, okay. The Knights of Favonius gave a sigh of relief hearing that. They were worried that Lumen will decline their help. So, her affirmation lifted the huge load of their shoulders. Lisa, sweetie, can you tell us what is the thing we will find in the depth of the mountain? Lumen, I don't know. Lisa. Amber. Jean. Dilek. Kia. Eula. Lisa, ahem. So, how deep are we have to go to reach our destination? Lumen, I don't know. Lisa. Amber. Jean. Dilek. Kia. Eula. Hearing the same reply, everyone's lips twitched as they thought Lumen was playing with him. Though, seeing her innocent expression made them think otherwise. Amber, Lumen. If you don't what is it and where in depth of dragon spine we will find, isn't finding it is basically impossible. Lumen, I don't think so. Dilek, why are you so confident? Lumen, because I received a message from Mr. Ersta, that the means to defeating Yuya will be found there. Amber and Lisa and Jean and Eula, from him. When the blonde girl was done speaking, all the women shouted simultaneously. This not only caught Kia and Dilek off guard but Lumen also sensed something wrong and frowned. Realizing their outburst, the women did a fake cough and looked away to hide their embarrassment. Amber, ahem. Well, since Mr. Herscher said so then it must be true. Lisa, I also think so. So, we should hurriedly make our way to the depth. Lumen. The traveler seemed unamused while looking at them with narrowed eyes. The women, on the other hand, averted their gazes as a tint of red appeared their face. Though as Lumen was staring deeply at them, a voice interrupted them. If you think someone as weak as you can reach the depth of the mountain then you are welcome to try. Albeit I guarantee that you all will die halfway. Without exception. Knights of Favonius. Jean and others were shocked after hearing an unfamiliar voice behind them. Instinctively, they drew out their weapons from their visions and strike back without looking. Lumen, stop. But travelers shout, they all paused their movements and finally saw the assailant. Looking at it, they all couldn't help but fell in daze. They had never seen such a stunning woman before. Her striking violet eyes and silver hair that swept all the way to her ankles made her look like goddess that descended on a mortal realm. Even Jean, Lisa, Eula, and Amber found themselves inferior compared to her. While they were in the trance, Lumen let out a sigh of relief, seeing how she prevented them from doing something that they might regret. She then looked at Woman as the feeling of jealousy and envious flashed through her eyes. Then she remembered something. Lumen, wait a minute. Now that I think about it, didn't Mr. Ersta look a lot more handsome and divine when he showed the Crimson Moon, form for the first time? That look of his far surpassed this woman's beauty. Thinking about that Lumen couldn't but blush. Well, she was not wrong. Premi's handsomeness far eclipsed anyone, since his body was created by the origin force itself. However, he found it annoying when people fell into trance every time after seeing his face. Hence, he always kept his charm and aura in control in order to not face such situation. But when he used his awakening, it can't be restrained any longer and was released fully. Unfortunately, no one had the time to appreciate it since they were overwhelmed by this killing intent. Shaking her head, Lumen hurriedly put those thoughts away, and approached the woman. Lumen, it's been some time, Lady Moon. How are you doing? Moon, I am doing good. And you? Stopping, she gazed intently at Lumen before speaking. Moon, not bad. You are ready for your third ascension. Knights of Favonius, what? When Lumen started talking, others snapped out of their thoughts. But they never expected this woman to throw such a bombshell like this. Inazuma. Tenchikaku. Currently Premies was in his office, with his arm on the table and his chin on his fist. Along with his closed eyes, it was not difficult to tell that he was resting. Click. At this time, the door opened and the Makoto and Ei entered. Witnessing his sleeping appearance, both couldn't help but chuckle since it was the first time they had seen Premies resting without any care of the world. Other times, he had his guard up all the time. Hence, this came surprising for them to see him like this. Still, they thought it was because Premies felt relaxed in Inazuma that he decided to show his unguarded self. Thus, they decided to take him to his room so that he can sleep peacefully on the bed. Though just when they were about to approach him, something unexpected happened. Crack. Shatter. Suddenly space cracked at his side before a violent of wind came out of it. Whiz. Wail. Roar. The wind was so strong that the sisters had no choice but to use their full strength to protect themselves. Still, the force behind it started pushing them back. But just when they were about to crash with the door behind them, the wind stopped. When it did, they removed the hand covering their eyes and looked in front. In the next instant, they got shocked witnessing the spectator in front. The cracked space restored itself. But now someone was standing there, by Preemie's side. She was an extremely beautiful woman with long golden blonde hair, gold eyes, and a slender body. She was wearing armor consisted of head guard, breastplate, arm guards, hip guards, and knee guards. An azure sword could be at left side of her waist. After so long, the very first guard of Preemie's returned. To stay by his side and protect him from all danger. She was Sword Princess. Ace Wallenstein. Chapter 89, Return of Sword Princess. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 474, Volume 5, Chapter 90, Ace Tears. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. As Ace gaze were on the twin Electro Archons, Makoto and EI gulped nervously and unconsciously took a step back while moving their hands towards their weapons. The blonde woman didn't show any change of expression witnessing that. Though it made the twins even more wary. In anyone's eyes, Ace may appear like a normal human without anything special about her except her beauty. The twins would think the same. However, they had met an exact person who seemed as normal and as harmless as the blonde but had the power to destroy this world. Thinking, the twins moved their gaze towards the sleeping Preemies. Ace, weak. Suddenly, Sword Princess spoke, attracting the attentions of Makoto and EI towards herself. Ace, the current you two are unworthy to stay by Lord's side. You won't be amount to anything if Lord's enemies made their move. The Sword Princess words stabbed into their hearts like knives. One way or another, they were still gods of this world. Yet, Ace was treating them as some vermins. This made them somewhat angry as electricity started releasing from their bodies. Zap. Zap. Remaining unfazed, the blonde pointed her index finger towards them and a small spark of electricity was launched from her hand. Crack. Makoto. EI. All the color drained from the twins' face witnessing that spark coming for them. Even before the attack could reach them, they can tell that small electricity far surpassed their own thunder several levels. As a result, their powers got suppressed to the extreme, making it impossible for them to even use it to defend themselves. Their instincts were screaming to run as far away as possible without looking back. Yet, they were powerless to do anything since they can feel that the entire space was locked onto them, preventing them from running. As a result, they can only see as death came for them. Bang. Makoto and EI, ARGH. Their heart-wrenching screams resounded throughout the room before both Makoto and EI were erased into nothing along with their body, soul, and existence. Nothing was left. Just like that, Sword Princess killed twin Electro Archons casually just after returning. Next, she stepped back and stood behind Preemies while looking at him fondly. 6 hours later. Finally, Preemies, who seemed to be sleeping, opened his eyes. In truth, all this time, instead of sleeping, Preemies was fully concentrated on bathing in the zenith essence of this world, making his recovery faster. He can't afford to make a stupid mistake of dozing off, knowing full well that in case he did, Beast 2 will make its move again. As he leaned back on the chair and corrected his posture, he heard a familiar voice near his ears. Ace, my lord. Hearing this, his eyes widened slightly and he glanced back. Preemies. Ace. The moment he muttered her name, the woman jumped into his arms. Without any hesitation, he coiled his hands around her and embraced her. Both kept on hugging each other tightly without any care of the world. They only had each other in their eyes and mind right now. One of Preemie's hands was rubbing her back while the other was caressing and passing through her beautiful blonde hair. Soon, Ace's body started shaking as Preemies can see tears streaming down her cheeks. This strong woman who was almost reaching the apex of second-level existence, showed this weak side of hers only to Preemies. Not even Xingming, whom she had spent eras in home world all this time, had seen this side of Sword Princess. Though as the kindest goddess and Preemie's wife, Xingming, of course, was aware that Ace was trying her best to put a strong front. Because of their connection with Preemies, they felt it every time when he got hurt. They aggrieved every time it happened as they wanted to do nothing more than return by his side. Unfortunately, Preemies had sealed this world. Hence, the only thing they could do was wait while laughing at how helpless they were. And then came the thing they never even dreamt of. Preemies died. With his death, they also met the end. They were scattered into nothing. If not because he thought of a way to survive with this last fragment, they would have disappeared too. Regardless, since the last part of their beings were in home world which was filled of origin force, they recovered faster. And because of Premi's deeper connection with that world and Ace, after being fully healed, she realized that the seal Premies put on the world had disappeared. Hence, she decided to leave it meet with Premies. Because this time, she didn't want to leave any regrets. As for Sheng Ming, we will know about it later. Back to present. Premi saw how his princess was leaning on his shoulder while crying in a heartbreaking fashion. He involuntarily lifted his head and let out a deep breath and spoke softly in her ears. Premies, no need to hold anything back. Let everything out. Hearing this, Ace finally let out all of her pain, bitterness, sorrow, and sadness that she had been suppressing all those eras and cried even louder. Ace, WAH. An hour later. Ace, ZZ, ZZ, ZZ. Looking at the peaceful sleeping Ace in his arms, Premi's expressions turned gentle as he lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Even if he treated everyone as his chess pieces, there were some exceptions. Like his sword princess, Ace Wallenstein. He genuinely cared for her. That's why seeing her after so long, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Next, he stood up from his chair and made his way towards his room while holding Ace in his arms in princess carry position. Though just when he walked to the door, he suddenly narrowed his eyes as if sensing something. Even if there was nothing out of ordinary, Premi still sensed a power of law being used. Since in Inazuma there was no one capable of such feast, he realized that things weren't that simple. But just when Premies decided to pry into the past, he heard a voice in his head. Satella, Prime. Premies, What is it? Satella, actually. Then Witch of Envy told everything that happened while he was sleeping. After hearing everything, he looked at Ace who was snoozing like what she did was not worth mentioning. Seeing this, the corner of lips twitched. Premies, this girl. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze to where the twins died and a glint passed his eyes. In the next second, the particles and electro elements started to gather before there was a purple flash. Shine. Once it died down, two bodies fell. Thud. Thud. The two people started to move and held their heads. What just happened? Makoto, we died. Huh? As the current Electro Archon showed a confused expression, memories started to return. By the time she was done digesting, her face was pale. We really did. Premies, exactly. His words snapped the twins out of their thoughts and they turned to him. Makoto, my lord, we. Though her words trailed off as she looked at the very person that killed them in his embrace. Unconsciously both crawled back a little in fright. Premies, don't worry, she won't do it again. But, we die. Premies, and I resurrected you both. How? Premies, if I can't even do something as trivial as bringing dead back to life, what right do I have to call myself a god? Trivial. You think reviving dead is simple matter. While was having a mental breakdown, Makoto's eyes were on Ace. Makoto, my lord, who is she? Premies, you can address her as Sword Princess. She is not only my first guard but also the strongest. Premies, as for Ophis, Sheng Ming, Arcuade Brunstud, Inori Yuzuhira, and Scathack, let not include them since their standings are different. Seeing how and Makoto were looking at him with their eyes wide opened, Premies spoke. Premies, anyway, I'm going back to my room to rest. If you have any question, ask later. Saying, he opened the door and left. Still, while leaving, he glanced back at and saw some hidden traces of fear in her eyes. This fear was different than it appeared. Premies, looks like I need to babysit another one later. In the room. Premies was currently laying on the bed with Ace resting her head on his shoulder while hugging him tightly. As if afraid that if she let go, he will disappear again. After returning to the room, he planned to lay her on the bed while he would sit at the edge. However, he had to change his plan since Ace held tightly onto him, refusing to let go. Hence, in the end, he decided to lay with her. Looking at her, he murmured. Premies, she really have become a lot stronger. Saying, he made a picture of her strength in his mind, making it easier for him to distinguish in future. Status. Name, Ace Wallenstein. Age, 19 eras. Note, era means billions of years. Existence level, 2, cosmic. 9th dimensional god. Skills. Harmony, EX Ventus Fury I, EX Wind Manipulation I, EX. Side skills. Equipment. Offensive, Origin, Lambent Light Defensive, Origin, Sword Princess Armor. Ultimate move. Lusuful means the breath. Premies, she has finally become cosmic level being. Once she become true demigod, she will be universal level being. Still, to become true demigod, she must complete Abyss Trail. Raising his head, he caressed her face. Premies, well done. Not only you reached this level, but you also even mastered the use of laws. He spoke slowly. Once someone become dimensional god, they got the power to use laws. It was also the law of thunder which Ace used to kill Makoto and AI. If Premies' mastery over the laws were not higher than her, then even he won't be able to revive them without using his awakening. After all, Ace killed them physically, spiritually, and even existentially. And in case he delayed it even further, then the people of Teyvat would have forgotten that they once had some called Electro Archon who ruled Inazuma. Anyway, thanks to Premies' guidance in the beginning and Qingming guidance all those years, instead of mastering all the laws to the limit altogether, Ace focused on only improving, mastering, and sharpening one law which suited her the best. Wind. Still, as a dimensional god, she must also have the knowledge of every other laws too. That's why she was able to use the law of thunder even while her main law was of wind. Think of it like this, if mastering the laws have 3 stages, Ace's law of wind was already at stage 3 while some were on stage 2 and majority were on stage I. Sighing, he continued. Premies, let's have a talk after you wake up. With this, he turned his head and looked at a particular direction as his gaze penetrated through all obstacles. Premies, moon. Huh. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 475, Volume 5, Chapter 91, System. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. He then turned his gaze away, started staring at the ceiling. Even though he had been busy with his stuff all this, he always had an eye on Lumen to see how she was doing. That's why he was aware of everything she had done or been doing after he left. Nevertheless, right now he had another thing to worry about. Premies, Makoto. EI. Albeit he said that reviving them was just as a matter of fact for him and both accepted it calmly, Premies knew it was just a facade. In truth, the twins were shaken to their very core. It was especially for the case of EI. Ever since the death of her closed ones, EI had shut her heart for the pursuit of only one thing in her life. Eternity. So, that she won't die. Yet, she died so easily by the hand of Ace. This affected her greatly. Makoto was also the same. While she was somewhat better than EI, she was also having hard time accepting that she died the second time. Hence, Premies decided to give them some space for now. Still, he knew that he must find time to visit them later. Putting those thoughts away for now, muttered under his breath. Premies, now that my sword princess has returned, some plans need to be changed. Then he closed his eyes and focused on his recovery. A few hours ago. Mondstadt, Dragonspine. Old Fatui hideout. All the knights of Favonius were looking at Lumen with incredulous expression. One should know that, only after arriving the City of Freedom, Lumen completed her first ascension. Yet, now in less than 6 months, she was ready for the 3rd ascension. In other words, she was already Knights of Favonius, level 200. Sensing their stares, Lumen remained silent. Compared to them, she was not that proud of reaching level 200. Why? Because she didn't reach such level on her own. It was mostly thanks to the system she got in this world. Otherwise, in normal scenario, it would take years to be able to reach such level. She still remembered how she shared the information of system with Premies and told him that there's a system shop from which she can buy a lot of stuffs. Like potions, equipment, weapons, items, materials, and even skills. While she was excited at this, Premies didn't show any change in expression hearing this. On the contrary, he warned her not to rely on the system instead. He told her that depending on system will bring more harm than good. She still remembered what he answered when she asked the reason. Premies, because system can betray you at your most important moment of time and when you need it the most. Hence, at most she should use system for gaining experience and for its inventory feature. Never buy or use anything that system gave you as a reward or something. By now, Premies was aware of every secret of systems. That's why he never even depended on his own system. The Grandmaster rank he reached was in truth thanks to his own efforts and skills which he acquired and went through in his previous lives. Hence, by the time he got system, he already had them deeply engraved in his body, mind, and soul. And since we are talking about the secrets of systems, Premies also knew all the secrets of his system. The things that were currently buried deep inside it. As well as the truth of Twilight. The things she was trying hard to hide from him. It was to the point that if Premies wanted, he can erase Twilight and stopped all her plans, whenever he free like it. Back to the present. As Lumen was thinking of Premies' words, she realized something. Lumen, wait a minute. If in normal cases, it takes a lot of time to raise your level, how can you become stronger so fast? Not only that, if everything that Mr. Ersta said about Berserker armor is true, then this armor should be known in the world. Yet, no one know about it. According to Lisa, there is no mention of such armor even in the history of Teyvat. Then how did Yuya acquire it? Could it be? In the next second, her eyes widened. Lumen, Yuya, he is a person from another world like me. And also have a system. That explains how he is rapidly becoming strong like me and have that armor and sword. Either he must have bought it from his system shop or it's the reward given by his system. By now, she had calmed herself and a serious expression appeared on her face. Lumen, what a blunder. I was taking my time at the outermost part of the mountain killing the monsters, thinking by the time I will raise by level high enough and get the thing in the core of the dragon spine, my winning against Yuya is inevitable. But now I can't delay it any further. Because if I am becoming stronger thanks to the system, the same can be said about Yuya. So, I must hurry before he become too strong to handle. At this time, Traveler noticed the silence around her. Raising her head and saw everyone were looking at her quietly. Lumen, What's the matter? Amber, well, all of a sudden, Lumen, you turned stand still. When we are about to call you, this lady stopped us. Saying not to disturb you since you seem to be pondering about something important. The Outrider replied while scratching her cheek and pointing towards Moon. Hearing this, Traveler spoke. Lumen, I see. Then she looked at Moon and continued. Lumen, thank you. Moon, The woman nodded accepting Lumen gratitude. Jean, is something the issue, Honorable Knight? You appear very serious in thoughts. Looking at her, Lumen sighed and spoke. Lumen, yeah. I just realized that we must hurry up to the core of the mountain. The more we delay, the more dire the situation of Mondstadt will become. Jean, you're right. We must make haste. Moon, did you forget what I just said? You all will be dead halfway through. Kia, is it because there are even more monsters there? Moon, worst. They are even a lot stronger than one you have been facing here. Everyone's expressions turned grave at this. Amber, then, is there no other way to rush our destination? Lumen, there is. This made all eyes fell on her. As they were waiting for her to continue, the traveler was looking at the silver-haired woman. Lumen, Lady Moon, can you help us? Moon, oh. Feeling surprised, the woman raised one of her brows and spoke. Moon, we have this talk before and you knew my answer. Lumen, I know. But right now, we are pressing for time. Hence, I am willing to take everything into account. So, please tell us, what we need to pay in order to get your assistance. Moon, you think you can afford it? Knowing this will happen, Lumen bit her lips and took a pouch out of her inventory before throwing it towards the crystal-haired woman. Lumen, I hope, this, will suffice. She spoke while gritting her teeth. Moon, The woman caught the pouch and opened it. In the next second, surprise appeared on her face. Now, she understood while Traveler looked like her heart was bleeding. Moon, 521 rank _3 primo gems. Huh. You really are richer than you appear. Knights of Favonius. While the woman calmed herself, the same can't be said for others. As said before, compared to game, things were different in reality. In this world, the primo gems are distinguished in ranks. Where rank _1 being the lowest and rank _5 being the highest and rarest. And every rank of primo gems were equal to thousands of their previous rank. I.e. 1 rank _1 primogem equals none. 1 rank _2 primogem equals 1000 rank _1 primogems. 1 rank _3 primogem equals 1000 rank _2 primogems. 1 rank _4 primogem equals 1000 rank _3 primogems. 1 rank _5 primogem equals 1000 rank _4 primogems. At every higher ascension, you need higher ranked primogems. In Lumen case, to complete her third ascension, she needed rank _2 primogems. And for fourth ascension in future, she required rank _3 primogems which she just gave to Moon. Higher ranked primogems are rarer and more difficult to find. In market, cost of a single rank _3 primogem went as high as billions moras. No wonder, Lumen face turned ugly while giving to Moon. Lumen, these are all I have. For the lower rank ones, I only have sufficient rank _2 primogems to complete my third ascension. Hence, I can't give them. As for rank _1 primogems and moras, I am sure someone like you is not interested in them. Moon, true. I am not interested in that garbage. Lumen, so. Moon, still not enough. Lumen, eh. Dialek, you're kidding, right? How can rank _3 primo gems not enough? Moon, silence, mortal. The red-haired jolted as his body straightened up. Moon voice just now contained an authority which made no one to question her. Seeing that no one else was speaking, she turned to Traveler again. Moon, rank _3 primo gems might be rare and expensive, but for an adeptus like me, they still don't hold much value. Lumen, what else do you want? Moon, what else do you have? A few minutes later. Lumen and all other Knights of Favonius have downcast expression on their face. The silver-haired woman took almost everything they had in their inventory and visions, leaving them with just their weapon and some water. The traveler could only at her empty inventory with blank expression. She thought she could trick the woman by giving only a few stuffs. But too bad, she saw through her lies in an instant. As a punishment of lying to her, the woman even took all the moras and rank _1 primo gems which she deemed trash. She was even going to take her rank _2 primo gems, but Jean and others stepped forward and gave what they have in possession. This stopped the woman from doing so. So now, they all turned broke. Moon, nice doing business with you. The crystal-haired woman showed a radiant smile, but too bad none of them were interested in appreciating it. Eula, so, now will you? Moon, of course. Since we have such an heartful trade just now, I will help you in the journey to the depth of Mondstadt. Tick marks appeared on everyone's forehead at this. Lumen and Knights of Favonius, heartful trade. It was clearly a daylight robbery. Still, in the end, they can only sigh in defeat since they were on the weaker side as they needed her help more than anyone else. Moon, all right. All right. Stop showing such depressed looks. Lumen, right. Lumen, why yes. Moon, I have seen you use the power of Abyss. To tell you the truth, it's very crude. Hence, as an added bonus, I will teach you how to use them more correctly and precisely. Lumen, really? The traveler asked with sparkling eyes. You know, in Teyvat, there's many people who can use an MO and other elements. If asked, they will be able to tell her how they use theirs. Heck, there's even Venti whose knowledge of an MO was higher than anyone else. But the power of Abyss of exception. Till now, from the information she gathered and learnt, the only one who can use the power of Abyss were the Abyss Order. And they were the enemy of the world. Hence, Lumen can't afford to go to them and learnt about it. She was sure in case she tried then they will force her to join them. As a result, Lumen didn't find anyone who can give her in-depth knowledge on how to use the power of Abyss. Well, she was sure that Primus could teach her if she asked, but currently he wasn't in Azuma. Hence, Moon's offer was nonetheless accepted. Seeing the way Lumen was looking at her, Moon's lips twitched before she brought Lumen out of her stupor. Moon, ahem. Anyway, let's hurry with our journey. I will teach you about on the way. Lumen, yes. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 476, Volume 5, Chapter 92, Betrayal. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. *A/N, long chapter. A month went by. Mondstadt, Dragon Spine. Swoosh. Crack. Bang. Splurt. Pulling the blue claymore out of the now dead spider monster, Eula waved it at the side to remove all the blood on it. Swish. Next, glanced back at Amber who was supporting her from behind and nodded. Turning her gaze around, she also confirmed that Jean and Lisa were also done. Only Kia and Dialek will need a minute more to end their opponent. She then looked at another direction and couldn't help but sigh seeing Lumen lonely standing in the midst of the corpses of these monsters while holding her abyss flame-covered sword. The Knights of Favonius made the teams of 3 consisted of Jean and Lisa, Kia and Dialek, Eula and Amber. It was Traveler's idea in order to gain more experience and knowledge to fight these monsters. Nevertheless, each team can only take on 1 spider monster at a time, while Lumen alone took care of many of them on her own. The disparity in their strength was too much. Shaking her head to put those thoughts away, she asked. Eula, I still have strength to take on 1 more. What about you? Amber, There won't be any problem on my end either. Eula, then let's continue. They then dashed away to look for another prey. They were not that worried to be surrounded by the enemy since Moon was there watching them while sitting on a branch of a tree. Whenever they encounter a group, she burnt them to ashes, leaving one for them to handle. Moon, still, they are becoming stronger a lot faster than expected. Thinking, she moved her gaze at Lumen, who seemed to be pondering about something. Moon, she must be reason for it one way or another. While the silver-haired woman was thinking about it, the traveler attention was on the system window in front. Though she didn't show much expression on her face, inwardly she was very wary. Why? Because a month ago when they decided to hurry their journey, Traveler and the Adeptus knew that Knights of Favonius won't be much of help because the time their levels were in between 130 to 140. At first the Traveler was surprised at this, since she clearly remembered that back in Mondstadt all of their levels were under level 100. So, how did they complete second Ascension and got such boost? It was later when they told her in secret that they had recovered the memories of the future, she understood. This also explained why they had trust in Premies all of a sudden, since they knew he was one responsible for their recovered memory somehow. Anyway, back to the topic. Level 130 to 140 might be higher in City of Freedom or other cities, but in Dragonspine, it wasn't much, since the level of these spider-like monsters started with level 150. Hence, these Knights of Favonius would be nothing more than some cannon fodder. Knowing that they would burden if they traveled deeper with them, the blonde girl was about to persuade them not to follow, but then a ding sound resounded in her mind. In the next second, a system window appeared in front of her, showing that 2 features had been unlocked. They were Party Quest. Party, as one knew, our teams consisted of specific number of people. Not only will it provide the benefit of something called elemental resonance, it will also help all the party members to gain EXP to level up faster. And it was not something like all the EXP will be divided equally to all party members. On the contrary, everyone will receive same amount of EXP without any division. In more simpler words, if a person gets 100 EXP after killing a monster then in the party of 5, instead dividing such EXP by 5, everyone will receive 100 EXP each. In other words, they got 500 EXP after killing a monster in a party. Seeing this, almost everyone will be elated and will think that using party will be more beneficial than going solo. Because in a party, they can hunt even more powerful monsters and obtain more EXP. But Lumen was different. Instead of becoming happy, she became more alert. She also saw various quests that had appeared in quest columns. They were about forming party, making each member of the Knights of Favonius to kill a specific number of monsters and so on. It was clearly indicating that system wanted her to use this party feature and take them with her. Since this was the opportunity to make Jean and others stronger faster, Traveler could only grit her teeth and use it. As for the rewards she will get after completing the quests, the girl didn't bother to even give them a glance, since she wouldn't be using them anyway. Then their journey to the Dragonspine continue. Back to present. In the system window, Lumen can clearly see the current strength of her party. Jean, level 165, 70. Lisa, level 162, 72. Kia, level 158, 75. Amber, level 155, 80. Eula, level 160, 82. Dialek, level 157, 72. Sighing, she closed it and walked to the edge of the cliff. Lumen, we are here at last. Huh. She muttered slowly while looking at the spectator in front. Moon, we are. Welcome to Wormrest Valley, the final resting place of the Black Dragon. By now, Moon had appeared at her side and spoke. Nodding her head, Traveler looked at the huge ribs of the dragon that were coming out of the ground while the rest of the ribcage was buried deep beneath. Jean, so, these are the remains of the Durin, the vile dragon who Dvalin fought to protect Mondstadt. Lisa, and if I am not right, that's our destination. The mage spoke while pointing towards the core part of area where the surrounding slough was scarlet red in color instead of snowy white. Lumen, Kia, just what is there? Moon, the heart of the shadow dragon, Durin. Dialek, shadow dragon. Moon, yes. That's what Durin is called. Moon, since he was created using alchemist instead of being naturally born. At this point, Eula and Amber also returned. Showing a wry smile, the Outrider opened her mouth. Amber, now I understand what Lady Moon meant when she said we won't be able to reach it alive. Hearing this, they followed Bandana Girl gaze down and gasped. There, if not 100,000, tens of thousands of spider monsters could be seen roaming around the area or sitting on the ground. Just from the pressure they were emitting, even from the distance, Lumen and others can tell that they were a lot stronger than the ones they had met before. Gulping, the acting Grandmaster spoke nervously. Jean, if they attack Mondstadt, the entire city will be erased in a matter of TTT time. Others remained silent, though they also fully agreed with her. While they were busy in their thoughts, Lumen eyes started glowing a little as she used appraisal on them. Though in the next second, her expressions turned ugly. Spindrift Knight, who was also looking down gravely, noticed that and asked. Eula, Honorable Knight, what happened? You don't seem good. This attracted the attention of others as they turned her and noticed her expression. Lumen, the S strength of all of them are higher than level 200. Knights of Favonius. Moon. While the Knights of Favonius were shocked at this revelation, Moon remained calm. The woman moved her gaze around, before pointing at one of the monsters below. Moon, girl, check the level of that one. Lumi, Seeing what was Moon pointing at, Lumen was surprised to see that this one appeared somewhat different than others. And it also seemed somewhat weaker compared to others. Instead of checking right away, Lumen looked to see if more of such or not. And yes, there were more of them. Though their numbers were less. Like 1 in 1,000. Deciding to think about it later, she used appraisal. But then her face turned pale as she moved her head around used appraisal of every one of those variants. By the time she was done, she was wholly covered in sweat. Amber, Lumen. The Outrider asked but Lumen didn't reply as she was murmuring slowly. Lumen, what kind of joke is this? Does Mondstadt even have the chance of survival in the first place? Kia, Honorable Knight, what are saying? Dialek, what do you mean Mondstadt can't survive? Turning to them, Lumen showed self-deprived expression and spoke in hoarse tone. Lumen, all those variants have the strength higher than level 300, I even saw the one who is reaching level 500. Boom. All the Knights of Favonius seemed as if struck by a thunderbolt at this. Things had taken a lot more drastic turn than they ever expected. Even Moon had turned serious at this point. Lumen, not only that. These variants are even capable of using elemental power. Boom. With this another bombshell dropped by Lumen, all of them, except Moon, staggered backward. This news was even more shocking than before. These monsters already had such a strong body that even when Lumen and other use elemental burst, they were barely able to break through their defenses. On the other hand, these monsters even had high physical strength. By now these creatures can even use elemental power, didn't these mean they get even more boost in their strength? Just such thought made them shiver in fright. Moon, forget it. Lumen, Looking at Moon, the blonde girl titled her head in confusion. Lumen, what do you mean, Lady Moon? Moon, I said forget about it for now. You are not here to fight these creatures but to reach the heart of Dern, don't you? So, you should focus on that. While I... At this moment, Dragon Spine Spear appeared in her hand. The very spear she took from near Durin's heart. Moon, handle the monsters down. Lumen, no. It's suicide. Even Lady Moon can't take on so many of them all at once. On top of that, those variants will make situation even more difficult for you. Moon, I know. Lumen. Knights of Favonius. Looking at them, she smiled a little and spoke. Moon, but I promise to help you reach your destination, don't you? Noticing their silent expression, the white-haired woman continued. Moon, so, do you still think the price I made you all pay for the help still not worth it? Eula, that's... Chuckling, the crystal-haired woman turned. Moon, it's true that I can't win but I can still delay them by attracting their attention. Use the correct moment to sneak out and reach your goal. Then without waiting for any of their response, she jumped down. Whistle. Boom. The woman landed in the very midst of the monster, creating a crater underneath. All the monsters turned and looked at this uninvited guest. Standing in the middle of the crater, Moon held her spear tightly before it got engulfed in dark blue abyss flames. Hiss. Moon, let's see how many of you I will be able to kill before getting fully drained. By now she was fully surrounded by these spider monsters which were glaring menacing at her. A second later, they all charged at her. Shin. Boom. Slash. Crackle. Hiss. Thrust. Just like Moon said, by now all the creatures were charging towards her, opening the path leading to the heart of heart. Lumen and others hurriedly took the advantage of this opportunity and slowly made their way towards it while maintaining vigilance all the time. From Lumen information they knew that they can't afford to face even one of the creatures since they were overleveled. Hence, slowly by slowly, stopping, moving, they reached the path leading to the depth. Looking back, they saw the explosions occurring in the distance with more and more monsters rushing without caring about their life. Clearly indicating Moon was still engaged in fighting. They then exchanged glances and nodded before rushing inside. As they going deeper, the surroundings started getting darker and darker. Before long they reached their destination and stopped. The area around them had turned darker with only the source of light being the red light of the heart in front. Lumen, Durance, heart. Kia, we are finally here. Jean, it was a long and arduous journey. Dialek, though we also became stronger than before. Eula, but it's not enough. Amber, yeah. We still have a long way to go. Lisa, sweetie, what now? As the mage posed this question, Lumen stepped forward and took out a small box that Albedo gave her. She opened the box and was surprised the next moment. There was a broken purple stone in it when Albedo gave this to her, but now only the size of that stone had decreased to that of a grain of rice. Feeling confused, the girl picked it. But then... hiss! The small stone turned into abyss flame and was absorbed into her before she even had the time to react. At this time, she also realized that her abyss power had become a little stronger and purer. Finally, everything started making sense. Lumen, so, that's how it is. Because the power inside that stone's so dense and concentrated, I would have died if I absorb it right away. But during the past months, whenever I use my abyss power and understand more about it, the power inside that stone got released and absorbed by me. And since the improvement was little every time, I didn't realize it till now. That's what Mr. Ersta wants me to do. He wanted to polish my control of abyss while making it stronger. Chuckling, she threw the box away and walked to the heart. Reaching it, she raised her hand and touched it. Then she realized that there was some kind of thin layer of power protecting it. Lumen, though it's only as thin as a film, I don't think even Lady Moon will be able to break it. As she was pondering about it, Lumen realized that the power inside this heart was somehow familiar to what she had. Lumen, I see. It's the power of abyss. Other powers won't be able to penetrate the layer, but abyss power might have some possibility. Thinking, she drew out her silver sword and coated it with dark blue abyss flames. Hiss. Jean, Lumen, what are you doing? Lumen, don't worry. If I am not wrong, even if I succeeded in thrusting my sword, the heart won't get destroyed. On the contrary, it will make my abyss power stronger. She then took the stance and stabbed. Thrust. Thuck. Out of her expectations, her sword cut through the layer of power and thrust it into the heart without any resistance. Seeing this, she took a sigh of relief. Lumen, so, abyss power really is the key. At this point, the traveler felt the surge of power inside the heart was passing through her sword and pouring into her. She was feeling very comfortable as the power inside her was growing steadfastly. She then closed her eyes and enjoyed this feeling. Inazuma. Tenchikaku. Premies, who had returned to his work and reading through the documents in his office, sensed something and looked at the direction of Mondstadt. Premies, so, you reached your destination at last, well done. Then the corner of his lips rose. Premies, but now your work is done. Once he done saying so, a glint passed in his eyes before he retuned back to the paperwork. Mondstadt. Albedo Workshop. The chief alchemist, who had been busy in his research on making the weapons to fight against the monsters, heard an unusual noise. As he put his things down and decided to check, there was big sound. Bang. Hearing this, he hurriedly rushed to check, only to realize that there was a hole in the ceiling where a light from outside was coming. When he looked down to check the materials, he shivered at realizing what was missing. Albedo, oh no. Mondstadt, Dragon Spine. Moon, who had been slaying one monster after another, raised her head all sudden and saw a star in the sky. But then that star turned into a streak of light and reached Dragon Spine. As she was wondering what it was, the streak of light went past her and went to the depth of the dragon spine where the heart of Durin resided. Seeing that, she suddenly had a bad premonition and couldn't help but follow that light while slaying the monsters in the way. Durin's heart. Currently Lumen was absorbing the power of abyss while the Knights of Favonius were standing behind in silence. The only thing they can do now was wait. Dilek, what do you think, will we have any chance of winning with this? Jean, I don't know. Right now, we can only pray that it does. Sighing, Red-Haired shook his head. Dilek, to think we need to rely on outsider to protect our city. Kia, I know your feeling. But we are helpless on our own. Lisa, right now, we can only put our hope on Sweetie. Amber, what about, Mr. Hirschers? Eula, I think as long as Honorable Knight is with us, Mr. Hirschers will also be. Jean, let's hope so. At this point, they sensed something and looked back. Seeing a streak of light coming for them caught them off guard, but before they could do anything, the light went past them. And then there was a sound. Thrust. Splurt. Hearing this, all Knights of Favonius widened their eyes and looked back. Drip. Drip. There, the traveler, who was enjoying the increasing of power, opened her eyes and looked down. A sword came out of nowhere, penetrated through her back and came out of her chest. As Lumen was thinking it was dream, a pulse was released from it. Tu. Crack. Lumen, HRRGH. In the next moment, the traveler vomited out the blood from her mouth as the power released by the sword destroyed her inwards completely. Her bones shattered into pieces. Organs including heart destroyed. Tissues, veins and muscles crushed. Splurt. 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 Red liquid burst out from every pore of her body. Cling. The sword she was holding in her hand fell. If not because of the sword and was penetrate though her body, giving her some support, then she would have fallen too. Nevertheless, the blonde didn't care. Currently she was looking above with blank and despair-filled eyes. Then tears of pain, sorrow, sadness, ache, streamed down her face. As darkness was about to swallow her completely, she uttered her last words which contained all her longing and pain. Lumen, Y, Mr. Air.S.T.E. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 477, Volume 5, Chapter 93, Blood Tears. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Jean and others can only look in shock at the impaled Lumen. Everything happened so fast for any of them to register what just transpired. In one moment, the traveler was attaining power and become the hope of the Mondstadt, but in the next moment, that very traveler became corpse, shattering all their hopes. Making them fall into despair. Amber, Lumen. The Outrider was the first one to snap out of her stupor and ran towards her. This also made others to return back to their thoughts as they did the same. When they reached her, they tried to pull the sword out. Sadly, no matter how much they tried, the sword won't even budge. They even used their elemental powers, unfortunately, the result remained the same. Seeing how Traveler condition was getting worse as more and more blood was leaking out of it, Jean pointed her hands at the blonde girl and used her elemental burst. Wail. Whiz. The Anemo power came out of her and engulfed Lumen, trying to rejuvenate her wounds. Nevertheless, there wasn't any change in situation even a little bit. The wounds just kept on opening, not showing any sign of healing. By now Outrider eyes had already filled with tears, seeing how helpless she was. Others were also showing somewhat same expressions. What happened here? Hearing this shout, they all looked back and saw Moon, who had entered the area. Lisa, Lady Moon, please do something, Sweetie is dying. This jolted the woman as she reached them in an instant and grabbed the handle of the sword. She had some questions, but she knew what was important at the moment. Boom. Power of Adeptus burst out of her as pulled the sword out. Or, she tried to. But to her shock, even with her full strength, the sword was not showing any hint of moving. Moon, just what kind of sword is this? She spoke while gritting her teeth. Others also grabbed the sword and tried to join forces, but to no avail. Grr. At this time, they heard the sound of the spider monsters behind. Turning, they saw how hundreds of them had entered the place and were rushing towards them. As despair filled the eyes of Jean and others, Moon let out a sigh and removed her hand from the hilt. Next, she summoned Dragon Spine Spear again in her hand and spoke. Moon, I will open a path. Follow me closely, otherwise, I won't be able to guarantee your safety. Kia, are you saying we should leave our honorable knight here? Dilek, I am against it. I won't be leaving without taking her with us. Jean, I also agreed with the others. Noticing their determined expression, Moon couldn't help reveal which was hiding. Moon, there's no point, she is already dead. Amber. Kia. Jean. Lisa. Dilek. Eula. Actually, Moon was already certain of Lumen's death the moment she entered this place. However, she wanted to confirm whether a trace of life was left in Traveler or not. In case it did, then she would have the means of stop it from dispersing, hence, preventing her death. But now she had confirmed that no breath of life was left in the blonde. Lumen was really gone. Seeing their lost look, as if everything was lost, Moon could only let out a deep sigh. Moon, stop standing in daze and let's go. Do you really think that girl wants to see you dying here? And don't you want to save your city? This made their bodies trembled as they can only gritted their teeth and clenched their fist in frustration. They again experienced the same sense of powerless and helpless that they faced in Mondstadt, seeing they can't protect their people from Yuya's madness. Yet, they didn't show any sign of moving from their spot. Witnessing this, Moon decided to take things in our hand. Gleam. Her Adeptus power was released and covered all of them. Eula, what are you doing? Moon, sorry, but that's the only way. Saying, she charged at the horde of monster coming for them. When she was doing so, Jean and others realized that they can no longer had any control over their bodies as it started moving on its own, following behind Moon. Amber, stop this. Lumen is still there. Turning a deaf ear to her plea, Moon continued charging forward. Swoosh. Thuck. Bang. Their group became some kind of spearhead cutting through all the monsters in the way. By the time they reached the end of the tunnel, saw the light of outside, Jean and others moved their eyes to glance back but witnessed a scene that broke their brave front and led them succumb to tears. Some spider monsters and their variants, instead of following them, surrounded Lumen. Next, they started feasting on her. Crunch. 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 In the end, Jean and others could only close their eyes in pain and let their bodies follow the Adeptus woman unconditionally. This day was something that they will never be able to forget throughout their life. 6 months later. Outskirts of City of Freedom. A group of people were hiding in the forests while looking at capital from the distance. Those people had covered themselves in a long cloak to protect themselves from wind and dust and also to hide their identity from being exposed. Normal cloak won't be able to do so, but these were made by the chef alchemist himself using alchemy. Hence, they contained such ability while still looking like a normal one. The first who was standing on the very front with its hand on the tree and spoke. We have returned back to our city. Though now it looks gloomier than months ago. One can't argue with that. When Premies and Lumen visited the city for the first time, it was livelier and more colorful, with full of smiling people, walking around and engaging in a hearty talk. But now, not even a shadow of such time was left. At this point, another cloaked figure approached and spoke. Acting Grand Master, all the preparation are done. Hearing this, Jean, who was looking at the city, nodded. Jean, She then turned and looked at all the cloaked figures behind and spoke. Jean, this is the battle to take back the city that rightful belongs to us from a bloodthirsty villain. Remember how many of your loved ones were humiliated, died, got eaten and sacrificed so that you can escape. Now it's time to raise your weapons against him and let him know that City of Freedom is ours, not his. Pausing, she moved her gaze at all of them. These were the last remaining people of Mondstadt. When Jean and others went to look for Lumen, the situation of Mondstadt became more dire. Hence, the remaining people decided to take a stand and leave this hellhole. Knowing that if they will be in group, they will die faster, they made many small teams and escaped from different routes. Of course, Yuya found that and started hunting them. At that time, many older people and parents stood in front and sacrificed themselves so that the remaining generation can survive. Fortunately, Yuya didn't pursue these people. And while they were traveling around Mondstadt without any purpose in mind, they met up with Jean and others. Since all these people have the desire to take their city back, they joined and planned their attack. Jean, are you all prepared to put your lives on the lines for your city? People of Mondstadt, yes. Jean, then charge. Turning towards the capital, Jean shouted. People of Mondstadt, for Mondstadt. Screaming, almost everyone ran towards the city. The acting Grandmaster was still standing on the spot while looking at the people dashing with their everything. All the time when she was giving the speech and raising their morals, her tone was flat, showing no emotional fluctuation even when seeing them now. Jay, just what happened to you, SSS sister? The person who spoke with Jean before asked. Jean, what do you mean by that, Barbara? The blonde answered with her own question. This person named Barbara was a 16-year-old girl with ash blonde hair and 2 high pigtails that spiraled downward, gray-blue eyes, and fair skin. She was wearing a white frock that was open at the shoulders and a large white and blue bow in the front along with white tights, white ankle boots, and a blue and white cap. Her vision was attached to a gold-adorned spellbook with a light blue cover and a small cross charm hangs at her side. She was also the deaconess of the Church of Favonius and Jean's younger sister. Barbara, sister, you are no longer the one you used to be. Even though you were stern and strict, you take it upon yourself to protect the nation from any sort of threats it may face and, as a result, is looked up to and respected by almost the entirety of its population. You feel a strong sense of duty towards protecting our homeland and its inhabitants. But now. The acting Grand Master remained silent and let her sister continue. Barbara, you know what, sister? Once I escaped with survivors, I was lost. I didn't even know what to do and make people gain courage again. As a deaconess, it's my duty to give people hope in their most vulnerable time. But no matter what I do, the only thing I see in their eyes were despair. Drip. 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 Tears were dropping from the eyes of the girls and recalled the past. Barbara, and when I met you, I was happy. So happy that I really wanted to rush and hug you at that moment. But you, sniff, even though you acknowledged my presence, you didn't seem as happy as me. I thought it's because of the pressure, but during these whole past months, I never saw you smile even once. You always appear taciturn and brooding. Sniff, you even become colder. At this point, she pointed towards the people who were entering the gates. Barbara, the old you will never send people to charge on their own like this. Even though they have determination, most of them are still normal people without vision. Against that monster, these people are nothing more than cannon fodder. In other words, you are sending them to their death. And here, she looked back and addressed the others who stayed. Barbara, why are you not saying anything? Amber, didn't you also say that it's the duty of knights to help people? Mr. Dialek, even though you left the Knights of Favonius, you always protected the city in shadows. Mr. Kia, didn't you also step forward to help even if it was a stranger? Ms. Eula, didn't you also aid everyone, even when you are viewed with contempt by the people because of your clan? Ms. Lisa, with your unparalleled great wisdom, you always know what to do with whatever troubles Mondstadt. Pausing, she looked at them and continued. Barbara, you all are outstanding Knights of Favonius, who everyone wants to become and look up to. Then, why are you all changed so much all of a sudden? How can you all let people die like this? Jean, you think we want to? The blonde's outburst shut Deaconess up. That's the first time she had seen her sister yelled at her like this. This really shocked her to the core. But soon that shock turned into astonishment when she noticed the shivering body of her sister. Jean, we have no choice. This is our last chance to strike and take back Mondstadt, even for the time being. There is no more miracle. There is no more hope. The only thing we can do is keep going forward even when we know it will lead to our death. Not only that. Stopping, she spoke. Jean, all those people know about it. Barbara. Jean, it was not us but them who come to us and provide us this solution. They knew they are going for their death but they still accept it with a smile on their face, saying if it will even increase the slightest chances of winning, they willing to do so. Drip. 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 At this time, tears dropped on the ground. The moment Barbara looked down, she put her hands on her mouth. Because that was blood. She then glanced back and witnessed the same spectator. Even though the long cloak was hiding their eyes, the blood tears that were streaming down from the face of every knight of Favonius can't be concealed. Jean, we don't know what we have offended and are now facing his or her wrath. But what we know for sure is that Mondstadt is no more. Even if we succeed in killing Yuya, instead of celebrating, the only thing we can do is wait. Raising her head, she looked at her city as blood tears kept falling. Jean, wait, for those things to come and send us on your way, our death is already destined like our people, Barbara. But we will join them before long. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 478, Volume 5, Chapter 94, Knights of Favonius vs. Yuya. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or in another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Boom. 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 Suddenly, loud sound of explosions can be heard from the city. This attracted the attention Jean and others towards its direction. Eula, so, it has begun. The Spindrift Knight spoke while letting out a sigh of sadness. Barbara, what are these explosions about? And why does its L look like you all know what is the source? She asked while looking at light of fire and smoke that was coming from their homeland. Lisa, we just told you that with the sacrifices of our people, our chances of success will increase, right? That's the reason. Barbara, what do you mean? After a moment of silence, Kia spoke. Kia, you must have seen those pouches strapped on the waist of the people, don't you? Barbara, why yes. What about it? Amber, all those pouches are full of explosives. Not only that, these people have also embedded bombs in their heart. Dialek, hence, the moment they die, the explosion will go off and because of other explosives that they are carrying, it will increase potency of explosion, even more. Barbara. Sighing, Jean continued. Jean, they are not mere suicide squad, they are suicide bomb squad. Step. Step. Covering her mouth in shock, Deaconess took some steps back as tears streamed down her cheeks. Barbara, so, every explosion is the LL lives of our people. Jean. Yes. Thud. At her sister's confirmation, Barbara fell on all fours, not daring to look in front as with every explosion, more tears started to fall. Memories of her times in Mondstadt appeared in her mind. Smile of her people, their kindness, goodness. All were remembered one by one. She knew she will never to be able to see them ever again. And this hurt her even more. Barbara, hick sniff hack sniff. The cry of the little girl resounded in the forest. Though it was soon suppressed by the sound of explosions. Even when seeing Barbara like this, neither Jean nor anyone else stepped forward to hug and comfort the little girl. Not that they didn't want to, but they can't. They can't say something like, everything will be okay. Or, don't worry, things will be fine soon. Or, hang in there, life gets better, or, the struggles we endure today will be the good old days we laugh about tomorrow, or, every problem has a solution. There's always a way to fix something. So, rest assured, all the right solutions will become known to you soon. Or so on. Because they knew that at this moment, everything is lost. Hopes, dreams, future, all gone. On the contrary, they wanted someone to come and say those same words to them too. Like this, time went by. 30 minutes later. The sound of detonation stopped. Not only it means that their people were no more but also a cue that it was time for the Knights of Favonius to enter the stage. Thud. Hearing this sound, Jean glanced back and saw Amber, who was now standing near Barbara after chopping at the girl's neck, making her unconscious. Sighing, the acting grandmaster spoke. Jean, thank you, Amber. Amber, I know you don't want your little sister to join. Her presence will only distract you during the fight. Jean, yeah, I won't deny that. Lisa, so, it's time. Have you really made up your mind? At this, they all raised their head and looked at Moon, who was sitting on the branch of tree while looking at them. Jean, there is no going back now. Moon, I see. Jean, still, we want to thank Lady Moon for training us for the last months. Once the blonde words fell, all of them including Jean bowed their head towards her. Jean, we will never forget this gratitude. So. Knights of Favonius, thank you, Lady Moon. For everything you taught us. Moon. Seeing their sincerity, the Adeptus turned silent for a second before speaking. Moon, if you want to thank me, then you better win this. It will be enough for me to know that the time I invested on you was not the waste. Knights, we will. Moon, then be on your way. Bowing at her direction one last time, they all left the forest and walked towards Mondstadt City. Moon, still, can you answer one of my questions? Pausing, they looked back at her, waiting for her to continue. Moon, was all that hardship, pain, suffering, sacrifice, worth it? Hearing that, they showed a sad smile and answered. Knights of Favonius, of course, it's not. Moon. With that they turned, and continued on their way. The silver-haired kept on looking at them until they disappeared from her sight. Moon, may you all bring victory. With that, she disappeared from her spot. If not because she somewhat blamed herself for failing to save Lumen, she didn't plan to train them for the last months. But now that her job was done, she decided to no longer stay here and left. City of Freedom, Mondstadt. Step. 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 The sounds of steps were resounding in now desolate city, which was once referred as the City of Wind, Dandelions, and Freedom. Looking at the broken buildings, rubble, fallen plants, destroyed stalls, shops, shattered roads, blood-stained walls, pieces of flesh, corpses and so on all over, a pang of pain went through the hearts of Knights of Favonius. They never ever imagined or dreamt that their once cheerful and prosperous city will become like this one day. They even had the illusions of people, children, merchants, adventurers, and knights, walking around and enjoying their time together. Taking a deep sigh, they closed their eyes for a second before opening them, full of resolution. As they continued walking, they soon reached place which was destroyed by explosion from before. The area of still had some fire burning at the side with charcoal ground and fresh blood. Exchanging their glances, they nodded and started following these trails of blood. The more they followed, the more they saw the destruction and the more gruesome the scene would become. There were guts, intestines, bones, blood vessels, arm, leg, heads and many more all around. After walking through this blood path, they finally reached their destination and stopped. They were now in the plaza where the statue of a Nemo god once stood right in the middle. However, right now only the head of the statue was placed in the center while the rest of its body had fallen on the Favonius Cathedral behind it, destroying the building along with it. A person dapped in full body armor was sitting on the head of the statue while holding a huge sword in its hand. That was the person whom Knights of Favonius came to finish. The person responsible for the current state of Mondstadt, Yuya. A flash of fury passed through the eyes of Knights for a second, but they hurriedly suppressed it. They knew that right now was not the time to let emotions get the best of them. They must keep their thoughts rational, otherwise, everything they did till now would be in vain. Looking at the person whose armor was covered in blood, Jean gave him a deep stare and nodded inwardly. Jean, even though there are the blood of our people on the armor, right now most of it is coming from inside through the small openings in the armor. In other words, it's Yuya's blood himself. Shin. She then pulled out her sword and nodded at others. Lisa, it's just like what I heard from Mr. Herscher's thoughts. Even though Berserker armor provide incredible strength, speed, and agility to its user, it come with the cost of causing heavy strain and damage to the body in the process. Eula, Berserk armor keeps wounds from slowing ones down, forcibly relocating joints, reinforcing broken bones, and binding flesh to the bone with barbs. However, it does not mend wounds, meaning that one will still be bleeding out from particularly severe wounds. Amber, the impact of the explosions that were triggered at the death of our people sent a shockwave through Yuya's body, attacking him inside. And because there were many explosions, it severely injured his insides, letting blood to come out from his blood. That excessive blood is what leaking out right now. Kia, even if your wounds won't be able to affect your battle capabilities, how long can your body keep going with the loss of too much blood? Dialect, in other words, one way or another, it will become the battle of attrition. Let's see who will fall first. You or us? As everyone were prepared, the Yuya's head moved towards their direction as his red eyes were looking menacing at them. It can feel hostility from the Knights of Favonius, hence, concluded them as its enemy. Yuya, Berserker Amor Grrrr. Swoosh. Roaring like a beast, Yuya charged towards them with his inhumane speed. Jean and others remained unfazed. It might be difficult for their old ones to even catch the shadow of Yuya, but for the current one, it was not much of an issue. Jean, make sure not to get hit by Dragon Slayer. And also, don't try to block or parry it either. Even now it's too much for us to take it. Hence, make sure to always dodge it. Knights of Favonius, except Jean, yes. Answering, they moved out of Yuya's way and scattered in different directions. Fwoosh. 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 Just after dodging, Amber released a barrage of arrows at him. Swoosh. Yuya moved and started dodging them. Crackle. But at this moment, Kia unleashed an ice blast after predicting Yuya's next move. THSSS. The blast hit armored men and a layer of frost appeared on the armor, decreasing his speed. This resulted in some of the arrows succeeded in hitting him. Bam. Bam. Ting. Ting. Though, noticing how the place that got hit remained scathed, Amber narrowed her eyes. Amber, this armor is really too durable. I must decide a particular spot and strike it every time. As blindly attack all over is meaningless. Zap. 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 At this moment, many strikes of electros were released by Lisa and hit Yuya. Lisa, even though breaking the defense of the armor is hard, it is still made up of metal. And metal is good conductor of electricity. Hence, even you can't help yourself from getting electrocuted by it. Just like the mage said, since the entire Amor was made of metal, it electrocuted his body inside. While it's not enough to stop Yuya, this excessive electro disrupted the signals that brain sent to move body. Hence, it made Yuya's movements a bit more sluggish. Yuya, Berserker Amor roar. Wail. Whiz. Suddenly, the men shouted and an MO element burst out of him, removing the frost covering his armor as well as made a wind layer around to protect him from electro attacks released by Lisa. Knights of Favonius didn't seem surprised at this. They already took it into account that Yuya must be able to use an MO element since he can when they met him for the first time. They then braced themselves and charged again. The battle between Knights of Favonius and Yuya had just begun. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 479, Volume 5, Chapter 95, The Last Knights of Favonius. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. *A/N, long chapter. Swoosh. At this time, Spindrift Knight moved and jumped at Yuya while holding her cryo greatsword with her two hands before slashing downward using her full strength. Shin. TRRR. The sharp ice sword easily cut through the anemo around Yuya and reached him. Cling. Crack. Though Yuya brought his Dragon Slayer in front and blocked that ice sword. But the force behind the blow was enough to make cracks appear on the ground underneath his feet. Knowing this would happen from the beginning, Eula started attacking without waiting. Slash. Cling. Slash. Clang. Shin. Dang. She kept on striking at the Dragon Slayer, even while being aware that it was not doing anything. A second later, Yuya got irritated and deflected her sword. Shin. Fortunately, Eula jumped back at the last moment and retreated. The armored men red eyes were following the blue-haired. Because of it failed to notice that there was a small light sword hovering at Eula's previous spot. In the next moment, that sword descended and exploded violently. Boom. It may seem that Eula was just wasting time to strike at Dragon Slayer with no result. But in truth, her every attack was charging her lightfall sword which she was hiding behind. And when Yuya was about to attack, the lightfall sword also got fully charged. Hence, she moved away while dodging Yuya's move in the process. Next, the sword exploded hitting Yuya at the point-blank range. Now, Eula and others were looking at the explosion from distance and were preparing for their next action. They refused to believe that this was enough to take down Yuya. As they were doing so, Eula frowned and looked down. Pust. There on her stomach was a deep cut from where blood was oozing out. A cold sweat appeared on her forehead witnessing this as she hurriedly put her hand on it and covered it with ice. Crackle. Eula, that was a close call. If I was even a moment late, then he would have separated by upper and lower half. This attracted the attention of others, who turned to her and widened their eyes at this. Fortunately, Eula gestured them that she was fine, hence, they again focused on their target. Yuya, Berserker Armor Roar. All the smoke and dust blew away at Yuya's beastly roar as he appeared standing in the middle of the crater. The armor remained unscathed as before. Still, they noticed that even more blood was leaking out from the openings of the armor, clearly indicating he really took a hit from it. Swoosh. Using an ammo to increase speed even further, Armored Man appeared in front of Eula and swung his huge sword. Shin. The blue-haired ducked and dodged it before swinging her own claymore at him. Slash. Dang. Still, it was not enough to break through armor's defense. Swiftly Yuya raised his leg and kicked blue-haired head, throwing her away as she smashed at the building in the distance. Bam. Eula, ugh. Whoosh. Bang. There was another light fall sword at Eula's location, which exploded the moment she was blown away. Boom. Too bad, this might have explosion was weaker since blue hair didn't get the time to charge it. Still, it was enough to stumble the armored man, enough for the barrage of arrows launched by Amber to hit him. Whoosh. Whoosh. Bam. Bam. This turned his attention to Amber instead of going after Eula. Swoosh. Swoosh. Before it could charge towards the Outrider, Kia and Dialek reached it. They then struck him with their weapons covered in Pryo and Cryo element. Slash. Slash. Though their attacks missed as Yuya jumped and dodged them. And while in air, he swung his huge sword towards Dialek head. Rumble. But it didn't get the liberty to do as a thick bolt of lightning fell on him from the sky on him. Zap. This paused him for a moment, giving Kia and Dialek opportunity to attack again. Slash. Slash. Crackle. Hiss. A layer of ice appeared on Yuya's back while a layer of fire appeared on his front, freezing and burning him at the same time. Both men didn't dare to linger at their position anymore in risk of facing some unusual counterattack, hence, they retreated. Witnessing their withdrawal, Lisa, who was responsible for that lightning, bombarding Yuya with even more of them. The Outrider was also moving, jumping, from one place to another while releasing a barrage of cryo arrows at Armored Man, albeit, this time, instead of attacking wherever she saw opening, she was aiming for one spot only. DRR. The Spindrift Knight also pushed away the rubble and came out at this point. Even if there were minor injuries all over her body, a streak of red liquid was steaming down from her head. Before Yuya could kick her, Eula realized that the force behind that was not something she could take, as there was a high possibility that her head would burst like a watermelon. Hence, instinctively, she pulled her sword back to block it. Although she was only able to block half of the attack, she still succeeded in keeping her life intact. Gather her cryo element in her sword, she struck it in the ground. Thuck. In the next second, ice spikes started coming out of it one by one and rushed towards their target. Thunny. Thunny. Dang. Reaching Yuya they stabbed with, but some of them broke after hitting him while others failed to even puncture his armor like before. Wail. Whiz. At this moment, Jean, who was not taking part in the fight till now, was surrounded by an ammo storm. She was standing with her one foot in front and her hand which was holding her sword was behind. The acting Grandmaster then started moving the direction of the storm towards the tip of her sword. All the preparations were done. This was the moment she was waiting for. Finally, she moved her sword and stabbed forward. Dumb. The highly concentrated ammo element, in the form of Stinger, was released from the tip of Jean's sword and reached Yuya, who was currently being suppressed by the attacks of Lisa, Amber, and Eula. Bam. That ammo Stinger hit him right in the middle of chest and took him away while breaking many buildings in the way. Bang. 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 Sighing, the blonde lowered her sword and started recovering her reserve. That move just now took a lot of her elemental power. Amber, do you think it's OV? Kia, over. I don't think so. The Frostwind swordsman interrupted the bandana girl, continued and answered. Lisa, true. Granted it was only Yuya, then there might some chances, however, that armor changes everything. Jean, If that strike succeeded in even putting cracks on that armor, I will already call it an achievement. Dialek, yeah. On top of that, I can't picture that our fight to be over this soon. Eula, it will be just too easily in that case. Once the blue-haired woman words fell, all the debris in the distance blew away. Boom. The armored man reappeared while covered in blood. Though the Knights of Favonius gaze were at his chest, which took the full blunt of Jean's attack. And as expected, that move failed to even crack that armor. Though, that part was the armor was now curved inward. Thunch. Thud. Splurt. Yuya took single step, but then in the next second, he fell on one of his knees and started vomiting blood from the mouth of his beast-like helmet. They then exchanged glances, confirming everyone were thinking the same. That move of acting Grandmaster really did numbers on him. Next, they held their weapon tightly and charged towards him to continue their battle. Like this time went by. 3 hours later. The entire Mondstadt had turned into rubble by this point. Even some buildings which were only partially destroyed had fallen. Now only wreckage could be seen in the city. The knights were breathing heavily while covered in injuries and were looking at the armored man which was laying on the ground in front of them. Just like Dialek said, in the end, it became the battle of attrition. Despite throwing everything that was in their hand at the same spot again and again, only some cracks had appeared on it even after fighting was so long. If not because there was some slight movement of Yuya's chest raising and falling, they would have thought he already was dead. Jean, to think even after our people sacrificed themselves by becoming a suicide bomb squad, it still took so long to finally put him down. Shaking her head, the acting Grandmaster put her thoughts away and turned to look at Kia. While they were too tired, they still can't let their guard down until Yuya completely died. Nodding, the Frostwind swordsman walked towards Yuya. Since he once considered him as his brother, he wanted to end him with his own hand. Approaching him, he put his foot on his armor plate and stabbed at that cracked part, hoping it will destroy this time. Thirst. Crack. As if his prayers were heard, Kia's sword thrusted into the armor and he can feel that it had hit flesh, means Yuya's body. Sighing, he spoke. Kia, farewell, Yuya. The one who I once called brother. He remained like this for a few seconds before finally pulling his sword out. But once he did, an ominous black aura burst out of the armor. Boom. Kia, GUH. The force behind that black aura threw Kia away, making him roll on the ground for some distance before stopping. Eula, looks like it's not over yet. Others didn't speak, though they also agreed with her. They then readied themselves for the next battle. The black aura had already covered the area of 10 meters around it, making it difficult for them to see inside. As they were waiting for his next action, suddenly, there was flash of red light before they saw shadow rushing out. Flash. Swoosh. And then. Thuck. Jean widened her eyes, seeing how Yuya appeared in front of him in an instant. Though her gaze lingered on him only for a moment before she lowered her head and saw one of his hands was penetrated through her chest and was coming out from her back. Drip. Drip. On that claw-like gauntlet there was an organ. Others realized it right away that it was Jean's heart. Vital fluid was leaking from it and from where that arm had thrusted. Jean, HNNRGH. Blood started coming from her mouth non-stop. Lisa, Jean. Chuckling, the blonde spoke with difficulty. Jean, so, there is where cough cough I will fall cough cough. Huh. Yuya, Berserker Armor GRR. Not speaking, Yuya pulled out his arm, or was about to when Jean grabbed it, prevented him from doing so. He then raised her leg and stomped it hard on Dragon Slayer. Dang. This also stopped Yuya from swinging it at her, to free himself. Next, she moved her hand which was holding the sword and stabbed it through the hole at the chest plate of Berserker Armor. Thrust. Finally, to finish it, she released all of her remaining anemo, surrounded both herself and Yuya within. The armored man also had no intention of taking it lying down. Hence, it opened his beast mouth and bite at Jean. Fortunately, in the last moment, Jean moved her head to the side, making beast to bite at her shoulder instead. Splurt. Gush of blood came out of it as it started eating her shoulder. Crunch. Crunch. Trying her best not to scream, the blonde looked at others, showed a weak smile and spoke. Jean, I will take my leave. First. Then her gaze landed on red-haired. Jean, Master Dialek, please. Hearing this, the body of Dark Knight hero trembled before he gritted his teeth and gathered the remaining prio element into his sword before swinging it. Screech. The scorching flames turned into a phoenix that flew towards Jean and Yuya. The acting Grandmaster smiled and closed her eyes as that flaming bird hit them. Boom. Thanks to the anemo that Jean surrounded them with, it made flames even more intense and powerful, leading to a huge fire tornado. Whiz. Hiss. Wail. The tornado kept on going for some time before dispersing. Once it did, they can see the burning body of Jean on the ground while the armored man still standing at the side. As if that tornado didn't do anything to him. However, with their keen eyes, they noticed that the ominous aura surrounding him had decreased by a quarter. Lisa, you, monster. The mage spoke with fury visible in her eyes. She then summoned a lightning rose at her position which started launching powerful lightning bolts at Yuya. Zap. Zap. Without stopping there, she called down lightning from the sky that also fell on Yuya. Rumble. Rumble. Looking at Lisa, Yuya charged towards her while taking the blunt of lightning non-stop. Though it did slow his movements a little. Swoosh. 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 Dang. Kia, Dialek, and Eula reached him and collided with him, trying to prevent him from reaching the mage. As only Lisa was in his mind now, it ignored the three people and kept on pushing and dragging them along. Gorges were formed on the ground because Kia, Dialek, and Eula feet were deep embedded in ground. On top of that, since they were in close contact with him, they were also feeling the effects of lightning that was falling on the armored men. Yet, they gritted their teeth and just focused on stopping him. With time, the speed of Yuya kept on decreasing. It soon reached the snail pace when it was only 5 meters away. It could only extend its free hand towards Lisa as if trying to reach his goal, which was so close yet too far. Too bad, it had now used most of body strength, was also reaching his limit. The mage was breathing heavy at this point and was covered in both blood and sweat. She had used everything that was left in her. Hence, just standing right now was taking all her willpower. But then. Click. Lisa, huh? Bang. A muzzle came out from the hand. Yuya was pointed at Lisa and shot. The mage had blew away along with half of her head and her brain matter splat around. Thud. And then her lifeless body also fell as blood, juice, plasma coming from her head dyed the ground. The Kia, Dialek, Eula, and Amber can only look in horror as one more of them fell. Suppressing the pain in their heart, Kia and Dialek looked at each other and nodded. Kia, we leave the next course of action to you, Spindrift Knight. Eula, what? Instead of answering, both Kia and Dialek put their weapons away and grabbed hold of one of Yuya's arms. Dialek, here goes nothing. Once his words, both of them got engulfed in their respective elements. Looking at their huge burst of elemental power and their shining visions, Eula realized that they were using their life force in exchange for such boost. As a result, the right side of Yuya soon got covered in flames while the left side got coved in frost. Not only that, when those elements met each other in the center, they didn't try to fight or affect each other, maintain the distance. From the small openings in the armor, both elements entered inside, burning and freezing Yuya's body at the same time. Knowing that it was over for Kia and Dialek by the time their element's power will die down, Eula held the handle of Claymore tightly and started striking Yuya. Slash. Dang. Slash. Dang. Slash. Dang. Her attacks kept on become more and more ferocious. As if she wanted to let out all her grievance, rage, and sorrow. She had given up on defense and put everything in offense, making her hits even stronger. While she was doing so, her vision was also shining brightly. Eventually, Kia and Dialek also used up their everything. Their elemental powers dispersed. When it did so, only the frozen Kia and burnt-out body of Dialek was left. Thud. Crack. Thud. Both fell at the same time, breaking Kia ice sculpture. Slash. Dang. Slash. Dang. Still, Eula didn't stop and kept on striking. By now less than 20% of black aura was emitting from Berserker armor. Then, all of a sudden, all that black aura changed its movements and concentrated fully on the right arm. Due to getting this boost, the arm moved and swung the huge Dragon Slayer at Eula. Shin. Splurt. The body of Spindrift Knight was cut in two, separating her upper and lower half. From there, her intestines could be seen coming out, along with bones, blood vessels, and organs juice. Not only that, but that slash also severed both of her arms. This resulted in her body, arms, and weapon falling in different direction. Thud. Thud. Plat. Plat. Cling. Nevertheless, the blue hair didn't show any painful expression and spoke before closing her eyes, letting darkness took her away. Eula, end it. 3 Lightfall sword could be seen hovering at her spot. She was able to make them by sacrificing her life force. And by now, they all were fully charged. And then they descended and exploded violently. Kaboom. The explosion of the 3 Lightfall sword was at a whole different scale as a small mushroom of cloud rose in the sky. Everything around the vicinity of the explosion was destroyed. The shockwave released from it also turned the rubble and debris around it into pieces. A few minutes later, the cloud, smoke, and dust settled down, as the armored men could be seen falling from the sky. That explosion truly blew it away in the sky. Whistle. But just when he was about to touch ground, his instincts started warning him about the incoming doom. Moving his head, he saw Amber standing on a broken pillar, holding her bow while pointing towards him. Her face was covered in blood tears and only rage was present in her eyes. Her vision was also shining brightly as she was concentrating her everything into her last arrow. And then she let go of the string. Whoosh. Yuya also had no intention of dying like this, so he directly threw his Dragon Slayer at her. Whoosh. Both weapons were reaching each other. One giant sword and other fire arrows. Though instead of colliding, both went past each other. Thrust. Splurt. The giant sword thrusted through Outrider's chest and came out from her back before taking her away with it. Bang. 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 After breaking some obstacles in the way, it impaled her right on the city wall. On the other side, the flame arrow also reached Yuya, entered the hole in this armor plate and also smashed him on the city wall, opposite of Amber. Both parties who were plastered on the wall raised their heads with some difficulty and looked at each other. Blood was coming out of Amber's mouth and also from her body. That blood was streaking down the wall, making a trail in the wake. The armored man was looking at the Outrider menacingly and was trying his best to come out of the wall. And just when it seemed like it will succeed, the red light coming from his eyes ceased, the movements of his body stopped and, in the end, he lowered his head. Witnessing this, Amber let out a sigh of relief before a smile appeared on her face. Amber, we won, Jean, Lisa, Kia, Dilek, Eula, Lumen. However, there was no one to answer her and take part in her happiness. Knowing that more tears streamed down her eyes as she closed them. Amber, wait, for me. I will, soon, join you all, on the other side. As her consciousness was fading away, she thought. Amber, take care, Mr. Hershers. Sadly, we really wanted to spend more time with HYOU. Then she finally accepted her fate and embraced death. With this, the Battle of Knights of Favonius and Yuya finally came to an end. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 480, Volume 5, Chapter 96, Premies moved. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. / equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Inazuma. MT Yogo. Premies was currently laying on the grassland with his hands behind his head. His sword princess was standing beside him while looking at the horizon. Currently except the two of them, no one else was present on the mountain. Yae Miko was with Makoto and others preparing things for Premies' coronation ceremony. Everything would have been done months ago, but Premies stopped them and told them not to rush. He said they all should more focus on training the army as there was a possibility that invaders can come any time. And with the lack of strength, more of them might die. Hence, put more attention of becoming stronger and gave minimum time for his ceremony. As there was a lot of time for that. Hence, reluctantly they accepted his words as they knew he was right. Fortunately, even while they only gave minimum time to the preparation, many of work was still done in the span of the last months. At this Premies slowly opened his eyes and murmured. Premies, it's over. Ace, It was a great fight. The blonde said, praising the knight's bravery to fight to the very end. Even though she knew that they had no choice, she was impressed at how even after witnessing the deaths of each other, instead of getting broken or falling to despair, they continued to the last breath. Premies, yeah. Answering, Premies stood up, walked to the edge of the mountain and looked down. Inazuma had been a lot better than before. Many new houses were made, trees were planted, roads made, farms created and many more. While people also seemed happy looking at these, Premies knew that it won't be long before all things will turn rubble again. After all, even if in future everyone will strong enough to compete against enemies, all these things will still suffer from collateral damage. Anyway, many decorations could be seen on almost every building. The remaining one will soon follow. Witnessing the enthusiasm of the people, Premies remained silent. His first blade walked over to his side, chuckled. Ace, they seemed more eager to see you become their emperor than you yourself, my lord. Premies, I guess. Saying, he turned his attention towards the direction of training ground. There the soldiers were doing their drill, full with determination and diligence. At the side, Ei and Kujusera were monitoring them and will correct them if they found their posture wrong or something. Back in Tenshukaku, Makoto, Yae Miko, Sangonomiya Kokomi, and Kamisato Ayato were discussing their future plans while taking each other's opinion in mind. Suddenly, Makoto and Ei received Premies' sound transmission simultaneously. Premies, I will be away from Inazuma for the time being. Makoto, okay, my lord. The first Electro nodded and didn't ask further. Though the same can't be said for the current one. Ei, where are you going? She asked. Hearing her replied, Ace couldn't help but frown a little. Wherever Premies went was none of her concern. Who was she to question that? Even Makoto couldn't help show a wary smile at his smile as she also realized that Ei was crossing the line. But before Ace could inflict a punishment to her rudeness and Makoto could tell her sister to apologize, something surprising happened. Premies, Mondstadt. Without feeling offended, he answered trustfully, without hiding it from Ei. Mondstadt. Did something happen? Premies, yeah. I will explain in details after returning. Okay, please be careful. Premies, Seeing how the two people were conversing with each other so naturally, Ace was bewildered. Then she moved her gaze and looked attentive at in the distance. Knowingly her evaluation of had rose by quite a margin. She can already conclude that Premies had a little soft spot for this woman. On top of that, the way she said to please be careful was something that she came directly from her heart. In other words, if even knew of Premies' strength, she was still genuinely worried of his safety. While Ace was pondering about it, Makoto, who also heard everything, couldn't help but sigh in envy. Makoto, I am the one who spent more time with Lord and then Yet, it seems that it's those two who got closer. Sighing again, she shook her head. Makoto, I am getting more and more jealous of my sister now. Even if she thought so, she didn't have any bad thought about On the contrary, she would be more than happy if her sister will find Premies as someone she can fully rely on. Ye Miko, Makoto. Snapping out of her thoughts, the woman looked at Kitsune and other people in the room. Makoto, sorry, I was thinking about something. Anyway, let's continue where we left. Nodding their head, they all again focused on the matters in their hands. Mondstadt. The city of freedom. The once prosperous city had now turned into nothing with rubble. Bloodstain, flesh, organs, body parts, corpses could be seen in almost every corner of the city. Only a bleak, dull, gloomy atmosphere was present in this city of Dandelion now. At this moment, in the sky above the city, the space wrapped and two people appeared. Those two were none other than Premies and his sword princess, Ace. Premies' gaze swept through all over the city. His eyes lingered on berserker armor only for a moment before turning to the corpses of Knights of Favonius. Groan. Suddenly a heartbroken groan resounded in the surroundings. Instead of looking from which part of the city it was coming, Premies raised his head and looked at horizon. Premies, what's the point in crying? I only said I will lend a hand when those invaders will attack. And now that the city is destroyed before they can even make their move, it's not my problem. He replied to no one in particular. But Ace by his side knew that he was talking to the will of the world. That groan just now was a sorrowful cry of the will of world after witnessing Mondstadt demise. Groan. Premies, your begging is useless. I won't reverse what have happened. Especially after what you did to me. Groan. Premies, what you did. Do you really think I don't realize that when I contacted Essence of the World, you did something to make others listen by thoughts? A sudden silence. It was not that the will of the world was feeling guilty of its action, it was because it was dumbfounded. It didn't know when it did something like that. It then remembered that it did to Yuya so that it would be difficult for him to make his so-called harem. But now hearing Premies' words, it felt something was wrong. Hence, it decided to check. It then finally realized the blunder it committed. No wonder Premies had no intention of helping. It was already a blessing that he didn't take back his words to help the other nations. Premies, now, will remove the so-called inner thoughts or I will. He asked. No, it more precise to say he ordered. Remove it or be prepared for the consequences. Gleam. In the next second, a dazzling blue light came for him before fading. Premies then closed his eyes and merged with world. Premies, how boring. Let's just destroy this world. As he said these words, he was watching everything that was happening in the world. Thanks to that, he confirmed that no one else could hear his thoughts any longer. He then opened his eyes again and spoke. Premies, since this is the first time, I won't follow the matter. However, you better remember this and tell other wills of the world that if they do something like this in future, I won't tolerate it. There was no response, but from the slight shaking of the world, Premies knew it said it agreed. Confirming that there was nothing else to do, Premies decided to leave. Though at that moment, Ace grabbed his hand. Premies, Ace, my lord, I understand that you don't have good feeling for the people of Mondstadt after what they did. But those knights didn't go anything to offend you. They were guilty of it and even tried to change people's opinion about you. Even if they failed, they still tried their best. And in the end, they also died for their nation, for their bravery. Don't you think they should be rewarded? Even a little bit. Premies. The men became silent. Whatever Ace just said right now meant nothing to him. Although they fought and died like true knights, they did it for their nation, for their homeland. Not for him. Hence, he had no obligation to fulfill her wish. However, during all the time he had spent with Ace, she rarely asked anything for him. And those were small things, without anything special about them. Not only that, they met each other after such a long time, hence, he can't refuse her outright. Sighing, he extended his hand and caressed her cheeks. Premies, as I said before, I have no intention of reviving the dead people of Mondstadt. But I will do something else. Ace, Looking down, he waved his hand. When he did so, some wisps of light appeared out of now and started condensing. Gleam. Gleam. Once it died down, illusory bodies of 6 people appeared. They were none other than the dead knights of Favonius. Opening their eyes, they looked around feeling confused. Jean, aren't we dead? Premies, you are. Hearing this voice, they raised their head and saw Premies floating in the sky while looking down on them. Amber, M.Mr. Hershers. The outrider spoke with trembling voice. She really wanted to see him again before her fall. So, seeing him, many emotions appeared in eyes. Happiness, sadness, pain, surprise, relief, and regret. She was not the only one. Jean, Eula, Lisa also showing the same emotions. Only Kia and Dialek emotions were not as intense as them. While hovering in the sky, Premies, of course, witnessed them but remained apathetic. He then nodded his head and spoke. Premies, just like you said, you all are dead. The current you are just the soul which is dispersing at each passing second. By the time it does, you all will pass over to the other side. Speaking, he moved his gaze around them. They also followed it and witnessed their cold corpses. Seeing this, the Frostwind swordsman let out a sigh. Kia, so, in the end we all died. Not even one of them survived. Dialek, yeah. The last battle is still fresh in my mind. Eula, what about Yuya? Did we succeed in taking him down? That's the most important thing. They had planned, sacrificed, and put everything in the line to take down Yuya. If they still failed, everything will be in vain. Premies, yes. You all win. Saying, he pointed at the berserker armor, which was plastered on the wall of Mondstadt without any sign of life. Lisa, we really won. The mage relaxed seeing it and smile formed on her face. Others also gave a sigh of relief. At least, their death helped them to accomplish this. Collecting her thoughts, the acting master looked directly into Premies' eyes and asked. Jean, Mr. Hershers, since we are already died, we should be on our way, don't we? Yet, we appeared here, in front of you, in this state. If I am not wrong, it has something to do with you. So, can I ask why you summon us? Premies, you're right. I definitely have some intentions for summoning you all here. He didn't decline and admitted that it was his doing. Next, he paused for a moment, looked at every one of them and opened his mouth. Premies, I have a question for you all. What price are you willing to pay, if I will let you meet with the people of Mondstadt, one last time? *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 481, Volume 5, Chapter 97, title at the END *. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Mondstadt. Premies was currently sitting on the wall surrounding the city while deep in thought. He had given Jean and others one day think. During that time, they can move around, do whatever they wanted. Still, since they were in soul state, they can't touch any physical things. In other case, they can even pass through those objects, and Amber kept on doing so while laughing in the process. This also made others to try it. They didn't have much time left, hence, it won't be a problem if they relaxed and behaved somewhat childish. As their happy voices resounded behind him, Premies let them be as his mind was occupied with other stuff. Premies, from what I have concluded so far, all the nations will be attacked in 2 phases. In Mondstadt, Phase 1 is Yuya and Phase 2 will be those things. In Liyue Harbor, Phase 1 are those man-eaters and Phase 2 are again those things. As for Inazuma, Phase I is the fleet of fog and Phase 2 is still the same, that thing. This also meant that the other remaining nations will also follow the same process. However, because Premies didn't visited them yet, he didn't know who will their Phase 1 enemies. After all, Phase 2 enemies will also be same in those nations too. Of course, if he wanted, it will be a piece of cake for him to find who were the enemies in those nations, but he didn't feel like doing so right now. Ace, my lord, can you now tell me the real truth now? Premies, Real truth? What are you talking about? Becoming confused, he looked at her. Meeting his gaze, Ace answered while smiling. Ace, my lord, I have been with you for so long. Thus, even if I don't know you as well as Big Sister Ophis or like Sister Xingming, I still know you somewhat. Like, it was just a facade when you said that the reason you didn't want to revive the people of this nation is because you have no obligation to. It's true, but the real reason is something else. And from what I can see, it must be because you think it's a blessing if they die now than later. Premies. Hearing this, the men became silent and didn't speak for some time. Not minding it, Ace sat beside him, let her head rested on his shoulder and held his hand, intertwined their fingers. Instead of pulling back his hand, Premies held hers tightly before speaking. Premies, I only said I will lend a hand to the nations to fight against those things. I never once said I will help this world to win the entire planar war. It's not my place to interfere. Sighing, he continued. Premies, besides, saving this world means destroying all other worlds who are taking part in this war, as there can be only one winner. Why should I destroy those worlds that didn't do anything to offend me and are just fighting for their survival? Ace, in other words, even if you help them this time, in future, they will face foes who would either be as strong as them or even stronger. Premies, yeah, I have already seen the outcome. Ace, so, Lord took a look in the river of time. Huh. Premies, By now you must know that a world is not made of a single timeline but with of infinite parallel worlds which are born with every different decision that people take, leading to different future. The same is the case for this world. Ace, The blonde hummed with closed eyes. But in truth, she was also looking in the river of time to see what Premies saw. And finally, she realized the truth. Ace, so, they lost. Huh. Premies, yes. In all those outcomes, every single one of them, this world didn't win. Not even once. Ace, this explains everything. Premies, There are some branch worlds in which everyone came to know about this planar war and all of them joined forces. There are some in which Archon War didn't even occur, hence, they have all the gods that existed in this world before. There are even some in which ancient civilizations were not destroyed by heavenly principles which prosper the nations even more. In some, Kenria was still intact and spread its technology, making other nations even stronger, and there are some in which both the heavenly principles and those beings of abyss joined hands. Ace, but the result remained the same. Premies, yeah, it's not this world is weaker but some worlds are just too powerful. And just like Yuya, they also have transmigrators with God systems. Ace. Premies, so, the question is. Now that this world has lost, what will happen to its remaining inhabitants? Ace, they will be treated as the prisoners of war. Premies, You have seen how the winner world considered them as slaves. They are tortured, being experimented, made them killing each other for their entertainment, given food which is almost equal to feces and so on. Ace. Premies, women were treated even worse. They were thrown in the barracks, motels to be used to satisfy all the men and also treated as childbirthing machines. And all the children they gave birth to were later experimented upon to see what the children born from the people of different world were like and what else can they be used for. Premies, I have witnessed it all. Lumen, Amber, Jean, Lisa, Eula, Barbara, Kaching, Ganyu, Shinha, Yelan, Beidou, Ningguang, Xianling, Cloud Retainer, Ayaka, Kokomi, Kujusera, Ye Miko, Ei and all others treated the same. Premies, hence, instead of living a life which would be worse than death where death becomes a luxury, it's better to die now, and it's not only this world, survivors from other lost worlds suffer the same. Premies, the Black Bullet world also have the same outcome. Taking a deep sigh, Ace kept on playing with Premies' hand and spoke. Ace, war is always cruel. Premies, yeah. Even they said that, there was no fluctuations in their emotions and hearts. Not that surprising as they both had already ascended and reached to the point where human emotions can barely affect them. They then remained like this, enjoying the wind breeze as if what they discussed just now was something trivial. A few hundred miles away from the city. On the very east of the Mondstadt, there's an island. That island is known Musk Reef. Before Barbados became the Anemo Archon and reshaped the region of Mondstadt 2,600 years ago, Musk Reef was part of the main continent and the summit of a great mountain. During this time, it was known as Pylos Peak. During Mondstadt's terraforming, Barbados used his wind to blow the snow and ice off the land. Pylos Peak was swept off its original location, while the snow and ice melted and formed the ocean. As a result, the tall mountain peak was transformed into the island of Musk Reef. At this time, on one part of island, there a flash of light and someone fell. Thud. Ow. That hurts a bit. Complaining, the person stood up while rubbing his head where it hit the ground. The person was dap in a silver armor which looked like a falcon. At the left side of his waist was his sword and there was a blue-white cap hanging behind him. He looked like a holy knight. After finished rubbing his head, the person lowered his hand and his face became visible. Shocking, he was none that Yuya who should have been dead by now. Yuya, tch. To think they will go as far as sacrificing themselves to kill me. And damn that, berserker armor, have I not lost my mind because of it, I would have become the true hero of Mondstadt. That time even Amber, Lisa, Jean, and Eula would have thrown themselves in my arms. Shaking his head, he spoke. Yuya, good thing that just when I was about to die, I recovered my sanity and in the last moment, I succeed in escaping. He then looked at himself and smiled. Yuya, fortunately, along with Berserker armor, I also got this Falcon armor which is worn by Griffith. This armor is a lot stronger than Berserker armor as it contained Griffith divinity. I can't wear it before since my level was low but not anymore. Saying, he checked his status. Yuya, whoa, would you look at that? I am already level 450. Licking his lips, he closed it. Yuya, in any case, now that everyone in Mondstadt is dead along with those Knights of Favonius, there is no point in going there. So, the next stop, Liyue Harbor. There are also many beautiful women there like Hu Tao, Ganyu, Ningguang, Keqing, and even more. This time, I will definitely make them mine before something happened. He then started making his next plan to conquer Liyue Harbor. He didn't care much about the death of the women he slept or those like Jean and others who he was planning to. To him, this world was just a world of fiction and women here were just commodities and trophies. The one he can brag about if he someday returned back to his world. He really wanted to see the face of his friends there once he will tell them that he slept with the characters of Genshin Impact who they can only dreamt of. Thinking he started walking, making his way towards Liyue Harbor. Mondstadt. Ace, ZZ, ZZ, ZZ. Looking at sleeping Ace at his shoulder, preemies didn't know what to say. For the beings like them, sleep was no longer needed. Yet, the blonde did so occasionally without any guard. Still, he didn't mind. Ophis, Shengming, and his other subordinates also did the same even there was no danger around. In his presence, they felt a sense of security and rest without any care of the world. At this time, preemies turned his head and looked at a particular direction. Shaking his head, he spoke. Preemies, sorry, Yuya. But there is no next time for you. Your work is done and you are no longer necessary. Hence, it's time for you to leave this board. Then the corner of his mouth rose a little. Preemies, don't you think so too? At the end, he just moved his mouth but no one saw it. Musk Reef. Yuya was just about to leave the island when he sensed something. He then started looking around but found nothing. Narrowing his eyes, he activated the divine sense provided by his armor to check. Yet, he caught nothing. But that feeling didn't went away. On the contrary, it became even more apparent. A cold sweat appeared on his forehead as she drew his sword. Yuya, whoever you are. Show yourself. Once his words fell, the atmosphere changed. Everything turned silent before all the environment around him turned red. Whether it was ground, sea, or sky. And it was not blood red but a beautiful scarlet red. Still, Yuya had no intention of appreciating this beauty as all his instincts were screaming to run. He was also getting multiple system prompts, telling him to make his escape. Deciding to believe his system, he turned and run. Or, was about to him when he noticed a reflection on the surface of the sea. Pausing his steps, he raised his head. In the next second, his eyes widened as he was shocked to the core. On the sky, a person surrounded by a beautiful scarlet red aura was looking down at Yuya with its cold apathetic reddish eyes. The person had a pale face, yet instead of making it seem weaker, it made it more beautiful. Then there was its long hair which was reaching at the back of its knees. And it was wearing black-red clothing which suit perfectly with it. Looking at the person, Yuya unconsciously activated his appraisal and then it was as if he was struck by a lightning bolt. He then took a step back and muttered in disbelief. Yuya, that's impossible. If before he was uncertain, his appraisal confirmed it. Yuya, what happened? Just what happened to you, and how did you become this SS strong? Yet, the person had no intention of answering and kept of looking down at him. Gritting his teeth, he shouted. Yuya, answer me. Lumen. The girl then put a finger over her lips. Lumen, show. Lumen, Abyssal Princess, level. Beyond 1000. Pick, Lumen, Abyssal Princess. Chapter 97, Abyssal Princess. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 482, Volume 5, Chapter 98, Phase 1 complete. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or again another place. Equals point of view i.e. POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Yuya. The moment Lumen said to keep quiet, a heavy pressure fell on Yuya, making his mouth shut. Next, she slowly hovered down and her feet land on the ground. Step. Step. Step by step she walked over to the men. Though because of dense scarlet red aura around her, the more she came closer, the more suffocated Yuya felt. And when there is only distance of 5 meters between them, she stopped. Lumen, Abyssal Princess, I told you before, didn't I? I will kill you. And this time, no miracles will be able to save your pathetic life. The current demeanor of Lumen was completely different than previous one. It was sharp and sinister. And as her cold and indifferent gaze fell on him, the man felt a chill down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. Yuya, we will see that. At this time, he had already opened his system interference and used the rare potions which he got from system and were stored in his inventory. This feature was something only his system provided, to let him use the items even when they were not taken out. As a result, his strength drastically rose and he was not affected Abyssal Princess aura as much as before. The reddish golden-eyed girl of course noticed the increase in Yuya's strength. Still, she remained unfazed and let him be. Ding. Once he was done powering up, a falcon helmet covered his head. Yuya, let's see if you can handle me. Swoosh. With the speed far surpassing than what he had while in berserker armor, he charged and appeared in front of Lumen in an instant before swinging his sword at her. On the other hand, without showing in change of expression, Abyssal Princess just casually waved her hand. Bang. Yuya, ugh. The normal impact her scarlet red aura enough to ward him off and blew him away. Not only that but a mouthful of blood also came out of his mouth as he got system prompts in front of him, telling him that 80% of his organs were destroyed and hence required an emergency treatment immediately. Horrified, he hurriedly used the healing potions to heal himself. But to his shock, he realized that his wounds were not healing at all. Yuya, what's going on? Host, the sinister red aura has entered your body and preventing your injuries from healing. Yuya, it can't be. Do something, system. Host, I'm trying but for some reason it's not working. Yuya, what do you mean? As he was shouting hysterically inside, his body stopped in air. Panicking, he noticed that scarlet red aura emitting from Lumen was suspending him in the air. Yuya, wait, Lumen. Let's talk it out. He said while trying to break free, but it was all in vain. The Abyssal Princess turned a deaf ear to words. She then pointed her hand towards him before slowly squeezing them. Crack. Crack. Yuya, GAH. The man started screaming as all of his limbs started twisting and twirling. Drip. Drip. Blood was falling on the ground, dyeing the ground red. By the time it stopped, all of his limbs were now looking like coil. He was looking at the sky as his eyes rolled back behind his head and both blood and foam was leaking out from his mouth. The excruciating pain made him unconscious many times, but the next would wake him, making him experience the torture again and again. Hiss. Suddenly even more aura started coming out of the Lumen. But this time, that very aura turned into beautiful scarlet red flames. And those flames soon covered everything around, whether it's ground, sky, or the surface of water. Then slowly, the Abyssal Princess rose in the sky again. Before long, she was above even Yuya and was looking down coldly at him. The man who had just recovered some of his consciousness, witnessed Lumen raising her hand again. Hiss. Hiss. As if finding the cue, all the scarlet red flames around started gathering in Abyssal Princess' hand. It was a very horrifying sight to him because it was as if the entire world was submitting to Abyssal Princess and were following her orders. A few moments later, Lumen closed her hand, leaving only her index finger out. At first, there was nothing, but then a wisp of scarlet red flame appeared there. Yuya. Dread gripped Yuya's heart as he realized that mere wisp was the condensed and concentrated flame made from all the gathered flames. Turning to him, Abyssal Princess pointed her finger towards Yuya. The moment she did so, that wisp was flame left her finger slowly made its way towards him. Seeing the death approaching, Yuya started struggling even more violently. Too bad that the aura keeping him in the air didn't even budge. Yuya, wait. Lumen. I am sorry. Please forgive me. Lumen, Abyssal Princess. Yuya, I promise I won't do what I do in Mondstadt. Just give me one chance. Lumen, Abyssal Princess. Seeing how Abyssal Princess was not responding, he finally snapped. Yuya, bitch. Let me go. Lumen, Abyssal Princess. Yuya, if I survive this, then I will make your life worse than death. I will make you my personal toy and play with you however I want. Not only that, I will make everyone in the world have a taste of you. Lumen, Abyssal Princess. Yuya, stop. I order you. Lumen, Abyssal Princess. No matter what he said, Abyssal Princess remained indifferent. Since in her eyes it was more than a dying struggle of nobody. Seeing how his verbal method was not working, he finally turned his last lifeline. Yuya, system. Help me. Do something. I don't care what. I am your master. You must do something, protect me. So, do so, right now. The transmigrated was pushed to his limit to the point that he no longer cared even if the existence of his system will be known to others. I am sorry, host. Something is preventing me from interfering, I can't help you. Yuya, stop joking. Finally, that wisp of flame reached him and entered inside his forehead. At first, he felt nothing but then he started screaming as the flames started burning him from inside out. Yuya, ARGH. A few moments later, flames burst out from his eyes and mouth. Yuya, help me. I don't care who. Whether it's God or demon. Help me. I will willing to pay everything. Still, there was no miracle this time. The transmigrated kept on struggling violently because of extreme pain. Inside, his skin started turning red and then he exploded. KABOOM. A huge mushroom of scarlet red flames rose in the sky, erasing the island along with it while dyeing the sky same in color. The Abyssal Princess was standing in the middle of that scarlet red explosion, but she was completely unscathed. Her revenge was finally completed. While Lumen was deeply pondering about something, she didn't realize that a golden light shot out from the storm and disappeared into the horizon. Going somewhere. Though before it could to go further, a hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed it. Premies, let me guess. Looking for the new host. You. Who are you exactly? How do you know about me and stopped me? Premies, I wonder. The men replied nonchalantly. This time, Yuya really died for real. Hence, his system had no choice to make its escape in search for the new host. Though it would have never expected that someone will intercept him. Even if I can't find who you are exactly, but you seem very promising. What do you say? Want to become my host? You can attain a height never before. Hearing this, Premies gave him a mocking expression. Premies, no thank you. Premies, I am already approaching the limit of a second-level existence. A weak system like you can never even dreamt of reaching at the same stage as I am. So, this dead is waste of time. You are declining a system. Do you have any idea of the opportunity you are missing? Do you know many people wish and covet for a system? Is such opportunity worthless to you? Premies, yes. You. Premies, anyway, it's time for me to get what I come here more. Once his words fell, blue aura came out of him and engulfed the system. You. What are you doing, Arg? The system voice turned painful as Premies' blue aura forcefully entered inside it. Stop it. You are destroying me. Turning a deaf ear to his plea, Premies continued and soon reached his destination. That's what you are aiming for. How do you even know about it? Premies, there is many things I know. Something that you can't even imagine. Stop. If you do that you will become the enemy of every system in the existences. Premies, is that so? Saying, a cruel smile appeared on Premies' face. Premies, what a haul. Then, I will be waiting. Replying, he activated the hidden feature. When he did so, a system window will appear in front of him. Do you want to delete the system? Yes or no? Without a slightest hesitation, he clicked, yes. No. Click. Shine. A burst of light came from Premies' hand, but he held it in. Once it died out, he opened his hand. Now 2 orbs at the size of teardrop could be seen floating his hand. One of them was transparent in color while the other one was white. Seeing them, the corner of his lips rose. Ace, so, these orbs were what Lord was aiming at. Huh. Premies, yeah. To most people, they might be useless, but to me their value far exceeds what a system can offer. Nodding her head, she didn't ask much. Putting those orbs away, he then turned towards the direction of the scarlet red explosion. By now, the clouds and dust had settled down. At the explosion site, the Abyssal Princess was still hovering on her spot while her gaze was on where Yuya died. After confirming that not even ashes were left, she finally opened her mouth. Lumen, Abyssal Princess, it's over, indeed. Lumen, Abyssal Princess. Hearing the voice behind him, Lumen turned back and looked at the person. Lumen, Abyssal Princess Mr. Ersta. The Abyssal Princess, who was cold and indifferent to everything while showing her majesty till now, finally showed different expression for the first time. Many emotions appeared in her steady eyes, though the most who stood out her longing and yearning. Slowly she flew towards him. Her aura, which was too much to take for others, as if melted when it touched him. By the time she was in front of him, a mist covered her eyes before she rested her head on his chest. Lumen, Abyssal Princess, why? She asked slowly, though her shivering shoulders were enough to show here vulnerability. Raising her hand, she started punching his chest. Bam. Bam. However, her fists didn't have any strength in them. Lumen, Abyssal Princess, why? Premies, because I know you can do it. Hearing this, her movements pause. Lumen, Abyssal Princess W, what if I failed? Premies, you won't. Lumen, Abyssal Princess, how can you be so sure? Raising her head, she looked directly into Preemi's eyes while her face was covered in tears. She was no longer had the same demeanor, authority, majesty of the abyssal princess which was there before. Preemies, because I have been watching you. Lumen, abyssal princess huh? Preemies, all those years of our traveling together and everything that you went through during your transformation. I have always been watching you. I have seen everything. All your struggle, hardship, pain you went through and reached such heights. That's why I know, you can do it. Turning silent for a moment, she asked. Lumen, abyssal princess, then what if I still failed? Preemies, then I would have intervened and would have made sure you succeeded. Lumen, abyssal princess, how can I still trust you? Preemies, that's for you to decide. Whether you want to trust me or not. Lumen, abyssal princess. Lowering her head at his chest again, she spoke. Lumen, abyssal princess, you're cruel, Mr. Ersta, you know all along what I answer will be. Yet, you want me to say it. Preemies. Sighing, she spoke. Lumen, abyssal princess, you're right. Even now I trust you more than anyone else. Because no matter what cruel and ruthless method you use, it was for my well-being and to make me stronger. This also means, I am still a great use to you. Right. Preemies, yes. Lumen, abyssal princess, I see, then I must make sure that the day won't come when you thinking I am no longer necessary. Preemies. Lumen, abyssal princess, fine. If this is what you want, then make me go through even more hellish situation, give me even more difficult task, and I will emerge victorious every time. She then raised her head again, though this time, there was a genuine smile on her face. Preemies, in that case, I will be watching like always to all your endeavors. Lumen, abyssal princess. Sighing inwardly, Preemies then turned towards the destruction behind her. Preemies, anyway, with the death of Yuya, the phase 1 of the attack in Mondstadt is completed. Now, we need to make preparation of phase 2. Though there is still time for it. Lumen, abyssal princess, by the way, Mr. Ersta. I want something. Preemies, What is it? Instead of speaking, she moved her arms, coiled them around his neck. Next, she raised her raising head and put her soft lips on his. Kissing him. Lumen, abyssal princess, MMPH. If Preemies wanted, he could have stopped or dodged her, but he didn't. Preemies, I guess I will let her enjoy. Then he moved his hands around her waist and hugged her. In this scarlet-red world, only 2 people can be seen kissing without any care of the world. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 483, Volume 5, Chapter 99, The Truth. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period or again another place. Equals point of view, i.e., POV. // equals and call. Equals system and when talking to it. Equals thoughts being heard. Mondstadt City. The moment Preemies and Lumen set foot in the city, it directly attracted the attention of Knights of Favonius who were strolling around. All of their eyes widened in shock when they saw the blonde girl, which should be dead. As they had witnessed her being eaten by those monsters. Amber, Lumen. Though the one who snapped out of her thoughts first was the outrider as she ran towards them. Amber, I thought I won't be away to see you again. Saying she jumped on her. Thud. But then she passed through her and fell on the ground. Due to the excitement on seeing the traveler, she forgot that she was in soul state. Lumen, are you okay, Amber? Getting worried, the girl crouched down and asked gently. Oh, by the way, Lumen was no longer in her abyssal princess form and had returned to her normal state. That's because even though Lumen got a huge boost in her strength during abyssal princess state, she didn't have full control over it. On the contrary, even while facing Yuya, she was only using the raw power. Hence, for now, Preemies sealed that power of hers the same way he did for Shinha's demon state. Amber, of course, I am okay, but what about you? Didn't you? Lumen, well. Scratching her cheeks, she spoke. Lumen, actually, I never died in the first place. Amber, Lisa, huh? What do you mean, sweetie? Lumen, I think it must be because my abyss power was somewhat similar to the power in the heart. That's why before I can be fully eaten by those monsters, the heart absorbed me inside it and started healing me. And since my injuries were very severe, it took months to fully heal myself. Kia, I see. Still, it's happy to see you are fine now, honorable knight. Seeing how everyone was looking at her with smile on their smile, Lumen became silent for a moment before standing up and bowing towards. Lumen, I heard from Mr. Ersta what you all done. So, I am sorry for my rude behavior before and thank you helping me in my revenge against Yuya. Hearing this, they became stunned for a second before their expressions softened. Jean, no, it was our fault that Yuya moving so unhindered. So, we also want to apologize for failing to fulfill our duties as the Knights of Favonius. Saying they all also bowed their head towards her. Lumen, you guys. Looking at them from the side, Premies decided to leave, giving them some privacy. Returning back to the walls of city, Premies sat over it with his legs dangling down. At this point, he heard chuckled at his side. Ace, seeing how there is always someone by Lord's side, I feel relieved. Premies, is that so? Ace, yeah. We all know that if we leave you on your own for long, you will start becoming colder and more indifferent. Hence, it's essential that there is someone by your side almost all the time. Premies. He didn't answer. But he won't deny that. Because if no one was by his side, he put the things like feelings away and only used logical thinking to reach his goal. No matter how cruel and ruthless methods needed to be used or how many sacrifices needed to be made, in the end, he will reach his target. That's all that will matter to him. Sighing, he opened his hand and 4 orbs appeared. 2 transparent and 2 white. Before coming here, Premies had also deleted Lumen's system. That's why their numbers increased now. Sword Princess couldn't help but narrow her eyes looking at them. Ace, so, what the first system said was truth. Lord really do become the enemy of all the systems from that point onwards. Premies, yeah. When Premies was about to delete Lumen's system, the girl told him that she received a very high-level, mandatory quest. That was to kill him. She wasn't given the option to refuse it and must accept it. While rewards were extreme generous, the penalty for failure was also very severe. Premies, no matter in which world I will go, I will also make a lot of enemies one or another. There are those guilds who are after me. Then there are those beasts called evils of humanity. From what I have concluded, there will also be outer gods. Now even system and system users have also joined the fray. Chuckling he spoke. Premies, if they want to come then let them be. It will be too boring otherwise. Hearing this, Ace couldn't have helped but let out a sigh. Ace, he really didn't change. Like before, instead of afraid having too many enemies, Lord, is afraid of having too few of them. Mr. Ersta. Turning his head, he saw Lumen coming towards him while waving her hand and smile on her face. Premies, what are you doing here? Don't you want to catch up with them? Lumen, I can later. Right now, there are 2 things I want to ask Mr. Ersta. Jumping on the wall, the blonde took her seat. Seeing this Premies couldn't have but raise on of his brows. Premies, oi. There is also enough to place to sit around. So, why are sitting on my lap? Yes. Instead of sitting anywhere else, the blonde took her spot on Premies' lap. Lumen, hee. I find it more comfortable here than sitting on those hard walls. Hearing her response, the corner of Premies' lips twitched a little. Premies, this girl is getting more and more bolder. While this was going on, Ace at the side just shook her head and let them have their time. As Premies' first guard and first blade, she won't show herself to others unless it's to protect him or if he set her to do so. Anyway, knowing reasoning with her will be waste of time, he asked. Premies, so, what do you want to ask? Lumen, about how I become that strong. The last thing I know was stabbed by a sword and being eaten by the monsters. By the time I opened my eyes again, I was already Abyssal Princess. Premies, Well, does it really matter? Lumen, no, but I still want to know. Sighing, he spoke. Premies, fine. Premies POV. You remembered the box that I told Albedo to pass to you? You mean the one which contained that broken stone made of abyss power? Yes. But there is more to it. That stone not only made up of abyss power but also the highly toxic blood of Vile or Shadow Dragon, Durin. Abyss power and Durin's blood. Wait, if I remember there were some blood clots on Valen's back. Exactly. Instead of purifying them from Valen, I took them away and condensed them into a stone which was given to you. The reason I left the message to you about not absorbing the power inside that stone was not because of abyss power in it, but because of the venom. Even Valen got affected by it and fell in deep slumber. How can you possibly fight against it? Hence, the result will be getting poisoned and death soon after. ****, good thing that I keep your words in mind and didn't do so, even while I was tempted to. It really saved your life. Now, as you entered the dragon spine and started killing those monsters, a tiny bit of the power in that stone got released and was absorbed by you. Because of its very little quantity, even when toxic blood entered your bloodstream, it didn't affect you in any way. On the contrary, your body started to fight against it. And as you are becoming more and more stronger, more and more abyss power and toxic blood started mix with you. By the time the power in that stone was fully absorbed with you, not only your body formed a resistance against it but also started getting adapted to it. So, you are saying, when we reach Shadow Dragon's core, I already have some of its blood flowing in my veins. Yes. That is also why you were to stab your sword into his heart in the first place. Otherwise, even if you have abyss power, it will still be extremely difficult to do so. Next, the moment your sword pierced into that heart, you felt a huge amount of power pouring into your body. That was Durin power, which contained both his toxic blood and abyss power. And since you had already formed some kind of adaptivity at this point, instead of hurting you, it increased your adaptivity even more. Soon, you became fully compatible with Durin's power. And that's also when I made my move. Humph. You stabbed me with a sword and almost killed me. Indeed. However, here's a question. I have countless ways to kill you, but would I use a sword? And especially, that particular of sword on top of all. Maybe because if you use complete unfamiliar sword, no one would be able to follow it back to you and confirm you are the perpetrator. Girl, do you think I would be afraid if someone do find out about it? Well, I don't think so. Yes. Anyway, the truth is, that sword is special. That sword is coated with the powder made of Durin's remains. To be more specific, his eyes, claws, and scales. This infused the weapon with Durin's power but also its corruption, cursing the sword and making it unusable by ordinary mortals, as the corruption might seep through the handle and infect the body of the wielder. W.O. And when you got stabbed by that sword, everything was complete. The sword destroyed your inside entirely. If not because I was making sure that your consciousness and soul won't dissipate, you would be goner too. So, you really are looking after me. I guess. Hee hee. Tsundere. Oi. Where did you learn that word? Hee hee. I wonder. That's my line. Sigh. Let's return back to the topic. At that time, on the scene, there were 3 things that were related to Durin, i.e., the sword, heart, and you. Since you also have shadow dragon blood coursing through you at that time, you were also considered as one. And then finally came the moment of truth. Shadow dragon, Durin might be called a vile dragon, but he had a very gentle heart. The reason he came to Mondstadt because he dreamed of befriending the people of Mondstadt, hoping to share with them the stories of his creator and his birth. He was apparently unconscious of his destructive actions in Mondstadt and genuinely believed that his poisonous blood was a great blessing, seeing the events of his rampage as a very, very long dream, in which he sang and danced with Dvalin, Barbatos, and the people of Mondstadt. Even after he woke to find that he had been dealt a killing blow by Dvalin, Durin held no ill will toward Dvalin or Barbatos and only wished that they could have met under better circumstances. Even though he was gone, that kindness was still deep-hearted in his heart. As a result, instinctively that very core wanted to save you. Because even if the sword and heart didn't have any soul, you do. And thanks to the same blood, it thought of you as his kin. This resulted in the resonance between the sword and heart. A burst of power was released from the sword which killed all the monsters that started feasting on you, and then you were absorbed into that heart along with the sword. Inside, the endless vitality of the heart kept on pouring inside you. But too bad, as your insides were completely erased into nothing, thanks to me. So, it can't regenerate your organs or create your bones. Hence, a new measure was taken to prolong your life. That were the Durin's remains in Dragon Spine. His skull and ribcage. Since they were also part of Shadow Dragon, it was not that difficult for the core to resonate with them. They answered its call and destroyed themselves and turned into crumbs. Those bone crumbs then entered inside you and create a brand of bone structure. At this time, I made my move again and give the direction to that heart about how to make your organs, muscles, tissues, veins and so forth. Next, the remains on the sword, separated from it and become your eyes. The claws and scales became that very black-red clothes that were wearing in your abyssal princess state. And finally, the once so-called Durin heart, merged with you and become your own heart. That's how the abyssal princess was born. *A/N, please throw some power stones.